gazing into the void with the eyes of an ancient deity, stirring the winds of annihilation with the wings of a great dragon, fortified by the blood of elves and the spines of titans. He embodies countless bloodlines within his mortal form, that he is the hunter of gods and bloodlines. To become a monster, one must become the greatest of monsters. The darkness within me cannot be tamed by anyone, yet my eyes are not devoid of light. When he ascends to become a being that transcends the entire void, both rules and fate shall bow before him. Chapter 1. A Sudden Misfortune. On the official road leading to the imperial capital of Carthage, a troop moved forward in an orderly fashion, Akati the forefront. An elderly man, bleary-eyed yet clad in resplendent black and gold armor, sat atop a carriage, his scarlet cloak billowing fiercely in the wind. Despite his weary appearance, the heavily armored soldiers riding around the carriage dared not exhibit the slightest hint of laxity. They understood that this elder was a high-ranking member of the king's royal guard. Wielding substantial power, any misstep could spell disaster for them. Mere nameless soldiers. Mr. Xia, the old man isn't as intimidating when he's tired. Haha, said a blue-haired girl in a nun's attire, playfully nudging the boy beside her. The boy, referred to as Mr. Xia, chuckled lightly. Who cares if he's intimidating? Once we reach the capital and enter the academy, we'll have no further dealings with him. The boy's name was Xia Xiaotian, and the girl, dressed as a nun, was named Elu, both hailing from the same town of Strongwine. A month prior, the king dispatched General Monsky, a core member of the royal guard, to inspect the borders of the empire, where he made a stop in their hometown of Strongwine. The town chief, viewing Xia Xiaotian and Elu as his own children, had invested a considerable sum to persuade the general to escort the two to the Academy of Runes in the capital. The chief was well aware of Xia Zhaoshan's greatest aspiration to venture into the capital, make a name for himself, and rise above mediocrity. For the esteemed General Monsky, recommending two suitable children to the academy was not a daunting task, especially with a handsome reward at stake. Thus, Xia Xiaotian and Elu joined the returning army. Is it true that runes can grant one the power to soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Is there really a school dedicated to the study of runes? Elu furrowed her brow in contemplation. You'll definitely be called a bumpkin when we reach the capital, Xia Xiaotian teased, ruffling Elu's hair, causing her striking azure locks to stand on end. Suddenly, Elu's demeanor shifted. She furrowed her brow in alarm, sensing something amiss. At that moment, everyone, including Xia Xiaotian, felt a thick fog enveloping them. The road to the capital had been forcibly carved through the heart of Half Moon Forest, making fog in the woods an expected occurrence. Yet, it was now midday, with the sun blazing high, and there had been no rain in recent days. The inexplicable fog raised suspicions among the group. General, the road ahead is completely obscured. We are entering the marshlands of Half Moon Forest. With such dense fog, advancing recklessly could be perilous. A vigilant scout reported to General Monsky. The general, who had appeared half asleep moments before, now scanned the fog with a cold, piercing glare. Stop the troops. This fog is the work of a rune master, Monsky remarked with a chilling laugh. The group exchanged astonished glances. Xia Xiaotian pondered the situation. Who among the rune masters would dare to oppose the empire within Carthage? Come out, you coward hiding in the shadows. You are but a pawn of the rebels, and this fog will not deter me from eliminating you. Old man, General Monsky suddenly exuded an aura of formidable authority. Yet, as soon as he spoke, the fog thickened even further. Nothing is visible. General, are you all right? Stay calm. Voices, the sound of hooves, and the clattering of armor melded into chaos. The hidden attacker's tactics were evidently effective. The fog gradually obscured all sight, rendering Xia Zhaoshan's surroundings a blanket of white. He clutched Elu's hand tightly. What bad luck! They were so close to the capital, yet trouble had found them. Why was his life always fraught with misfortune? Frustration welled within him. Yet unexpectedly, the fog began to dissipate. Is this still Half Moon Forest? Elu exclaimed. Indeed, before them lay a pond encircled by vibrant red, extending from beneath their feet into the distance, while the sky had darkened to an oppressive black. A powerful stench of blood filled Xia Zhaoshan's nostrils, and he could scarcely fathom what the blood-red pond was composed of. Most alarming was the complete absence of the previously lively soldiers. Monsky, a chilling female voice echoed from what seemed like the heavens, resounding ominously. In that moment, Xia Xiaotian and Elu beheld the once mighty General Monsky, now kneeling a short distance away, having lost an arm, gasping for breath. Turning their gaze ahead, they witnessed a scene that would be etched into Xia Zhaoxin's memory forever. The throne constructed of blood and bones loomed before them, upon which sat an exquisitely beautiful yet cold woman clad in a crimson gown, her pure white hair cascading over the throne. The existence of such a woman was unfathomable. This was Xia Zhaoxin's immediate impression. Monsky trembled as he raised his gaze, disbelief written across his features. "Your Majesty, forgive this old servant, Your Majesty." Xia Xiaotian gasped in horror. "Mr. Xia, surely this woman cannot be the king?" Elu whispered, her voice trembling. "The girl over there speaks the truth, Monsky. I am no longer the king of Carthage," the cold woman stated matter-of-factly. Elu, who had overheard, turned pale and fell silent. It was evident that she and Xia Xiaotian had been deliberately spared. In an instant, Xia Xiaotian comprehended that, aside from himself, Elu, and the general, the others had likely become part of the blood-red pond. Was the outside world, the realm of rune masters, truly this terrifying? Had he unwittingly become embroiled in a top-secret imperial affair? Monsky trembled, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Monsky, do you recall what I said before I bled my last drop of blood on the cross?" "I remember," he stammered, his tremors intensifying. "It has been far too long, I've somewhat forgotten." "Please remind me," the woman said, having appeared before Monsky, playing with a blood-red sword that glimmered ominously. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was merely bewitched by Eris. My heart never believed you to be a traitor to the Empire. You are the embodiment of the Empire. Answer my question. Your Majesty, forgive me." Yet in the next moment, the woman mercilessly pierced Monsky's spine with her sword. Thud. Monsky did not even utter a cry before he perished. The woman executed the act with chilling indifference, as though she had crushed a mere fly rather than a human being. At that moment, her gaze finally fell upon Xia Xiaotian and Elud. "I will not plead for mercy if you wish to kill me. Do so swiftly," Xia Xiaotian stated calmly. Elu, trembling with fear, hid behind him. The woman approached slowly, and Xia Xiaotian felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. "Do you think I would kill you?" she inquired, her expression devoid of emotion, as if everything around her held no significance. Upon gazing at this pond, one cannot help but comprehend the gravity of the situation. The lingering stench of blood remains acutely pungent, leaving one to ponder whether this place is still part of the half-moon forest or merely an illusion. Yet, there is no doubt that everything here is a monument to death. Blood, bones, and the scent of gore evoke an inescapable association with mortality. What an exquisite shell, so pure, reminiscent of a newborn's innocence, the woman remarked as she lifted Xia Zhaoxin's chin, causing him to feel utterly immobilized. "Bid farewell to your beloved." She gestured towards Elu, who was now also subdued. "Could you spare her?" Xia Xiaotian pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "You are in no position to negotiate," the woman retorted, and to his astonishment, she transformed into a crimson light that surged into his forehead. Ah! A profound and enduring agony surged through Xia Xiaotian, a sensation that threatened to rend his very soul. Chapter 2. Instant Devouring. The sensation of pain emanated from the soul rather than the flesh. Xia Xiaotian felt as though his essence was being forcibly torn from his body by some unseen force. He vaguely grasped the intentions of the cold, white-haired woman. She sought to usurp his corporeal autonomy. What a dull existence, Xia Xiaotian mused, disheartened. He had believed that mastering runes would alter his fate, yet here he was, confronted with a formidable obstacle right from the outset, a far cry from his meticulous and cautious nature. Someone like you dreams of becoming a rune master? The jeers of his peers echoed in his mind. An abandoned child picked up by the mayor. How absurd. This freak always lingered with that fool named Ailu. Xia Xiaotian gradually succumbed to the haze of his consciousness, relinquishing his struggle. If only he had the power of runes, he would rectify those who mocked him. With the last vestiges of his strength, he turned to glance at Ailu, who stood motionless, ensnared by the rune's power. Though unable to move, the despair in her eyes was palpable. Both orphans taken in by the mayor of the town, their origins remained a mystery. Yet this kind-hearted man treated them as his treasures. Ailu was somewhat eccentric, lacking in social skills, and had dedicated her life to the church in the town. Conversely, Xia Xiaotian was a soul yearning for distinction. Despite running a small grocery store, he harbored dreams of a remarkable life. The mayor understood this desire well. For no one else in the town aspired to study runes in the imperial capital, yet Xia Xiaotian was the only child to voice such a wish. Xia Xiaotian and Ailu were inseparable. He would regale her with the fantastical tales gleaned from adventure manuals, while she would follow him like a loyal shadow. "Do not harm Mr. Xia." Suddenly, the torment of his soul ceased, and the sounds of the blood-red lake became distinctly audible. A part of Ailu's being seemed to shake off the binding force, and torrents of tears cascaded from her gem-like azure eyes. An opportunity had arisen. The cold woman's soul invasion paused, seemingly taken aback by Ailu's actions. Xia Xiaodian swiftly retrieved a silver dagger from his pouch, pressing it against his throat without hesitation. Though I know little of rune masters, you intended to seize my body, did you not? He snarled. Yet, the woman remained unresponsive, as if still within him. I do not know what makes my body special, but your failure to kill me immediately indicates that my life holds greater value than death. If you do not vacate my body, are you threatening me? The cold voice now brimmed with anger. Well, let us see whether your rune power is swifter than my resolve to die. As he spoke, blood began to trickle from his throat. The dagger poised to plunge into his flesh at any moment. Suddenly, a crimson light burst forth from his forehead, coalescing into the figure of the cold woman. At this moment, Xia Xiaodian scrutinized her closely. Though referred to as a queen by General Monsk, she appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Her unparalleled beauty, paired with an exquisitely detailed red gown, evoked a sense of familiarity in Xia Xiaodian. However, what set her apart was her flowing, lustrous white hair. A rarity in the predominantly golden, black, and red-haired Carthaginian Empire. A metallic sound resonated, and the silver dagger slipped from Xia Xiaodian's grasp, leaving his visage pallid. Yet, her inaction hinted at a glimmer of hope for survival. You need not remain on guard, if I wished for your demise. You would not be the one to enact it. Your body, while an exquisite vessel for the soul, bears no imprint of this world. The woman lamented as she turned toward the skeletal throne behind her. No imprint of this world? What do you mean? Xia Xiaodian pursed his lips, incredulous that she had chosen to spare him. Stranger, you are not a being of this world. You exist outside the rules of the rune realm, and thus, I cannot invade your body. You do not think I was deterred by that girl's weeping, do you? The woman, now seated upon the throne, smirked, evidently pleased with her own dark jest. A soothing warmth flowed through Xia Xiaodian's veins as Ailu regained her mobility, clutching his hand tightly. Her forehead rested against his back, soaking his shirt with her tears. We wish to attend the Rune Master Academy in the Imperial capital. We will keep your secrets. May we go? Xia Xiaodian inquired cautiously. Rune Master? Huh. Stranger, you truly must not have comprehended my earlier words. She replied coldly, her sarcasm palpable. Xia Xiaodian clenched his fists. What are you implying? The power of runes is the foundational force of this world, characterized by elemental and advanced attributes. Rune masters manipulate these attributes through perception. But regardless of strength, the essence of rune power is the world's imprint. Without this imprint, one cannot be deemed alive. Nor can one pursue the path of a rune master, she mused, idly toying with the skull upon the throne. Those devoid of a world imprint are labeled living dead. Though they possess the structure of the living, they are akin to the deceased, unable to access the essence of the soul and not belonging to this realm. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Xia Xiaodian, though he remained wary of the woman. Her words held an unsettling credibility. What need would a being capable of obliterating him have to deceive? And that girl by your side is quite the promising candidate. She indicated toward Ailu. Ailu, frightened, averted her gaze. As Xia Xiaodian prepared to respond, a distorted crimson figure emerged from the center of the blood-red lake. Its presence shrouded in a fog of sanguine mist, its voice raspy and grating. You heard that? He lacks a world imprint. He cannot serve as a vessel. What of the girl beside him? Xia Xiaodian clenched his fists, alert. Choosing her as a vessel is no different than selecting any passerby from the half-moon forest, and surely better alternatives exist, the woman replied lazily. After a long silence, the crimson figure spoke slowly, an exquisite, pure body yet devoid of an imprint. Such coincidence is hard to believe. Then cut open his heart and head, and see if what I say is true, the woman retorted with a chilling smile. No. Ailu, reacting with utmost speed, attempted to shield Xia Xiaodian, but the crimson figure was swifter. In an instant, its massive, blood-red hand seized Xia Xiaodian by the throat. However, the ensuing spectacle left all present utterly stunned. The instant the sanguine silhouette made contact with Xia Xiaodian's skin, it was drawn into his body like wisps of cerulean smoke. The crimson figure barely had time to exclaim in alarm before it vanished entirely. What have you done? The woman's gaze turned solemn, observing Xia Xiaodian with a hint of trepidation. However, before Xia Xiaodian could respond, he sensed a metamorphosis commencing within his own physique. His frame abruptly became gaunt. His eyes turned a sanguinary crimson, and fangs and claws began to sprout forth. Even more distressing to Ailu, a pair of ebony, malevolent wings tore through the fabric of Xia Xiaodian's back, unfurling with the vigor of a dragon's appendages. These transformations transpired within mere seconds, almost as if by divine intervention. A winged sanguine. The woman could no longer maintain her usual composure. Her eyes were now filled with unprecedented gravity. At this moment, Xia Xiaodian seemed to comprehend something in those brief seconds, tentatively testing the movement of the sable wings on his back. Your Majesty? Regardless of whether you are a king, may we depart now? Xia Xiaodian seemed to have gained a newfound confidence. Chapter 3. The deal with the former king. The queen scoffed, that you lack the world's seal. You possess the bloodline of a vampire that can devour the blood of the accursed. Your surprises are indeed numerous, yet you are not even an apprentice rune master. You merely possess a powerful physique and dare to negotiate with me? Xia Xiaodian composed himself, realizing he had been momentarily dazed by the surge of bloodline power. The sensation coursing through him felt distinctly inhuman. He envisioned a vessel within him that had, until now, been empty. It was now filled with a crimson energy, occupying about a quarter of its capacity. He sensed that this vessel could accommodate more than just this sanguine bloodline. After a gentle hum buzzed in his ears, the queen stood before him. Xia Xiaodian had initially felt as strong as an ox, yet now found himself involuntarily kneeling, a formidable pressure forcing him to the ground. It was indeed a grand folly to attack one with such capabilities. His misfortune was compounded by the fact that the power of the bloodline had been fully extracted from him. After inspecting Xia Xiaodian's form, the queen suddenly chuckled coldly, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. A pure bloodline seal of the vampires, so it is true. Are you suggesting I have now become a vampire? Xia Xiaodian sensed that the queen no longer harbored any intent to kill him. He could even feel her sense of relief. Could it be that the crimson figure was not allied with her? Indeed, you have become a full-fledged member of the vampire clan. You not only can learn the power of runes but can also study the exceedingly rare dark attributes, even the advanced attribute of decay. This is one of the privileges of the vampire clan. They inherently grasp special attributes that only a select few humans can comprehend. Xia Xiaodian gradually regained his composure, his physical characteristics reverting to those of a human, and the wings on his back seamlessly blending into his form. Was it possible to control his appearance so effortlessly? Did all vampires possess such capabilities? Let us make a deal, the queen proposed suddenly, seemingly dismissing the matter of the crimson figure in an instant, indicating a fragile camaraderie between them. Do I have a choice? Xia Xiaodian replied with a wry smile. The queen turned away, and Xia Xiaodian found himself captivated by her cascading white hair. What you ingested was a member of the vampire clan known as the Accursed Blood, one of the last active vampires on the Rune continent. I was once the king of the Carthaginian Empire, but I have long since perished. I now exist only as a spirit. You mean you are not a living person? Xia Xiaodian seemed to grasp the implications. The queen remained turned away from him. One could say that. What do you propose as a transaction? You assist me in taking revenge, and I shall help you harness your devouring bloodline ability, she stated. Xia Xiaodian's brow furrowed. Revenge? It sounds simple enough. But the targets of the former king of Carthage are certainly beyond the imagination of someone of my stature. You claim you can help me utilize my devouring abilities? So you are aware of my powers? Xia Xiaodian shifted the topic. Of course. I also know you can sense your own capacity. You can accommodate greater bloodline power. The vampire bloodline is merely your first prey. The queen's tone took on an air of mystery. And how do you intend to assist me? Xia Xiaodian swallowed hard. The bloodlines are the foundation upon which the royal and noble families stand. The samples you need to devour must possess pure lineage, akin to the accursed blood. Such individuals are typically the core members of their families, well-guarded, and immensely powerful. Devour. Am I to consume them? Xia Xiaodian's eyes widened in shock. Can you help me defeat them? Devouring their bloodline power may not necessarily result in death, but for the bloodline holders, it could be far more excruciating than death. Moreover, I am currently struggling to maintain my own existence, let alone assist you in vanquishing anyone. The queen's voice grew despondent as she returned to her skeletal throne, her gaze drifting into the distance. However, I know of a target whose bloodline can be devoured. She is quite weak, yet her bloodline power is immensely significant. Although she is surrounded by heavy protection, there are still vulnerabilities. She is the perfect target and your best source of sustenance in your current weakened state. Xia Xiaodian felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. The target the queen spoke of was likely closely tied to her earlier vendetta. In terms of strategy and cunning, he dared not boast before this queen. Xia Xiaodian felt as though he had been thoroughly seen through. To be honest, he was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information he had absorbed in such a brief period. I simply wish to be an ordinary rune master. Why must I consume any bloodlines? He longed to express to the queen, feeling that possessing the vampire power was already more than sufficient. Weakling, do you not realize how powerful your ability to devour bloodline powers can make you? The queen suddenly laughed derisively. Indeed, she had seen through him. The vessel within you that accommodates bloodline power can harmonize all bloodlines, angels and demons, werewolves and vampires, light and darkness, regardless of the type of bloodline held. They will fuse into a brand new lineage, potentially evolving into unprecedented abilities. The greater the disparity in bloodlines, the more likely an extraordinary lineage will emerge. Angels with fangs, vampires adept in light, giants with dragon wings. Anything is possible. Let us discuss the matter of revenge, Xia Xiaodian interjected, frowning. He decided to listen closely. I was once the king of Carthage, but I was also the first king sentenced to death. I was nailed to a cross and bled dry. Therefore, I must destroy Carthage and obliterate those foolish citizens and traitors who condemned me to that fate, ensuring that the name of Carthage vanishes from the continent. In that moment, Xia Xiaodian saw an insatiable thirst for vengeance in the queen's eyes. Her hair swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the light of calamity in her hand flickered with a brilliant crimson glow. I am merely an ordinary person. I cannot possibly confront a nation. Xia Xiaodian exclaimed involuntarily. You are the perfect executor. You have no choice. The queen transformed into a beam of bloodlight, rushing towards Ai Lu. Before Ai Lu could react, she emitted a low moan and closed her eyes. When Ai Lu opened her eyes again, her azure hair had transformed into pure white, her pupils deep and cold. Now, our transaction can finally take its first step, Ai Lu sneered. Get away. Should you harm even a single hair on Ai Lu, we shall never reach any agreement. The queen, seizing Ai Lu's body, licked her fingers as if savoring the essence of humanity. Fear not, I will remain within this girl. She has not vanished. She has merely lost consciousness. I shall not easily usurp her control. She serves as a deposit of sorts. Do not harm her. Xia Xiaodian pleaded, feeling utterly spent. Our collaboration shall be delightful. I shall return shortly, Ai Lu declared before collapsing, seemingly losing consciousness. What sort of transaction was this? From the very beginning, he had no choice. Xia Xiaodian hurriedly supported the fainted Ai Lu. Suddenly, the mist rose again, and Xia Xiaodian could only glimpse the skeletal throne one last time before his vision faded. That night, Xia Xiaodian set up camp by the river, lighting a fire as Ai Lu gradually regained consciousness. He carefully examined his own body, discovering that he seemed able to control his transformation into a winged vampire with ease. After transforming, it appeared he could even fly. However, in the short term, he was unable to control the dual wings behind him and had to devise a long-term strategy. What astonished him even more was the peculiar red symbol that had appeared on his chest. Xia Xiaodian's intuition suggested that this emblem was likely connected to the bloodline itself. The bloodline was a race he had encountered in various adventure guides. In certain regions of the continent, they were referred to as vampires. It was said that their existence depended on the blood of living beings, yet he had not experienced any excessive craving for blood during this half-day, and he was still able to consume ordinary food without issue. Furthermore, he had never heard of a bloodline capable of freely altering its form. Xia Xiaodian marveled once more at the unique abilities of his body. This power not only saved his life, but also granted him a new possibility. Mr. Xia, where are the generals? How did I fall asleep? The awakening Ai Lu seemed to have lost all memory of the crimson space. We got separated in the thick fog. But the general is incredibly powerful. Nothing will happen to him. We should head directly to the royal city of Half Moon City to reunite with them, Xia Xiaodian replied, his expression somewhat unnatural. Having spent countless years with him, Ai Lu could easily sense the uncertainty in Xia Xiaodian's tone. However, she chose not to comment and instead nestled closely against him. What's wrong? Xia Xiaodian remarked, puzzled by Ai Lu's unusual affection. The warmth of a human, so long missed, sent chills down his spine. He gazed at Ai Lu in terror, only to find her staring back with innocent eyes, as if she had not spoken at all. He needed to find a way to eliminate this ticking time bomb with an Ai Lu. Yet, with his current strength, he feared he was still insufficient to confront this queen. First, he resolved to secure his admission to the Rune Master Academy. Chapter 4. The pure darkness upon the vast expanse of the continent. Runes represent the power that every mortal yearns for. Due to the influence of lineage, there exists a significant disparity in the innate talent for mastering the power of runes among individuals of various races. Families blessed with supreme bloodlines, owing to their formidable strength, gradually gathered numerous followers, giving rise to empires. It can be said that an empire is the most powerful family of rune masters within a vast region. Within the territories of humankind, there exist 4 great empires, and the nation where Xia Xiaodian resides is named Carthage, one of the oldest realms on the continent, said to have birthed true deities in a distant past. 2 guests, here are the candied fruits offered by our establishment, said the attendant as Xia Xiaodian accepted the tray filled with delicacies, expressing his gratitude before gently closing the door. Mr. Xia, how long are we to remain here? Inquired Ai Lu, who lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. It was no wonder that Ai Lu posed this question, for the two had already spent 2 days in this modest and situated at the southern end of the imperial capital. During this time, Xia Xiaodian had been gathering various pieces of information to strategize their forthcoming endeavors. The demise of General Monsky had likely reached the ears of the empire. This assertion stemmed from Xia Xiaodian's inquiries regarding the news in the capital and the Rune Master Academy. He learned that recently, the king had been enraged and dispatched a substantial number of high-ranking rune masters to the borders of the empire. On that fateful day of upheaval, if Xia Xiaodian's conjecture was correct, aside from himself and Ai Lu, it was probable that all others had perished. These rune masters were destined to return empty-handed. Originally, Xia Xiaodian and AI Lu were meant to be recommended to the Royal Rune Master Academy by General Monsky. However, with the general's death and the absence of any tokens or credentials for entry into the academy, the two were left with no choice but to enroll through the conventional process. The so-called conventional method involved an upcoming qualification assessment at the academy. As long as the two qualified, they would naturally gain admission, rendering the town mayor's earlier investment futile. If, prior to their departure, Xia Xiaodian could not have imagined passing the qualification assessment, he now felt a surge of confidence. As for AI Lu, he still recalled the Queen's previous remark within the blood-colored space, "That girl beside you is indeed a remarkable seedling." Being praised as an exceptional candidate by such a prominent figure led Xia Xiaodian to believe that AI Lu could also succeed in the qualification assessment. "Wow, it's so grand," AI Lu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the architectural marvel before her. At the end of the long street stood a towering white spire that pierced the heavens, while adjacent to it lay a massive castle adorned with several flags bearing colorful patterns. At that moment, within a villa outside the castle, a crowd had gathered. "Welcome, aspiring students from afar. You have come to the imperial capital, driven by your passion for runes. I can feel the energy from beyond this room." A golden-haired elder addressed the bustling assembly. His voice, though soft, seemed to resonate in the ears of every listener. "We all understand that the qualifications for studying runes vary greatly, classified into 10 levels, with the first level being the highest," the elder continued. "As long as the aspiring students possess a certain attribute at level 6 or above, they shall be permitted to enroll." The crowd buzzed with discussion, but the elder refrained from further elaboration and instead guided everyone into the room. The line swiftly advanced to their side. After advising on several details, Xia Xiaotian stepped inside. The qualification assessment permitted only one individual at a time. Upon entering, he noticed a few middle-aged individuals clad in light blue robes of rune masters. A middle-aged woman beckoned him closer. Complying, Xia Xiaotian approached her, noting a stone basin placed beside her. "Clear your mind and gaze into the water," the woman instructed. Xia Xiaotian lowered his head, entranced by the placid water's surface. Suddenly, a dark serpent emerged from the depths, followed by another, then a third, until the entire basin was consumed by darkness. Darkness? The woman regarded Xia Xiaotian with astonishment, evidently recognizing the rarity and high level of such an attribute. "Darkness, level 3. She began, yet her voice trailed off as if searching for something. "Madame Rose," the scribe beside her interjected, "is something amiss?" "No, it can't be." "What do you mean?" Xia Xiaotian could not help but inquire. "Darkness, level 3 attribute, lacking any other attributes." The woman seemed to have reached a conclusion. "Impossible." The scribe appeared flabbergasted. "Man, I trust my eyes. This child possesses a pure darkness attribute, devoid of any impurities, as if born of darkness itself. Is such a situation uncommon?" Xia Xiaotian pondered quietly. The woman fixed her gaze upon him, and after a moment, she replied, "Not at all." Just as Xia Xiaotian prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, the woman continued, "It is fundamentally impossible." Xia Xiaotian nearly choked on her words. "I have been in the qualification assessment field for 10 years and have never encountered anyone lacking a specific attribute. Even with the lowest level 10 qualifications, one cannot be devoid of an attribute. Each individual possesses at least a combination of darkness, light, earth, fire, water, and wind at level 10. I have never seen anyone with only a single attribute." Xia Xiaotian felt somewhat speechless. "Well then, let Professor Talos decide your fate. To be limited to the study of the darkness attribute could, in a sense, be considered a talent. Impossible. Pure darkness at level 3? Such a high-level single attribute without any others? Has there ever been a precedent?" Outside the towering white spire, several professors listened in astonishment as the woman named Rose reported, scrutinizing the youth standing beside her. The boy's black hair was not uncommon in Carthage, and his appearance could only be described as fair, seemingly unremarkable. Among the professors, the golden-haired elder who had spoken at the reception took the lead. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "With a darkness attribute reaching level 3. The Dark Academy has not received a student of such qualifications in years. If there is no precedent, then he becomes the precedent. Professor Talos, pure darkness. But isn't it ominous? Have you also been infected by those lunatics from the Holy See? Runes are a discipline, not a divine gift. Darkness is merely a part of the world. These are the entry rules of the Royal Academy. Have you forgotten?" Professor Talos appeared somewhat incensed. He suddenly traced his finger through the air, and a blue rune materialized, suspended in the atmosphere. "Loretta, this year you have a new student with level 3 qualifications." The rune seemed capable of transmitting sound. As soon as Professor Talos' words fell, a cloud of black mist materialized nearby. A striking woman with long black hair, exuding a sultry aura, emerged from the fog, her eyelids drooping as if she had just awakened from slumber. Your professor's attire? What dignity remains when appearing before students in such a state?" A middle-aged professor admonished, visibly agitated. Yet the alluring Professor Loretta appeared to hear nothing. her gaze fixed intently on Xia Xiaodian. It is he. Before Professor Talos could finish, the languor on Loretta's face vanished. A vampire? Loretta sniffed the air. Xia Xiaoyan's complexion turned pale in an instant. Chapter 5. The Objective, the King, the Vampire? Loretta's voice rendered Xia Xiaotian somewhat pale. Yet the next moment, Loretta approached him and gently caressed his face. She embodied a darkness as pure as that of a vampire. Old man, this student is definitely under my tutelage. Regardless of his other elemental talents, Taros laughed. I summoned you here to accept him. Besides, he cannot enter other elemental academies. What is the matter, little darling? Is his other aptitude so poor? Fear not, for darkness shall embrace you. Loretta's voice was laced with a languorous allure that sent shivers down Xia Xiaoyan's spine, making him yearn to break free from her grasp. No, he possesses no other elemental aptitude, not even at level 10. Taros's eyes narrowed. Loretta said nothing further, merely ruffled Xia Xiaoyan's hair, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Who are you? Do not touch Mr. Xia. Just then, an excited shout broke the tension from behind. Ailu. Xia Xiaodian seized the opportunity to escape Loretta's embrace, spotting Ailu with her flowing aquamarine hair rushing towards him. Ailu, panting, reached Xia Xiaoyan's side, grasping his right arm tightly, and angrily confronted Loretta. Who are you? And why are you touching Mr. Xia? Seeing the vigilant girl, Loretta's gaze turned somewhat mischievous. You fancy him, don't you? Her words detonated in Ailu's mind like a bomb, rendering her speechless and her cheeks aflame. Men prefer mature women like me. Girls like you, still in your youth, are merely seen as little sisters. Loretta's taunts grew increasingly provocative, intensifying Ailu's flustered state. You, Ailu stammered, her eyes brimming with tears. Enough, Loretta. I will not allow you to bully the future star of our Wind Element Academy. Mrs. Ross interjected sharply. Professor Taros, this girl is one of this year's greatest finds. Her aptitude level has reached Wind Element Level 1. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Level 1 aptitude is a rarity, often seen only a few times a year, and sometimes not at all. Such children are formidable contenders for future professorships. What is the relationship between you two? Taros suddenly inquired, clearly curious about Xia Xiaotian and Ailu's connection. Friends, Xia Xiaotian responded without hesitation. A flicker of skepticism crossed Taros's eyes, but he chose not to dwell on it. Subsequently, Mrs. Ross led a group of students who had passed the Academy's aptitude assessment on a tour of the institution. During the introductions, Xia Xiaotian gradually learned some intricacies regarding rune masters. The training of a rune master begins with apprentices who must first condense a fundamental rune at their forehead before they can be considered rune masters. Depending on the solidity of the fundamental rune, they are classified into junior, intermediate, and senior rune masters. The professors at the Royal Rune Master Academy become rune masters by merging a certain high-level elemental attribute into their fundamental runes. It is said that there exists a realm beyond this, with the Academy head being even more powerful than a rune master. Runes not only allow for long-distance communication, as demonstrated by Professor Taros, but also enable the user to fly, burrow underground, and traverse water, transforming into solid weapons and sturdy barriers. They serve as both weapon and tool, and true masters can determine the fate of an empire in an instant. Xia Xiaodian recalled the grim image of General Monsk, who had been imperious in the blood-red realm, and the thought of the rune master identity he held intensified his fear of the queen concealed within Ailu. At night, each of them received a key to a room within the castle. Such is the grandeur of the Royal Academy, where every student possesses their own personal space. Exhausted, Xia Xiaodian collapsed onto the soft bed. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at his door. Who? He opened the door to find Ailu. Mr. Xia. That woman from earlier is truly wicked. Ailu appeared shaken. Closing the door, Xia Xiaodian waved dismissively. The world outside is vast. Encountering eccentric individuals is not unusual. That professor named Loretta will likely be my teacher in the future. Ailu's brows knitted in concern. Mr. Xia, we have finally arrived in the Imperial City. Our dealings may soon commence. Xia Xiaodian turned to see Ailu's eyes sharpened with intensity. So it is the queen. Xia Xiaodian swallowed hard. Call me Erica. Ailu replied. Xia Xiaodian regarded Queen Erica with grave seriousness. Who was the first target you mentioned? Can you share that with me now? In the blood-red realm, Erica had spoken of a seemingly frail individual possessing a significant bloodline. Of course, it is the current king. Despite Xia Xiaoyan's maturity beyond his peers, his breath quickened at this revelation. The king? You expect me to consume the king's bloodline? He stared incredulously into Erica's eyes. The reigning king is rumored to be the queen's counterpart, yet remains shrouded in secrecy, never having been seen at any public event. The Carthaginian royal bloodline carries the fallen phoenix essence. My bloodline's concentration is insufficient, but the current king's bloodline strength is potent enough to grant you a lineage capable of contending with the winged blood clan. Fallen phoenix? A peculiar being. You can learn about this in the Academy's library. Does the king possess such a bloodline yet lack strength? Indeed, This queen is utterly spineless. She will never leverage her bloodline to grow stronger, Erica asserted confidently. Erica, what is your relationship with the current queen? You shall soon find out. There is no need to rush, Xia Xiaodian replied helplessly. Even if this king's strength is weak, she is still a monarch. The forces protecting her are beyond my current capability to confront. The Royal Rune Master Academy is a vital institution for cultivating power within the empire. Even if the current king does not participate in any activities, she will inevitably make an appearance at the academy. Prepare yourself well for the time ahead. Before Xia Xiaodian could respond, Ailu collapsed onto the bed. Truly decisive, he thought, both impressed and anxious for his future. He found himself inexplicably standing against the empire. Gazing at Ailu, sprawled on the bed with her aquamarine hair cascading around her, his expression softened. I will ensure your safety, Xia Xiaodian resolved silently, knowing he could not simply obey Erica without his own plans. Chapter 6, An unexpected revelation amidst a hazy consciousness. Xia Xiaodian discerned a faint cough. Cough, cough. Who is it? Xia Xiaodian slowly opened his eyes, inexplicably feeling a peculiar warmth enveloping him. Mr. Xia, while our academy doesn't prohibit romance, but... It was Loretta's voice. Xia Xiaodian was now completely awake. However, he couldn't help but blush as he saw Ailu nestled against him, her attire disheveled, clearly still asleep. Her blue hair cascaded around her, her tender skin pressed against his left arm, and her flawless face possessed an innocent charm that left Xia Xiaodian momentarily captivated. He soon realized that they had an uninvited guest. Loretta had somehow entered his room. Professor Loretta. It's not what you think, Ailu, she just... Just what? Loretta, who had been exuding an alluring aura just yesterday, now had crimson cheeks upon seeing Xia Xiaodian and Ailu amidst the disarray. Her voice was no longer languid as she nervously twirled the ends of her dark hair. Is there something of import that brings you here so early, Professor? Xia Xiaodian inquired, forcing himself to remain composed. He had been rather fatigued yesterday and had fallen asleep with Ailu without even changing his clothes. Let's go take a look at the Dark Institute. So, this is the Dark Institute? Loretta, having regained her composure, led Xia Xiaodian to the Dark Institute, while Mrs. Ross escorted Ailu to the Wind Element Institute. Before them stood an antiquated edifice cloaked in ivy, its walls showing signs of decay, and a dark banner fluttering atop the roof. Since the founding of the Royal Rune Academy, the Dark Institute had always been relegated to the most secluded corner. Although times were more enlightened now, it was said that years ago, the Dark Institute had been suppressed by the Holy Church of the Empire, only able to admit a handful of students each year. Upon entering the building, Xia Xiaodian found it deserted, save for the acrid scent of smoke that permeated the air. That mischievous girl again. Loretta's shoulders slumped, seemingly knowing the source of the smoke. They approached the door of a large classroom, and Loretta pushed it open, revealing a red-robed, white-haired girl in the center of the room, toying with a pulsating black orb, tongues of fire dancing upon its surface. A crimson and black rune pulsed on the girl's forehead, indicating her use of rune power. Go to the laboratory and play with your new toys, Natasha. Although Loretta's expression was stern, her eyes betrayed her affection. A newcomer? The first one after me to be personally escorted by Sister Loretta, Natasha remarked. Her gaze fixed on Xia Xiaodian with curiosity. A dark element aptitude of level 3. How about that? One level higher than you, Loretta said with a mischievous smile. Greetings, Senior. I am Xia Xiaodian. That name is rather peculiar. You're likely not a native of Carthage, Natasha observed casually. Perhaps, Xia Xiaodian replied vaguely. Although Natasha's dark element talent is a notch below yours, her fire element aptitude is a genuine level 2. However, she insisted on majoring in dark elements, Loretta explained. As it was still the vacation period, the academy was naturally deserted, and it was unclear why Senior Natasha had returned to the academy so early. After the brief tour, Loretta and Xia Xiaodian arrived at the library. Now, I shall elucidate the intricacies of the dark element, Loretta said, her tone becoming serious. The cultivation of a rune master does not solely rely on specializing in a single element. Like Natasha, most rune masters are proficient in multiple elements, usually one primary element and one or two secondary elements. Ultimately, runes are primarily weapons for humanity. Combat is the rune master's eternal pursuit. To be a perennial victor, one must possess versatile tactics, unhindered by elemental disadvantages. Loretta's gaze turned grave. Doesn't that mean I'm easily countered with a single element? Xia Xiaodian pondered. No. Dark and light are exceptions. Dark and light do not have significant advantages or disadvantages over the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. However, dark and light elements mutually restrain each other. That is the fundamental principle. I understand, Xia Xiaodian replied, enlightened. If runes can be considered tools to some extent, then dark is entirely different. Dark is born for combat. Loretta waved her right hand, and numerous dark rivets materialized in the air, their tips appearing razor-sharp. This is a dark transformation branch. The rivets vanished, and a series of dark portals appeared, from which several emaciated and grotesque ghouls emerged. This is a dark summoning branch. Loretta waved her hand again, and the bookshelves around them disappeared, replaced by guillotines and wood saws, sending a chill down Xia Xiaoyan's spine. His vision turned monochrome. This is a dark illusion branch. Loretta waved her hand once more, and everything returned to normal. These are merely 3 branches of dark. The choice is yours, depending on your combat style. But before that, you must first immerse yourself in the dark element. Xia Xiaotian nodded, somewhat dazed, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and beginning to meditate as Loretta instructed. However, after 15 minutes, nothing happened. How can this be? Loretta's expression turned peculiar. As Xia Xiaotian continued his attempts, his consciousness gradually took a strange turn. Suddenly, he felt countless dark elements converging toward him, and in his delight, he drew all of them to his side. When he opened his eyes, he found Loretta staring at him in shock, countless black rivets and blades floating in the air, seemingly aimed at him. Professor? Xia Xiaotian asked, puzzled, only to find that his voice had become much deeper. He realized that he had inadvertently revealed his vampire form. Even the wings on his back had unfurled. You're a vampire? Your disguise was remarkably convincing, Loretta said, her brow furrowed. Xia Xiaotian's mind raced as he pondered a solution. Canceling his transformation and reverting to his human form. Professor, transforming into a vampire is a natural ability of mine. I am indeed human, as you, a professor, should be able to sense, Xia Xiaotian said hesitantly. Loretta fell into contemplation before pointing at Xia Xiaotian's forehead. Congratulations, you are now officially an initiate runemaster. A black rune had appeared on Xia Xiaotian's forehead, a step that some students took months to achieve, but which Xia Xiaotian had effortlessly skipped. I heard your name is Ailu. Would you be interested in having a drink with young master, or? Inside the Wind Element Institute, the atmosphere was bustling, far more lively than the Dark Institute. Mrs. Ross, who had escorted Ailu to the Wind Element Institute, was nowhere to be seen. Not interested, Ailu responded, ignoring the elegantly dressed young man before her. The young man's face darkened, but he reported to the young master behind him. It's fine. She's just a bumpkin from the countryside. It's normal that she doesn't recognize me, but her talent is quite high. It's a pity she wasn't born into a prominent family. The young master said, looking at Ailu's worn-out nun's robe, his disdain evident. Should we invite her to be a guest? Chapter 7. Year-end examination. Is your mind so dull? The white-clad youth named Hour coldly remarked, with a woman of such qualifications, she already has professors as her backing. Why should I provoke her at will? The 2 students beside him ceased their chatter, yet Hour's gaze towards Ailu remained somewhat peculiar. Can you naturally transform into a vampire? Is there vampire blood within your lineage? Loretta's eyes brimmed with skepticism, her vigilance towards Xia Xiaotian unwavering. Nonetheless, the youth before her wore an utterly harmless expression, his aura undeniably that of a living human, merely condensed with the essence of his runes. I am an orphan picked up by my father, Xia Xiaotian pondered carefully before responding. He was uncertain whether the Royal Rune Master Academy would accept a human with foreign blood, yet Loretta did not seem entirely unwilling to negotiate. So, you are also unsure of your origins? Loretta mused, from my understanding of vampires, even with transformation magic, it is impossible to completely conceal the essence of a vampire under my very eyes. No wonder when I first met you, the pure darkness emanating from you resembled that of a vampire, yet you could fully take on a human form. Does such a capability truly exist? Loretta appeared to be deep in thought. Just as Professor Xia Xiaotian was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a change in Loretta's expression. As if she had heard some sound. Was someone using rune power to communicate with her? Xia Xiaotian thought to himself. Moments later, Loretta's demeanor relaxed, and she waved away the black rivets solidified in the air, completely lowering her guard. The fact that you can transform into a vampire must remain a secret. If you can control your transformation, you must practice how to shift seamlessly, at least never revealing such abilities in public, Loretta stated with gravity. Xia Xiaotian nodded. Regardless of who had helped him out of that predicament, he had already overcome this hurdle. Can you sense your own essence runes now? Xia Xiaotian hesitated, his thoughts sinking as the glowing black runes on his forehead materialized out of thin air, appearing both profound and somewhat translucent. It seems that when you cultivate yourself, your vampire form is the most optimal. It is likely that your qualifications will change after you transform into a vampire, Xia Xiaotian concurred. Realizing that during his uncontrollable transformation into a bloodkin, he had unexpectedly condensed his essence runes, making it easier to perceive the dark elements. Loretta's gaze sharpened, as if she had made a decision. I will prepare a meditation room exclusively for you, isolating it from external scrutiny. Furthermore, I will dedicate myself to teaching you, but please, state any conditions you have, Professor. Xia Xiaotian stood up, stretching his limbs. You must rank within the top 10 during this year's year-end examination. Securing a place for the Dark Academy, Loretta's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Top 10? Xia Xiaotian had little concept of this. Nor did he understand the significance of the year-end examination, though he sensed its considerable difficulty. Professor Loretta, I will do my utmost, Xia Xiaotian assured. The year-end examination is a trial that every new cohort of students will undergo, where students from various academies will compete in different formats. Based on their rankings, the Empire will release substantial rewards. Each examination is a clash of the Academy's strengths. Has the Dark Academy never placed in the top 10? Xia Xiaotian frowned. Was that senior Natasha unable to do so either? Loretta shook her head. The best result was achieved 2 years ago by Natasha, who ranked 21st. However, Natasha is now a third-year student and can no longer participate in the year-end examination. Our Dark Academy seldom has students with qualifications above level 5. Only new students can participate in the year-end examination? Xia Xiaotian was somewhat astonished. Indeed, the rewards for the top 10 are incredibly enticing. The first place even gets the opportunity to dine with the king personally and participate in hunting activities together, Loretta explained. Xia Xiaotian's heart skipped a beat as if he had grasped a key insight. Noticing Xia Xiaotian's strange expression, Loretta refrained from commenting further. Although Xia Xiaotian had not been particularly interested in the examination, given his multitude of pressing matters, the allure of the first-place rewards stirred something within him. Dining with the king, participating in royal hunting activities, this was undoubtedly the opportunity that Queen Erica had spoken of, though reluctant to be manipulated by her. He felt an inexplicable yearning at the mention of the fallen phoenix. He realized that since consuming that precious vampire bloodline, his body had undergone a profound change. As if a mysterious vessel within him craved the infusion of new blood, he might have developed an insatiable desire for that rare bloodline. Upon returning to the classroom, Natasha was idly manipulating a dark magic spear that constantly shifted in form. Junior, you finally returned. I didn't eat you. Natasha was about to jest when she suddenly gazed at Xia Xiaotian in disbelief. Senior Natasha? Xia Xiaotian scratched his head. Essence runes? Natasha regarded Xia Xiaotian with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, although Xia Xiaotian did not reveal the runes on his forehead. Natasha seemed to see through it at a glance. Sister, how did you manage that? Natasha's eyes shimmered with intensity as she looked at Loretta. I did not engage in any premature cultivation. This is his own achievement, Loretta shrugged, somewhat helpless. Impossible. When you left just now, he had no rune aura at all. How could he become a novice rune master in just a few hours? Natasha regarded them with suspicion. Natasha, the qualification assessment may have been erroneous. His potential may have reached level 1 or higher. He is our Dark Academy's trump card this year. Loretta's eyes sparkled with cunning as she spun this tale. Level 1 potential is indeed a trump card. With this, our academy may achieve something significant this year. Xia Xiaotian smiled slightly. I can only say I'll do my best. But senior and professor perhaps do not hold too lofty expectations. Xia Xiaotian understood deeply that if he were to top the year-end examination, it would likely benefit the academy immensely, which explained Loretta's considerable focus on him. How could level 1 potential be misjudged? Is such potential truly so formidable? A novice who has never encountered runes managed to condense his essence runes within mere hours. Natasha seemed to be grappling with disbelief, muttering to herself. You must achieve first place. Observing the exhilarated expression of Queen Erica, Xia Xiaotian silently acknowledged the truth in her words. This was the best opportunity. He had not anticipated that after so many years, the Empire would increasingly value fresh bloodlines, granting an audience with the king. However, the first place would not be easily obtained. Xia Xiaotian hesitated. Chapter 8. The Secrets of Amplification and Intermediate Rune Arts in the Dimly Lit Chamber, Xia Xiaotian. In his vampiric form, sat with his eyes closed in deep meditation. Invisible strands of black silk converged from all directions towards his forehead. The enigmatic runes of his essence subtly intensified, although still at a nascent stage. The meditation of a rune master is a formidable practice, a monotonous routine that every rune practitioner must undertake daily. As the foundation for casting rune arts, the essence runes serve as the wellspring for every rune master's spells. Indeed, in this form, absorbing dark elements came effortlessly. Slowly, Xia Xiaotian opened his eyes, savoring the potent energy of the dark elements. After devouring the power of his vampiric lineage, he had developed a certain sensitivity to the dark elements. This prompted him to ponder whether absorbing the bloodlines of other elemental affinities might enhance his aptitude in those elements as well. He rose and scrutinized his body with great care. Despite having experienced this transformation numerous times, he was still amazed by the enhancement of his senses in this vampiric form. His hearing and vision had been elevated to an astonishing degree. Furthermore, the strength of this body was remarkable, though he had yet to master the wings that sprouted from his back. Despite its numerous advantages, Xia Xiaotian felt that this form should not be revealed lightly. After all, vampires are regarded as monstrosities by humanity. Should he unveil the full extent of his vampiric form, it was easy to imagine the dread and suspicion it would evoke. Nevertheless, the innate qualities bestowed upon him by his vampiric lineage were already sufficient for him to stand out. After a brief hesitation, he activated the essence runes on his forehead, conjuring a pitch-black magical sphere in the air before him. With a command, the sphere erupted. Although the explosion's radius was limited, its power was impressive. The initial level rune art, Shadow Sphere, was one of the first spells Xia Xiaodian had attempted, belonging to the foundational branch of dark arts. Having been a month since his enrollment, Xia Xiaodian had completely mastered this simple initial level spell, yet he felt it was far from enough in light of the year-end examination approaching in 4 months. How's your training with the Shadow Sphere progressing? Loretta languidly leaned against the door of the meditation chamber, appearing somewhat lethargic. Xia Xiaodian had grown accustomed to her demeanor. Without further ado, he activated the runes on his forehead, and a sphere brimming with dark energy manifested, hurtling towards Loretta. In a surprising twist, just before the black sphere made contact with her body, it was devoured by a suddenly appearing miniature black hole. Not bad. It seems you haven't been slacking off, Loretta remarked, her eyelids drooping slightly, a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Teach me something new. Otherwise, how can I compete with the prodigies from other academies? Xia Xiaodian sighed. I can only do so much. Loretta nodded. This year, the Dark Academy has only recruited a little over 100 students. And there are none with qualifications above level 5 like you. I have no choice but to place my bets on you. While it is common knowledge that novice rune masters can only utilize initial level spells, geniuses and prodigies abound in this academy. To stand out in the year-end examination, you must treat intermediate rune arts as your trump card. Will my rune power be sufficient to support the use of intermediate spells? Xia Xiaodian questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. Typically, it would be challenging, but each academy has its own solutions. What do you mean? The secrets of amplification, Loretta replied. Over the past month, Xia Xiaodian had systematically and thoroughly familiarized himself with various fundamentals of the rune master world. The secrets of amplification is a unique type of spell that does not belong to any elemental branch. While it lacks the ability to decisively defeat an enemy in combat, it can unlock latent potential, compressing the rune power within the body, allowing the caster to temporarily possess an amount of rune power that exceeds their usual limits. In summary, it is a remarkable spell that can instantly enhance one's physical prowess in battle. I had thought that the secrets of amplification were exceedingly rare. It seems the academy has long been prepared, Loretta retorted. Afterward, she tossed him a key shimmering with black light and a white note. This is your entry pass to the Grand Library, and the other is a suitable intermediate spell for your studies. Remember, quality trumps quantity in rune arts. Select 1 or 2 that are appropriate. Casting intermediate spells can be extremely difficult for novice rune masters. Even if you learn 100, you might only have time to cast one in a real battle. Xia Xiaodian nodded, only to suddenly inquire, the Grand Library? Doesn't our Dark Academy have these books? Only the Grand Library holds spells of intermediate level and above. Generally, entry passes are only granted to those advancing to the 3rd year, before heading to the Central Grand Library of the Academy. Xia Xiaodian made a short visit to the Wind Element Academy to see Ailu. Upon his arrival, Ailu greeted him with excitement, sharing amusing anecdotes from her studies of runes. He noticed that she had changed into a clean, crisp blue academy uniform, her aquamarine hair elegantly styled, likely attended to by Madame Ross. He wondered if Madame Ross intended for Ailu to excel in the year-end examination, but Ailu did not bring up the topic, nor did he feel inclined to ask. Look, it's that person from the Dark Academy, always clinging to Ailu. Surely, she wouldn't be interested in him. Ailu is the future star of the Wind Element Academy. How could she possibly fancy someone from the Dark Academy? She is just unaware. Once she realizes how diminished the dark elements are, she will surely distance herself from him. Xia Xiaodian overheard the murmurs around him. However, he paid no heed to those who coveted Ailu. When the year-end examination arrived, they would soon learn who truly deserved to stand beside her. By the time Xia Xiaodian arrived at the Grand Library, dusk had already fallen. Fortunately, the academy had no curfew, so it posed no issue. The Grand Library, located in the heart of the academy, spanned an expansive area, with a towering white tower rising beside it. Upon entering the library, a thin gray iron curtain blocked his path, revealing rows of bookshelves behind it. Pass. If you wish to enter the library, present your pass. Startled by the sharp, demanding voice, Xia Xiaodian regained his composure to find a diminutive girl with transparent wings hovering before him. She was so small that she could not possibly be human. Who are you? I am the guardian spirit of the library. If you wish to enter, you must present your pass. Xia Xiaodian felt a flicker of intrigue, but maintained his composure as he produced the black key. Ah, it's Loretta's key. You may access all books on the 2nd floor and below, the charming female guardian spirit said, stepping aside to reveal an opening in the barrier. As Xia Xiaodian entered the library, he glanced back at the haughty guardian spirit. Guardian spirit, he mused, a strange stirring within his blood. Chapter 9, Rune Warriors Elves. Xia Xiaodian was not overly astonished, as he was evidently aware of the existence of such beings within the academy. At the far western end of this continent, there was rumored to be an elven kingdom, Navia, far removed from human territories. There, countless powerful elven elders had lived for generations. However, in other regions, Many lost elven tribes also existed. The elves were a cooperative race, naturally forming alliances with various other races. Xia Xiaotian felt an inexplicable yearning for the elven bloodline. The elves were innate masters of light elements, endowed with exceptionally long lifespans and profound wisdom, making them ideal subjects for consumption. Yet, Erica had once told him that only beings with a certain bloodline density could be devoured, and even if he could consume this library guardian now, it would position him firmly against the Empire, making it difficult to gain access to the king. To devour this elven bloodline, a meticulous plan was essential. Xia Xiaodian ascended to the second floor of the library, searching among the rows of bookshelves for tomes on runic arts written on the letter. The Dark Academy. And already a novice rune master, you must be a new student as well? Xia Xiaodian looked up to see a well-dressed young man in white standing before him, the emblem of the Wind Element Academy adorning his chest. Hello, I am Xia Xiaodian from the Dark Academy, he introduced, extending his hand for a symbolic handshake. Your name does not sound like one a Carthaginian would bear, the young man, named Our, remarked sharply. Xia Xiaodian refrained from responding, merely smiling quietly. Since you are a new student yet perusing intermediate rune arts here on the second floor, you must be the one the Dark Academy has high hopes for this year. Our seemed to imply something deeper. Are you curious about my relationship with Ailu? Xia Xiaodian inquired directly. That girl truly possesses quite a charm. It won't be long before the entire Wind Element Academy revolves around her. Our's expression darkened as Xia Xiaotian's blunt deduction of his intentions left him feeling somewhat disadvantaged. Ailu is a rising star in the Wind Element Academy, with first-tier aptitude. Though lacking a special bloodline, she is still considered a talent worthy of cultivation. And our family holds her in high regard. We would prefer she does not associate with unremarkable individuals. Our's words finally revealed a hint of provocation. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaotian slowly set down the tome of runic arts in his hand, leaning closer to Our and whispering, regardless of your family background or whatever absurd notions your family holds about Ailu, or your own inappropriate feelings towards her, as long as I do not wish it, do not entertain any further thoughts. Xia Xiaotian spoke as if stating an established fact, yet Our sensed a chilling undertone. Even a hint of murderous intent. Who exactly was this Ailu to him? A brother? Or perhaps a boyfriend? Our furrowed his brow. It had been a long time since someone had dared to confront him in such a manner. He had always looked down upon the Dark Academy, and now he felt a surge of readiness for confrontation. There are few in this academy who dare to speak to me and my family in such a manner. I cannot fathom the source of your confidence, or if you are simply ignorant. Nevertheless, you are set to participate in the year-end tests. I hope you can still speak to me this way then. Without waiting for Xia Xiaotian to retort, Our turned and walked away. A cold glint flashed in Xia Xiaotian's eyes. After absorbing the bloodline of the vampires, he was no longer the peaceful youth yearning for the outside world. A bloody essence had gradually seeped into his disposition. Ailu was his forbidden fruit, and he had truly felt a murderous impulse towards Our. If he could consume the king's bloodline and gain sufficient strength, he must ensure Ailu breaks free from Erica's control. He envisioned a future where Ailu would be entirely free, and those daring to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards her. Rubbing his hands together, Xia Xiaotian returned to his readings. Time slipped away, and the library was eerily empty. Before he knew it, it was deep into the night. Finally, Xia Xiaotian sighed, setting the book down and sitting beside the flickering candlelight, pondering deeply. So far, he had skimmed through the 4 tomes inscribed on the letter: Solidification, Magic Hand, Shadow Arts, and Ripple Arts. These texts corresponded to the 3 major branches of dark element transformation, summoning, and illusion, with Ripple Arts serving as an amplification secret technique. Solidification involved the exquisite control of elemental forces, allowing dark elements to coalesce into various physical weapons for attacks. A month ago, Loretta had demonstrated this by solidifying numerous gigantic black rivets before him. Magic Hand forcibly summoned a powerful dark demon's arm, allowing its manipulation for a limited time. Summoning was a rather unique form of rune art, heavily reliant on luck. It was said that with good fortune, one could even summon an ancient demon's arm of astonishing power. However, the quality of the summoned entity was difficult to control, a clear drawback of summoning arts. Rune masters adept in the summoning branch often relied on quantity to achieve tactical objectives. Shadow arts represented a potent category of illusions, though Xia Xiaotian did not favor such a combat style. While illusions could rapidly enhance one's power, their limitations were significant. Thus, he found himself needing to choose between Magic Hand and Solidification. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly thought of Queen Erica. Queen Erica was evidently a formidable rune master, yet she seemed to wield a blood-red long sword as her weapon. This prompted Xia Xiaotian to wonder, do rune masters employ weapons in battle? Thus far, all the rune arts he had learned could be unleashed without the aid of any objects, and it appeared that battles between rune masters typically commenced from a distance, rendering the use of cold weapons disadvantageous. Was the sword wielded by Queen Erica merely ceremonial, Or did it possess some other hidden utility? Xia Xiaodian began to seek out literature concerning the relationship between runes and weapons. After several more hours, deep into the night, Xia Xiaodian finally located the information he sought. The weapon wielded by Queen Erica was likely a runic weapon, forged from precious materials and inscribed with numerous runes by the blacksmith. The user could activate the power contained within through their own runic strength, due to the nature of combat. Such rune masters were required to maintain formidable physicality to harness the power of the runic weapon, thus earning them the title of rune warriors. Rune warriors. Xia Xiaodian felt a surge of excitement, as he had gained sufficient physical strength after transforming into a vampire, making it a viable path for him to consider. Yet, the subsequent information indicated that only high-tier rune masters contemplated becoming rune warriors, as wielding runic weapons demanded a substantial expenditure of runic power, and such weapons were exceedingly rare. Generally, novice and intermediate rune masters could not afford their upkeep. High-tier rune masters were already considered the backbone of the empire, sought after and requiring a degree of financial stability to pursue the path of a rune warrior. Of course, the primary barrier for most was the daunting requirement for physical strength, though this posed no issue for Xia Xiaodian. Even without transforming into a vampire, his body was sufficiently robust. Nevertheless, the majority of rune masters remained physically frail. Xia Xiaodian's heart burned with ambition, for the literature suggested that rune warriors represented the most formidable class of rune masters. As he weighed the pros and cons, Xia Xiaodian gradually shifted his focus toward the profession of blacksmithing. Chapter 10. The Griffin Mission. The Forge Masters are renowned figures within the realm of rune artisans. They possess the extraordinary ability to permanently inscribe incantations onto various objects, imbuing these items with magical properties, such as storage rings, communication stones, and rune weapons. Collectively referred to as rune artifacts. Apart from rune weapons, nearly all forged items can be utilized by ordinary individuals, granting them capabilities akin to those of rune artisans. Consequently, forge masters enjoy considerable wealth, as their creations have a broad market appeal. However, the process of inscribing runes onto objects is exceedingly arduous, particularly since the runes must be ones that the forge master can personally cast. This complexity results in a scarcity of individuals pursuing this vocation. To become a forge master means to sustain oneself through the maintenance of rune weaponry, naturally elevating one to the status of a formidable rune warrior, someone to be reckoned with. Yet, this ideal is a common aspiration shared by many. The thought of dedicating oneself to mastering an overwhelming array of incantations solely for the purpose of forging rune artifacts seems a fruitless endeavor. Who possesses the requisite energy and resolve for such an undertaking? Why not aspire to be a high-level rune artisan or a rune master? Nevertheless, Xia Xiaodian has not entirely relinquished hope. He organizes his knowledge of the solidification and magical hand intermediate runes, as well as the ripple technique, and resolves to attempt to become a rune warrior. Having absorbed the bloodline of the vampire clan, his physical form has become extraordinarily powerful. If he does not harness this strength, it would merely serve as a fade. Since he and Alu have boarded the ship of Queen Erica, they cannot remain passive. At least not until the situation spirals entirely out of control. They must possess the capacity to resist. Furthermore, he has already promised Professor Loretta that he would place in the top 10 of the year-end examination, making it imperative that he does not slacken his efforts. Becoming a powerful rune artisan now appears to be a matter of destiny and survival rather than mere interest. Unbeknownst to him, the pale rays of dawn outside the library gradually broke into his line of sight. Xia Xiaodian, feeling somewhat fatigued, stretched and departed from the library. After a brief respite, he sought out Loretta, who, upon noticing that he had not chosen the shadow technique as a branch of illusion, seemed unfazed. In the weeks that followed, Loretta subjected him to rigorous training. Having already mastered the shadow sphere and dabbled in both solidification and magical hand intermediate runes, Xia Xiaodian's combat prowess surged. On the expansive platform, a series of sonic booms erupted as several sleek, ebony iron spikes shot through the air towards Loretta's face. With a gentle wave of her hand, a spinning, jet-black umbrella materialized before her, deflecting the spikes with a clash of metal. Xia Xiaodian, undeterred, deftly executed the ripple technique. Instantly, the rune on his forehead solidified further, sending forth waves of dark energy that radiated outward. Meanwhile, the remaining spikes around Loretta launched a frenzied assault. Yet the umbrella deftly countered Xia Xiaodian's offensive. Unfazed, he executed a one-handed upward motion, summoning a colossal purple magical hand, tainted with chaos and malevolence, which burst forth from beneath Loretta's feet. Just as the magical hand seemed poised to crush her, Xia Xiaodian showed no signs of restraint. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Loretta smiled slightly, her previously languid demeanor suddenly illuminated, and her somewhat revealing professor's attire took on a more alluring quality. Xia Xiaodian, quick to react, slapped himself to regain focus, only to feel a tap on his shoulder moments later. To think you could condense solidified dark elements without casting the ripple technique. You are nearing the level of an intermediate rune artisan, Loretta remarked, appearing unexpectedly behind him. Not when your minor illusions can so easily manipulate me, Xia Xiaotian sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Loretta's smile broadened as she said, if you achieve the standard of an intermediate rune artisan before the year-end examination, securing a spot in the top 10 should be well within your grasp. Over the past few weeks, Xia Xiaotian had engaged in countless combat drills with Loretta. According to her, combat experience was fundamental to the year-end examination, and accumulating such experience was of utmost importance. You have already begun to demonstrate your capabilities. The speed of your progress is unprecedented. You need to take a break from the academy for some focused training, Loretta declared suddenly. She then handed him a golden scroll. This is the academy's bounty list. A practical rune artifact that automatically records the latest bounty tasks issued by the academy, such as hunting rune beasts, exploring ruins, and tracking down fugitives. These tasks provide you with opportunities to sharpen your combat skills, she explained. Xia Xiaotian unfurled the scroll, discovering numerous bounties listed, some of which fluctuated in real time. Are you suggesting I undertake some practical tasks to hone my combat skills? Precisely. Remember to select tasks suitable for novice rune artisans. Avoid higher-level assignments. Each year, numerous students perish while attempting to complete tasks. This is a matter of life and death. It was no wonder that Carthage focused on cultivating its reserve forces, providing students with such practical opportunities even during their academic years. Xia Xiaotian suddenly noticed that each task was accompanied by a varying numeral. These numbers represented the reward points that could be exchanged for various rune artifacts, books, and personal guidance from professors upon task completion. Nodding thoughtfully, Xia Xiaotian fell into deep contemplation. The central hall of the academy bustled with activity as second and third-year students moved in and out, submitting and accepting bounty tasks. At the very center of the hall stood a massive crystal monument, upon which the names of students flickered continually, each accompanied by a numeral indicating their accumulated reward points. Xia, you're back again. Xia Xiaotian heard Natasha's voice, turning to find her clad in a red robe, her white hair cascading elegantly. Natasha was among the most strikingly beautiful third-year students, and as a rare dark arts student, she attracted considerable attention. The sight of her engaging with an unfamiliar student piqued the curiosity of many, who began to investigate Xia Xiaotian's identity. Senior Natasha, Xia Xiaotian greeted, preparing to depart. Are you here to accept the task? Yes. Are you interested in collaborating? She proposed a beginner-level task requiring a team of 5. Xia Xiaotian furrowed his brow. Senior, you can't be serious? Collaborative tasks, he knew, were high-difficulty endeavors requiring multiple participants. Yet, Natasha was an intermediate rune artisan. Why would she seek to partner with a newcomer like him? Having completed only a few simple tasks, he felt unworthy. Noticing the doubt in Xia Xiaotian's eyes, Natasha quickly clarified, this task is issued by the Empire's Griffin Pin, aiming to retrieve a crazed old griffin that has wandered into the Half-Moon Forest. It has been classified as a beginner-level task during the evaluation, but despite its age, it is cunning and has caused many teams to fail. The rewards have increased significantly. It doesn't sound too dangerous. Xia Xiaotian mused, feeling intrigued. He had never anticipated that the rewards from this endeavor would be beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 11. The Griffin and the Nest. On a bright morning a few days later, Xia Xiaotian packed his belongings and donned a lightweight black robe in preparation for his journey. Their destination was the heart of the Half-Moon Forest, where it was rumored that the previous expedition in pursuit of the deranged old griffin had lost its trail deep in the southwestern part of the forest. The griffin had sustained injuries and was unlikely to leave the area swiftly. Xia Xiaotian soon arrived at the academy's teleportation hall, a bustling place filled with numerous teleportation arrays leading to various parts of the empire, which greatly reduced travel time. The hall was alive with the comings and goings of individuals, some of whom emerged from the arrays bearing severe injuries, suggesting they had undertaken formidable tasks. Yet, despite the arduous nature of these missions, countless students flocked to them, for the time allotted for training at the Royal Rune Master Academy was a mere 3 years. During this time, the points they earned could be exchanged for rare tomes and artifacts that were nearly unattainable outside the academy. This distinction set the academy's rune masters apart from self-taught practitioners. The former enjoyed not only the guidance of rune masters, but also the comprehensive resources supported by the empire. As Xia Xiaotian scanned the area, he spotted Natasha, beaming with a smile and waving at him, her dimples appearing charmingly. Today, she wore a red robe with a hood that discreetly concealed her creamy long hair, making her less conspicuous. Senior, are you alone? Xia Xiaotian inquired, noticing that Natasha seemed to have no companions. They should be at the designated location preparing ahead of us. Let's hurry along, Natasha explained, graciously taking Xia Xiaotian's hand and leading him toward the teleportation array. Having undertaken many preliminary tasks recently, Xia Xiaotian had gained experience with the teleportation arrays. Yet he felt a tightness in his chest, as he beheld the shimmering silver runes beneath his feet. With a soft pop, the two vanished into the array, blending seamlessly into the throng of passers-by who paid them no mind. The moment the teleportation concluded, the humid air of the half-moon forest rushed into Xia Xiaotian's nostrils, a scent he was all too familiar with. You haven't teleported such a long distance before, have you? This place is over 100 kilometers from Half Moon City. The maximum range one can teleport without a protective talisman, Natasha remarked. Xia Xiaotian nodded. Indeed, going any farther would affect our bodies. However, he felt confident in his ability to teleport even greater distances, as his physique was considerably stronger than that of an average rune master. Noticing Xia Xiaotian appeared unharmed, Natasha was somewhat taken aback, uncertain if he was merely putting on a brave face or genuinely unaffected by the long-distance teleportation. Is this the place? Xia Xiaotian asked, scrutinizing his surroundings. Aside from the dilapidated teleportation platform beneath their feet, they were enveloped by dense eucalyptus trees, with no sound of flowing water, indicating they were far from any main road. Natasha, without further ado, led the way southwest from the teleportation array. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a rare clearing where 3 academy students were engaged in some rune magic. Upon noticing Xia Xiaotian and Natasha, they halted their actions and greeted them warmly. Natasha, is this the Xia Junior you mentioned? The leader, a robust young man, inquired with a resonant voice, exuding a hearty demeanor. The 2 others, a man and a woman, displayed expressions of caution. The young man bore the emblem of the Wind Element Academy, suggesting he was from the same institution as Xia Xiaotian, whom he had encountered in the library. Greetings, I am Xia Xiaotian. He introduced himself briefly. Next to me are Ashley from the Fire Element Academy and Andre from the Light Academy. They are both second-year students with a promising chance of reaching the threshold of intermediate rune masters before graduation, he continued, nodding towards his companions. Don't let Nick's foolish appearance fool you. He is also an intermediate rune master, just like me, Natasha chimed in with a smile. Natasha, you're as merciless as ever, Nick replied, shaking his head. Let us skip the pleasantries and discuss the current situation. He tapped his wrist storage ring, and a scroll unfurled before the group, revealing a map of the Half-Moon Forest. The griffin we are tracking bears the Empire's rune mark from the griffin cage. Based on the rune techniques provided by the Empire, we have roughly determined the griffin's direction. However, it is exceedingly cunning, hiding deep within the territory of the forest beasts, and appears to have formed an alliance with a juvenile sphinx. If anyone approaches, the sphinx will proactively drive them away. Rune beasts, akin to rune masters, possess the ability to manipulate rune power, setting them apart from ordinary wildlife and rendering them highly perilous. Some renowned species of rune beasts are inherently formidable. The sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion and the face of a human, specializes in wind attribute runes and is said to possess the ability to tear through space in its adult form. Though the juvenile sphinx is quite young, it possesses enough power to contend with intermediate rune masters, and we remain unaware of when its parents might return. Thus, it is impractical to forcibly abduct the griffin while it is under the sphinx's watchful eye. The group nodded in agreement, but Xia Xiaotian spoke up. This is clearly no longer a preliminary task. Why has it been classified as an intermediate task? Even a juvenile sphinx is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary novice rune master, and it seems only Natasha and Nick could confront it directly. Natasha interjected, Xia Jr. This task was jointly undertaken by Nick and me. When we first began tracking this griffin, it hadn't retreated so deeply. If we report a failure now, we will lose a significant number of student points. This task was escalated due to our initial setbacks. If you 3 are willing to assist us, we can share 60% of the task rewards with you. This level of a preliminary to top-tier group task is an opportunity you rarely encounter. Even with intermediate rune masters leading the way, such rewards are unattainable. Nick added, it seems Natasha has withheld quite a bit from you. At the very least, you were unaware that this task became so challenging due to Natasha and me. What do we 3 novices need to do? Ashley, the girl from the Fire Element Academy, suddenly asked. Nick retrieved a bundle of peculiar blue plants from his storage ring. Blue smoke grass. The sphinx is particularly fond of its scent. The 2 of us intermediate rune masters will use it to lure the sphinx away from its nest, while you 3 subdue the old griffin. Both of you are well-known figures within the academy and have failed to subdue the griffin before. We Andre from the Light Academy hesitated. That beast has already sustained internal injuries from my attack and should be quite weak now. You 3 should be more than capable of handling it. Yet a sense of foreboding lingered in Xia Xiaotian's mind. He felt that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Nevertheless, retreating was not in his nature. After deliberation, the 5 began their preparations. In the afternoon, within a nest on a precipice, the sphinx-like beast was communicating with a creature deep within the nest, its face alight with eager interest. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted in with an ominous breeze, causing the sphinx to rise suspiciously and move toward the source of the smell from the cliff's edge. Before long, three figures sprinting swiftly emerged: Xia Xiaodian, Andre, and Ashley. Without hesitation, they charged into the depths of the nest. Turning a corner in a cavern, they found themselves in a spacious area beneath a grand dome where a crystalline pond lay, and the injured griffin rested by its edge. The lion's robust body, coupled with the eagle's head and wings, epitomizes the griffin, which at this moment bore evident scars on its wings. Without hesitation, Ashley produced a crystal orb upon activation. It radiated a blinding light, intent on drawing the old griffin into its depths. The griffin let out a piercing roar, rising to its feet and vigorously flapping its uninjured wing. A surge of runic light flashed, and a sizable azure tornado surged towards the trio. As the runes on Andre and Xia Xiaoyan's foreheads subtly manifested, dozens of black magic spheres intertwined with thick beams of searing light in the tornado. However, in a mere moment, the tornado evidently faltered under the onslaught, showing signs of dissipating. While the massive griffin appeared to be on the verge of being uprooted by Ashley's crystal orb, the griffin's blood-red eyes surged with madness, and with a chilling cry, the tornado transformed into countless azure blades, hurtling towards the three. This is dire. It has long transcended the realm of a mere novice-level spirit beast. Ashley, in terror, ceased her attempt to absorb the griffin with the orb, conjuring a thick shield of flames before her, while Andre similarly protected himself with a prism-like construct, employing a comparable defensive strategy. The blades seemed inexhaustible, their metallic clinks echoing throughout the lair. Just as the two despaired, realizing their defenses were on the brink of collapse, a colossal black sphere emerged, effectively shielding everyone before it. The solidification technique, a hallmark of darkness. Andre gazed in astonishment at Xia Xiaodian, who stood at the forefront, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Intermediate rune magic. Are you an intermediate runesmith? Ashley finally regained her composure. She had heard of the solidification technique, renowned as the only universal rune art that harmoniously balances both offense and defense. It was said that the solidified dark elements rivaled the defensive prowess of earth elements. However, practitioners of dark elements were exceedingly rare, and those like Natasha, who reached intermediate runesmith status before graduation, were even scarcer. Until now, they had only witnessed the might of the solidification technique. The tempestuous onslaught of blades failed to budge the immense sphere in the slightest. Yet, Xia Xiaoyan's expression was grave. The solidification technique was nearly his most formidable means. Although his ripple technique had yet to be activated, he was keenly aware of the daunting nature of this task. Chapter 12. Subterranean ruins. The griffin's assault finally ebbed, leaving it visibly innervated and its movement sluggish. Are you a mid-level runesmith? Ashley inquired. Xia Xiaodian demurred. I'm merely a novice. How could I have advanced so rapidly? I simply employed an amplification incantation. Xia Xiaodian offered a dissembling response, as such a degree of defense hardly necessitated the potent augmentation of an amplification incantation. An amplification incantation. It seems you are the Dark Institute's prize protégé this year. Andre regarded Xia Xiaodian with considerable admiration. Both he and Ashley were second-year students, and had yet to acquire an amplification incantation. Let us expedite the dispatch of this beast, Ashley urged, retrieving her crystal orb and approaching the languid griffin, poised to resume her spellcasting. However, Xia Xiaodian discerned a human-like cunning in the griffin's gaze and abruptly apprehended an imminent peril. Flee. Alas, Xia Xiaoyan's reaction was tardy. A thunderous surge of water erupted as an immense metallic hand emerged from the pond. The pond's waters were virtually detonated as the metallic hand unerringly seized the trio of Xia Xiaodian, whereupon it submerged beneath the surface. Xia Xiaodian discovered that the three were immovably ensnared within the metallic grasp, causing him consternation. He earnestly endeavored to activate his core rune, only to find the connection between himself and the core rune tenuous and intermittent. Before long, the trio could perceive the presence of air, suggesting they were no longer submerged. Xia Xiaodian scrutinized his surroundings and discerned that the colossal hand belonged to a gargantuan metallic automaton. The automaton deposited the three in an open space and lumbered back in the direction from whence it came. Where are we? Did that monstrosity drag us to the bottom of the pond? Ashley queried, her voice tinged with trepidation as she surveyed their surroundings. This appears to be a ruin, Andre stated with composure. Indeed, the setting resembled a segment of an extensive fortress, with numerous diminutive structures akin to dwellings visible in the distance. These edifices were constructed of either metal or wood, and the fortress even featured an intricate network of intersecting thoroughfares. The reason they could discern such detail was due to a cerulean sun suspended several hundred meters above the fortress, its emanations providing illumination. Junior? Just as the three were feeling disoriented, a distant voice galvanized their spirits. Senior colleagues, Xia Xiaodian exclaimed, equally astonished. The individuals were none other than Natasha and Nick, who had been tasked with diverting the Sphinx. Following the reunion of the quintet, Xia Xiaodian learned that during the process of the two mid-level runesmiths distracting the Sphinx, the Sphinx seemingly detected a sound. Abandoning its pursuit of the blue smokeweed and lingering at a pond, appearing poised to return to its lair imminently, having not yet received the signal of success. The two dared not allow the Sphinx to return prematurely. Thus, as the Sphinx prepared to depart, they took a perilous gamble and forcibly detained the rune beast. Subsequently, their experiences mirrored those of Xia Xiaodian and his companions. They too had been abducted by the colossal metallic hand and transported to this vast subterranean ruin. We were afforded no opportunity for resistance. The metallic giant's body seems to be composed of materials that insulate against runic energies, Natasha lamented. Given that even two formidable mid-level runesmiths were unable to escape the giant's dominion, Xia Xiaodian refrained from further contemplation and quietly remarked, "These two rune beasts likely anticipated our arrival. The Sphinx has likely resided in the Crescent Forest for generations and possesses intimate knowledge of its forbidden locales. We have been ensnared in their trap." The others nodded in agreement, yet they were resigned to their fate. None could have foreseen that they would be outmaneuvered by two beasts. "How do we depart from this place? The metallic giant has not directly harmed us, but it hardly seems amenable to negotiation," Nick observed, his spirits dampened by the setback, the most significant he had encountered since attaining the rank of mid-level runesmith. "Is it possible to establish runic contact with the outside world?" Xia Xiaodian inquired. Natasha promptly shook her head. "I have attempted it, but the mysterious power here that insulates against runic energies is potent, somewhat akin to the giant's aura. We cannot reach the outside world." Xia Xiaodian furrowed his brow and proposed, "Let us first examine our surroundings." The quintet proceeded to investigate the fortress's interior, traversing its thoroughfares, and discovered notable findings. The fortress contained numerous desiccated skeletons belonging to humans, rune beasts, and wild animals. However, the most prevalent remains were those of a diminutive humanoid species, comprising over 70% of the total. "These must be dwarves," Natasha suddenly surmised. "That is plausible. This must be a subterranean dwarven ruin. Dwarves are virtually all innate artificers, known for constructing subterranean ruins that insulate against runic energies and impede communication with the outside world." Ashley concurred. "Dwarven subterranean ruins," Xia Xiaodian exclaimed in astonishment. Dwarves were a renowned race on the continent, characterized by their diminutive stature, sturdy physiques, and passion for creation and forging. However, the dwarves were a nearly extinct race. It was said that the benevolent Navian elves in the western reaches of the continent had provided refuge for a segment of the dwarven population, while none remained in the human territories of the eastern continent. The reasons for their near extinction were known only to the great elves of Navia. This subterranean ruin was likely an ancient dwarven fortress. The quintet eventually arrived at the fortress's heart, where a towering spire stood. The wooden doors of the spire were ajar, as if someone had recently entered. "Let us investigate," Nick declared, taking the lead and pushing open the doors. The group entered a vast hall. Within, they beheld numerous thick glass platforms, each adorned with resplendent treasures. Rune greystone, runic explosive, weapons, runic weapons. Exclamations of astonishment reverberated through the hall as the group gazed upon the trove of exquisite runic artifacts, each possessing considerable value. However, once their initial excitement subsided, the group recognized the predicament. So many precious treasures, untouched. The difficulty of departing from this place, Xia Xiaodian finally articulated. They exchanged apprehensive glances, their spirits sinking. "What was that sound?" Natasha suddenly interjected, causing the group to tense and hold their breath. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A diminutive crimson bat emerged from a corner of the hall. The group released a collective sigh of relief, only to realize that the sounds were growing more frequent. Within mere moments, a swarm of bats poured forth from the corners, assailing the group. These are not ordinary bats, they are rune beasts. The quintet activated their core runes and began to eradicate the diminutive rune beasts. Numerous bat rune beasts were felled by runic spells, but more emerged from the unknown corners. Witnessing the sheer magnitude of the rune beast swarm, Nick and Natasha ceased to hold back. Natasha unleashed a solidification incantation, transforming dark elements into countless whirling ebony darts that sought out the scent of flesh, while Nick conjured a cyan vortex of bladed wind about himself, emulating the tactics of the griffin. Vast swaths of bats were obliterated into sanguine mist, yet their overall numbers showed no sign of diminishing. Andre and Ashley's attacks, however, proved largely ineffective against the diminutive bats. Seeing that the quintet was encircled, Xia Xiaodian activated his ripple incantation, unleashing waves of dark energy from his core rune. He bellowed and channeled all of his runic power, conjuring dozens of colossal ebony demonic hands. The two mid-level runesmiths experienced a palpable reduction in pressure. When Natasha and Nick witnessed Xia Xiaodian's display, their eyes widened in incredulity. After a quarter of an hour, the rune beast swarm began to abate, and the other four directed their gazes towards Xia Xiaodian. "Are you a mid-level runesmith?" Nick was somewhat incredulous. A rune master capable of effortlessly controlling a dozen magical tendrils should undoubtedly stand out among intermediate rune masters. Xia Xiaodian shrugged, remaining silent. My junior here is personally taught by Professor Loretta. He possesses first-level dark aptitude. Natasha suddenly interjected. First level? Impossible. How could no one know that the Dark Academy has a first-level talent this year? Nick clearly harbored doubts, yet Xia Xiaoyan's earlier display was undeniably extraordinary, suggesting he was no ordinary novice rune master. I am indeed merely a junior rune master. What I just demonstrated was my utmost capability. If there were to be another wave, I would be incapable of assisting my two senior brothers, Xia Xiaodian remarked with a hint of resignation. The group gradually quelled their astonishment, preparing to depart. However, Andre and Ailey, having already witnessed Xia Xiaoyan's solidification technique, were less taken aback. Here, this is for you, Natasha said, tossing a storage ring to Xia Xiaotian. Senior, this is what you deserve. It contains a portion of the treasures from earlier. Regardless of whether you have truly become an intermediate rune master. You were one of the main contributors just now. I noticed you weren't wearing a storage ring and likely Haven Tea yet redeemed your points. Xia Xiaotian accepted without hesitation. Donning the ring and gently activating it with his runic power, indeed feeling the multitude of items within. The five rested in a clearing for quite some time, having divided the treasures among themselves. Naturally, Xia Xiaodian, Natasha, and Nick received the lioness share, while Andre and Ailey displayed no grievances. Although we have acquired these items, we remain at a loss regarding how to exit, Nick mused, toying with a diamond-shaped stone radiating pure runic energy, his voice somewhat somber. Suddenly, an idea struck Xia Xiaotian, igniting his excitement. Those bats earlier, Natasha, overhearing him, also appeared to grasp the implication. Clearly, those bats were reproducing in abundance, indicating a source of sustenance nearby or a passage to the outside world. We must investigate where these bats are infiltrating the tower from. Return. Andre's voice reflected evident trepidation. Staying here would merely lead to our demise. The food we carry is sparse, and if we prolong our stay, we may meet the same fate as those corpses, Ailey interjected, her eyes slightly reddened. Chapter 13. The Dwarven Treasure Chamber. The group did not rest for long before returning to the clearing outside the tower. An unspoken understanding kept them from stepping forward. With Natasha removing her hood to reveal her bright, flowing white hair, slightly tattered from battle. As the leader of the Dark Academy, she deeply regretted involving Xia Xiaodian in this perilous endeavor. This junior possessed first-tier dark talent, making his ascension to professorship almost certain. Should anything happen to him, Loretta, who was as close as a sister to her, would undoubtedly suffer an unprecedented blow. The recent appearance of the swarm of magical beasts had escalated this mission beyond the scope of novice rune masters. Although she had correctly stated that the presence of living creatures indicated an exit, the sheer number of these swarm creatures was uncertain. If the beasts they had just vanquished were merely the tip of the iceberg, their venture into this domain would be tantamount to seeking death. Just as Natasha was about to suggest entering first, Xia Xiaodian interrupted her. Junior, you. Nick scratched his head, unsure of how to dissuade him. Although he prided himself on being a model senior, when lives were at stake, he lacked the courage to take the lead. Meanwhile, Andre and Ashley dared not speak. The recent danger still vivid in their minds, they had felt like mere fodder amidst the swarm. No. We cannot be sure if a beast king or more swarms lie within. Natasha's eyes were filled with concern. Yet, Xia Xiaoyan's heart was anything but calm beneath his composed exterior. He sensed a familiar aura, one that resonated with his own vampiric lineage. During the earlier skirmish with the small bats, he had detected something amiss, and now that he stood outside the tower once more, the sensation jolted him awake. The scent of blood, that alluring yet deadly fragrance, was reminiscent of what he had encountered in the blood-red space. These bats must harbor a bloodline as potent as his own. With this thought, Xia Xiaoyan's heart surged with fervor. His unique constitution craved the essence of this lineage. However, he had not entirely lost his rationality. He understood that rewards came with risks, yet he held a glimmer of confidence in his ability to survive. After all, he had yet to utilize his vampiric transformation, which could dramatically enhance his strength. We have explored numerous places. We shall inevitably return here. I will accompany you, Natasha declared resolutely, having made up her mind. Seeing her determination, Xia Xiaodian found no reason to refuse, and thus agreed, deciding to take it one step at a time. Nick, you three wait here. If I do not send you a message or we do not return, do not recklessly enter. Upon hearing Natasha's warning, Nick nodded gravely. Once Natasha and Xia Xiaodian ventured into the tower's interior, Nick and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Senior Natasha seems to have a close relationship with that junior, Ashley remarked, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Andre shook his head. Natasha is the eldest daughter of the Lewis family. She cannot easily fall for an unknown man. I believe she is attracted to Xia's potential. After all, the Lewis family employs countless rune masters. Nick nodded in agreement. If Xia is indeed as Natasha claims, possessing first-tier talent, then his future as a professor is nearly assured. Having a professor-level rune master on their side before he rises to prominence would undoubtedly benefit their family greatly. Ashley remained unconvinced, sensing a hint of wavering in Natasha's tone. The hall was still in disarray. Although they had hastily collected some treasures before leaving, there were still remnants behind. A few blood-red bats lay struggling on the ground. And without hesitation, Xia Xiaodian unleashed a small shadow orb, obliterating the remains of the magical beasts with a soft pop. They did not converse, but silently advanced deeper into the hall. In the shadows, the rustling sounds grew increasingly dense. It appears this is the place, Natasha finally spoke. Snapping her fingers. A brilliant flame ignited from the crevice of her fingers, illuminating the space with the power of fire runes, serving as a makeshift light. Beneath the glow, they spotted a wooden board resembling a basement entrance. However, it was covered in gnaw marks, clearly left by the bats, and the stairs leading down appeared ominous. A cellar? Or an ordinary basement? Xia Xiaodian was entirely unfamiliar with dwarven culture. This is the dwarven treasure chamber, Natasha replied, gesturing to the bite marks on the board. Look closely. The marks indicate different eras. This wood is no ordinary material. You mean these boards took the bats' ears to gnaw through? Xia Xiaodian inquired, astonished. Not just that. There are residual rune traces on this wood. Though faint, they are indeed present. This cannot be a place to seal these magical beasts, can it? Xia Xiaodian was taken aback. Shall we venture down to investigate? Natasha suggested suddenly. In the depths of the passage, the two locked eyes amidst the flickering flames. Xia Xiaodian, gazing at Natasha's serious and breathtakingly beautiful face, had a fleeting desire to whisk her away from this place. Xia Xiaodian bit his tongue to stay focused. Slowly descending the staircase to the treasure chamber, while Natasha allowed the flame to hover in midair, trailing closely behind him. Before long, they reached the bottom, where a vast space unfolded before them. Natasha magnified the flame several times, raising it higher to illuminate the entire area. The enormous treasure chamber was piled high with countless wooden boxes, stacked upon one another endlessly, though most were battered and seemed to have been ransacked. Rune Greystone. So much rune Greystone. Natasha exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at the remnants within the boxes. Senior, what exactly is rune Greystone? Xia Xiaodian picked up a thumb-sized piece of gray stone left at the bottom of a box, faintly sensing the aura of runes emanating from it. Rune Greystone is a precious material used by advanced rune masters to refine chaotic power. Chaotic? Xia Xiaodian nodded. Having heard that advanced rune masters must enhance their primary rune circuits with advanced attributes to become masters. Indeed, Natasha continued, the advanced attributes include decay, creation, time-space, and prophecy. These four attributes are inherently inseparable, collectively termed chaos. The rune Greystone contains this chaos. Although in minuscule quantities, it significantly accelerates an advanced rune master's journey to mastery compared to direct meditation. Moreover, this stone can hasten a rune master's recovery of power. Such an abundance of benefits. Xia Xiaodian was astounded, realizing why Natasha was so taken aback. However, the method by which these rune masters are created makes it exceedingly difficult for them to achieve further advancement. Nevertheless, these artifacts possess undeniable value. I have encountered one in the outer hall, albeit only a small fragment. I had not anticipated the presence of such a multitude here. Though the remaining gray stones within the boxes are sparse, it is remarkable that each nearly stacked box retains some remnants. It is unfathomable to consider how many such runic gray stones reside within the entire treasure chamber. These runic gray stones serve as a hard currency among rune masters, and it appears we have struck a significant fortune this time. I can hardly imagine how many runic gray stones were present when these boxes were intact. The two individuals examined the damaged edges of the boxes, confirming their suspicions. It seems that these rune beasts, particularly the bats, have consumed quite a bit, as some rune beasts are known to devour nearly anything. Natasha, clearly feeling a tinge of regret, refrained from mentioning the topic of dividing the treasures and instead continued to search for new discoveries. However, when their gazes converged once more upon several small iron boxes, a flicker of anticipation sparked between them. They quickly pried open these boxes, revealing their contents in full view. Inside were 3 genuine high-level runic tomes. One was a scroll inscribed in Dwarven, its purpose unclear, while another was a void crystal ball capable of storing non-physical entities, including memories or past visions. Natasha provided a brief introduction to these valuable items. Just call me Natasha when no one else is around, she said, winking and smiling, clearly intoxicated by the treasures. Momentarily forgetting her predicament of being unable to find an exit. These items are ours alone to discover, Xia Xiaodian noted without a hint of guilt on his face. 50-50? Which runic gray stones are included? Natasha replied with a mysterious smile. Of course, but these items. Xia Xiaodian gestured towards the various artifacts extracted from the small iron box. Natasha softly remarked, I do not require the dwarven secrets or the memory crystal, but these high-level runic spells are essential for me. Xia Xiaodian frowned slightly, But these spells are neither dark nor fire attributes. Don't you think it unfair to take them? As the heir of the Lewis family, I must consider my family's needs. Even spells unsuitable for me are desperately required by my family. The high-level spells exchanged for student points are exorbitantly priced, and one must swear to never disseminate them outside the Lewis family. Xia Xiaodian had indeed heard of the famed Lewis family of Rinmasters, whose business traverses both the mundane and runic realms, leaving their mark across several nations within human territories. He was astonished to learn that Natasha was an heir of the Lewis family. My affiliation with the Lewis family is not a secret. However, it would be unfair to hand over all the high-level spells to me at once. Upon returning, you may freely select a high-level dark attribute spell suitable for yourself from our family's library to imprint for future use. Xia Xiaodian, without overthinking, readily agreed. For at that moment, he was genuinely more interested in the void crystal and the dwarven scroll, sensing their worth surpassed even that of the high-level spells. Natasha, it seems there is no exit in sight. Discussing our return seems a bit premature, Xia Xiaodian remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 14. The Coffin and the Boy. Upon hearing Xia Xiaodian's words, Natasha became significantly more alert. As Xia Xiaodian stowed away his own treasure, his heart was filled with doubt. At that moment, he realized that he could no longer sense the presence of the vampire lineage. Just moments before descending into the treasure chamber, he had felt its faint aura. It was as if the bloodline, sensing the presence of a hunter, had concealed its essence. After a quarter of an hour, the two had thoroughly ransacked everything in the treasure chamber. Although most of the items had been consumed by bats, what remained was sufficient for both to amass considerable wealth. Yet, despite their bountiful haul, Natasha wore no smile. These rune beasts, the bats, survived solely on consuming rune ash stones? Xia Xiaodian found it hard to believe. Even the most extraordinary of creatures were still living beings. How could these feeble rune beasts thrive by feeding on stones imbued with rune power? As the two pondered their predicament, the long-absent scent of the bloodline re-emerged. Be careful, Xia Xiaodian warned. But before he could finish, the entire treasure chamber was suddenly drowned in a chorus of squeaks. The swarm of bats had not yet been cleared. Observing the tide of bats surging forth, the two felt no fear. Instead, they simultaneously invoked a solidification spell, transforming dark elements into various solid, sharp blades that danced through the air, unleashing a rain of crimson upon the bats. With only the two of them present, Xia Xiaodian could not afford to hold back. He maximized the amplification spell, striving to prevent the bats from drawing near. However, after just a few minutes, he sensed that his reservoir of rune power was nearly depleted. He had already cast enhancement spells twice that day and had repeatedly disregarded the class restrictions to utilize intermediate rune techniques, causing the runes on his forehead to become somewhat disordered. Noticing Xia Xiaodian's waning strength, Natasha gritted her teeth and retrieved a dark iron block from her storage ring. Xia Xiaodian, shield your body. With the last remnants of her rune power, she infused the iron block with fire attributes and hurled it toward the center of the swarm. Just as Xia Xiaodian's defensive dome enveloped them both. With a thunderous roar, the dome was instantly shattered, but Natasha, prepared for the explosion, held a round shield adorned with rose patterns in front of Xia Xiaodian. The blast obliterated most of the bats in the chamber, while the shockwave that struck Natasha's shield merely resonated with a metallic clang before dissipating. After the rune bomb detonated, Natasha looked at the astonished Xia Xiaodian and smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Natasha shook her head. I was also a bit foolish. Even with your remarkable talent, your training time is limited. You have already done more than what an entry-level rune master could achieve today. If I were to conceal my abilities now, it could endanger us both. Xia Xiaodian glanced at the rose-edged shield in Natasha's hand, suspecting it to be a rune weapon, but seeing no intent from Natasha to elaborate. He kept his thoughts to himself. This is the only rune bomb I have left. One was taken by Nick in the hall. We must hurry and find where these bats emerged from. If another wave comes, I will be powerless. As Natasha spoke, she stowed the shield away, and they began to search the treasure chamber for anomalies. They did not search for long before discovering a massive tear in one wall, its edges enveloped in flesh-like tissue, quivering slightly as if alive. This opening must be opening and closing periodically. Let's investigate, Xia Xiaodian surmised, stepping boldly through the breach. With Natasha following closely behind, aware of the urgency. The scene inside astonished them. It appeared they had entered a cavern, its stone walls smeared with grotesque flesh. After progressing a short distance, they stumbled upon a vast stone chamber, at the center of which lay a coffin. A vampire's lair. Natasha's words jolted Xia Xiaodian to attention. Approaching the coffin, they found it ajar, revealing the corpse of a strikingly handsome boy clad in black robes. Xia Xiaodian noted that despite the boy's alluring yet sinister appearance, there was no trace of the vampire lineage emanating from him. Could it not be him? Xia Xiaodian mused internally. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. As he reached to pull Natasha away from the coffin, a swift crimson lightning bolt shot toward her face. Caught off guard, Natasha emitted a startled gasp before collapsing to the ground. Supporting her, Xia Xiaodian realized she had not lost consciousness. Quick, let us leave. Natasha felt utterly weak, unable to muster even a sliver of rune power. As Xia Xiaodian prepared to carry her back the way they came, the passageway seemed to close upon itself, evidently refusing to reveal itself again. Simultaneously, the boy in the coffin appeared to awaken, poised to regain his mobility. This is a trap, we are doomed. Natasha, in despair, closed her eyes in Xia Xiaodian's embrace. Frantically scanning the stone chamber, Xia Xiaodian noticed an entrance directly opposite the passage they had entered. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into the form of a vampire. With immense wings flapping powerfully, Xia Xiaodian dashed toward the entrance, cradling Natasha in his arms like lightning. Meanwhile, the boy remained in a daze, though his gaze had shifted to Xia Xiaodian. Upon entering the passage, Xia Xiaodian discovered it led to an unfathomable abyss, with a blue sun faintly visible at the apex of the ceiling. Who are you? Natasha, now wide-eyed and astonished, gazed at Xia Xiaodian, whose appearance had morphed into that of a vampire, complete with wings and glistening fangs. With no time to converse, Xia Xiaodian struggled to master the use of his wings, barely managing to fly. Startled by his own speed, he fought to control his wings, ascending toward the cliff above. As long as they could return to the ruins, help from Nick and the others would be within reach. That boy was definitely beyond his current capabilities, and with Natasha compromised, retreat was the only option. Blood-red eyes. Wings, you truly are a vampire, Natasha observed, her expression a mix of complex emotions as she regarded the anxious Xia Xiaodian. However, as Xia Xiaodian noticed the ground drawing nearer, the walls of the chasm suddenly began to close in, as if to trap him within. Glancing down, he saw that the abyss had vanished, replaced by converging stone walls that were steadily rising. The black-robed boy stood at the center of the ascending walls, his expression emotionless as he watched Xia Xiaodian approach. Surveying his surroundings, Xia Xiaodian realized that the walls had indeed ensnared them both like living entities. Landing opposite the boy, he whispered to Natasha, Natasha, I will hold him off for a while. You must try to contact Nick and the others, and find a way to restore your ability to move. With a look of complex emotions, Natasha nodded gently. After setting her down, Xia Xiaodian fervently began to replenish his rune power, focusing intently on the boy standing at a distance. You may not be a vampire, yet you lie in that coffin. Fangs bared quite the macabre amusement. Xia Xiaodian attempted to provoke him. The youth touched his lips, tilted his head, and suddenly spoke. How long has it been? And now I have encountered living vampires. Your blood is exquisite, and your bodies are immortal, granting me more time. The boy's voice seemed to possess a magical quality that penetrated the very nerves. You can manipulate the terrain here and claim that the blood of your kind is delectable. Allow me to guess your identity, shall we? A look of interest suddenly appeared on the boy's face. On the other hand, Xia Xiaodian was elated. If he could delay for just a second longer, Natasha would succeed in giving him a significant advantage. Are you a descendant of the dwarves? A powerful dwarf who has seized the body of a vampire? A hint of disdain flickered in the boy's eyes. That diminutive creature is unworthy of being associated with me. As he spoke, unexpectedly, 3 pairs of wings sprouted from his back, surpassing even Xia Xiaodian's 2 pairs. A 6-winged vampire. Xia Xiaodian found it hard to believe that such a formidable vampire had been usurped by this youth. You are one of the vampires who, due to certain circumstances, has turned traitor and begun to slaughter your kin. The boy shook his head, interrupting. Young vampire, though you possess the ability to completely conceal your vampiric aura upon entering the End Fortress, do not attempt to be clever before me. The human behind you has been struck by my withering power. Unless I perish, he shall never regain the ability to move. The boy's speech grew increasingly fluent, as if he had fully awakened. Xia Xiaodian licked his lips, his gaze filled with despair. The withering power is a domain accessible only to runic masters, thus, this boy must possess a strength akin to that of Lolita. Furthermore, the boy's aura exuded an overwhelming pressure, leading Xia Xiaodian to believe he was more than just a runic master. You sensed our presence the moment we entered this End Fortress, didn't you? Xia Xiaodian inquired, a spark of realization igniting within him. Ha ha ha. The very ground of this fortress is my corporeal form. Even the scrap metal is merely a mimicry of my shape crafted by those diminutive insects. I'm aware of every occurrence within this realm. The madness in the boy's tone could no longer be concealed. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Xiaodian recalled the flesh-like tissues on the walls. Those moving walls and stone surfaces, as if struck by lightning. The seemingly natural landscapes and dwarven creations were, in fact, manifestations of the boy's true essence. After the shock and despair subsided, a surge of madness suddenly welled up within Xia Xiaodian. What bloodline does he possess? Such an extraordinary being, could I possibly devour him? Chapter 15. Counterattack with the earth as its bones and the abyss as its body. Even the iron giants forged by the dwarves are merely clumsy imitations of this being. What manner of creature is this? One thing is abundantly clear. The essence of this youth is not that of a giant, at least not an ordinary one. On this continent, The tallest giants stand nearly 40 to 50 meters high. Why have you yet to eliminate us directly? Do you harbor some reservations? As Xia Xiaodian spoke, he concentrated his power, channeling the runic force into his hand. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. How do you mask your vampiric aura? Even the gods of heaven cannot conceal their essence before me. Tell me how you achieve this. The 6 wings behind the youth fluttered slightly, propelling him with the swiftness of lightning to stand before Xia Xiaodian, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. In that life-threatening instant, Xia Xiaodian suddenly turned to glance at Natasha, who lay motionless on the ground, her expression one of despair. Upon seeing the resolute look in Xia Xiaodian's eyes, Natasha suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a silent incantation, Xia Xiaodian summoned forth the runic power far exceeding that of an ordinary novice or even intermediate rinsmith, directing it all into a single summoning array. The youth furrowed his brow, shielding himself with his wings. A deafening crash reverberated as a massive black hand, adorned with intricate dark veins, materialized from Xia Xiaodian's right side, striking the youth and sending him flying. The malevolent aura emanating from the black fist was overwhelming, exuding a ferocity that seemed poised to break free from Xia Xiaodian's grasp and launch an assault. Natasha, sensing the youth's fleeting moment of disarray, seized the opportunity to summon her ornate shield, dispelling the withering force within her body and restoring her mobility. She rushed forward, supporting Xia Xiaodian, her expression a complex blend of shock and urgency. At this moment, Xia Xiaodian's aura was severely diminished. Though his body struggled to regain strength, it remained a futile effort. The youth emerged slowly from the indented wall, his expression tinged with irritation. Such a crude and rudimentary summoning array managed to conjure the hand of an ancient demon. Luck had favored him, as Xia Xiaodian's gamble had granted Natasha a chance to act. However, you are far too weak. The youth vanished once more, while Xia Xiaodian exerted every effort to command the demonic hand into a defensive stance. Yet, the terrifying hand was suddenly torn asunder, its entire arm dissolving into black smoke. After a ringing metallic sound that echoed in the air, the youth noticed a shield of light standing protectively before Xia Xiaodian and Natasha. The ornate shield in Natasha's hand radiated a brilliant red light, momentarily thwarting the youth's assault. Frustration welled within the youth. Although he had only just awakened and his power was not yet restored to its zenith, he was assured that mere insects could not withstand him. Ha ha ha. The youth scoffed, azure-gray flames igniting upon his arm, a wave of despair and decay rushing forth. The withering force. Natasha murmured in despair, channeling all her strength into the shield. The flames upon the shield blazed ever brighter until they formed the shape of a 3-legged monstrous bird. Yet, the youth's arm, cloaked in decay, silently pierced through all defenses, extinguishing the flames in an instant, leaving Natasha gravely injured and bloodied. The hand, ablaze with the fires of decay, locked firmly around Xia Xiaodian's neck. Since you refuse to share the secret of your concealed aura, I shall inquire about your soul. Moreover, your body still holds some value. At that moment, Xia Xiaodian had completely lost the ability to act, yet a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk graced his lips. The youth, with a hand untainted by the withering flames, moved lightly atop Xia Xiaodian's head, preparing to extract his soul. Suddenly, as if scalded by Xia Xiaodian's essence, the youth released his grip, the flames of decay erupting violently, his piercing scream resonating through the realm as if the very heavens were collapsing. From Xia Xiaodian's forehead, a silver vortex emerged. At its center, a faceless silver head licked its lips as though sated from a recent feast. You dare to harm my soul? The youth bellowed, his fury causing the fortress to tremble. Natasha, numb and bewildered, could no longer fathom what hidden trump card Xia Xiaodian could possibly unveil next. At long last, this day has arrived, ancient monstrosity. Who would have thought that this untouched little world could harbor a power capable of wounding your very soul? Suddenly, a mist of blood surged forth from behind the youth, a blood-colored figure with a sinister laugh emerging, radiating a potent vampiric aura. Indeed, Xia Xiaodian's gamble had borne fruit. The 6-winged vampire that had possessed the youth was not entirely vanquished. Its soul lingered within him. I have ground your soul to dust. How can you still exist? I have examined this body. The youth exclaimed in rage. The blood-colored figure, with a fervent inhale directed at the youth's head, drew forth streaks of blue divine light. Hehehe, in matters of understanding the vampiric form, how could you possibly know more than one of your own kin? Now is not the time for our struggle. That insect over there harbors a creature capable of devouring souls. The youth struggled against the blood-colored figure, entangled in a fierce battle. The blood-colored figure, upon hearing the youth's words, realized it was already too late. Xia Xiaodian's forehead vortex opened wide, and the faceless head inhaled sharply. The blood-colored figure and the blue soul within the youth were drawn towards Xia Xiaodian as if meeting their nemesis. The blue soul emitted a final wail, swallowed whole. Meanwhile, the blood-colored soul trembled beneath the silver vortex, paralyzed in fear, utterly subdued. I have a few inquiries for you. Xia Xiaodian stated coldly to the blood-colored figure. If I answer, will you spare me? Before the blood-colored soul could respond, a portion of the crimson light was violently extracted, and it finally comprehended the true peril it faced that day. What manner of being occupies your body? I do not know. I only know it hails from the great void at the center of the cosmos. The void? The void is the realm that harbors worlds. This continent is merely a small world on the fringes of the void. Xia Xiaodian expressed surprise, but maintained his icy demeanor. How does one depart from this fortress? Chapter 16. Secrets and prophecies. As long as the end puppets are offered some runic gray stones as compensation, they will dispatch individuals. Otherwise, one must forcibly breach the runic defenses of the fortress. However, the runic restraints here were personally sewn by a native deity of this world, making it exceedingly difficult to break through. The end puppets? Xia Xiaodian furrowed his brow. These were the metallic puppet giants forged by the dwarves. And the blood-red soul seemed to gaze longingly at the eager silver head, appearing quite fearful, ultimately answering all questions in meticulous detail. Xia Xiaodian chuckled softly. One last question. Do you know to which race my ability to restrain souls belongs? You are a visitor from the void of annihilation, that mysterious race, seemingly insignificant, with strange names, yet harboring monsters that devour souls within. The very race that obliterated the old paradise in ancient lore. You have returned. The blood-red soul's emotions surged into a frenzy, while Xia Xiaodian unhesitatingly commanded the silver head to consume the soul entirely. The blood-red soul did not even emit a cry. As the vortex dissipated, Xia Xiaodian's vampiric form began to change. His fangs and claws gradually vanished, and his physique was reinforced to an incredible degree. Sprouting two pairs of powerful new wings from his back, Xia Xiaodian felt somewhat dazed, although he had an inkling that he could entirely devour an enemy's soul upon their encroachment upon his own. The sudden appearance of the faceless head sent a shiver down his spine. A monster that devours souls was concealed within him? While this creature seemed to completely adhere to his will, it still instilled a sense of unease in Xia Xiaodian. The terms void of annihilation and ancient era mentioned by the blood tribe earlier felt premature for him to grasp. He could only delve into their meanings once his strength truly burgeoned. As for his lineage, he might have finally unraveled the thread of its mystery. Upon returning, he would certainly seek out his father in Liquor Town for answers. Xia Xiaodian's thoughts returned to the present as he sensed the immense power of his new body, discovering with delight that his innate runes had reached the level of an intermediate rune master. Although his reserves of runic power far exceeded those of an ordinary rune master, the transformation of his innate runes marked a qualitative change in his abilities. Transforming effortlessly into a human form, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person, he turned to find Natasha. Her expression one of numbness. We've been saved, Xia Xiaodian shrugged, feeling a twinge of luck. The adversary he faced initially seemed insurmountable. Yet he had fortuitously reaped the benefits as his opponent fell prey to his abilities. I am human, Natasha said. Xia Xiaodian was uncertain how to explain. But Natasha did not strike him as someone incapable of reason. He had no desire to resort to lethal measures. Natasha smiled wryly. I feel as though I have witnessed a battle I should not have known about, learning many things that were not meant for me. Xia Xiaodian frowned. The revelation of his greatest secret to Natasha posed considerable complications, potentially obstructing his future plans concerning the king. The Lewis family was deeply intertwined with the heart of the empire. If not for you, we would both perish here. Natasha suddenly broke into a radiant smile, leaving Xia Xiaodian momentarily stunned. By the name of the eldest daughter of the Lewis family, I vow never to expose any of Xia Xiaodian's secrets. Natasha gestured with her finger, using a dark elemental edge to carve a wound. Blood floated, forming a crimson rune that seemed to respond to Natasha's oath, glowing with red-black light before vanishing moments later. This is a prophecy of the dark attribute, a secret vow of my family. Anyone who violates this oath will perish immediately. Natasha fixed her gaze on Xia Xiaodian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. Xia Xiaodian was entirely unprepared for Natasha's swift and decisive oath, yet this greatly alleviated his burdens. Let us depart. We have gathered enough. Xia Xiaodian noted the surrounding rocky platform was on the brink of collapse. Soon, the stones would plunge into the abyss below. You have wings and can soar from here, while I possess nothing, Natasha remarked, toying with the ends of her white hair, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Ah. Xia Xiaodian disregarded Natasha's startled protest, wrapping her in his arms and taking flight, ascending higher as the rocky platform crumbled beneath them, revealing an endless chasm. Natasha's warm, delicate form in Xia Xiaodian's embrace appeared enchanting, and though he seemed resolute, he had wrestled with his inner turmoil for quite some time. Natasha's breath, heartbeat, and the warmth of her skin struck Xia Xiaodian profoundly. He realized just how light and soft her body was, unlike any other. Even Elu had never been cradled like this. You are the most gifted rune master I have ever encountered. Setting a trap for such a formidable foe as a novice rune master demonstrates a decisiveness I have never seen within my family. Hearing Natasha's praise caused a rush of blood to surge to Xia Xiaoyan's cheeks, making him too bashful to meet her gaze. I do not know the extent of your mysterious identity, but I have not felt the sensation of being protected in a long time. Natasha, my rescue of you was merely to save myself. I am not as noble as you perceive. Had I been able to abandon you and flee, I would not have hesitated. Xia Xiaoyan bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain composure. Natasha chuckled at his awkwardly serious expression. Your response pleases me, senior. I know you have that child from the Air Element Academy, Elu. Let us not dwell on this. When we return to the ruins, you must conceal your wings from Nick and the others. If we return successfully, the gains from this journey will equal what one typically earns in 3 years of missions. Xia Xiaoyan felt a surge of excitement. High-level runic techniques, a plethora of runic gray stones, numerous dwarven artifacts, and the scrolls and void crystals acquired in the treasure chamber could significantly enhance his strength with some organization. While Xia Xiaoyan did not believe these items would enable him to resist or counter Queen Erica's grasp, they would at least provide him with a measure of self-defense in the face of impending storms. As for the year-end examination, he felt a burgeoning confidence. Before long, Xia Xiaoyan spotted the cliff's summit, the azure sun glimmering in the distance. Upon flying out of the chasm and returning to the ruins, he was astonished to see the rift begin to heal itself. Gently placing Natasha down, he observed the ground mending and pondered a question. Had the soul of that bizarre colossal being truly vanished entirely? He silently sensed the remnants of the blue soul he had absorbed, discovering that he could not extract any lineage from these souls. Meanwhile, the blood tribe's soul had instantly elevated his bloodline purity to a new tier. The disparity was evident. It seemed that once he attained greater strength, a thorough exploration of this place would be necessary. Deep within the earth, in some unfathomable distance, a voice suddenly echoed. Ah, a piece of my spinal cord has been consumed. Dwarf, how did you protect my body? Upon their return from the tower's opposite side, Nick, Andre, and Ashley were utterly astonished to see Xia Xiaoyan and his companion. Ashley keenly observed that Natasha was now following closely behind Xia Xiaoyan, seemingly deferring to him. How did you two return from that direction? Did you discover anything? Nick inquired, scratching his head in disbelief. Xia Xiaoyan shrugged, explaining, the fortress's underground passages are a labyrinth. We became disoriented and were compelled to seek an alternative exit. However, we have gained some insight into how to leave this place. Indeed, Andre exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Natasha nodded, stating, within the tower's subterranean chambers, we discovered several murals. From these, we have deduced a method of departure. Xia Xiaoyan glanced back at Natasha, surprised by her confident demeanor, which seemed genuine. Natasha met his gaze briefly, offering a subtle wink. What must we do? Nick asked, flexing his shoulders with anticipation. Natasha gestured towards a corner of the fortress, remarking, if all goes as planned, we may not need to intervene directly. The group of 5 returned to the platform where the enigmatic iron giant had seized them. Natasha produced a runestone of considerable size, patiently awaiting developments. Suddenly, the rhythmic clang of metal against the ground echoed from the distance. Emerging from the shadows, the giant lumbered into view. Despite possessing enhanced vampiric lineage and having attained the rank of mid-tier runesmith, Natasha still felt a palpable sense of intimidation emanating from the approaching iron colossus. As if sensing the presence of the runestone, the giant knelt, presenting its immense silver head to Natasha. Escort us out, and this is yours, Natasha declared. The giant, seemingly understanding her words, unceremoniously scooped the 5 into its grasp and retraced its steps into the shadows. Giving him the runestone just like that? What a waste, Nick whispered. Natasha demurred, compared to her lives, the runestone is inconsequential. Xia Xiaoyan, lost in thought as he gazed at the giant, recalled the vampires it had consumed, referring to it as the Doomsday Automaton. The fortress itself was apparently named Doomsday Fortress. The name resonated with an ominous sense of impending doom, and he wondered if it bore any relation to the decline of the dwarven race. Upon their return to the surface, Andre and Ashley collapsed, utterly spent. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. This mission will likely be deemed a failure. It would be prudent to designate this area as a restricted zone, preventing other students from inadvertently stumbling in, Natasha suggested. The others readily concurred. And soon they embarked on their homeward journey. Within the imperial palace, a red-haired maiden bearing a striking resemblance to Queen Erica lounged languidly upon the throne, a goblet of wine in her right hand. Your Majesty, Aaron from the vanguard has returned, a guard announced from beside the throne. Let him enter, then. Let him join me for a drink, the maiden slurred, reclining against the throne with exaggerated abandon, seemingly unconcerned. The guard, accustomed to the monarch's impropriety, gestured for Aaron to enter. Your Majesty, the youth named Aaron intoned, kneeling before the throne with apparent reverence. Aaron. Yes, you are Aaron. Well, did you find any trace of Monsk? The maiden inquired, her gaze fixed absently on the ceiling. No, General Monsk and his entire company have vanished. I have consulted the prophets at the Holy See. General Monsk appears to be deceased. Prophecy, a high-level attribute, was both mysterious and revered. Runesmiths who attained the rank of runesmaster through this enigmatic attribute often joined the Holy See, becoming prophets. The prophets, it seemed, had already discerned the passing of General Monsk. Dead. Monsk, my uncle, is also dead? The maiden's expression remained impassive, her eyes as vacant as ever. Although General Monsk's whereabouts remain unknown, our investigation along his intended route revealed that he stayed in the border town of Lacourville. While there, he was asked by the town's mayor to escort 2 children to the Royal Runesmith Academy. So what? Monsk was merely earning a bit of coin. The maiden remarked dismissively. However, the 2 children did not disappear. They enrolled safely in the academy. I have accessed their records. The maiden finally exhibited a flicker of interest. Oh? Do you suspect these children of having off Monsk? Both Aaron and the guard visibly bristled at the monarch's words, but dared not voice their dissent. And no, of course not, Your Majesty. While these children are unlikely to be the culprits, they may possess some knowledge of the events. The maiden drained her goblet, her face flushed. Do as you see fit. I grant you my approval. As Aaron, relieved, prepared to depart, the monarch abruptly changed her mind. Hold, she commanded, tossing the goblet aside. It shattered upon impact. Your Majesty? Aaron inquired, puzzled. When will Eris return? The maiden asked, her tone uncharacteristically serious. Your Majesty. Lord Eris will not return for at least a week, the guard replied respectfully. The maiden pondered for a moment. Then, Aaron, you need not investigate further. I shall meet these students myself. Both the guard and Aaron stared in disbelief. Your Majesty, that is far too dangerous. What if these 2 are indeed responsible for Monsk's death? Danger be damned. If I die, Eris might even rejoice, the maiden retorted. Aaron insisted, Your Majesty. Under no circumstances will I allow you to go alone. My humble status as a runesmaster should suffice to protect you. The maiden replied listlessly. You all know what I desire. I merely wish to enjoy myself. This is a rare opportunity to escape Eris's censure. You may accompany me, but you must not interfere with my amusement. Aaron readily agreed, though inwardly displeased. To think that the sovereign of a nation could be so feckless. Should neighboring countries discover this, they might well launch an invasion the very next day. However, the true power behind the throne lay with Lord Eris, the de facto ruler of the Carthaginian Empire. The maiden before him was but a figurehead. Xia Xiaodian was roused by Natasha not long after he had retired. Let us visit my family's trading house. There, you may exchange your various treasures for items you require. You may also select the advanced rune skill I promised you. Xia Xiaodian, of course, had no reason to refuse. Chapter 18. The Forging Blueprint standing before the grand establishment of the Lewis Trading Company. Xia Xiaodian gazed at the bustling crowd and the intricate rose carvings adorning the top of the building, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. This was indeed the favored locale for rune masters, replete with the most skilled appraisers and blacksmiths, as well as regular grand auctions and betting on the outcomes of various rune master duels. The year-end examinations of the academy were among the most significant wagers. Natasha, with a charming air of self-promotion, was undeniably captivating. Her exquisite features had already drawn numerous admiring glances. Let us step inside, Xia Xiaodian suggested, noticing the growing throng of onlookers. Is your family's emblem a rose? He inquired suddenly. Indeed, Natasha replied with a smile. The rose symbolizes the Lewis family. Xia Xiaodian recalled the rose pattern on the round shield Natasha possessed, likely a secret rune weapon of the Lewis lineage, designed to grant protection to its bearer in critical moments. Natasha led Xia Xiaodian to a serene and welcoming reception room on the 2nd floor of the trading company. Allow me to call Grandpa Regis for an appraisal. He is the finest appraiser here, she said, pouring a cup of tea for Xia Xiaodian while effortlessly using rune magic to contact the appraiser. Before long, a sprightly elderly man entered, his expression one of relief upon seeing Natasha. Natasha, you have finally returned. The clan leader warned me of imminent danger to your life and urged me to bring you back quickly. The academy personnel said you were on a mission. Natasha shook her head. Grandpa's prophetic abilities are indeed quite accurate. Although this time was a bit perilous, the rewards were substantial. Turning to Xia Xiaodian, she added, if you have any rune items you wish to sell or appraise, you can entrust them to Grandpa Regis. He is an expert in this field. Upon hearing the term prophetic abilities, Xia Xiaodian paused for a moment but soon retrieved several rune items from his storage ring that he did not fully comprehend. Oh, you are a junior of the family? A mid-tier rune master at such a young age. Why have I never seen you before? Regis inquired, noticing the rose emblem on Xia Xiaodian's storage ring. Natasha interjected, that is the ring I gifted him. He is not of our lineage, merely my friend. Regis gazed at Natasha in astonishment. He had never witnessed her introduce an outsider as a friend before, instantly sparking his curiosity about Xia Xiaodian. Master, do these scrolls and this ethereal crystal ball have any connection? Xia Xiaodian asked without hesitation, presenting the 2 mysterious items. Regis seated himself opposite Xia Xiaodian and began to examine the scroll intently. Dwarven script, and an ancient branch of it at that. It appears to document several forging methods for rune items. No, more accurately, it is a blueprint for several rune weapons. Rune weapons? Xia Xiaodian echoed, his excitement palpable. Indeed, Regis continued. Though rune weapons are merely one category of rune items, they are the most precious, especially this blueprint, which originates from the dwarven race. Its value is indeed considerable. What is it? Natasha inquired. Regis furrowed his brow, stating, upon cursory examination, the blueprint outlines methods for forging 4 types of rune weapons. However, aside from the first weapon, which could be feasibly produced, the materials required for the other 3 are entirely unknown to me. Are there materials even Grandpa Regis cannot identify? Natasha's mouth fell agape in shock. Regis shook his head. It is not necessarily that I do not recognize these materials. It could also be that the blueprint is too ancient, and some names have changed over time. Yet the final weapon requires something called the heart of the world, and the sun? This sounds utterly preposterous. The sun? The heart of the world? Xia Xiaodian searched his mind, having never heard of the heart of the world. But as for the sun, could it be the very sun in the sky? Regardless, the first weapon could theoretically be crafted. If the materials and rune engravings proved too elusive, one might consider creating a replica. However, the latter rune weapons were a mere fantasy. At least no one in Carthage would dare claim they could produce a replica. The more Regis examined the scroll, the more astonished he became. The concepts within the blueprint were remarkably extravagant yet surprisingly feasible. If this young friend wishes to create a crude replica of the first weapon, the Lewis Trading Company can indeed assist, but the cost, suddenly, Natasha playfully tugged at Regis's beard, adopting a coaxing tone. Grandpa Regis, he is my friend. It's merely a replica. What harm could it do to make it for free? If necessary, deduct it from my allowance. Regis glanced at Xia Xiaodian and Natasha, a wry smile spreading across his face. You are aware that the most challenging aspect of crafting rune weapons lies not in shaping the weapon itself, but in the engraving of the runes. The runes required for this weapon are incredibly arcane. Only a rune master of exceptional skill could decipher them. Even with simplification, it would require a master runesmith of the clan leader's caliber to engrave them. I am utterly incapable of such a task. Xia Xiaodian, undeterred, pointed to the ethereal crystal. Master, perhaps we should examine this crystal ball first. Regis, perplexed, picked up the crystal and invoked his rune power to investigate its interior. What? Regis was struck dumb, as if he had been hit by lightning. Grandpa Regis? Natasha exclaimed, observing Regis's ghostly expression. Her curiosity piqued. Where did you acquire these 2 items? Regis asked, his demeanor gravely serious. Xia Xiaodian shrugged. These 2 pieces are a set, are they not? Regis was on the verge of pulling out his own beard as he slowly replied. Indeed, it is a set. The scroll is a forging blueprint, while the ethereal crystal contains the rune images needed for the crafting. With such clear images, even I could replicate and engrave them. Although it is only a portion, with enough study and contemplation, I could eventually replicate the entire thing. Regis fixed Xia Xiaodian with a penetrating gaze and said solemnly, if you had entered the shop alone today, rather than as Princess Natasha's friend, I would have forcibly taken that crystal ball, regardless of the shame it would bring to the family. Grandpa Regis? Natasha stared in disbelief at the elderly man, while Xia Xiaodian gestured for her to remain silent. Master, if I am not mistaken, the rune images within this ethereal crystal are invaluable materials for replication. I am willing to leave this crystal with the Lewis Trading Company, but what are your terms? Regis appeared to have anticipated Xia Xiaodian's response. Quite simple. Your company must promise to provide me with rune engraving services for my weapon at no cost in the future. And the cost associated with the weapon's forging need not concern your company. Just like that? Regis questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. Precisely, just like that. Regis suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. These precious runes could occupy him for a lifetime. And it was entirely plausible that the Lewis family's forging craft could reach its zenith. His cheeks flushed slightly as he said, young friend, do not jest. These items are far too valuable. We can certainly prepare a competent replica for you, requiring merely a few weeks to furnish you with a crude version inscribed with some runes. A replica. Master, if I were to express my desire for the genuine article, could you provide me with a price? Chapter 19. The Great Scythe, Feathers, and Scrolls. Regis squinted his eyes, gazing intently at Xia Xiaodian. In theory, acquiring a genuine item was feasible, yet the paint known as Huayan Tu could not be obtained with mere ordinary gold coins. Natasha suddenly chuckled and shook her head, saying, Grandpa Regis, just tell us how many rune ash stones you require. Xia Xiaodian can afford it. Regis paused for a moment and remarked, since my young friend truly possesses the capability to commission the Lewis Trading Company to create an authentic piece and is willing to part with such a treasure as rune ash stones, it seems he is in dire need of enhancing his strength through this rune weapon. Xia Xiaodian remained silent, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Natasha interjected, since your transaction seems to be taking shape, I shall take my leave and explore downstairs. With that, she gracefully exited the reception room, leaving only Xia Xiaotian and Regis. Indeed, I am eager to enhance my strength as soon as possible, Xia Xiaotian finally admitted. Regis paced slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and suddenly stated, "If my young friend can truly afford the rune ash stones, the trading company can certainly craft an authentic item. However, some materials are valuable yet elusive. They cannot be gathered overnight." What does the master imply? Xia Xiaotian discerned that Regis had more to say. "I shall request the master blacksmith of the trading company to forge a rough product with the materials currently available, inscribing all possible runes upon it. Once our company gathers the remaining materials and replicates the runes within the void crystal, we can assist you in reforging this weapon." How does that sound? Regis proposed. Xia Xiaotian contemplated for a moment, recognizing that this was indeed the best solution available. However, these materials and runes will require substantial effort and financial resources. It is not that I doubt Princess Natasha or you, my young friend. It is merely a question of whether. As he spoke, Xia Xiaotian subtly gestured, and dozens of rune ash stones materialized in his hand, emanating a subdued glow of runes. "This is merely a deposit," he stated calmly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Regis's eyes, and he beamed. "When the trading company is fully prepared, we shall find a way to contact you, and you may pay the remainder then." Xia Xiaotian nodded in agreement, and suddenly inquired, "There is one more matter I wish to ask the master. What form does this weapon take?" "A scythe." Xia Xiaotian found Natasha in the auction hall on the first floor, where she sat in the back row, looking rather bored. "Is there something you wish to bid on?" he asked as he gently took a seat beside her. "Intermediate light attribute rune technique, blaze technique, starting bid 3,000 gold coins." The price for the intermediate technique soared, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere in the hall. "If I desire something, I shall simply take it. Who in the trading company could possibly stop me?" Natasha teased with a mischievous smile. The next item for bid was a nest of feathers from a shadow eagle, a creature renowned for its ability to conceal its presence. Naturally, these feathers possessed similar properties, with a starting bid of 1,000 gold coins. Xia Xiaotian's attention was suddenly piqued by the appraiser's words, "concealment of presence." If the effect truly proved as remarkable as described, it would be of some utility to him. "Do you wish for it?" Natasha inquired, noticing the change in his expression. Xia Xiaotian subtly nodded, yet he observed that no one else in the room seemed inclined to bid on the shadow eagle feathers. Concealing one's presence could be achieved through specialized concealment runes. Who would opt for these worthless feathers? A dapper young man clad in fine attire conversed with his retinue nearby. "Or," Xia Xiaotian muttered, recognizing the young gentleman as Or, a rising star from the Wind Element Academy, who appeared to possess some influence. However, Or made a valid point. Typically, rune masters seeking to obscure their aura would prefer to study specialized concealment techniques rather than rely on these feathers, which seemed indeed futile. "The nests of shadow eagles are exceedingly rare. Are you truly not going to bid?" The appraiser seemed prepared for the item to go unsold. At that moment, Xia Xiaotian raised his hand. "Oh, this guest has placed a bid, 1,000 gold coins for the first time." Yet, as the auction concluded, no further bids were made. Noticing Xia Xiaotian's satisfied demeanor, Natasha suggested, "Shall we proceed to the library to select your advanced rune techniques?" Xia Xiaotian nodded, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, not far away, Or looked on in disbelief at the jovial exchange between Xia Xiaotian and Natasha. 3 days later, upon returning to the trading company with Natasha, they were greeted by a respectful young attendant awaiting them in the reception room. Natasha guided Xia Xiaotian to the reception room and then vanished. "This is the storage ring containing the agreed-upon items," the young man said, carefully presenting the ring to Xia Xiaotian. Within it lay a size-shaped rune weapon, a pair of wings crafted from feathers, and several gold coins alongside translated forging scrolls. The young man recounted the items with great care. "Thank you," Xia Xiaotian said, suppressing his excitement. Collectively, these items had cost him a third of his rune ash stones, yet he felt no regret. The young man smiled and withdrew. Xia Xiaotian extracted the rune weapon, revealing an enormous black scythe that startled him with its unexpected weight despite his formidable physical strength. The scythe's long handle showcased exquisite black patterns, and its blade exuded an air of danger and elegance, radiating an aura of nobility and extraordinary power. Most rune weapons do not have specific attribute requirements. The effects vary depending on the runes infused. Xia Xiaotian willingly infused a portion of dark attribute energy, causing the scythe to emanate a profound, inky aura with dark, intangible flames flickering at its tip. This was the effect of the Huayan 2 paint that Regis had mentioned. The feather-crafted wings were, of course, designed to disguise as 6 wings, since absorbing the bloodline of the 6-winged vampire within the Inn Fortress. Xia Xiaotian had mastered the transformation of the vampire lineage. Now, manifesting only the wings without revealing other traits was a simple task for him. With the Shadow Eagle's wings as a disguise, he could reveal the fact of his dual wings when necessary, without arousing suspicion of being a remnant of the vampire race. All that remained was the scroll translated from Dwarven. If the rune weapon merely served as a vessel for rune energy, it would lack true strength. Its real power lies in the wielder's ability to correctly trigger the runes inscribed within, utilizing martial techniques, an attack method distinct from rune arts, often leading to unexpected victories. This scroll, as a forging blueprint, naturally included a guide for using martial techniques. Chapter 20. Instant Kill. Yo Yin and Xia Xiaodian silently recited the techniques of the two gigantic scythes, resolutely deciding to master them thoroughly. As these were the only skills available for this crude weapon, the scythe still lacked a name, and after pondering for a moment, Xia Xiaodian decided to call it the Black Flame Scythe. Upon touching his skin, the Black Flame Scythe seemed to sense something, resonating with a series of runic echoes. He steadied his mind and put the weapon away, but his expression suddenly changed. Xia Xiaodian, return to the academy. There are some troublemakers from the Wind Element Academy. Came the voice of Loretta, evidently using some form of sound transmission magic to contact him. Without further hesitation, he immediately prepared to head back to the academy. What? Someone is causing trouble? Natasha exclaimed in surprise. It was perplexing. Even if students from other academies were instigating trouble, could Loretta, as a professor, not handle it? Moreover, what did it mean for her to call him back? Shouldn't it be more appropriate for the senior sister to return in such circumstances? The more Xia Xiaotian thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Never mind, never mind. If those brats from the Wind Element Academy dare to look down on the Dark Academy, we'll just knock them down, Natasha declared, her leadership qualities shining through. However, Xia Xiaodian sensed that the situation was not so simple. As the two approached the academy, Xia Xiaodian suddenly asked, Senior sister, do you know someone named Our? Our. Natasha pondered for a moment before replying, Isn't he from the Wind Element Academy? I remember he is the young master of the devoid family. A family that is a complete vassal of the royal family, engaged in some not-so-appropriate underground dealings. However, compared to our Lewis family, they are still far behind. Xia Xiaodian had a persistent feeling that this trouble was closely related to young Master Our. When they finally returned to the Dark Academy, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance, consisting of students from both the Dark Academy and the Wind Element Academy, along with spectators from unrelated parties. I am here in the name of the royal family to summon Xia Xiaodian. Is your presence here a challenge to the royal authority? Indeed. Young Master Our was shouting at the entrance of the Dark Academy, his demeanor relaxed, seemingly unfazed by Loretta's piercing gaze. Young Master Our. I wonder what urgent matter you seek me for? Our's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy upon seeing Xia Xiaodian and Natasha walking side by side. Yet he did not act upon it. This time, I am not here to trouble you on purpose. A significant figure from the royal family wishes to meet you and inquire about certain matters, Our stated with an air of authority. Oh, where can I meet them? I shall go immediately. Xia Xiaodian responded readily, surprising Our momentarily. He then added, Ahem. This figure insists that before meeting you, you must first experience some hardship. I heard you seldom appear at the Dark Academy, so you must have mastered the runes and no longer need to waste time attending lectures, right? Why don't we engage in some practical sparring instead? Xia Xiaodian could already detect the sourness in Our's tone. Indeed, while the Academy's basic teachings were periodic lectures, those with real potential for distinction in the year-end assessments would naturally receive direct instruction and secret training from professors, a practice common to all academies. Clearly, Our's talents were insufficient in the Wind Element Academy, but that significant figure wants me to experience hardship? Xia Xiaodian genuinely questioned the truth of that statement. Our, however, confidently declared, the De Broglie family never misrepresents the will of the royal family. The figure indeed wishes to test you. Even if the royal family is unreliable, they would not indiscriminately target students, Natasha finally interjected. Seeing Natasha speak up for Xia Xiaodian, Our dared not argue with her and instead turned his attention back to Xia Xiaodian. However, if you plead earnestly for mercy, I could consider selecting a location for a one-on-one match. Xia Xiaodian cracked his knuckles and rolled his neck, eager for the challenge. Gasps arose from the crowd, as this conflict proved to be quite entertaining, regardless of the affiliations of those involved. Loretta's gaze shifted, but she refrained from intervening, knowing Xia Xiaodian would not act recklessly without confidence. Don't expect me to go easy on you. You agreed so readily. If you lose, don't blame me for being too harsh. Our, seeing Xia Xiaodian's casual demeanor, realized he was being underestimated. Xia Xiaodian? I remember that peculiar name. I heard he's the secret weapon of the Dark Academy this year. I feel Our is much stronger, as a young master from a prominent family. He must have undergone more extensive practical training than a poor lad who came from nowhere. How do you know Xia Xiaodian lacks a background? I heard he is closely associated with the Lewis family. I also heard Our has his sights set on the new flower of the Wind Element Academy. It is said that the girl shares a unique relationship with Xia Xiaodian, so Our must. In the square, Our and Xia Xiaodian faced off. Our brushing the dust off his white robe, his expression somewhat grim as he regarded Xia Xiaodian. Since you are the young master and wish for me to suffer, You may strike first. Xia Xiaodian waved his hand generously, playfully looking at Hour. In a flash, a white shockwave surged towards Xia Xiaodian's face. Just as the crowd anticipated Xia Xiaodian would be caught off guard, a black barrier materialized instantaneously, blocking the shockwave. Humph. I certainly did not expect such trivial techniques would be sufficient to defeat Xia Xiaodian, but seeing he hasn't even manifested his core runes, I am still somewhat irritated. Hour thought to himself, it is my turn now. Xia Xiaodian smiled faintly, channeling his runic power as a smooth shadow orb surged towards Hour at incredible speed. Hour's feet glimmered with a green light, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. However, what happened next astounded him. Another orb, then another. Countless shadow orbs began to rain down upon him, seemingly numbering in the hundreds. How could you possess so much runic power? Hour exclaimed, desperately attempting to form a blue barrier with his runic energy to mitigate the onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere moments, Xia Xiaodian ceased his attack, wearing an expression of helplessness. It turned out that Madame Ross stood in front of Hour, having blocked all the incoming attacks. A mid-level rune master. Impossible. Hour was in disbelief. The Dark Academy had a mid-level rune master participating in the year-end assessment this year? It was undoubtedly true, otherwise. How could Xia Xiaodian have unleashed hundreds of shadow orbs at once? It seemed Hour had brought this humiliation upon himself, being defeated by mere basic runic magic. The crowd buzzed with chatter, realizing that Xia Xiaodian had merely unleashed a portion of his runic power as shadow orbs, leaving Hour in a state of utter disarray. Had Professor Ross from the Wind Element Academy not intervened, Hour might have found himself bedridden for quite some time. Show him some mercy, Xia Xiaodian. Hour has indeed been overly arrogant, challenging a mid-level rune master. Madame Ross gazed at Xia Xiaodian in astonishment. She had merely intended to observe the progress of this uniquely gifted individual from the shadows. Yet she was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his improvement in such a short time. If she did not intervene soon, Hour might very well meet a dire fate. Chapter 21 Interrogation. The news of Hour from the Wind Element Academy being instantaneously defeated by Xia Xiaodian would likely spread throughout the academy in no time. Madame Ross. Had I known of your presence, I would not have resorted to such drastic measures, Xia Xiaodian remarked with a smile. Although Madame Ross was a professor at the Wind Element Academy, she was not unreasonable or dismissive of those from other academies. With a wry smile, she responded, the Wind Element Academy has performed commendably over the years, fostering a sense of arrogance among its students. It is not entirely Hour's fault. After all, he was sent to intimidate me on someone else's behalf. Victory or defeat depends solely on one's capabilities. Xia Xiaodian grew increasingly curious about which prominent figure held a grudge against him. During his time in the imperial capital, he had not antagonized any noble. So why was he being summoned and reprimanded without cause? It seemed the reason could only be connected to the deceased General Monsky. It had been quite some time since his death. The Empire must have realized that Monsky was no longer among the living and connecting him with Ai Lu and Monsky's party. It should not be too difficult. Just as Xia Xiaodian pondered this, Hour, who looked rather disheveled behind Madame Ross, scoffed, I may not be your match. But what I say is absolutely true. You should wait for that esteemed individual at the White Tower. If you do not comply, you may find it difficult to remain at the Royal Academy. Seeing Hour speak so defiantly in front of Madame Ross, Xia Xiaodian began to believe him. Hour, you should return and diligently study runes. Despite sharing the same third-level aptitude, I have already attained the strength of an intermediate rune master, Xia Xiaodian remarked. Madame Ross sighed, transforming into a gust of wind and disappearing. Hour's expression turned uncomfortable. If advancing as a rune master were so simple, why then were there qualifications to be assessed? Countless individuals spend their lives stuck at the beginner and intermediate levels. He even began to suspect that Xia Xiaodian had resorted to some underhanded method to enhance his strength. With a cold glare at Xia Xiaodian, he turned and left. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, each person leaving with a sense of satisfaction from the gossip they had gathered. Without greeting anyone, Xia Xiaodian proceeded directly toward the White Tower of the Academy. Hours passed, and as dusk approached, not a single figure appeared, causing Xia Xiaodian to grow somewhat impatient. Is he deceiving me? He muttered to himself. You must be Xia Xiaodian. A red-haired girl with a single ponytail suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. Upon seeing the red-haired girl, Xia Xiaodian was momentarily rendered speechless, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to Queen Erica, differing only in demeanor and hair color. While Erica's expression always seemed frozen in eternal frost, this girl appeared younger, exuding a playful and relaxed aura. Xia Xiaodian's barely audible mention of Erica did not reach the young man, but the red-haired girl captured it, initially wearing an impatient expression. Her eyes flickered with surprise, only to quickly fade away. Commoner, before you stands the current king of Carthage, the handsome young man introduced solemnly, suppressing his shock. Xia Xiaodian knelt on one knee and bowed. Your Majesty, please rise. I merely ventured out for leisure, There is no need for such formality. The girl waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to stand. King. A myriad of thoughts raced through Xia Xiaoyan's mind as he began to piece together the relationship between Queen Erica and the king before him. They must be sisters. Yet, he never anticipated that the king himself would come to interrogate him. How is it that you are unscathed? Did that foolish young master not promise to disassemble you piece by piece? The girl asked, her gaze filled with curiosity as she regarded Xia Xiaotian, who appeared completely unharmed. What? Your Majesty, how could you issue such an order? The young man interjected. Enough, Aaron. I merely wish to learn from Eris's methods. Setting the stage before an interrogation is common sense, the girl retorted, casually sitting on the grass, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of soiling her luxurious white robe. Your Majesty. He is an intermediate rune master. Lord Auer could not have done anything to him, Aaron remarked, casting a deep glance at Xia Xiaotian. The girl displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, she nonchalantly inquired, Did you kill Monsky? The question struck like thunder. Xia Xiaotian rubbed his fingers nervously, responding cautiously. General Monsky is dead? The girl chuckled. You are quite cautious. If you dared to claim you did not know Monsky, you would already be out of the picture. Monsky is dead. The oracles within the church have seen his demise, and you, it is said, were with Monsky. Tell me, what transpired? We got separated. On the day we were in the half-moon forest, a sudden fog enveloped us, Xia Xiaotian replied without hesitation. What of your companion? The girl named Ailu, did she survive as well? Aaron pressed on. We were together, so we were not separated. When we broke through the fog, we no longer saw General Monsky. However, I believed, as a rune master, he would surely be fine, so I proceeded directly to the imperial capital. Xia Xiaotian recounted the narrative he had long prepared. He had anticipated this day would come. Is that so? The girl teased. Suddenly, Xia Xiaotian appeared to recall something and said, I remember. Before we got separated, the general mentioned that the fog was the work of rune masters, possibly related to the imperial rebels. Aaron fell into deep thought, as if he had grasped a lead. The Carthage Empire had not known peace for nearly a decade. Several provinces in the northwest had been beyond royal control. The empire had indeed been at odds with the rebels for quite some time. And it seemed reasonable that the rebels would send assassins after Monsky. Then, why did you and your girl survive? The girl posed the most pointed question. Xia Xiaotian smiled wryly. At that time, we were not even rune apprentices. Perhaps we simply went unnoticed. It appeared there were no apparent flaws in Xia Xiaotian's reasoning. Aaron, you may leave. I wish to speak with him alone, the girl suddenly declared. Aaron looked reluctant, replying, Your Majesty, I have said I wish to accompany you. If you raise another objection, you shall no longer appear before me. After all, this empire can protect those I choose, the girl asserted, revealing a rare display of royal authority. Aaron, resigned, nodded and moved to a distance, though his gaze remained fixed on the girl and Xia Xiaotian. As Xia Xiaotian regarded the girl with piercing red hair, he was left pondering what she wished to discuss. I resemble Erica quite a bit, do I not? The girl proclaimed, her words reverberating with startling effect. Chapter 22. Revelation. Your Majesty, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words, Xia Xiaotian said with feigned ignorance. The young sovereign forcibly lifted Xia Xiaotian's head, her gaze piercing into his eyes. Minsk, was he slain by Erica? She inquired. Xia Xiaotian's heart turned cold. The monarch, possessor of an advanced lineage, stood before him, seemingly vulnerable, though Elon remained vigilant nearby. I do not recognize this Erica you speak of, Your Majesty. I fear you have mistaken me for another, Xia Xiaotian responded. That look in your eyes, do you desire to devour me? The sovereign suddenly remarked. Xia Xiaotian abruptly realized that his peculiar constitution had betrayed his yearning for the royal bloodline, his desire now evident on his face. The monarch offered a sorrowful, yet exquisite smile. Listen closely. Whatever designs you and Erica may harbor, whatever fate you intend for me or this empire, I accept it all. This vessel, bearing the royal blood, is yours to command, even if it means the extraction of my marrow or the gouging of my eyes. I merely wish to behold Erica one last time before my demise. If she so desires, bring her to me. The sovereign's words held a resolute finality, as though she had long awaited Erica's vengeance. Your Majesty, Xia Xiaotian was taken aback by the sovereign's declaration, as if she had been anticipating Erica's retribution for an eternity. Cease your attempts to deceive me. In this world, only those connected to my sister could mistake me for another. Within this empire, I alone remember the name of Erica. I have heard that the top performer in the year-end assessment earns the privilege of dining with the monarch and participating in the royal hunt. That would present a more opportune moment, Xia Xiaotian finally conceded. The sovereign emitted a morbid chuckle. Indeed, that occasion would provide the chance to orchestrate a private encounter, evading all watchful eyes. If only to gaze upon my sister once more. Xia Xiaotian was somewhat unnerved by the sovereign's smile. He could scarcely fathom how one could so readily dismiss danger. How one could so eagerly anticipate a meeting with someone who sought their harm. Erica, And the current monarch, what transpired between them in the past? Your Majesty seems to regard peril with a certain indifference, Xia Xiaodian observed gravely, his gaze fixed upon the sneering sovereign. The monarch reached up and untied her hair, the crimson locks cascading down her back, dancing in the evening breeze. There is a message I wish you to convey to Erica. From that day forward, I have been but a marionette with severed strings. If she seeks to ignite the flames of this empire's destruction, I shall gladly add fuel to the fire. Ha. Xia Xiaodian remained speechless long after the sovereign had departed. These sisters, both having reigned as monarchs of the royal house, yet both desiring its downfall, a truly lamentable state of affairs. As for the genesis of it all, Xia Xiaodian was certain he would uncover it in due time. Your progress is truly astonishing. Even those with first-rate aptitudes rarely advance at such a rapid pace. Truly, the possessor of a unique bloodline. In the deserted training grounds, Loretta nodded approvingly. Are there others who possess unique bloodlines? Xia Xiaodian inquired, curiosity piqued. Certainly. Almost every year, the other academies see the enrollment of several prodigies blessed with exceptional bloodlines. These individuals not only progress swiftly, but also wield combat techniques unique to their lineage. They are formidable contenders for the top spot in the year-end assessment. Now, will you enlighten me as to the contents of the year-end assessment? Xia Xiaodian asked, palms upturned. There is a reason I withheld this information from you. The assessment is divided into preliminary rounds and a final showdown. The latter half invariably involves one-on-one combat to determine the victor. However, the content of the preliminary rounds is subject to change. Subject to change? Indeed, the preliminary rounds are not fixed. In recent years, Taros, that old codger, has been solely responsible for devising them. However, one can be certain that the preliminary rounds will take place within a runic artifact environment known as Helderheim. A runic artifact environment? Some runic artifacts possess vast internal spaces, some encompassing entire cities or even provinces. These spaces constitute the environments within the artifacts. The Helderheim environment is a space within a divine artifact of the same name. A divine artifact. Xia Xiaodian had heard tales of these artifacts, the pinnacle of runic craftsmanship, of which only a handful existed on the entire continent. The challenges within the environment are entirely controlled. Those who fail or perish within are ejected from the environment, but suffer no real harm or death. It is, without a doubt, the ideal environment for training novice rune masters, Loretta remarked wistfully. Then what is today's training regimen? Xia Xiaodian inquired. If there is none, I shall return to claim my mission. Loretta wagged her finger. Today's task is quite simple. You are to engage me in combat with all your might, and I shall refrain from using advanced attributes to overwhelm you. I shall only employ the techniques of a mid-level rune master. I wish to gauge how far you can progress in the assessment. And how would I achieve your defeat? Xia Xiaodian asked with a mischievous grin. Loretta retorted, if you truly manage to compel me to utilize advanced attributes, I shall concede defeat, naturally. Then let us commence. Xia Xiaodian wasted no time, immediately employing solidification to conjure forth countless obsidian, thorn-like spikes, lunging menacingly toward Loretta. Loretta merely gestured gently, and a black hand materialized instantly, dissipating all attacks into nothingness. Xia Xiaodian invoked the amplification secret technique, waves of obsidian energy emanating from his core rune. He summoned dozens of demonic hands, flailing wildly as they clashed with Loretta's conjurations. Deafening roars and impacts echoed across the training grounds. Loretta suddenly launched an offensive, uttering a low growl, black cascade. A black torrent descended from the heavens, shadowy specters swirling within its depths, poised to engulf Xia Xiaodian. Xia Xiaodian remained composed, summoning a gargantuan black visage. The visage emitted an unearthly shriek, then opened its maw and devoured the black torrent in a single gulp, proceeding to chew upon it. An advanced rune technique. The regurgitating demon? You have acquired the points to exchange for advanced rune techniques? Loretta exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Loretta dared not underestimate Xia Xiaodian any longer. She waved her hand, conjuring forth a colossal gate etched with arcane runes, seemingly impenetrable, radiating an aura of intense heat and solidity. A defensive fire attribute rune technique. Loretta was no mere one-trick pony, unlike some specialized professors. The visage before Xia Xiaodian, still chewing on the black torrent, suddenly unleashed a black beam, striking the fiery gate and leaving a massive indentation, but the gate remained unbroken. Still not quite proficient, Xia Xiaodian lamented. This advanced rune technique was one he had selected from the Lewis family's library, belonging to the Dark Summoning branch. The regurgitating demon could consume the opponent's fierce attacks and retaliate with redoubled force, making it an exceptional technique for both self-preservation and offense. Loretta, no longer taking Xia Xiaodian lightly, chanted an incantation and dissolved into black mist, vanishing from sight as black fog enveloped the area. An illusion. Xia Xiaodian knew that illusion was Loretta's signature move. He produced a massive, obsidian scythe from seemingly nowhere. Chapter 23, Bitter Battle with the Black Flame Scythe. This marked the first occasion when Xia Xiaodian employed a runic weapon in actual combat. In his usual skirmishes with Loretta, battles ended swiftly after she utilized her illusions. Illusions are a unique form of psychic assault. A master like Loretta can effortlessly counter her adversaries even with minimal runic energy. However, mastering illusions is exceedingly challenging, and certain foes may render them completely ineffective. For Xia Xiaodian, although this art appears alluring, such significant limitations deterred him from specializing in illusions from the outset. Illusions are not exclusive to the dark arts. Similar runes exist within the realms of light and wind. Xia Xiaodian has long contemplated strategies to confront this inevitable dilemma. His resolution? To shatter the law with brute force. Amidst the black mist, Xia Xiaodian faintly perceived rustling sounds, prompting him to wield the black flame scythe, cleaving through the darkness. To his astonishment, a portion of the dense black fog was sliced apart by the sharp blade. Xia Xiaodian remained vigilant, straining to detect any subtle movements in the air. Come forth. He suddenly struck, sweeping the scythe forcefully to the right, creating a visible gray arc that severed the black mist, while several indistinguishable dark streaks surged toward his face. Unmoved, Xia Xiaodian summoned a black barrier that effortlessly absorbed the assault. Loretta's voice echoed from beyond the fog, sending a shiver down Xia Xiaodian's spine. He had never encountered this subsequent technique of her illusions. He promptly solidified his form into a spherical shield, only to hear a cacophony of sharp objects colliding against his protective sphere, which began to tremble precariously. To shatter the law with brute force. Xia Xiaodian had diligently studied Loretta's illusions, realizing that this technique was not a genuine mental attack, but rather a blend of dark transformations in the two major branches of illusion runes. The black mist represented the illusory aspect. It was not a tangible object, for otherwise, Loretta would have found it challenging to locate him. Thus, he resolved to unleash his most potent means to target the illusion's vulnerable points, striving to obliterate it through sheer power. Within the confines of his protective sphere, Xia Xiaodian gripped the black flame scythe tightly, channeling a significant amount of runic energy into it. The scythe radiated with blinding brilliance and waves of black. Eerie flames ignited around him. Ethereal flames. In the instant the barrier disintegrated, Xia Xiaodian unleashed the martial technique of the black flame scythe for the first time. A spiraling dragon of black fire devoured the mist, dispersing it in an instant. The dark ethereal flames expanded outward from Xia Xiaodian, scorching the ground beneath and revealing the earth, while the ferocious flames appeared insatiable. However, having expended his martial prowess, Xia Xiaodian gazed gravely at the astonished Loretta hovering above. Wings of Wind, Professor, it seems you are also adept at wind elemental runes. Observing the translucent azure wings sprouting from Loretta's back, Xia Xiaodian recognized her technique. You leave me astounded. The emergence of runic weapons is indeed remarkable. It seems your frequent visits to the Lewis family were not without purpose. Loretta regarded Xia Xiaodian with newfound pressure. Even though she could not wield runic energy beyond that of a mid-tier runemaster, nor could she utilize advanced attributes. She was a true professor-level runemaster, possessing a profound comprehension of rune arts. Yet, facing Xia Xiaodian, she no longer retained her earlier ease. You undoubtedly harbor many secrets. Possessing the bloodline of the vampire clan, your abilities are exceptional, and within a brief period, you have amassed such an array of hidden cards. However, since that esteemed individual has declared you are without issue, I shall say no more. Let us see what further means you possess. Loretta provocatively smiled. That esteemed individual. It appears that upon discovering his vampire lineage, it was that very individual who communicated with Loretta, leading her to embrace Xia Xiaodian's identity. One day, I must meet that esteemed individual. Within this fog of the empire, there are countless hidden figures and matters. I shall certainly give my all, Xia Xiaodian declared, as his 6 wings unfurled, elevating him to match Loretta's altitude. However, the fleshy wings behind him were cleverly disguised as those of a giant eagle, woven from shadow sculpture, concealing the essence of his vampire heritage. Though merely a partial transformation, his formidable ability to absorb darkness allowed him to rapidly regain strength. If I were unaware of your true nature, I might have mistaken your wings for a flying rune artifact crafted from shadow sculpture. Loretta's eyes brimmed with admiration, recognizing the unimaginable depth of Xia Xiaodian's reserves, far exceeding her expectations. Be cautious. A colossal golden greatsword suddenly materialized in Loretta's right hand, measuring over 10 meters in length, seemingly forged from concentrated light elements. The professor is adept in light elemental runes as well. Xia Xiaodian discerned that this absolute holy sword was not a runic weapon but purely a manifestation of rune art. Without hesitation, he brandished the black flame scythe, clashing it against the holy sword. Within mere moments, a series of resounding clashes reverberated as Xia Xiaodian and Loretta engaged in a fierce aerial duel. What began as a contest between mid-tier rune masters had evolved into a confrontation approaching that of high-tier rune masters. However, it did not take long for Loretta to sense something amiss. The blade of her absolute holy sword was gradually tainted by the vexing black flames emanating from Xia Xiaoyan's scythe. The sword's potency was steadily diminishing. Humph! Without hesitation, Loretta liberated her left hand, softly uttering, "Elderberry." A sharp crack echoed as a massive blackened branch, resembling the length of the holy sword, sprouted from her left hand. Its tip adorned with vicious spikes. The advanced dark rune art, Elderberry. With one hand wielding the holy sword and the other grasping the elderberry, Xia Xiaoyan felt an unprecedented pressure. His attacks were consistently thwarted, and the sturdy elderberry appeared impervious to the ethereal flames. Whirlwind. At last, Xia Xiaoyan could no longer contain himself, revealing his ultimate trump card. A towering wave of black flames surged around him, twisting and expanding as it manifested, with various ghastly visages emerging from within, unleashing elegant tongues of black fire. Shock flooded Loretta's eyes. The overwhelming aura of this technique eclipsed both the holy sword and the elderberry. It cannot be stopped. Glancing at her two formidable weapons, that was Loretta's immediate thought. The black wave coalesced into a vortex, surging toward Loretta with an intent to obliterate. Chapter 24. Victory. The spiral wave is currently the most formidable martial technique that can be wielded with the crude black flame scythe. Representing the pinnacle of Xu Xiaoyan's offensive capabilities, which consumed the greatest amount of runic power. Even with the augmentation secret art, wave technique, maximally enhanced. The moment he unleashed this martial skill, all his internal runic energy was completely drained, leaving him so exhausted that he could barely maintain flight. A thunderous cacophony akin to a landslide and tsunami erupted from the sky as the immense black flame wave instantaneously engulfed Loretta's position, causing the aura of the two runic weapons in her grasp, the Bone Tree Holy Sword, to vanish entirely. However, as the wave receded, remnants of the black fire continued to devour something unseen. Very well, Loretta's voice, filled with satisfaction and astonishment, echoed. She remained unscathed, standing before a gigantic barrier adorned with intricate white patterns. The barrier, having been assailed by the black flames, restored itself in an instant, exuding an arcane quality that seemed to transcend the very concept of advanced runic arts. I concede, this is the defense forged by the advanced attribute of creation. As per our agreement, I have indeed lost. No sooner had Loretta's words faded than Xu Xiaoyan, with a contented smile, plummeted towards the ground. Mr. Xia, are you feeling better? In a haze, Xu Xiaoyan seemed to hear the voice of Elu. The title Mr. Xia was exclusive to her. She had called him that for many years. Pain surged through him the moment he stirred, flooding his mind with discomfort. Don't move, just rest. Xu Xiaoyan opened his eyes to see Elu, her face etched with concern. Resting her chin on the bed, her aquamarine hair cascading within reach. How long have I been sleeping? Xu Xiaoyan realized he was in his own room, with the golden rays of dusk shining through the window. Elu pouted. 2 days. Mr. Xia, is that woman bullying you? When I saw you earlier, you were covered in injuries. Xu Xiaoyan shook his head and gently patted Elu's head. Mr. Xia, I feel strange lately. Elu's expression was one of distress. What is it? Xu Xiaoyan inquired with concern. Elu frowned. I keep forgetting where I've been and what I've done. Sometimes, inexplicably, I just lose memories. Xu Xiaoyan's expression shifted as he quickly realized that this was undoubtedly the work of Erica. Since she could make Elu forget everything that transpired in the blood space, she could subtly exploit Elu's body for clandestine purposes. With a sigh, Xu Xiaoyan understood that sometimes he could only impose upon Elu. I have met the queen. Elu's temperature suddenly changed, and her gaze sharpened as she pulled away from Xu Xiaoyan's hand. How could you meet her? She approached me, inquiring about General Monsky. Did you take action against her? Why not? There was no opportunity. A troublesome spy has been watching over me, a runic master, and I am no match for them. Their exchange was swift yet succinct. Queen, do you wish for me to convey a message? You did not act, yet you revealed my existence? Erica, the queen, suddenly became furious. Xu Xiaoyan smiled wryly. I did not expect the queen to resemble you so closely. Merely uttering your name caught her attention, and she seemed to grasp the nature of our collaboration, realizing that General Monsky was slain by you. The coldness in Erica's eyes remained unyielding. What did she say? Taking a deep breath, Xu Xiaoyan replied. She stated that from that day forth, she became a puppet with severed strings. If you truly desire to ignite the flames of the Empire's demise, she is willing to add fuel to the fire. Erica's eyes narrowed, disbelief flickering across her features. She yearns to meet you and claims she can be at our disposal as long as she sees you. Xu Xiaoyan and Erica exchanged glances, but all he could perceive was the eternal frost in her gaze. Since she wishes to be at our beck and call, let us seek an opportunity to seize her lineage. Erica's expression held unwavering resolve, as if discussing an entirely unrelated matter. You are her sister? I have scrutinized the Empire's records over the past decade. The accounts of the Queen's succession are vague. Even her name is obscured. Your Carthage is indeed shrouded in mystery. Xu Xiaoyan spoke with a profound implication. Our relationship is one of collaboration, We both seek to fulfill our respective needs, and you shall learn the rest in due time. However, I am pleased with your recent performance. I have heard you are now capable of contending with a runic master who is suppressing their strength. Erica forcefully shifted the topic. Loretta merely refrained from using her advanced attributes. Had she employed her creation power earlier, I would have been defeated in an instant. Su Xiaodian chuckled wryly. Erica shook her head and said coldly, the chasm between runic practitioners and masters is something you cannot fathom. Many with first-tier qualifications remain forever trapped at this level. Once you acquire the Ash Phoenix lineage, you will need to undergo extensive cultivation to prepare for advancement. Only when you become a runic master will my plans truly commence. Su Xiaodian's gaze flickered, lost in thought. You need not entertain illusions of escaping my control. I am not a spirit, and your abilities are utterly ineffective against me. If you wish for Elu to live safely, you must continuously grow stronger. Once my plans are fulfilled, I shall depart. Su Xiaodian felt once more that sensation of being seen through, a feeling only Erica could evoke. Are you aware that my devouring lineage ability fundamentally counters the soul? Have you encountered another with abilities like mine? Erica merely smiled, shaking her head, her demeanor indicating complete disinterest in responding. How is Su Xiaodian? Loretta's voice called from outside the door, causing Elu's expression to shift in an instant, her face a mask of bewilderment. In the ensuing months, Su Xiaodian diligently honed his combat skills, tirelessly practicing the 3 techniques he held dear: Ghost Flame, Spiral Wave, and Ruminating Demon. While mastering the use of the Ghost Flame Scythe, his strength had surged to that of a mid-tier runic practitioner due to the devouring bloodline of the Six-Winged Blood Clan. And he gradually stabilized this newfound power. Though advanced runic mastery still seemed a distant goal, he now believed he possessed some means to contend with advanced runic masters. The rationale behind this belief lay in the rumors of the upcoming year-end test, heralded as the most formidable in over a decade. Featuring several prodigies of rare talent and runic practitioners who had trained within their families since childhood, all having ascended to high tiers. This made the competition for the top spot among mid-tier runic practitioners seemingly improbable. Yet, Su Xiaodian's journey as a runic practitioner had always been one of relentless progression without retreat. Chapter 25, The Illusion of Heirdom. My Lord Eris, you have returned. Within the royal palace, guards and ministers respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man with an urgent demeanor and an imposing presence. This man, clad in black robes with dark hair, was Eris, the true ruler of Carthage, whose power was unfathomable. Rumors whispered that he had touched the threshold of divinity and had the potential to become the second true god of Carthage since its founding. Yet, he was not of royal blood, nor did he possess the unique lineage of the Carthaginian monarchy, leading to scant knowledge of him among the populace. Everyone, leave. I have matters to report to His Majesty the King. Eris emphasized His Majesty with a weighty tone, causing the previously languid young king on the throne to curl deeper into his seat, avoiding eye contact with Eris. The generals and ministers promptly exited, leaving only Eris and the king within the palace walls. Jessica, you have left the palace without my consent? Eris spoke without an ounce of reverence, directly addressing her by name. Jessica, despite her royal status, remained silent, her head bowed low. It has been a long time since I last punished you, Eris remarked with a hint of amusement, his hands clasped behind his back. Jessica's shoulders trembled slightly. Though her red hair obscured her face, her emotions were unmistakably exposed. She was terrified. Remember this, your very existence hinges on being the last scion of the Carthaginian royal bloodline. You still hold value. Should there come a day when your actions vex me, your existence will no longer be necessary. I dare not defy you. I will obey your commands in the future. Jessica's mental defenses appeared to shatter at last. That is more like it, Eris nodded in satisfaction. Our arrangement is one of mutual benefit. I allow you to live, and you dutifully fulfill your role as king. The nature of this arrangement was anything but equal. Yet Eris's tone brooked no dissent. After the end-of-year examinations at the Royal Rune Master Academy, you are to meet with the student who ranks first. You must present yourself more like a king. With that, Eris strode away, clearly preoccupied with pressing matters. At that moment, Jessica finally lifted her gaze. Though her eyes were no longer filled with fear, but rather with a fervor that bordered on madness and excitement. Sister is still alive. She will surely bring ruin to this place and cast all those who have betrayed us into the depths of hell. Months later, at year's end, the bells of the academy tolled, and figures appeared in the central square, quickly filling the area with a bustling crowd. The end-of-year examination had commenced. From a high platform in the quiet square, an elderly man with golden hair amplified his voice with rune power, ensuring everyone could hear him. This man was Professor Talos, who had facilitated Loretta's admission into the Dark Academy. I am Talos, acting in place of the Academy's headmaster and the chief judge for this year's end-of-year examination, Talos continued. As you all know, our annual end-of-year examination serves as the touchstone for newcomers across the various divisions. Our test is divided into two parts. The first half is an elimination round, taking place in the higher dumb illusion. As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand, conjuring a massive blue spatial ring in the sky, through which strange sights and moving creatures could be glimpsed. Higher dumb. This is a true artifact. It is the very rune device that has brought Carthage its renown. The audience buzzed with murmurs of excitement at the appearance of this ethereal portal. Talos, with a serious expression, continued, in the second half, the remaining 30 contestants will draw lots for one-on-one combat until a victor is determined. At that moment, Xiao found himself in the center of the crowd, spotting Ailu waving at him. It seemed Ailu was also participating in this year's end-of-year examination. Recently, she had advanced to a mid-tier rune master with her exceptional first-level aptitude, and as a rising star of the wind element division, she had every reason to engage in this test. Talos' words elicited no surprise, for the format of the end-of-year examination had remained largely unchanged. Now, let me explain the content of this year's elimination round. As he spoke, an expectant hush enveloped the square. The students focused intently on the rules. As Talos' forehead glowed with runic symbols, golden light descended upon each participant's hands. Scrolls. Each participant will receive a golden scroll from me. The higher dumb illusion undergoes monumental changes over time. This is the most recent map of the higher dumb illusion, and each of your maps should indicate hundreds of target points. The objective of this elimination round is to locate an item hidden within the illusion, and these marked target points represent potential locations where the item may be concealed. Xia Xiaotian discreetly unrolled his scroll for a moment. Noting that the scale indicated the entire illusion was roughly the size of the Carthaginian Empire, with target points densely scattered across the map's expanse. If this item was unique, would its discovery not hinge upon sheer luck? Professor, with so many target points, are we expected to rely on chance? Of course not, Talos replied, smiling at the murmurs of doubt from below. The target points on each of your scrolls will differ. When two scrolls come into contact, they will automatically detect these differences and narrow down the target range. If any of you can continually acquire other scrolls and merge them, the number of target points will decrease until, ultimately, your scroll will reveal just one true target point. As for how you procure other scrolls, I will not intervene. Talos' words sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the crowd. Xia Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Comprehending the implications of Talos' statements, seizing other scrolls was the crux of the rules within this illusion. The higher dumb illusion was a peculiar realm within it. Death did not equate to true demise but rather ejection from the illusion. This convenient feature allowed students to experience the harsh realities of the Rune Master world without the risk of actual death. Whether you choose to cooperate or to betray one another, I will remain uninvolved. Should you perish in the illusion, you will be eliminated. If your scroll is merged with another's, that too constitutes elimination. Now, go forth and seek the treasure I have hidden, students. As Talos finished speaking, the immense spatial ring expanded, forming a colossal entrance. Xia Xiaotian's expression shifted as he heard Loretta's voice in his mind. Once you enter the illusion, all means of telepathy will be severed. I wish to offer you a reminder. The higher dumb illusion is a place where our academy aids advanced rune masters in breaking through the bottleneck to become rune masters. There are many wonders within that can help you grasp advanced attributes. Although this may be premature for most mid-tier rune masters, I believe you will inevitably need to engage with advanced attributes. After much deliberation, Xia Xiaotian understood and, following the crowd, plunged into the illusion. However, scarcely had he entered when a chill swept through him. Chapter 26. The roaming giant Xia Xiaotian's silhouette materialized upon a colossal floating island, with numerous islands scattered in the distance, reminiscent of stars strewn across the night sky. Beneath these islands lay an unfathomable abyss, and the bridges connecting each island, crafted from steel cables, appeared as mere threads in comparison to the vastness of the islands themselves. Above, the heavens were adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, and a sun, far larger than any in the real world, cast a brilliant light upon the entire illusion, though it failed to illuminate the depths of the abyss. What truly astonished Xia Xiaotian was the inexplicable stirring of the blue soul within him, a part that had long been devoured and could not be identified by any lineage. This blue essence had remained dormant inside him, its master being the enigmatic giant beast, whose bones were of the earth and whose spine was the abyss, hidden within the fortress of the dwarfs. Yet, these remnants of souls were reacting to the illusion. Did it harbor the essence of that creature? Xia Xiaotian glanced around. Noting the absence of any other participants, it seemed that those involved in the year-end examination had been teleported to various locations within the illusion. After a moment of contemplation, he unfurled his 6 wings and soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings from above. The landscape was a myriad of floating islands, with enormous fish-like creatures gliding through the air, each as large as an island itself. Between the islands, there were many colossal white giants, some appearing so strange that they lacked facial features entirely. Initially, Xia Xiaotian had mistaken them for islands. He unfurled a scroll and scrutinized the map. Due to the erratic nature of the higher dumb illusion, The map only depicted the terrain without naming any locations. After a considerable search, he finally discerned that he was situated in the northwestern region of the illusion, where floating islands extended for hundreds of kilometers. The nearest objective lay several dozen kilometers away. Should he fly there? Xia Xiaodian hesitated. While he could traverse the steel bridges between the islands, that would be excessively inefficient. Conversely, flying the entire distance would severely deplete his stamina, which could pose a problem in the face of danger. He observed the giants drifting between the islands and felt an odd sense of familiarity. "Hey, big guy," Xia Xiaodian called out, producing a piece of runestone from his pocket and directing his voice towards the nearest giant. The giant turned its head, clearly drawn by the aura of the runestone. Xia Xiaodian's suspicion was confirmed. These giants, much like the mysterious iron giant guarding the End Fortress, exhibited a keen interest in the runestone. Could he enlist these giants as transport? However, the runestone was exceedingly precious. Having already expended nearly a quarter of it in forging the crude black flame scythe and the winged sigil, he would need a significant amount for future reforging endeavors. Reluctantly, he did not wish to squander it on mere travel. The giant approached, its massive form looming before Xia Xiaodian, exuding no aggression yet unmistakably yearning for the runestone. The scene mirrored that of the End Fortress. Suddenly, Xia Xiaodian had an idea. He deliberately exposed a fragment of the blue soul's aura within him. To his astonishment, with a resounding blast of energy, the giant bowed respectfully, lowering its head as if awaiting commands. Could you be a descendant of that mysterious giant race? Xia Xiaodian pondered as he soared atop the giant's head, forming conjectures in his mind. Despite their island-sized stature, these giants paled in comparison to the one he had encountered in the End Fortress. It appeared that by merely revealing the aura of the blue soul he had consumed, he could command these smaller giants. Evidently, they belonged to the same lineage as the one beneath the fortress, albeit with a clear distinction of hierarchy. Yet, Xia Xiaodian had no intention of absorbing the lineage of the giant beneath him. He had already discerned that these giants were devoid of true life. They resembled living beings. Yet they were as much a part of the hierdom illusion as the surrounding surreal landscapes, mere illusions, not genuine creatures. There, Xia Xiaodian pointed in the distance, and the giant promptly hoisted him, proceeding toward that direction with surprising speed. This illusion, it seemed, was far more intricate than a mere artifact. It bore countless connections to the End Fortress. Xia Xiaodian recalled the words of the six-winged bloodkin. These beings hail from the great world at the center of the void. The giants moved swiftly, yet reaching the first objective still took several hours. Along the way, Xia Xiaodian noted that most of the creatures in this environment exhibited no aggression, many possessing massive forms, rendering humans as insignificant as mere insects in this realm. The target was yet another floating island, yet this one was markedly larger than the others, lush with vegetation. And at its center stood a towering spire that pierced the heavens. Could I have fortuitously stumbled upon the correct location? Xia Xiaodian mused, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld the island and tower, so distinct from the others. However, the map indicated over 100 target points. Was he truly this fortunate? The giant halted beside the island, patiently awaiting further instructions while Xia Xiaodian spread his wings and swiftly approached the spire. Suddenly, the map scroll began to emit heat. As if sensing something nearby, alarmed, Xia Xiaodian realized that the scroll appeared capable of detecting the presence of other scrolls in the vicinity. Before he could react, two figures with wind wings flew towards him from the direction of the spire. "Greetings, we are from the Wind Element Academy." "And you?" Upon closer inspection, Xia Xiaodian discerned that it was a male and female duo, both adorned with the emblem of the Wind Element Academy. "The Dark Academy," Xia Xiaodian replied, frowning. Ever since his entry into the academy, he had found himself at odds with the Wind Element Academy, and thankfully, Ower was not among the two. "You must be new here. This is not the actual target point. We have already investigated," the female student remarked, her tone becoming somewhat haughty upon learning Xia Xiaodian's affiliation. "No matter. I shall take another look," Xia Xiaodian deflected, attempting to fly towards the giant tower once more. "Classmate, why don't you show us your scroll? With so many target points, how will you find them all?" the male student suggested, his tone laden with insinuation. Xia Xiaodian's expression darkened. In this illusion, all participants were competitors. It was inconceivable to reveal the contents of his scroll to others. These two were clearly plotting against him, yet they appeared to be mere beginner rune masters. Amused and intrigued, Xia Xiaodian found himself eager for the ensuing encounter. Chapter 27. The active volcano. "Do you think I would unveil the scroll for your inspection?" Xia Xiaodian's gaze held an air of peculiarity. The couple exchanged glances, and with the gentle flapping of their wings, they surrounded Xia Xiaodian on either side, seemingly intent on forcibly seizing the scroll. It appeared that their own scrolls had sensed Xia Xiaodian's presence, enabling them to accurately pinpoint his location. The elimination format of the Dark Academy is such. We are merely adhering to the rules. As long as you surrender the scroll and exit the illusion, we shall not inflict any additional suffering upon you. the man declared, as several azure blades of wind formed behind him, fully aimed at Xia Xiaotian. Xia Xiaotian ceased his discourse, resolutely revealing his own primordial rune. Summoning a colossal magical hand that stretched dozens of meters, the wind blades merely emitted muffled thuds upon colliding with the magical hand before vanishing. While the magical hand surged forth menacingly towards the two figures hovering above. Let us go, he is the ace female student of the Dark Academy, in an instant. She recognized Xia Xiaotian's identity. After all, the primordial rune of a mid-tier rune master is exceedingly conspicuous, and this year, Xia Xiaotian is the only newcomer to achieve such a feat without uttering a word. The two students from the Wind Element Academy transformed into arcs of azure light and fled into the distance. Humph! Xia Xiaotian fiercely propelled his 6 wings, becoming a shadow of black light as he pursued them relentlessly. This was his inaugural experience of powering his 6 wings. And the velocity was so staggering that it left him somewhat disoriented. The surrounding space even reverberated with faint tearing sounds. How did I inadvertently attract a plague god? The female student quipped while flying. The male student's expression darkened. If only it were merely a plague god. Look behind. Upon hearing this, the female student turned and beheld Xia Xiaotian racing toward them with alarming speed. How could a student from the Dark Academy possess such formidable flying rune arts? Surpassing even the wind wings? The female student's heart sank. There was no time to conserve energy. The male student declared, hurling a black iron ball backward, a rune bomb. Now he would surely suffer some repercussions. Even a mid-tier rune master could not emerge unscathed from a rapidly approaching and glowing rune bomb. Xia Xiaotian conjured a black flame scythe in his right hand, the flames igniting along the blade. With a crisp sound, he cleaved the rune bomb in 2. The bomb was severed cleanly, its interior igniting with an insatiable black flame, rendering it incapable of detonation. You need not flee. Let us all conserve our time. Xia Xiaotian, wielding the black flame scythe and with his 6 wings like a shadowed sculpture, appeared akin to an ancient demon from the cathedral's frescoes or the grim reaper harvesting souls. The two students, now thoroughly terrified, felt as though capture by Xia Xiaotian would spell their doom. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Xia Xiaotian furrowed his brow and abruptly turned back. Why has he stopped pursuing? The female student gasped, clearly exhausted. The male student suddenly remarked, my scroll has sensed something. Another participant is approaching the ace of the Dark Academy. Why did he turn back? The female student's words trailed off as she gazed at the figure approaching them. What ill fortune! Had we secured the scrolls from those two, we could have narrowed our targets. Xia Xiaotian swiftly made his way back to the island where he had previously pursued. For he had been on the verge of catching up to them when the scroll suddenly exhibited signs of awareness, and he had sensed an ominous presence nearby. Someone of comparable strength was nearing. If this person were also from the Wind Element Academy and allied with the fleeing duo, Xia Xiaotian would find himself in a fierce struggle. Having just entered the Hayerdem illusion, an ostentatious battle would inevitably invite opportunistic onlookers. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Upon returning to the giant island, the distant white tower remained steadfast, showing no signs of change. In mere minutes, Xia Xiaotian arrived at the base of the towering structure, the location marked on his map. He meticulously scoured every corner from the base to the apex, yet found no trace of anything noteworthy. Xia Xiaotian pondered, realizing that the two individuals earlier must also have been searching for treasure in vain. A sudden curiosity struck him. What precisely was the treasure that Chief Judge Taros had mentioned? Was it a magical artifact? Or merely an ordinary token? Regardless, it should be conspicuous and easy to identify. He returned to the giant's side, perching atop its head, extracting some food and water from his storage bracelet to rest. The elimination phase of the Hayerdem illusion could stretch nearly a month, compelling each participant to prepare ample provisions for unforeseen circumstances. This necessity made the storage bracelet the foremost magical artifact for every competing student. As he dined, Xia Xiaotian scrutinized the map and suddenly realized that his current position was already at the periphery of the floating island domain. A volcano? He spotted a striking landmark to the east, which the map indicated as a volcano. Without lingering on the thought, he finished his meal and commanded the giant to set course for the active volcano beyond the floating island's boundaries. At that moment, deep within the core of the Hayerdem illusion, a naked maiden lay amidst the lava, its searing heat seemingly capable of melting anything, yet failing to harm her skin. Only her face was visible, as she appeared to revel in the warmth of the molten rock. This scent is unmistakable, it is the essence of the spinal cord. Approaching the maiden, her previously closed eyes suddenly widened, as if sensing something. Why is it merely the spinal cord? Has the main soul still not found me after countless ages? The maiden murmured perplexing words, seemingly conversing with an absent presence. She extended her smooth, delicate arm towards the colossal fish and the immense sun drifting in the sky. The recent vision was the Titan world. It has been ages since I last beheld it. To think that after all this time, the memories remain so vivid, so clear. Just in time for the spinal cord maiden to rise from the lava, several crimson halos spiraled around her, transforming into a crimson gown. Her long black hair cascaded to her ankles. The maiden traversed the boiling lava lake and the erupting flames, finally emerging from the volcano's confines. However, she suddenly sensed an anomaly. Why has it vanished? The maiden could no longer detect the essence of the spinal cord she had been consuming, her delicate brows furrowing. She continued to extend her senses throughout the illusion, yet she genuinely could not locate the essence she sought. Why? The maiden's expression twisted in despair, fully aware that if she missed her encounter with the spinal cord, she would be doomed to eternal slumber once more. Which academy do you belong to? Suddenly, a group of competing students appeared beside her, questioning the maiden. Chapter 28. Spatial Storm. The young girl appeared oblivious to the throng of students around her, persistently attuning herself to the position of her spine, yet to no avail. Little girl, if you are unwilling to respond, you must relinquish the scroll and exit the illusion, declared the leading male student from the Light Academy, who had assumed a commanding role among the group comprised of various academies. Finally, the girl's gaze shifted to the students before her, her expression one of astonishment, as if she had just become aware of her encirclement. Enough of this idle chatter, she must be paralyzed with fear. Such a sheltered young lady has surely never faced adversity, a male student scoffed, advancing directly toward her. It was too late for the leader to intervene. He had sensed something amiss from the moment the girl regarded them with eyes that conveyed disdain, akin to viewing mere insects. From her, there emanated not a trace of runic power. Intruder, you are so feeble, and yet you dare to confront me? The girl exclaimed, capturing the agile student in an instant, her hand clasping his throat. Help me. The young man's breaths grew labored, unable to summon even a hint of runic energy. Release him. The onlookers launched various offensive spells at the girl, but to their utter disbelief, these attacks vanished upon contact with her skin. As if swallowed by the depths of the ocean, the student's breaths became increasingly frantic, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a shimmering silver portal appeared behind him, a means of returning defeated students to the realm of reality. Yet, the girl seemed to have foreseen this development. With a mere snap of her fingers, the portal dissipated. This world is my body. I have no desire to let you leave. You shall remain here forever. Her voice sent chills down the spines of all present. Could it be that death was truly imminent? In the highest council chamber of the academy, a professor rushed in, panic etched across his face, reporting to Tauros. The return portals for several students have failed. They are trapped in the illusion. What? Tauros's breaths quickened. Give me the list, he bellowed, demanding the roster from the professor. The professor handed him a scroll, and as Tauros's innate runes glowed, a silver-white holy power enveloped the scroll. This argent energy was the essence of prophecy. Tauros was indeed a rare seer among mortals. Judge? What news? The list indicates that several have perished. Sorrow brimmed in Tauros's eyes. What? The professor was aghast. Those participating in the year-end evaluation were invaluable assets to the academy, and such losses were unfathomable. The Haledom illusion has never encountered such a calamity. Tauros suppressed his emotions, striding purposefully toward the academy's basement, where the Haledom tests were being conducted. Upon arrival, he found the professors in a frenzy, utilizing runic power to stabilize the Haledom. Students with incredulous expressions were being ejected from the illusion. Silence. What has transpired? Tauros's foreboding sense intensified. Judge, the illusion has gone completely awry. According to the students who emerged, there was a violent spatial storm within, and many were swept away and eliminated. Tauros's countenance darkened as he gazed at the massive portal at the center of the basement. If it were merely a spatial storm, it would be of little concern. Students would simply be expelled from the illusion. Yet, those on the list had genuinely perished within. Can we recall all students to reality? Tauros inquired helplessly. Professor, the illusion is now rejecting runic connections. Although students are normally expelled upon failure, it seems we cannot exert control. This test would likely have to proceed by force, he thought, crushing the scroll in his hand, his expression turning grave. He now solely hoped that the students could leave the illusion safely, without further casualties. Upon reaching the volcanic domain, Xia Xiaodian found that the giant was unwilling to proceed further, as if this were his forbidden territory. He concealed the aura of the blue remnants within him and advanced toward the active volcano alone. Without the giant's assistance, his pace slowed considerably. However, he felt no urgency, for even his own swift six-wing flight had only yielded this speed, let alone the other competitors in the illusion. Suddenly, Xia Xiaodian sensed a flicker of danger. Gazing into the distance at the towering volcano, he estimated that he would arrive in a few hours. From whence did this sense of peril originate? Abruptly, a series of minor tremors reverberated from all directions. Xia Xiaodian quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing that numerous silver tornadoes were approaching. These whirlwinds shredded every plant and colossal creature in their path, and they were now barreling towards Xia Xiaodian. What are these? A part of the elimination round? He swiftly darted away from the silver storms, acutely aware that they were not mere wind. Contact would likely result in instant expulsion from the illusion. He recalled Loretta's words before entering the environment and pondered briefly. He surmised that these storms were the wonders Loretta had mentioned, likely representing some form of advanced attribute. If his assumption were correct, these storms belonged to the realm of temporal and spatial forces. Observing these wonders from a distance was prudent. Approaching them seemed utterly perilous. Xia Xiaodian sensed the disparity between the wonders and Loretta's description. She appeared to believe that they could provide insight, but it seemed a reckless endeavor at present. Without hesitation, he accelerated toward another target point on the map. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed the number of target points on the map dwindling. I have not fused with anyone else's scroll. Why are the target points decreasing? Xia Xiaodian pondered while speeding through the air. It must be that many students have directly failed. Their scrolls were not integrated with others and thus ejected from the illusion, he mused, reflecting on the recent spatial storm. It seemed that many had indeed perished beneath these wonders. Chapter 29. Ailua's sudden sonic boom reverberated through the heart of this illusory wilderness, as a cerulean arc streaked swiftly across the sky. Shortly thereafter, several distinct figures followed closely behind, traversing the desolate expanse. The vexing cerulean arc belonged to Ailu. While those who relentlessly pursued her had been on her trail for several days, typically, Ailu would manage to shake them off momentarily, only to be tracked down once again. She was acutely aware that her pursuers were mid-tier rune masters, the backbone of their academy. Once they had marked her as their quarry, escape would become increasingly elusive. The trials within the Heldrum illusion were gradually transforming into this dire scenario. In recent days, novice rune masters were being systematically eliminated, either bested by their mid-tier counterparts or caught in the rampant spatial storms that wreaked havoc across the landscape. Novice rune masters possessed little to no resistance. Meanwhile, mid-tier rune masters, as the mainstay of the trials, had devoured numerous scrolls, narrowing the scope of their targets. Suddenly, Ailu halted, turning to face her pursuers. The 7 mid-tier rune masters encircled her, effectively blocking her path. Ailu's forehead glistened with sweat, her azure hair appearing somewhat disheveled. I haven't taken too many of your scrolls. Your relentless pursuit of me is utterly meaningless, Ailu lamented. She spoke truthfully. Despite her remarkable talent, her combat skills were rather unrefined, and her wits were not particularly sharp. Since entering the illusion, she had hardly made any effort to seize scrolls. Surely, you don't believe we will simply let you go? Your trial ends here. The leader of the group, a striking blonde girl adorned with the emblem of the Water Element Academy, declared. Ailu managed a wry smile, flexing her fingers as her innate rune flared to life, clearly preparing for a final stand. Are you still intent on fighting? Just hand over the scrolls. The leader frowned, the blue glow in her hands intensifying. There are so many of us. Let me join the fray. Suddenly, a dark-haired young man appeared without warning above their heads, his voice resonating eerily, sending shivers down their spines. Mr. Xia, Ailu exclaimed joyfully, swiftly positioning herself behind Xia Xiaodian. From the moment she had first referred to him as Mr. Xia, she had never doubted his unwavering trustworthiness. He would always stand in fro. Chapter 30. The frantic illusion. I am unscathed. I was merely pursued along the way, Ailu declared, collapsing onto the barren ground, fatigue etched across her features. Xia Xiaodian produced some water and food, offering it to Ailu. As he surveyed the sparse vegetation of the wasteland, unease settled in his heart. It was no coincidence that he encountered Ailu. Days prior, upon departing the volcanic region, he had received a distress signal from Queen Erica. Thus, he had devoted 3 days to locating Ailu. Xia Xiaodian understood that if those slain within this illusion were not ejected unscathed, Queen Erica would have crushed her pursuers as easily as one would a mere insect. After all, the deceased would not reveal Erica's existence. In recent days, the number of such student squads, like the one they had just encountered, had proliferated. Rather than devouring each other's scrolls, they formed temporary alliances to plunder the scrolls of solitary wanderers. However, Xia Xiaodian sensed that such alliances would inevitably turn hostile, for ultimately, only 30 victors could emerge from this illusion. Suddenly, Xia Xiaodian perceived a disquieting change. In the distant sky, the seemingly harmless colossal fish began descending towards the ground. Run, he urged, pulling the weary Ailu as they fled into the distance. Mr. Xia, what is happening? Ailu asked, her face a mask of bewilderment. Look at the sky, he exclaimed. Ailu lifted her gaze, her mouth agape in astonishment. A gigantic beast resembling a whale was barreling straight towards the wasteland. Its massive hands and eyes glowed with a frenzied hue, as if it intended to shatter the earth. The creature's size was beyond comprehension. Its shadow loomed ominously overhead. And only now, as it approached, did its true enormity become apparent. These monsters, they appear so docile, Ailu remarked incredulously. In her days within the illusion, she had encountered numerous gigantic creatures, all remarkably gentle. They seemed incapable of madness. Behind them, the beast's collision with the ground fractured the earth, sending shockwaves that uprooted every plant in its path, birthing a tremendous storm. The wasteland transformed into a notorious hellscape. Despite having covered their ears, the shockwave resonated through their bones, leaving them momentarily deafened. Has this illusion gone mad? Xia Xiaotian mused, sensing the precariousness of their situation. Where? Where? At that moment, the eyes of all the prehistoric titans within the illusion turned blood red, wreaking havoc in their frantic search for something. In the heart of the volcano, a girl with black hair and a red dress wore an expression of palpable disappointment. Why is there none? With so many eyes, not a single pair can see the spinal cord. With each pang of her despondence, the frenzy of the titans intensified. If this illusion was indeed an extension of her being, then her emotions dictated whether it would truly descend into chaos. Spinal cord, I can sense that you have not departed. Should you reveal even a hint of your presence? I shall discover you immediately. The girl's gaze hardened with a manic resolve, her long black hair swirling unnaturally. The entire illusion had spiraled into madness. A series of cataclysmic disasters swept through, and the once docile giants unleashed their wrath upon everything in sight. Although they lacked the power of runes, their sheer size rendered them invincible. As Xia Xiaotian and Ai Lu fled, the markers on their map rapidly dwindled, leaving only 4. The number of survivors diminished, and the true objectives began to surface. Is this part of the test? Ai Lu lamented, recalling the days since they witnessed the Leviathan's impact. Xia Xiaotian shook his head. From the emergence of the spatial storm, he had sensed that this test had derailed. He had previously inquired with Loretta, who stated that each illusionary test should last at least a month. Yet this time, the markers on the scroll had vanished at an alarming rate, with many students falling victim to the illusion itself, never even encountering another competitor before failing. Too swift. In less than 2 weeks, even for Xia Xiaotian, who had not aggressively seized other scrolls, only a handful of objectives remained. He speculated that the rumored advanced rune masters among the participants had likely uncovered the treasure. This situation exceeded the Academy's expectations, and Xia Xiaotian was still at a loss for the cause of such aberrations. The pair found themselves in a dense forest, with a goal marker situated at its center, where they aimed to reach. No matter how mad the illusion became, successfully advancing to the latter half of the test remained Xia Xiaotian's paramount objective. In the heart of the forest stood a colossal tree that pierced the heavens, dwarfing all other trees, which appeared as mere ants in comparison. Yet after witnessing so many grand entities since entering this illusion, Xia Xiaotian felt little astonishment. However, the sensation of entering a giant's realm was palpable. Look, Ai Lu pointed towards the sky near the great tree. Xia Xiaotian squinted and discerned dozens of individuals hovering around the towering tree, seemingly engaged in a heated debate. Xia Xiaotian's instincts alerted him to the presence of high-ranking rune masters among them. The duo approached the great tree with utmost stealth, while Ai Lu employed the power of runes to enhance her hearing, closing her eyes to listen intently. Mr. Xia, I shall use the wind ear technique to discern their conversation, Ai Lu declared confidently, leaving Xia Xiaotian to await any potentially valuable information. They seem to be saying this place is a fade, not the true objective. Ai Lu's voice faltered, her comprehension wavering. After listening for more than 10 minutes, she still could not glean any useful information. Have you spied long enough? A resonant male voice boomed beside them. As a handsome youth clad in the robes of the Fire Elemental Academy appeared, his face etched with anger. I thought a significant figure was eavesdropping on us. It turns out to be merely 2 insignificant insects. Had I known, I would not have wasted my rune energy employing illusions. The group gathered around the great tree now converged upon Xia Xiaotian and Ai Lu. Among them were 3 high-ranking rune masters. Chapter 31. Ghostly flame boredom enveloped the atmosphere. I had anticipated that Croa would return swiftly, but the 3 senior rune masters at the forefront, one of whom was a strikingly handsome young man from the Fire Element Academy with golden hair, regarded Xia Xiaotian and Ai Lu with evident disappointment, clearly underestimating them. The other 2 senior rune masters, a man and a woman, presented a contrasting demeanor. The man bore faint scars on his face, exuding a calm and composed aura, while the woman, though unremarkable in appearance, possessed an ethereal grace. They showed no inclination to conceal their formidable abilities, and Xia Xiaotian swiftly discerned their status as senior rune masters. Behind them, their entourage comprised mid-level rune masters. Mr. Xia. Ai Lu expressed a tinge of regret but prepared herself to heed Xia Xiaotian's forthcoming strategy. As long as Mr. Xia believed they had not lost, the contest was far from over. Let us go, Xia Xiaotian coldly declared, and to Ai Lu's astonishment, he lifted her effortlessly and soared back in the direction they had come, propelled by his 6 wings. Trying to flee? The handsome young man from the Fire Element Academy revealed a cruel smirk, summoning a blazing dragon of flames that surged through the forest towards Xia Xiaotian and Ai Lu's position with alarming speed. The terrifying roar of the dragon, accompanied by an intense heat, evaporated all vegetation in its path, creating a barren clearing in mere seconds. Feeling the searing heat behind him, Xia Xiaotian pushed himself to the limits of his speed while channeling his rune power, summoning the formidable visage of the rebounding demon, its malevolent face appearing behind him, fangs glistening ominously. As the fire dragon collided with the rebounding demon, a pungent cloud of smoke enveloped the area, yet the rebounding demon remained resolute, poised to consume the fire dragon. However, it soon became apparent that the demon was on the brink of collapse under the weight of the senior rune master's assault. The fire dragon broke through its defenses, only to encounter a barrier of wind and a dark solidification spell. The blue and black barriers momentarily slowed the dragon's advance before they too were shattered. Xia Xiaotian shielded Ai Lu with his body, and during the fire dragon's attack, the searing flames washed over him, inflicting excruciating pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, in the next instant, he resumed his flight with Ai Lu in tow, seemingly unscathed. What? The golden-haired youth gasped in disbelief, clearly perplexed by the unfolding events. The rebounding demon, if I am not mistaken, is a high-level rune technique. Yet you, a mere mid-level rune master, failed to eliminate him with a single strike, remarked the female senior rune master beside him, her expression a mix of anger and amusement. The mid-level rune masters trailing behind them exchanged whispers, their curiosity piqued. I won't let them escape, the youth named Darren vowed. Determination etched upon his face as he prepared to pursue Xia Xiaotian. Hurry back, we have little time, the composed scar-faced youth cautioned gravely. I know, Darren replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. With that, colossal azure wings sprouted from his back. As a member of the Fire Element Academy, Darren astonishingly employed wind-based flight runes. And these wings appeared far more powerful than the typical wind wings. With a swift whoosh, Darren vanished in an instant. Mr. Xia, please set me down. I can fly on my own, Ai Lu implored, her eyes filled with concern. She had seldom heard Xia Xiaotian express pain, but his anguished cry when struck by the fire dragon had gripped her heart with fear. She was unaware of the severity of his injuries. Though the agony in the illusion was real, it would dissipate upon their exit, and their physical wounds would heal. Such was the magic of the illusion. I am unscathed. You need only remain still, he reassured her while maintaining his speed, fully aware that pursuers were hot on their heels. Xia Xiaotian's words were clearly intended to comfort her. Yet even as they exited the illusion, the pain experienced within its confines remained undeniably real. At that moment, Xia Xiaotian was oblivious to the fact that a group of students had already perished within the illusion of the volcanic realm. As I had anticipated, only Xia Xiaotian sensed the presence of their pursuers, finally realizing that only the enigmatic fire dragon's caster was in pursuit. Narrowing his eyes, he inexplicably slowed his escape. After a brief interval, he felt the closeness of his pursuers. That is far enough, he murmured. Mr. Xia, what are you planning? Ai Lu queried. Noticing that Xia Xiaotian had come to a complete halt in a grassy clearing, she leapt from his arms, her curiosity piqued. To give our pursuers a surprise, he replied with a determined glint in his eyes. Ai Lu, recognizing his resolve, stood by his side, contemplating how she might assist him. In no time, Darren arrived at their clearing, his azure wings dissolving into shimmering motes as he gracefully descended. How did you withstand my dragonfire technique? Darren demanded, scrutinizing Xia Xiaotian with a wary gaze. Xia Xiaotian offered a cold smile. His physique, having absorbed the bloodline of the vampire clan, was exceptionally resilient. And he had yet to fully transform into a vampire, which would have granted him even greater resistance to harm. Seeing Xia Xiaotian's refusal to respond, Darren's expression darkened. Since his ascension to senior rune master, he had never been disregarded by a mid-level practitioner. Prepare to perish. Darren summoned forth 2 towering fire dragons, spiraling menacingly towards Xia Xiaotian. Ghostly flame. The black flame scythe had appeared in Xia Xiaotian's hand, its blade ignited with an eerie black flame. With a flourish, he unleashed waves of black fire, intertwining them with the incoming fire dragons at astonishing speed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black flames devoured the 2 fire dragons, spreading ominously towards Darren. What kind of fire is this? Darren thought, a flicker of panic igniting within him. He had assumed he could overwhelm them with sheer power, yet the black flames Xia Xiaotian conjured seemed to counteract the ordinary fire elements, leaving him astounded. Blazing fire demon. Darren, caught off guard, promptly employed a fire-based summoning rune, activating the sigil as a terrifying roar reverberated through the forest. Roar. Xia Xiaotian appeared to have anticipated Darren's contingency, directing the ghostly flame toward the summoning sigil. Chapter 32. The headhunter. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as a malevolent humanoid flame demon emerged from the summoning array, towering over 10 meters high. Its heat seemingly capable of vaporizing everything in its vicinity. Ai Lu, restrain it for me. The voice of Xia Xiaotian rang in Ai Lu's ears. Instantly alert, Ai Lu began to channel her amplification secret arts, maximizing the power of the runes. The fierce fire demon charged towards Xia Xiaotian and Ai Lu, its mouth spewing lethal explosive fireballs, causing the very ground to tremble under its weight. The ghostly flames Xia Xiaotian summoned morphed into dark chains, slowly coiling around the demon's body like a constrictor. Yet, in this moment, the ghostly flames failed to inflict any harm, merely impeding the demon's advance slightly. Ai Lu, having prepared her advanced rune arts for a long time, exhausted all her rune power to conjure delicate threads in the air. Advanced rune magic. Xia Xiaodian was taken aback, realizing Ailu possessed such formidable skills. However, the preparation time for this magic seemed excessively long. Invisible threads swiftly formed a web around the fire demon. With the slightest movement, the fire elements within the demon would be severed by these unseen strands. The demon let out a pained howl, while Darren's expression grew increasingly somber. An opportunity presented itself. Spotting an opening, Xia Xiaodian swiftly appeared before Darren, striking down with the dark scythe aimed directly at his face. The clash of metal resonated painfully in the ears. As a finely crafted flame shield manifested in front of Darren to block the scythe's assault, though it was on the verge of shattering. A rune warrior. Which family do you belong to? Darren's mind was a tempest, having once thought Xia Xiaodian's scythe was merely a vessel for summoning strange black flames. However, the force behind that blow was anything but ordinary. It resembled the might of a true weapon of battle. Rune warriors and rune weapons were concepts he could only dream of, yet here stood a mid-tier rune master before him, a genuine rune warrior. The sound of shattering steel was nearly deafening as Xia Xiaodian, like a vengeful deity, continued to smash through the flame shields generated by Darren. Although these shields seemed inadequate against the dark scythe, they consistently provided Darren with solid protection. Xia Xiaodian had witnessed the defensive rune arts before. Aishili, a second-year student from the Fire Element Academy, had used such magic in his presence. Yet, compared to this new high-tier rune master, Aishili's shields appeared far less formidable. This exemplified the chasm between genius and the ordinary. While some newcomers were just beginning their journey as rune masters, others had already reached the pinnacle of their craft. With a grave expression, Xia Xiaodian unfurled his wings and appeared at lightning speed around Darren. Though Darren's gaze flickered with confusion, he still managed to control the flame shields to fend off the relentless strikes of the dark scythe. At that moment, Xia Xiaodian resembled an irritating sparrow, constantly probing for weaknesses in Darren's defenses. Damn it! Darren felt a rising panic. The fierce fire demon had drained too much of his rune power, and casting other high-cost powerful spells required preparation. Xia Xiaodian's relentless assault left him no chance for any additional maneuvers. The fire demon was temporarily ensnared, awaiting its chance to break free. Darren carefully withstood each of Xia Xiaodian's strikes, acutely aware that a moment's lapse could lead to his demise. The fire demon's roars grew increasingly thunderous, while Ailu, exhausted from wielding her advanced rune arts, began to show signs of fatigue. How to defeat him? Xia Xiaodian pressed on with his attacks, yet Darren remained unscathed, igniting a sense of urgency within Xia Xiaodian. How could he breach the defenses? He still possessed a technique. The wave slash, but its consumption was terrifying. The last time he had employed it, he had plunged into unconsciousness. Now, having already exhausted considerable energy, forcing it would be perilously reckless. The scythe, the attack. In the midst of his relentless assault, Xia Xiaodian seemed to grasp a pivotal insight. What advantages did the scythe hold over other weapons? The longsword could thrust and slash, balancing offense and defense. The saber, with its sweeping strikes, wielded immense power. The bow could strike from afar, silently and stealthily. The spear, with its length, instilled trepidation in foes. Yet the scythe, while lacking agility and possessing only moderate power, had been crafted by the dwarves, implying it must possess its own unique advantages. Observing Darren's increasingly steady demeanor and the agile flame shields before him, Xia Xiaodian tightened his grip on the scythe, feeling a resonating hum from its blade. All that remained was to keenly observe the gaps in Darren's defenses. With a swift motion, Xia Xiaodian wielded the dark scythe, carving an elegant arc through the air, the speed rendering the blade a mere blur. Before Darren could react, he realized the impending doom, severing the head. In a few minutes of flawless defense, Darren had unknowingly revealed a fatal flaw, a strike destined to end him. Darren's head, suspended in the air, wore an expression of shock and fury, while behind him, a silver portal had opened. He was eliminated, the first high-tier rune master to fall. Mr. Xia, Ailu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Xia Xiaodian had truly defeated a high-tier rune master. She ceased the flow of rune power, and the threads binding the fire demon dissipated. The fierce fire demon, amidst a roar of defiance, was reduced to ashes. Xia Xiaodian, still clutching the dark scythe, reveled in the sensation of the recent experience. The exhilaration of that decisive strike was intoxicating. From the moment he swung the scythe, he could almost envision the scene of the golden-haired youth being severed in two. The scythe's true strength lay in its ability to breach defenses. Reflecting on that lethal blow, Xia Xiaodian believed it could be considered a martial technique, not reliant on the runes inscribed upon the dark scythe, but rather on the skill of the wielder. In essence, even if he had wielded a mere ordinary scythe, as long as it was sufficiently sharp, the outcome might have been the same. The headhunter, Xia Xiaodian muttered, finding no name more fitting for this technique. A skill capable of bypassing formidable defenses to claim the head of its target. A dreamlike ability he wondered if he could replicate. Yet, he had indeed discovered the direction in which to wield the scythe. He could foresee that in the future, many would fall beneath the banner of the headhunter. Chapter 33. The mysterious young man, where is Darren? Hours have passed, Yet Darren, who went to pursue the eavesdropper, has not returned. Even the usually composed and serious high-level Rune-Master is unable to maintain his calm. He understands the urgency of her situation. Yet his absence is prolonged. It seems he may not return, remarked a woman of ordinary looks yet possessing an elegant demeanor, a hint of scorn in her voice. What do you mean? The man squinted, seemingly perplexed by her words. Aiden, a mid-level Rune-Master, could not possibly delay Darren for this long unless he has no desire to return, the woman replied, as if she already knew something. The man, named Aiden, stroked his fingers thoughtfully and said, Are you suggesting he has fallen into a trap set by high-level Rune-Masters? Those 2 mid-levels we encountered earlier must have been mere bait. Indeed, from what I understand, the number of high-level Rune-Masters involved in this test, including us, should not exceed 5. The ones hiding in the shadows likely have not revealed their advancement. The woman pondered for a moment before continuing, This test is incredibly rare. It is astonishing that the legitimate heirs of our prominent families are all enrolled in the same year, resulting in such a large number of high-levels participating. Let us prepare to depart, Anya. We have waited long enough for Chloe and have lost track of Darren. Our objective remains the acquisition of the Starglow Stone. Time is of the essence. Let us not concern ourselves with the 2 of them any longer, Aiden said impatiently. Anya smiled lightly and beckoned to the mid-level Rune-Masters behind her. The group, each harboring their own motives, swiftly departed. No, it cannot be. I will not be eliminated. In the depths of the Academy's underground hall, a disheveled Darren was teleported in. His golden hair in disarray and his eyes filled with the terror of impending doom. Darren? Exclaimed a professor from the Fire Element Academy in shock. Is that really him? I heard he became a high-level Rune-Master just a month before the test. How could a high-level be eliminated? Surely he was betrayed by another high-level. Murmured the students and professors still waiting by the entrance to the illusion. How could you be eliminated? As a high-level, you couldn't even secure a place in the top 10? The elderly professor from the Fire Element Academy looked utterly disappointed, clearly not expecting Darren's premature exit. Professor, it was from the Dark Academy. There is a runic warrior. Darren began, recalling the chilling strike that had penetrated all defenses despite his efforts to block it. He touched his neck, still intact but faintly aching. A runic warrior. The hall erupted in murmurs, all eyes turning to Loretta of the Dark Academy. This must be her secret weapon. Loretta, initially worried as she gazed at the entrance to the illusion, now appeared utterly perplexed. Could it be that Xia Xiaotian was responsible? She thought, unable to fathom such a fortunate turn of events. She had invested so much in honing his combat skills, aiming for him to break into the top 10. Yet, he had managed to eliminate a high-level Rune-Master? This meant he possessed the potential to compete for even higher rankings. Our Dark Academy only has 1 mid-level Rune-Master. The rest are novices. I cannot fathom who could possibly defeat a prodigy like Darren. Loretta's expression remained calm, yet internally, she was in turmoil. Her concern deepened. Not long ago, she had learned from Talos that some students had indeed perished within the illusion, and now, the illusion had severed all connections to runes. This test was being forced to continue, and all she could do was pray for Xia Xiaoyan's safety. Night had completely fallen. The once brilliant sun of the illusion now dimmed into a solitary cold moon. Only 7 target points remained. Xia Xiaotian gazed at the glowing scroll with excitement. Ailu sat back-to-back with him behind a massive rock, discussing their next plan while sharing sustenance. Although they had distanced themselves from the towering tree at the forest's center, they had yet to truly leave the forested area. After absorbing the scroll from the golden-haired youth, the target points on the map had shrunk to 3. One of which was located at the center of the forest. Xia Xiaotian felt no inclination to return for reconnaissance. He was aware that the golden-haired youth's companions were still lurking, and those 2 Rune-Masters were high-level. Confronting a single high-level Rune-Master was already a formidable challenge. Facing 2 was out of the question. Mr. Xia, what shall we do next? Should we check another point? Ailu's suggestion was reasonable, but Xia Xiaotian, after his harrowing experience, sensed that the remaining target points likely harbored similar groups of Rune-Masters. These teams were probably led by high-level Rune-Masters. Xia Xiaotian's ambition was to secure first place in the year-end test, and merely placing in the top 30 would grant entry into the latter half of the competition. Once in the one-on-one phase, he could avoid the peril of facing multiple opponents. At present, he did not wish to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, the other high-level Rune-Masters in the illusion were likely vying for the rewards associated with discovering the true target points. The nature of these rewards was unknown to Xia Xiaotian. But seeing how the high-level Rune-Masters banded together against enemies, it was reasonable to assume the rewards were substantial. Do not rush. The true target points are not so easily found. We must not act recklessly, Xia Xiaotian cautioned. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger. You. A seemingly ordinary black-haired youth appeared before them without a sound, catching Xia Xiaotian entirely off guard. Who are you? Ailu asked, her voice trembling. Feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from the stranger. Are you Darren's people? The youth's expression remained impassive, his gaze not truly focused on the 2. as if he were merely a passerby seeking directions. Darren, I do not know him, Xia Xiaodian replied, relieved to see the youth appear to be leaving. By the way, you might as well hand over your scroll to me. The youth suddenly turned back as if recalling something. Xia Xiaodian forced a stiff smile. You are a high-level runemaster, are you not? Taking my scroll may not be of much help. We have hardly acquired any scrolls from others. The youth frowned and coldly stated, do not say unnecessary words. I demand you hand over the scroll now. The youth's unreasonable demeanor sent a chill down Xia Xiaodian's spine. Chapter 34. Devastation in an instant. Upon sensing the impending danger, Xia Xiaodian and Ailu soared into the air, evading the lethal spikes that erupted from the ground. Gazing at the towering spires rising several meters from the earth, Xia Xiaodian's breath quickened. Mr. Xia, you are injured, Ailu exclaimed. Noticing the blood streaming from his back, a consequence of his momentary hesitation to dodge swiftly, the sharp pain radiating from the wound dulled his senses. And he repeatedly reassured himself that this was merely an illusion, a figment of his imagination, yet the pain intensified. The earth element, also known as the elemental force of the ground, was the source of these deadly spikes, a testament to the power of elemental glyphs. I see you have expended a considerable amount of your glyph energy. You must have endured a fierce battle. Even so, you managed to evade my fatal strike. I would like to know your name, the enigmatic young man remarked, his demeanor unflinching and aloof, as though it were a tremendous honor for Xia Xiaodian to reveal his identity. Xia Xiaodian bit his lip. He had indeed not regained his full strength. Yet he had not transformed into his vampire form. Enough with the chatter. If you desire the scroll, come and take it, he declared, summoning a colossal scythe in his right hand, its ominous black flames igniting the very air around him. With the 6 wings unfurling from his back, he resembled a celestial being from a church mural. The mysterious youth finally displayed a hint of astonishment, but with a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a tremendous gravitational force that caused both Ailu and Xia Xiaodian to falter in their flight, plummeting rapidly to the ground. Once they landed, both felt as if their legs were shackled with iron, ensnared in a quagmire, with an overwhelming weight pressing down upon their shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. This was the extraordinary effect of the earth element's glyphs, designed to immobilize foes with unexpected gravity. Xia Xiaodian invoked the wave technique once more, this time amplifying it to its maximum potential, the dark elemental power surging within him, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of black energy. With all his might, he swung the scythe at the astonished young man, unleashing a visible wave of pitch-black flames that surged toward him. The dark wave roared as it collided with the formidable earthen barrier that had risen before the youth, shattering it in an instant. As the wave of sand and stone shattered the barrier, a colossal sandstone fist emerged from the ground beside the youth, colliding fiercely with the dark wave, which instantly disintegrated into ashes encompassing the entire fist. The bizarre black flames consumed the enormous sandy fist entirely, yet they could not extend to the mysterious youth. What you wielded just now was indeed a martial technique, wasn't it? Its power is formidable. A mid-level glyph mage can withstand my attack, the youth remarked, his earlier disdain replaced by a serious demeanor. He had not anticipated that his opponent belonged to the rare branch of glyph warriors. Nor had he foreseen that the strange black flames could obliterate his previously confident sandy fist, revealing the potency of his martial skills. As the Windweaver, the youth locked eyes with Xia Xiaodian, just as a sharp, clear buzz resonated through the air, signaling the emergence of deadly, invisible elemental threads that surrounded him tightly. Unbeknownst to them, Ailu had prepared to unleash a high-level glyph technique, successfully ensnaring the youth while he was caught off guard. A glyph trap. You possess quite a few tricks up your sleeve, but allow me to demonstrate the disparity of strength. The youth bellowed, a blinding earthen halo radiating from his body, sweeping away everything in its vicinity. The sturdy glyph threads were torn apart by the shockwave, sending Xia Xiaodian and Ailu sprawling several meters away. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Xia Xiaodian hoisted the nearly unconscious Ailu onto his back, flapping his 6 wings desperately to overcome the crushing gravity as he soared into the distance. Ah! He roared, expending his last reserves of glyph energy to maintain maximum flight speed, his figure darting through the forest, severing trees with the precision of his wings. Yet escape remained elusive. Xia Xiaodian knew full well that as long as the mysterious youth pursued them, their fates were sealed. What to do? He pondered, racking his brain for solutions mid-flight. Transforming into his complete vampire form? That would indeed restore his glyph energy rapidly, yet he could not sustain the use of the wave technique for long. More critically, it would expose his vampire lineage, and even if he managed to vanquish the youth behind him, his secret would be laid bare. For this illusionary realm could not truly kill or silence him. Suddenly, he spotted the colossal flying fish roaming aimlessly in the sky, and an idea sparked within him. These creatures, akin to the giant swimmers he had allied with upon entering the illusion, shared many common traits. They were gargantuan, gentle by nature, yet inexplicably driven to frenzy. Would these airborne leviathans respond to the blue remnants of his soul within him? You're not escaping, The mysterious youth bellowed as he approached Xia Xiaotian and Ailu atop a tidal wave of mud and stone. Mr. Xia, I am too weak to assist you. Ailu lamented, her voice tinged with despair. Despite her extraordinary talent as a glyph mage, she lacked the relentless drive and unwavering determination that Xia Xiaotian possessed. In this moment, she felt the weight of her inadequacy. For too long, Xia Xiaotian had stood resolutely before her, whether as an ordinary person or a glyph mage. While she had grown complacent, now, as she witnessed the once indomitable figure falter, she realized she lacked even the strength to support him. I'm too weak. I truly am too weak. Tears brimmed in Ailu's eyes, filled with resentment as she recognized that their trial was nearing its end. Come on, all of you, come. Xia Xiaotian unleashed the essence of all the blue remnants of his soul. A silent and formless aura that compelled every creature in the illusion to gaze intently in his direction. Above, several colossal fish glided through the moonlit sky, piercing the heavens as they surged downward, their frenzy reminiscent of days past. Why now? The mysterious youth halted, sensing the chaos resuming within the illusion. The gentle giants had succumbed to madness once more. Realizing the gargantuan fish were plummeting toward the ground, the youth wasted no time in turning to flee. As Xia Xiaotian beheld the impending collision of the massive fish, Ailu recognized their dire predicament, casting an apologetic glance at him. I will grow stronger. Until I can aid you, she sobbed, teetering on the brink of despair. Xia Xiaotian gently wiped away her tears and glanced at the unstoppable leviathans above. Smiling as he reassured her, we may not be doomed yet. Just as the monstrous jaws of the fish were about to engulf them, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 35, The Titan Cyclopean Gaze, always unraveling the surrounding arboreal structures, the very earth beneath, and the aerial fish, now a mere arm's length away, were dissolving into ephemeral effervescence. Mr. Xia? Ale seemed unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet Xia Xiaotian perceived an undeniable urge within his cerulean vestigial soul to extricate itself from his corporeal form. Found you. A voice, redolent of honeyed lethargy, resonated as a maiden descended gracefully upon the disintegrating head of the aerial fish, adorned in robes of incandescent crimson, reminiscent of molten magma. Her raven tresses cascaded to her heels, framing a visage of serene comeliness. Her skin possessed the pristine quality of a newborn, her eyes, pools of tranquil lucidity. Xia Xiaotian and Ale remained aloft, their vigilance heightened as the world around them dissipated like phantasms. Yet, the maiden betrayed no semblance of surprise. Who are you? Xia Xiaotian discerned no runic energy emanating from the girl, a testament to her vastly superior power. The maiden scrutinized Xia Xiaotian for an extended moment, her countenance shifting abruptly. You are not the spinal cord. You are not the spinal cord? Xia Xiaotian was perplexed, regardless of whom the maiden mistook him for. The moniker spinal cord was foreign to him, even more peculiar than his own. You bear his aura, yet you are not him. The maiden's demeanor darkened, and with a swift gesture, she manipulated the ethereal spatial energies, ensnaring Xia Xiaotian. Mr. Xia. Ale, witnessing Xia Xiaotian's confinement by invisible forces, glared at the maiden. She summoned blades of wind, poised to shatter the bonds, but before she could act, the maiden, with a gesture of impatience, flung her aside. Ale. Despite knowing that true fatality was impossible within the illusion, Ale's setback caused Xia Xiaotian palpable distress. Tell me, why do you carry the scent of the spinal cord? The maiden's tone was now frigid. Xia Xiaotian retorted, from the moment you laid a hand on Ale, any possibility of obtaining information from me vanished. Silence descended. And then the maiden laughed. Athahaha. You truly believe that upon your demise, a portal will obediently materialize to return you? The maiden's mirth sent a chill through Xia Xiaotian's core. You can control this illusion? You believe I jest? Xia Xiaotian, observing the maiden's unwavering gaze, conceded the possibility. Though her words defied comprehension, the Helheim illusion, a national treasure of Carthage, was said to be personally controlled by only a select few within the vast empire. And this maiden appeared barely 16. Suddenly, Xia Xiaotian recalled the enigmatic entity within the final bastion, the one who had commandeered the body of the six-winged blood clan member, and his cerulean vestigial soul. This illusion is my very being. I control every facet. Without my consent, none shall depart. The maiden continued with a chilling smile. Since the first stirring of the spinal cord's aura, I have scrutinized every departing human from this realm. Even had you concealed your aura, I would have found you. And now, tell me, what have you done with my spinal cord? The maiden's visage twisted into a grotesque mask, and Xia Xiaotian felt the invisible spatial hands constricting him, stealing his breath. The spinal cord, he surmised, must be the cerulean vestigial souls he had consumed with his peculiar power. A wave of horror washed over Xia Xiaotian. He had suspected that the cerulean vestigial souls he devoured were not the entirety of the mysterious entity's spirit. Earth as spine, abyss as body. The maiden had declared this illusion to be a part of her very being. Her identity was becoming terrifyingly clear. She and the vestigial soul within him. Were they of the same monstrous lineage, or perhaps the same entity? He was the spinal cord. Then what are you? What are you all? Answer me, or kill me. Xia Xiaoyan's expression was resolute, seemingly indifferent to death. The threat was real, yet Xia Xiaoyan displayed no fear. The maiden rose, her gaze chilling, and gestured towards the moon. With a snap of her fingers, the sky transformed into an eternal night, devoid of light. The moon vanished, replaced by a dense tapestry of twinkling stars. Another snap, and a celestial body materialized at the edge of the sky, writhing with endless storms of ice, fire, and wind. Within, a crimson glow pulsed, like a runic bomb or a beating heart. We are the Titans under the rule of King Ymir. In the divine revelation war, we shattered countless stars and the bodies of gods. And I am the Titan Cyclopean gaze. I have beheld the frigid galaxies at the edge of the void, and the desolate space at its heart. This space is but a dream of mine. Every blade of grass, every beast, is a vision I have witnessed. Titan, Cyclopean gaze. A feeling of insignificance washed over Xia Xiaodian. What manner of beast could conjure a dream the size of Carthage with but a single eye? Ale struggled to rise, but in vain. She realized that several of her bones were fractured. Blood seeped from wounds all over her body, and her heart pounded erratically. The test. It has not ended. Ale recognized this. Typically, when a student's injuries rendered them incapable of action, they would be teleported out. Yet, she felt no sign of a portal. Mr. Xia, tears streamed down Ale's face, mingling with her cerulean hair as she lay immobile. Her gaze remained fixed on Xia Xiaotian, trapped in the distance. Near this woman, I cannot teleport away. What will become of Mr. Xia? Ale desperately tried to move, but only exacerbated her bleeding. Her greatest concern was whether Mr. Xia could escape. This was no longer a test, but a matter of life and death. I am too weak. Ale attempted to summon her runic power, but failed. I am too weak. Again and again, Ale finally succumbed to exhaustion. Her eyes filled with longing for Xia Xiaodian. The sky shifted, displaying a star-studded night one moment, and an eternal, dark night the next. The dreamlike quality was as potent as a soporific. Ale's eyes fluttered shut. She recalled a memory of herself, huddled in a corner of the church, watching Mr. Xia brawl with the town's youths for her sake. She prayed to the icons, beseeching her guardian, Mr. Xia, to drive away the villains. She seemed to be forever the weakling, praying before the icons. And Mr. Xia, with his not-so-broad shoulders, shielded her from all animosity and contempt. Save Mr. Xia. Please, save Mr. Xia. I know you are within my body. Save him, even if this body no longer belongs to me. Chapter 36. The Queen Ailu struck her chest with fervor, attempting to awaken something within. You are truly weak. A crimson light surged from Ailu's forehead, coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of a blood-robed figure. Queen Erica, still wielding the blood-red longsword, the light of calamity. Her immaculate white hair billowed behind her, while her blood-red cloak emanated an aura of nobility and elegance. This hue did not merely signify the fervor of red, but rather symbolized allure intertwined with bloodshed. She was Queen Erica, the supreme sovereign who maintained her icy composure and reason at all times, yet harbored an unquenchable, eternal hatred within her heart. I am indeed weak, but that is inconsequential. I know you possess the power to save Mr. Xia. Ailu struggled to rise once more. Yet the pain gnawed at every fiber of her being. When did you become aware of my existence? The corners of the queen's lips curled into a beguiling smile. Ailu closed her eyes and murmured softly, recently, just recently, during Mr. Xia's attempt to rescue me. It was so unnatural, like the vastness of Carthage itself. How could it be mere coincidence? So you suspect that something prompted him to save you? No, it is not solely that. My memories over the past few months have been fragmented, with countless forgotten moments. Just in these days, I have gradually begun to recollect the events that transpired in that blood-soaked expanse. Mr. Xia's transformation, your invasion of my body. Ailu gazed intently at Queen Erica, her eyes devoid of any confusion or retreat. Your Majesty, since you and Mr. Xia have a mutually beneficial arrangement, ensuring the survival of your trading partner would also be advantageous for you, would it not? Blood surged from her innards, spilling to her lips, yet she resolutely completed her statement. Queen Erica gently lifted Ailu's chin and remarked with haughty laughter, you are an exceptional woman, though weak. Your frailty is not without reason. You display weakness for those you hold dear. Xia Xiaodian is a vital piece in my quest for vengeance. I certainly will not allow him to perish so easily. Tears welled in Ailu's eyes once again as she prayed fervently to the sacred image, yearning for a miracle. Next time, I will not entrust such tasks to another woman. Ailu's face revealed her first expression of unwillingness. Queen Erica smiled with appreciation and transformed into a crimson arc, advancing towards Xia Xiaodian. Regrettably, your race is indeed magnificent. But I truly know nothing of your spinal matters. I do not recall anything similar ever appearing before me. Xia Xiaodian remained obstinate. He understood that before the girl who proclaimed herself the one-eyed Titan, should he truly surrender that fragment of his lingering soul, he would lose all leverage, becoming utterly vulnerable. I have already stated, without my permission, no one may leave here alive. The girl's expression hardened, intensifying her constraints, Even Xia Xiaodian, with his superior physique, began to crumble under the pressure. He felt as though his innards might shatter, the agony searing through his nerves. Suddenly, a blood-red sword light, dozens of meters long, surged toward him at an imperceptible speed. The sword light emitted a mournful wail, severing the intangible hand that imprisoned Xia Xiaotian in an instant. As he broke free, he let out a roar, fully transforming into the complete form of the six-winged blood. See Chapter 37, The Light of Calamity. O humble kin, I perceive you as their sovereign, yet, what does it matter? They still desecrate your soul, transforming it into a vessel of spirit. A girl who cackles maniacally while wielding a colossal silver apparition, clashing head-on with the luminous blade of Erica. The calamitous light longsword emits a mournful wail, its sound resonating like a profound sigh, the crimson gleam of the blade seemingly capable of dissolving all that it touches. I am no longer the king of mortals. I am merely a vengeful spirit of the past. As an avenger, nothing vexes me more than your gaze. Erica, rarely displaying disgust and loathing, finds the wailing of the calamitous light growing ever louder. The girl's eyes reflect the contempt reserved for a lowly, inferior race, mingled with derision and mockery. She seems to believe that a half-divine vessel cannot possibly triumph over her. What fuels her confidence? Prepare yourself. Summer Xiaodian hears Erica's voice beside him, urging him to focus intently on the unfolding battle. Now, taste the wrath of the lowly kin in your eyes. Erica closes her eyes, murmuring incantations as her white hair dances inexplicably, a thick aura of decay emanating from the blade of calamitous light, embodying the pinnacle of decay itself, purer than any decay property Summer has previously encountered. The path of ruin. The diminutive indigenous race has birthed such a prodigious girl. As she senses the unique aura of decay radiating from Erica's sword, she momentarily falters, finally recalling this astonishing essence. With unwavering resolve, Erica swings her sword, unleashing a force imbued with destruction and decay, instantaneously erasing the earth and space in its path. The sheer might of this strike induces terror in the girl. Even as she recognizes the path of ruin, she cannot fathom its true power. The prism of time and space, witnessing the impending fatal blow, quietly contemplates. Just as the calamitous light is poised to shatter the girl, a magnificent, multicolored prism materializes above her, absorbing the impact of the sword, merging with it. A grayish hue seeps into the prism, effectively diffusing the cataclysmic strike. Erica, witnessing the thwarted outcome, closes her eyes, gently caressing the wailing calamitous light, her expression gradually filling with a sense of resolve. The path of ruin. If I do not confront this with my utmost strength, I too shall perish. You are indeed a remarkable talent among your kind. Even those deities who once vanquished me lacked the comprehension of such high-level techniques. Embrace your demise with pride, young one. Her voice grows coarse as she shuts her eyes, gradually transforming into a colossal silhouette that pierces the heavens, reminiscent of the Leviathan she encountered upon entering the Hair-Dim illusion, yet magnified countless times. The giant possesses a single eye, the clearest aspect of its visage, within which unfolds a tapestry of worlds characterized by destruction, creation, and subsequent annihilation, deep and distant. This is a Titan, one of the most formidable beings of the void. Erica exhales softly, as if finally resolute. She caresses the calamitous light, and a rustling sound ensues as immense gray-black flora rapidly burgeon from the Titan's feet, entwining it and blooming with blood-red buds. In mere moments, this miraculous vegetation securely binds the Titan, rendering it immobile. The Titan bellows with resounding fury, yet it cannot alter its shackled reality. Erica nods in satisfaction and turns to Summer Xiaodian. He has recognized that Erica's figure has become ethereal, seemingly fading away. He suddenly recalls Erica once telling him that sustaining her existence is immensely taxing, rendering it impossible for her to assist him in vanquishing foes. The Titan's true form is now ensnared by me. The next step is to deliver a fatal blow, yet I can no longer execute that magnificent strike. What plans do you possess? Summer Xiaodian inquires in a subdued tone. Observing no hint of despair on Erica's face, she must have a strategy. Erica gently tosses the calamitous light towards Summer Xiaodian, the blood-red blade flipping gracefully through the air before landing steadily in his grasp. For the first time, he scrutinizes the calamitous light. It is a sword, strikingly slender compared to typical longswords, its crimson blade adorned with black patterns, a delicate blood groove running along its center. The material is extraordinary, exuding both softness and resilience, as if the sword possesses a spirit of its own, humming in Summer's hands. You have come to realize that my existence is not merely a soul form, but rather the spirit of the calamitous light in your hands. This weapon, a failed artifact, remains potent enough to rival true artifacts. It was forged by a dwarven deity, employing materials of unimaginable rarity throughout the continent. Summer Xiaodian suddenly recalls the dwarven crafting scroll he possesses, showcasing runic weapons that are nearly impossible to successfully create. Where did the dwarves acquire such astonishing blueprints? Were they merely of their own design? You entrust me with the calamitous light. What must I do? Summer Xiaodian's expression grows grave. Weapons are only at their strongest when wielded by someone. Erica replies calmly, I shall expend my remaining strength to activate the calamitous light, during which I will temporarily vanish. You must use the calamitous light to extinguish the Titan's singular ion extracted soul. Summer Shoution clutches the calamitous light tightly, a frenzied glint emerging in his gaze. Indeed, such is the nature of it, mortals can never wield the power of artifacts throughout their lives. Cherish this opportunity. Upon concluding her words, Erica suddenly appears before Summer Shoution, stating gravely, wielding an artifact requires forging a covenant with the spirit. A covenant? What must I do? Summer Shoution inquires, puzzled. Erica shakes her head gently, responding, nothing too elaborate, merely a bond of spirit. Reflect on the various rituals and ceremonies in your life, and choose the one most fitting. The Titan's roars grow increasingly ferocious, urging Summer Shoution to act swiftly. Deep in thought, he suddenly recalls a ritual he once read about in a book. He kneels on one knee, pounding his chest with his right hand while his left hand overlaps with Erica's, a knightly pledge, performed beneath the sacred icon in a church when a knight vows to serve a nun. Is it my imagination? Summer Shoution raises his gaze, seemingly catching a glimpse of reminiscence and a few tears in Erica's eyes. Subsequently, a tremendous surge of spiritual power flows into his mind as Erica's hand touches his. Chapter 38. The Old Avengers. A torrent of information surged into Xia Xiaoyan's mind. Before him stood a grand palace, where a red-haired girl clad in a floral white dress bid farewell to a pair of lovers. Observing the girl, who appeared to be merely in her teens, Xia Xiaoyan was instantly convinced this must be Erica, although she bore a closer resemblance to the youthful king of the present day. With the red hair characteristic of the Carthaginian royal lineage, he was unwavering in his belief. Sister, when will you return? The girl clutched the hem of a graceful woman's gown, her reluctance palpable. That woman was her sister. Gently stroking Erica's head, her sister smiled. Erica, I am the crown princess, bound by royal duties. You must keep Jessica company. After all, you are her sister. Humph, she hasn't even learned to speak yet. She's just a little brat. Mother can take care of her. Erica pouted playfully, her discontent evident. Erica, listen to your sister. A handsome young man beside her sister said softly, wearing a warm smile. Uncle Eris. Erica hesitated, but eventually nodded. The scene before Xia Xiaoyan began to dissolve, morphing into another. Upon the towering city walls, young Erica wept as she gazed at the battlefield in the distance. There, a goddess radiating golden light wielded twin swords, engaged in combat with several formidable adversaries. The cacophony of battle, the clash of weapons, cries of despair filled the air, mingling with the scent of blood and scattered corpses. Sister, Erica cried, her heart wrenching as she witnessed the golden goddess and her foes disintegrate into ashes. Your Majesty, why don't you save my sister? She's just beyond the city gates. Your Majesty. Erica curled in anguish, questioning her father, the king, who stood behind her. From this day forth, Erica, you are the new crown princess of Carthage. You must understand the royal duties to ensure the survival of our kingdom, the king declared resolutely. If I were king, I would not be as weak as you. Erica's voice turned cold and cruel. The king's hand trembled at the sound, as if her words were a dagger to his heart. The scene shifted once more. Now, Erica seemed to have ascended to kingship, standing atop the highest tower in Carthage, facing countless citizens who gazed upon her with reverence, her expression devoid of warmth. Her hair, once the royal crimson, now bore a hue of white, a color not of age, but of ruin and decay. Subjects, her voice resonated throughout the capital city, Half Moon City. A decade ago, the realms of Kivaros and Numidia invaded our lands, slaughtering my people, and my predecessor met his demise at the city gates. Now, they return to our nation. The time for vengeance has come. If the voices of our fallen comrades echo in your ears, take up arms and fight with your runes. Erica raised her longsword, which Xia Xiaoyan recognized as the Sword of Calamity, now a silvery knight's blade, devoid of any bloody aura. Obey the will of your Majesty. Obey the will of your Majesty. Every rune master and citizen paid their respects to Erica. She was the undefeated general on the battlefield, the king every Carthaginian yearned for. The scene transformed yet again, revealing a colossal cathedral. The rising sun illuminated through the stained glass, casting shadows of sacred icons. Erica, clad in black armor, emerged from a portal, her footsteps echoing through the vast hall. Her once vibrant hair had turned pure white, and her gaze was as frigid as a deep valley. Eris. Erica's cold eyes locked onto a man standing nearby, who bore a sinister grin. Behind him loomed several ominous figures, causing Erica to instinctively tighten her grip on the Sword of Calamity. Eris, no longer the man who smiled warmly, now bore wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, filled with unquenchable hatred. Your Majesty, the prophets of the church have foretold the calamities you shall bring upon Carthage. The ominous sword you wield serves as evidence, he warned. Erica replied with a sneer, Eris, in Carthage, besides you, no one would betray me. You are not worthy of seeking my life. The scene shifted again, leaving Xia Xiaotian in stunned silence. Before him, Erica was left with nothing but a tattered white cloth, cruelly nailed to a cross. Blood streaming from her hands and feet as she bowed her head, her expression obscured. Traitor! Traitor! The usurper king! The rune masters observing her were filled with such loathing. As if she had deceived them all, Erica raised her head and locked eyes with the figure at the pinnacle, a frail, dying old man whose gaze was filled with disdain and hatred. Ancestral one, I am the king of Carthage, not a traitor. Erica's expression remained icy, though a rare note of pleading crept into her tone. The elder, revered as the ancestor, was the sole, true deity of Carthage, having endured countless eons yet still living. You are unworthy to speak to me, he declared, as if he had irrevocably marked Erica as a traitor. What had transpired? Why did the Carthaginians deem their king a traitor? Xia Xiaotian was utterly perplexed. He. Upon hearing the words of the true god of Carthage, Erica unexpectedly laughed, surveying the faces of the rune masters filled with hatred. Her people, whom she had devoted her youth to protect, had so easily lost their trust in her. In the corner, she spotted Jessica, her sister, the only girl among the royal trio destined to survive. At that moment, Jessica seemed unable to comprehend the events unfolding. Glancing timidly at Erica as if she were a stranger, "If I live, I will surely bring ruin upon Carthage," Erica suddenly declared. The absent sword of calamity flickered with a faint crimson glow. Everything faded, and Xia Xiaotian's consciousness returned to reality, where the Titan continued to roar in fury, straining against its bindings. He finally understood why Erica had displayed a reminiscent expression upon witnessing the knightly salute. It was a gesture of reverence from the people who once idolized her. She could no longer be greeted in such a manner, for none remained as her subjects. Xia Xiaotian touched his face, feeling the tears streaming down. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to weep. At that moment, Erica's figure had vanished entirely. The sword of calamity resonated with a low hum of intent, and without hesitation, Xia Xiaotian raised the longsword high. A crimson glow erupted forth. He beheld the Titan's eyes, wild and incredulous, and felt a rush of exhilaration. One of Erica's deepest desires must have been to witness such expressions from those who viewed others as mere ants. One day, even the true god of Carthage, who had condemned her to the cross, would wear a similar expression, the look of one about to be vanquished by those they deemed insignificant. No matter how long you have lived or how much you have witnessed, today marks the end of all. Xia Xiaotian swung the longsword with fierce determination. Chapter 39. The devouring one-eyed behemoth. As Xia Xiaotian raised the light of calamity in his hand, a series of empathetic wails resonated from the sword's blade. He gazed at the Titan's spectral visage, riddled with terror, and suddenly recalled the true reason behind his desire to depart from his hometown, the town of spirits. There were always those who regarded him with such disdainful looks, whether they were children of his age or the adults within the town. They forever perceived him as a wretched species. They held themselves in high esteem, priding themselves on being pure Carthaginians, while they secretly derided hybrids like Xia Xiaotian. The gazes of the townsfolk of spirits, the Titan's one-eyed glare, and the fragments of memories from Erica featuring the Carthaginian deities all stood upon their lofty pedestals, looking down upon others. Your efforts, your sacrifices, were all treated with contempt. Erica's plight was even more lamentable. She had devoted all her youth and emotions to the empire, burying her youthful vivacity in the cold grave, forever cold and wise, yet met with nothing but scorn from tyrants like the Carthaginian gods. They deserved to perish. The suffocating aura of decay once again coiled around the sword's luminescence as it surged towards the Titan. Xia Xiaotian swung his sword with great force, severing the Titan's spectral form in half. The anguished howl seemed as if it would rend the heavens apart. The Titan summoned his last remnants of strength and finally broke free from the entangling vines birthed from ruin. Yet at that moment, he was rendered immobile. No. Please do not kill me. I can forge a pact with you. This artifact can serve you as well. The Titan's fear was palpable, yet Xia Xiaotian's expression remained icy. I shall not extend mercy to my foes. With a cold smirk, he brought his sword down, cleaving the Titan's head from his shoulders. With a series of sounds reminiscent of bubbles dissolving, the Titan's apparition gradually became more indistinct, revealing the form of a young girl within. The girl lay incapacitated on the ground, completely unable to move. Xia Xiaotian approached her, a silver light flickering upon his forehead, from which emerged a faceless silver head through a swirling vortex, as if it had caught the scent of her soul. Mouth agape in a frenzied attempt to siphon the remnants of her essence. The visitor from the void of annihilation. The harbinger of oblivion, so it is. The spinal essence. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on clarity and conciseness, and removing extraneous information. Chapter 40, Advancement and Acclaim with a nod to the earnest Ilu. Xia Xiaotian cast aside all distractions to meticulously examine the residual soul of the Cyclops he had absorbed. He discerned that it had fused with the remnants of the spinal cord. Upon attempting to unleash the power of his lineage once more, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially assuming the form of a six-winged bloodkin, Xia Shaotian's stature increased by several meters, his wings growing more robust and his spine imbued with immense power. The Titan spinal cord lineage amplified his physical strength to an astonishing degree, granting him the sensation that he could effortlessly crush lesser incantations, a feat previously unimaginable for ordinary humans. Subsequently, an even more startling development occurred. A somnolent, enigmatic cyclopean eye materialized on Xia Shaotian's forehead. This third eye, partially open, exuded an aura of ancient and forbidden energy. Despite consuming nearly half of his arcane power, he could only manage to pry it open slightly, although the cyclopean eye demanded a significant amount of energy. Its capabilities were extraordinary. Through it, Xia Shaotian could perceive the environment being automatically restored by Hildum, observe arcane power becoming visible, and even discern the density of various elemental arcane energies in the air. The eye also possessed remarkable long-range vision, enabling him to clearly see scenes kilometers away. Xia Shaotian promptly closed the eye, as its energy consumption was too great for a mid-level runesmith to sustain. He reveled in the benefits conferred by plundering lineages. He suspected that the inability to extract a lineage portion when absorbing the spinal cord remnants previously was due to insufficient lineage concentration. Aside from the cyclopean eye and spinal cord, there were likely other fragmented Titan remains scattered across the continent, representing prime targets for his hunts. Mr. Xia, Ailu remarked, unfazed by the six-winged behemoth before her, recognizing it as Xia Shaotian's true form. Suddenly, silver teleportation gates appeared beside them. Is the test over? Xia Shaotian wondered. Suspecting he might not have qualified for the top 30, he reverted to his human form, pondering various possibilities. Welcome back, my exceptional students. The professors and students alike appeared excited as Xia Shaotian, and dozens of others were teleported back. Xia Shaotian immediately sought out Ailu, noting that her injuries, like his, had not healed, likely because they were inflicted by the Titan cyclopean eye representing the illusion itself. These wounds were real. Xia Shaotian looked up at the handsome middle-aged man on the high platform, before whom even Taros stood respectfully, his identity self-evident. I am Carl, the Dean of the Royal Runesmith Academy. I hereby declare that 27 of you have passed the Hildum illusion test and will proceed to the second half of the competition. The students, initially bewildered, were now overjoyed. Carl, about to speak, noticed Xia Shaotian and Ailu in the crowd. Why haven't those two students' injuries healed? He inquired, especially concerned about Ailu's fractured bones and severe internal injuries. Taros stated, Carl, their injuries must have occurred within the illusion. They may know what happened to the deceased students. Carl swiftly appeared before Xia Shaotian and Ailu. Medical professors. Get them medical attention immediately. Several figures escorted them out of the hall. How could they be injured? It's impossible to sustain injuries within the illusion, others wondered. Carl cleared his throat and stated gravely, this test was prematurely terminated due to a significant anomaly within the illusion. Many students were eliminated by unexplained spatial disturbances, and no one obtained the treasure. Therefore, I will designate the treasure as the prize for the second half of the competition. Rely on your strength to obtain it. The others sensed the abnormality. The initial number of advancing students was 30, yet it was now 27. Moreover, the dean had abruptly declared those still within the illusion as qualifiers. What did you encounter? Carl asked Xia Shaotian at the school hospital, his expression solemn. Dean, we were attacked by a monster claiming to be an artifact spirit. Fortunately, you ended the test in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even seen the teleportation gate. Xia Shaotian fabricated. An artifact spirit. Carl's face paled. You survived her attack? With your mid-level runesmith abilities? Taros interjected. Carl, you've just returned and haven't heard. Darren, the strongest high-level runesmith student from the Fire Element Institute, was defeated by a student from the Dark Institute. Carl's interest was piqued. She didn't kill you immediately but wasted time humiliating you, giving you a chance to survive? Xia Shaotian recounted his prepared explanation. Even so, to withstand an artifact spirit's attack. You must be the one who defeated the high-level runesmith, Carl said. Rest well. The professors and I will investigate the illusion thoroughly. The second half of the year-end test will be held in a month, with runesmiths from neighboring countries and delegations from other races attending. Your battles will be broadcast throughout the continent. Carl added, this year is different. Many lineage holders from prominent families have enrolled specifically for the one-on-one combat. There will be many foreigners, and they will undoubtedly challenge our students. Do not hold back in front of them, Carl stated sternly. And Xia Shaotian sensed a ferocious undertone in his voice. In the following days, the news of Xia Shaotian being a rune warrior and defeating the high-level runesmith from the Fire Element Institute spread like wildfire among the students, eclipsing the news of the deaths of a dozen students in the illusion. Class serves as an insurmountable chasm within the community of rune masters, a divide that few can traverse. The disparity between mid-tier and high-tier rune masters leaves many in a state of profound admiration and longing. In comparison to the disheartening news of unfamiliar apprentices perishing within illusions, this revelation is undeniably more shocking. Concurrently, An increasing number of individuals believe that Xia Xiaotian will advance further in one-on-one combat scenarios, and his name has begun to gain a modicum of recognition within the rune master circles of Carthage. In certain underground betting venues, audacious wagers have even commenced, predicting that he may seize the championship title in the year-end assessments. Chapter 41. The Imperial Arena under the leadership of Dean Carl. A thorough investigation of the Hayardim illusion was conducted by the professors, yet they discovered nothing of significance. At that moment, Hayardim continued its usual operations, seemingly unaffected by the absence of its artifact spirit. Carl and his colleagues could not even locate the girl's body that was possessed by the Titan's single eye. The artifact spirit of Hayardim was already a legendary entity, and despite Carl and Talos having control over the illusion for many years, they had never encountered it, let alone acknowledge its consumption by Xia Xiaotian. Ultimately, Carl decided to conceal the fact that a student had perished within the illusion. Although whispers circulated among the students, it was common for casualties to occur during the completion of bounty tasks in such a vast academy. The deaths of these students would soon be buried under the dust of history. In the month leading up to the latter half of the competition, Xia Xiaotian received news from the Luish trading company that his Black Flame scythe could be reforged with some precious materials. After the enhancement, the Black Flame scythe exhibited a subdued radiance. Although the internal runes had not increased in number, its overall power had significantly risen, providing Xia Xiaotian with ample motivation to diligently practice the head-hunting technique he had previously comprehended. Head-hunting was a skill-based martial art, and it was his sole original creation. He firmly believed that this technique would assist him in critical moments. The Sword of Calamity was safely stored within Xia Xiaotian's storage ring. Elika had fallen into a prolonged slumber. The man from the Earth Element Academy posed a formidable challenge. Various mechanical puppets were arranged within the expansive arena, and Xia Xiaotian deftly executed a head-hunting strike with the Black Flame scythe, honing his scythe skills. Currently, the most threatening contender on the path to victory was the man from the Earth Element Academy, whose earth-colored ring spell wielded tremendous power, far beyond what the Ghost Flame could contend with. Xia Xiaotian speculated that even the Wave Surge technique would only yield a stalemate against him. Although he remained at the intermediate level of runic mastery, the most significant change was the third eye on his forehead, which could be opened at will. This third eye, despite its tremendous consumption of energy, possessed the peculiar ability to perceive the flow of runic energy and discern the intricacies of spells. If utilized judiciously, it might enable him to confront that man. Should he ascend to the ranks of high-level runic masters, combat would undoubtedly become considerably easier. Nevertheless, despite this aspiration, he was still merely approaching the standards of high-level mastery, as a genuine promotion required a certain fortuitous opportunity. As the results of the drawing were announced, Loretta observed Xia Xiaotian's fervent training with a hint of satisfaction. "What is it?" Xia Xiaotian inquired, lifting his gaze. Loretta shook her head and replied, "There is no need for anxiety. While you didn't draw the lucky buy, you merely faced an intermediate contender of modest strength. His promotion was likely a matter of luck," Xia Xiaotian mused, reassured by Loretta's words. Although this year's top 30 had dwindled to 27, the competition format remained largely unchanged. "And Elu? Who did she face?" "I anticipated you would ask that. I paid special attention. She is up against a high-level runic master named Anya. The odds are decidedly against her." Xia Xiaotian was unfamiliar with the name Anya, but being a high-level master, Elu would indeed struggle against her. Despite Elu's desire to grow stronger quickly, a month offered too little time for substantial change. Finally, the event commenced. The excitement surged as this year even foreign races had come to observe. In Carthage's imperial capital, Half Moon City, the imperial arena stood, a grand edifice suffused with runic energy. It was said that in ancient times, slave masters would force their slaves, who diligently studied runes, to fight in the arena, treating them as one would pets to garner attention. Today, it served as an essential venue for significant imperial events and ceremonies. The circular arena spanned several kilometers in length and width, accommodating nearly 100,000 spectators. Each year, the Royal Runic Academy's end-of-year assessment crowned its champion here. As Xia Xiaotian and a group of dozens entered the arena, the throng of spectators erupted with excitement. Among them were commoners and runic masters from across Carthage, as the competition was open for all to witness. However, in the VIP section, several notable figures drew the attention of those around them. "Is that a centaur? It's my first time seeing one. That must be a dragon-headed subhuman. Look at his pointed ears and wings. He is surely an elf." This event was markedly different from prior years, as many foreign races from distant regions of the continent had coincidentally come to watch in Carthage: centaurs, dragon-headed subhumans, serpentine beings with human features, and the petite, charming elves. The nations these races hailed from were far from Half Moon City. Additionally, in the VIP section, two human figures stood out, appearing somewhat distinct from the Carthaginian populace. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. Let us share this continent together, Carl." clad in an exquisitely tailored black suit with meticulously groomed hair, expressed with a relaxed and cheerful demeanor, while Talos, standing behind him, appeared vigilant. Many of the foreign guests greeted Carl, except for a pair of humans in the corner who remained silent. Long time no see. I never expected our reunion to be so harmonious. Carl greeted the two with a sardonic smile. The man's expression was stern and humorless, merely grunting in response. While the woman smiled seductively, saying, I regret not killing you last time. Who would have thought you'd become the dean? A flicker of anger flashed in Carl's eyes. These two were representatives from the neighboring human empires of Numidia and Kivris, respectively. The three nations had been embroiled in conflict for years, harboring deep-seated grudges. The individuals present had once been adversaries on the battlefield. Without further ado, Carl set everything in order, then harnessed runic energy to levitate above the arena. Proclaiming in a voice that resonated throughout, I, Carl, Dean of the Royal Runic Academy, hereby declare the commencement of this year's end-of-year assessment. Due to the vastness of the arena, the preliminary rounds would occur simultaneously across several locations, while the audience focused on whether their wagered students would emerge victorious. This year, the underground betting operations of the Lewis family reached unprecedented scales, attracting many desperate gamblers eager to stake everything for a chance at a fortune. Hello, I'm Morrow. The timid boy opposite Xia Xiaodian introduced himself. I'm Xia Xiaodian from the Dark Academy. Dressed in the Dark Academy's specially crafted black robe, Xia Xiaodian scrutinized the boy before him. The youth avoided making eye contact, merely awaiting Carl's signal to commence the battle. What are you afraid of? Xia Xiaodian remarked. Somewhat exasperated. The boy, with a mournful expression, replied, I've heard about you. You've even eliminated high-level runic masters. I stand no chance against you. Chapter 42, Weakness and the Will to Win. The voice of Carl, resonating powerfully, commanded the attention of every contestant present as they gazed up at the imposing figure of the Academy principal in the sky. Even if you face an opponent whom you evidently cannot defeat, I implore you to fight with all your might. Our panel of judges will assess your performance and the strength of your adversary to assign you an appropriate ranking. Those ranked in the top 10 will earn the opportunity for their respective factions to utilize the higher dumb illusion. Carl smiled, adopting a slightly relaxed tone as he continued. You are the future of Carthage, and I wish for none of you to suffer harm. Therefore, let us be succinct. My judges and I will intervene should you attempt to kill your opponent. Let the battle commence. This was the very reason Loretta yearned for a Dark Academy student to break into the top 10. Observing the wonders within the illusion was a pathway to becoming a rune master, a near necessity for nurturing future faculty members. As the final words faded, the air erupted with the sounds of various runic techniques clashing. You may strike first, Summer said, glancing at the fearful young boy, Morrow, with a hint of exasperation. All right. Morrow responded, raising his hand and murmuring an incantation. Just as the luminescent runes of his light attribute began to manifest on his forehead, an unexpected twist occurred. Summer's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Morrow with a chilling sensation at his neck, only to discover a strange black scythe pressed against his skin. I didn't even have time to activate my rune technique. He anticipated my every move. Slowly lifting his hand, as if expelling every ounce of energy, Morrow uttered, I concede. Suddenly, Summer withdrew the scythe from Morrow's neck, interrupting his resignation with an impassive expression. He stepped back, his thoughts already shifting to the battle between Elu and Anya. It didn't take long for Summer to recognize Anya as one of the three high-ranking rune masters he had encountered in the forest alongside Elu that day. I remember you. You and your partner lured Dallin away, he remarked. Though Anya's appearance did not rival Elu's, her composed and dignified demeanor suggested she hailed from an esteemed family. Elu's expression was unprecedentedly serious as she summoned her runic energy to create two fierce miniature tempests, preparing her technique with precision. The azure storm surged towards Anya like sentient beings, full of ferocity. I shatter, Anya commanded, extending her right hand as frost spiraled around her arm. As the storm drew near, dozens of razor-sharp ice spikes erupted from her arm, intertwining with the tempest as if propelled by an explosive force. The piercing sound of shattering ice filled the air, causing the azure storm to lose its vigor and dissipate in an instant. The tangible shards of ice transformed into a torrent, surging toward Elu's position. With her wind-weaving technique fully prepared, the battleground swiftly filled with Elu's azure threats. With a mere flick of her fingers, several lethal azure strands sliced through the icy torrent with precision, observing the scattered ice fragments in the web of threads surrounding her. Anya remarked with surprise, You possess some resistance, but how long can you sustain it? No sooner had she spoken than a dozen ice spikes, each as thick as an arm, erupted from the ground beside Elu. Before Elu could react, these spikes ensnared her, binding her as if she were a prisoner shackled in chains. Several of her cerulean locks fell to the ground. I concede, Elu stated, her eyes devoid of significant despair. She had anticipated the outcome, merely surprised by the swiftness of her defeat. Sighing, Summer observed the scene from a distance, wishing to comfort Elu. yet understanding that such matters could only be blamed on his own inadequacy. Seeking other justifications for failure would only serve as excuses. Since Elu had vowed to grow stronger, Summer resolved to place his faith in her. Please, I truly cannot rival you. Spare me. Moro gasped, hunched over and unable to meet Summer's gaze. Enough. He is no match for you. Cease tormenting him, the judge interjected, his expression filled with resignation. As the professor of the Light Academy, he had never held high hopes for Moro but was taken aback by the humiliation inflicted upon him by Summer. While Summer was preoccupied with the unfolding battle involving Elu, he had been distractedly countering Moro's attempts. Each time Moro prepared to employ a rune technique, Summer effortlessly neutralized it, demanding a renewed assault. Is that Summer? Why doesn't he finish off that boy? Murmured some spectators, intrigued by the unfolding events. The rune warrior is overwhelmingly strong, mercilessly dominating his equal in rank. How could a mid-tier rune master fail to cast even a single rune technique in his presence? Clearly, that boy is simply too weak. Among the audience, many were fixated on Summer, as whispers circulated within the rune master community of the imperial capital, speculating that he might be a contender for the championship title. The rune warrior was indeed exceedingly powerful and rare. As Summer regarded the timid Moro, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. He recognized that had he lacked the courage to strike and protect Elu in his youth, he would not have become the person he was today. It was precisely that courage that had allowed him to confront foes stronger than himself without hesitation. Even when confronting Erica for the first time, he never faltered. For he was acutely aware that behind him stood the girl with blue hair, the one he yearned to protect with every fiber of his being. Chapter 43. A relaxed victory. Professor Rose of the Wind Element Institute gently consoled the somewhat disheartened Elu, her expression reflecting a sense of helplessness. This year's newcomers to the Wind Element Institute, lacking any high-tier individuals, would likely falter at this point. Professor Rose approached Elu, and Summer greeted her politely. A flicker of regret crossed Mrs. Rose's eyes upon seeing him. How could such a formidable mid-tier combatant be merely a pure wielder of dark attributes? Loretta had truly struck gold. It seemed the Wind Element Institute would miss out on the top 10 this year. As Mrs. Rose pondered this, she waved goodbye and departed, leaving only Elu and Summer. Mr. Summer, you still have another match today. Why have you come over here? Elu forced a smile, interrupting Summer's words of comfort, appearing relatively untroubled. According to the rules, the latter half of the trials would last 3 days, and if Summer wished to claim victory, he would need to defeat another opponent today. I will win, even against that woman named Anya. Should I encounter her, I am certain of my victory, Summer assured Elu. The first round of preliminaries had concluded. An announcement echoed throughout the arena, declaring that the victors would draw lots to determine their next opponents. In an instant, discussions erupted among the crowd, abuzz with excitement over the recent performances. Summer had exerted little effort in his initial match, observing the other victorious contenders resting on the sidelines, speculating about his next adversary. After the draw, Summer was matched against a short, blonde boy, also a mid-tier rune master. However, this boy was entirely different from the previous opponent. Moro, displaying an eager demeanor in anticipation of the match. Dark Academy, Summer introduced briefly, Light Academy. Following their succinct self-introductions, both combatants cautiously distanced themselves from one another. I hear you are a runic warrior, possessing authentic runic weaponry? Rosen smirked provocatively. Instead of hastily drawing his black flame scythe, Summer confidently summoned his intrinsic runes to conjure magical hands. With a resounding crash, several imposing black hands erupted from the earth, seemingly about to crush Rosen. In a flash, a golden sword light cleaved through the magical hands, revealing a sword of gleaming brilliance in the boy's grasp, measuring several meters in length. Behold the distinction between my absolute holy sword and genuine runic weaponry. The boy radiated confidence, as the absolute holy sword was an advanced rune technique notoriously challenging to master. He was, after all, the only newcomer from the Light Academy capable of wielding this technique to its fullest extent. Summer was well acquainted with this technique, having seen Loretta use it during their battles. However, the boy wielding the sword posed no real threat, as Loretta had also possessed a weapon of comparable might to the absolute holy sword. Clang! The clash of the holy sword and the black flame scythe sent shockwaves through the arena, igniting an uncontrollable confrontation between the two elemental forces of darkness and light. Shadow flame, Summer murmured inwardly, and instantly the eerie black flames enveloped the scythe, erupting into a towering inferno that melted a portion of the absolute holy sword's tip. What? Rosen was aware that Summer belonged to the Dark Academy, but he had never witnessed him unleashing such bizarre black flames. How could the absolute holy sword be consumed by fire? Steadying himself, Rosen summoned a high-tier rune technique. A magnificent radiant figure emerged behind him, its countenance obscured yet exuding immense power. Waves of golden energy surged forth, clashing directly with the shadow flames. Even the absolute holy sword was restored amidst the golden tide, significantly increasing Summer's pressure. However, Upon noticing Rosen's perspiration and waning focus, Summer felt a sense of relief. Boom. Realizing that the blonde boy had exhausted his options, Summer unleashed the full force of his shadow flames, obliterating Rosen's radiant figure entirely. The indelible black flames clung to the absolute holy sword, its brilliance dimming until it eventually vanished. You possess considerable strength, being able to wield 2 high-tier rune techniques simultaneously, Summer complimented. It was noteworthy that even with his dual heritage of the 6-wing bloodline and Titan lineage, he could not claim the ability to command multiple high-tier techniques effortlessly. The boy had likely tapped into a well of energy beyond his limits, but that was his only strength. I concede, the boy admitted reluctantly, forcing a smile. Throughout the match, Summer had remained remarkably composed, suggesting that his triumph over a high-tier runemaster was indeed reliant on his own prowess. Did I just imagine that? The boy named Rosen was indeed employing high-tier techniques. A spectator marveled. Even so, he failed to compel Summer to reveal any extraordinary abilities. I'll certainly bet on his victory next time. Summer could very well become the champion, another remarked from the VIP seating, where various races observed Summer's performance with varied expressions. How remarkable that a human possesses such prowess before even ascending to master status. A representative from the snake tribe commented sagely. The representative from the dragon race retorted defiantly that human must be a noble descendant, merely gifted a powerful weapon by his family. True warriors rely on their skill with weapons, not the weapons themselves. He then patted a younger dragonkin beside him, saying, "If that guy truly secures the championship, I'll ensure Zachary has the chance to challenge him, to test the skills of a true warrior." The dragon boy named Zachariah nodded enthusiastically, his sturdy, scaled hands clenched into fists. The snake woman smiled, remaining silent, while other races continued to discuss Summer. At this moment, Summer remained blissfully unaware of the rival he had inadvertently secured. The pressures of today's 2 matches had been manageable, allowing him to refrain from employing his hard-earned technique, the ruminating demon. However, if he hoped to claim victory, he would need to engage in at least 3 more matches, and the ensuing battles would likely not be as effortless as today's. The following morning, mere hours before the competition resumed, Summer felt a wave of relief upon seeing the matchups. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Anya was in the same group as him. Loretta and Natasha were beside him, analyzing his opponents. This Anya is renowned for having the lowest odds of winning the championship in this year's underground betting. She was quite famous even before entering the academy, Natasha noted, her brow furrowed. Though you have a bye this round, Anya has a significant chance of defeating her opponent. If she wins, the 2 of you will face off in the semifinals, Loretta observed with concern. Professor, I have already secured my place among the top 10. What are you worried about? I have met your expectations, Summer teased. Loretta shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, your confidence is disconcerting. I fear you may crumble should you face defeat. Although the privilege of utilizing the illusions within the Academy's top 10 is enticing, you are, indeed, the greatest asset of the Dark Academy this year. I do not expect you to secure the championship. Simply doing your best suffices. Natasha, resting her chin on her hand, remarked nonchalantly, Sister, I have more faith in our junior. I have wagered a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins on him to win the championship. At this point, both Xia Xiaodian and Loretta gazed at Natasha with incredulity. It turns out that the rumors circulating about someone lavishly betting on Xia Xiaodian to become the champion were indeed orchestrated by you. Chapter 44, Intense Confrontation Senior. You truly are generous. What if I lose? Wouldn't you go mad? Xia Xiaodian was taken aback by Natasha's unwavering confidence in him. Observing the expressions on Xia Xiaodian and Loretta's faces, Natasha casually remarked, Junior, if my faith in you were merely a simple matter, then a wager of 100,000 gold coins would be excessive, hardly even a fraction of my annual allowance. My confidence stems from my grandfather, who insists that you must be the champion. Placing such a bet would surely sweep the gamblers in this pit clean. Xia Xiaodian had indeed heard of Natasha's grandfather, the current patriarch of the Lewis family, who was also a rare oracle. However, he found it perplexing that a man so esteemed would predict his victory when they had no familial ties or interactions. Surely, the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The formal competition commenced close to noon, with the audience numbers swelling compared to the previous day. The anticipation for the finals tomorrow was palpable. Moreover, the presence of the king was confirmed, as the current queen of Carthage had remained secluded until this year, when Minister Eris announced the king's attendance at the year-end trials. The champion would even dine with the king and partake in royal hunting activities, which was Xia Xiaoyan's ulterior motive, to approach the king under the guise of legitimacy, without arousing suspicion. Fortune smiled upon Xia Xiaodian. As he found himself with a bye in the crucial match, it seemed that among the top 5, he would stand alone as the sole mid-tier participant. Professors, envious of Loretta's ascent, cast jealous glances at her, for the Dark Academy had been suppressed for years, yet here they were, unexpectedly breaking into the top 5. No academy dared to claim certainty of a top 5 finish, and both the Wind Element Academy and Fire Element Academy had been eliminated early on. Xia Xiaodian paid little heed to the gazes of those around him. He took a rare seat in the audience, closely monitoring the unfolding battles. In this round of the competition, he had been granted a bye, while Anya faced an opponent he recognized, Aiden, who had previously teamed up with Darren and Anya in the Haildam illusion. Aiden was more robust than the average student, his black hair casually tied back, though his expression darkened upon facing Anya. The other match featured a mysterious youth from the Earth Element Academy pitted against a high-level student from the Light Academy. This enigmatic individual, named Chloe, caught Xia Xiaoyan's attention as he perused the schedule. As the matches progressed, time was no longer pressing, allowing for separate confrontations. With Anya's duel commencing first, the two had already taken their positions in the center of the arena. Aiden, our battle was meant to occur in the Haildam illusion. Who would have thought it would be postponed until now? Anya, clad in a white robe, spoke gracefully. Aiden smirked, somewhat resigned. It's merely a starstone. Does your family truly lack such trinkets? Just let me have it, and we can forego this duel. Anya shook her head with a smile, raising her arm. Countless shards of ice erupted, forming a devastating torrent aimed at Aiden, a clear probing attack. However, a massive ice mirror, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, materialized, absorbing moisture from the air to staunch the tide of ice. Both were high-level students from the Water Element Academy. Realizing her attack had been thwarted, Anya smiled and pivoted, conjuring a colossal water sphere several meters above her head. The sphere drew in moisture, growing deeper in hue, shifting from a faint crimson to an ominous black. Do you intend to kill me? This rune technique's power is beyond what even professors might withstand. Aiden's face paled as he recognized the technique. He swiftly activated his own runes, summoning a barrage of enormous ice darts that whirred menacingly toward Anya. As Anya's lips moved, the water sphere above her solidified into black ice, erupting with a deafening explosion. A shock wave radiated from her, freezing the surrounding area in an instant. The power of this technique surpassed that of ordinary high-level runes. Xia Xiaodian watched intently, his expression grave, as he observed the aftermath of the frost explosion. Though the mist had yet to clear, it was evident that Aiden could not have emerged unscathed. This was the true contest among high-level rune masters. Yesterday's skirmishes had been mere child's play. As the fog began to dissipate, Xia Xiaodian caught sight of a peculiar figure within the remnants of mist. Humph, I knew you would have a trick up your sleeve, Anya remarked, her demeanor now steely. As Aiden's silhouette became clearer, to her surprise, Aiden stood unscathed, wielding a massive blue sword, now adorned with a layer of frost. A rune weapon? Those knowledgeable in the audience recognized it immediately. Could he also be a rune warrior? Even more astonishing was the sight of a red, pulsating shadow resembling a heart upon Aiden's chest, with blood veins snaking across his body, rendering him a fearsome apparition, as if he had returned from the depths of hell. The Berserker lineage, this is your source of confidence in our duel? Anya began to retort, but Aiden, like a raging bull, swung his massive sword, transforming into a streak of crimson and azure lightning, vanishing from sight. In an instant, he struck the ground, creating a deep crater, while Anya, in midair, spread her wings of wind, still reeling from the ferocity of his attack. With blinding speed and raw power, once the Berserker lineage was awakened, its bearer transformed into a deity of war. Just when all, including Anya, believed Aiden's onslaught would relent, he leaped, icy platforms forming beneath his feet, enabling him to swing his sword once more. As the blue sword cleaved through the air, a wave of freezing energy sliced through the sky. Anya could barely evade the onslaught. Although lacking the wind element wings, Aiden traversed a series of ephemeral frozen steps, an awe-inspiring sight. Anya, her expression grave, expanded her azure wings to a length of several meters, and the two became mere phantoms locked in a fierce dance in the sky. Yet, Anya had fully shifted to a defensive stance. My heavens! The audience held their breath, captivated by the clash. Meanwhile, representatives from the rival nations of Numidia and Kiev, seated in the VIP section, exchanged solemn glances, clearly taken aback by the prowess displayed by Carthage's youth. Chapter 45, Shock Anya, a practitioner of the wind element, captured Xia Xiaoyan's attention from the sidelines. He silently noted that, as he had only cultivated the dark element thus far, he naturally possessed a disadvantage against Anya in terms of the diversity of his spellcasting. As for Aiden, Xia Xiaodian perceived that he was unlikely to emerge victorious, although Aiden currently held the upper hand. Xia Xiaodian suspected that the amplification techniques he employed bore significant side effects and would not last for long. Provided he did not genuinely harm Anya, Aiden's time would dwindle. At that moment, Aiden, resembling a demonic figure, unleashed a series of icy energy blades, his form almost keeping pace with Anya, who had unfurled her wind god wings. The colossal sword in his grasp emitted a piercing shriek as the immense magical force coursed through it, causing intricate patterns of aquamarine to weave across the blade, maintaining an imposing presence without any sign of waning strength. The combination of power and water elements appeared somewhat discordant, yet Aiden flawlessly merged the two in that moment. However, as time progressed, the rapid beating of his heart grew increasingly frenetic, and the rate of his blood plasma's contraction quickened. The thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat seemed audible to the entire audience. Suddenly, Anya, who had been diligently evading Aiden's onslaught, ascended to a higher altitude. Her incantation materialized in the center of the arena, initially conjuring a vast quantity of water elements that spiraled into a towering water tornado, which gradually coalesced into a monstrous shadow towering over 10 meters. This creature bore no discernible face or lower body. Its form entirely comprised of a tempestuous blend of wind and water elements, resembling a nightmarish beast ensnared in a swamp. The audience held their breath, captivated by the fusion of wind and water elements, particularly the rune masters teetering on the brink of advancement, who found observing this dual element spell casting to be an enlightening experience. The storm element beast roared as it unleashed two unstable purple orbs toward Aiden. His expression grew grave as he raised his colossal sword defensively while swiftly retreating on a series of ice steps that formed beneath him. But he was still a moment too late. One orb narrowly missed him, while the other collided forcefully with his aquamarine sword. As the orb made contact, it transformed into a myriad of writhing purple lightning. The dense electric network enveloped Aiden, causing smoke to rise from his body and nearly sending him plummeting. The storm element showed no signs of relenting. It writhed and unleashed electrified punches toward Aiden. Anya, not idle, conjured massive azure blades in midair to augment her assault. In an instant, the once dominant Aiden found himself desperately wielding his colossal sword to fend off the barrage of attacks that rained down upon him. Aiden's heart momentarily faltered. His complexion flushed rapidly, and the magical energy sustaining his sword abruptly ceased, just as the combined onslaught of the storm element and Anya threatened to reduce Aiden to fragments. All attacks seemed to become ensnared in a quagmire. The lightning and blades dissipated gently as intricate green veins shielded Aiden. However, Anya appeared unfazed. With a wave of her hand, the storm element dissolved into a nebulous mist. The creation power of the director has truly broadened my horizons, Anya remarked with a smile, addressing the figure standing protectively before Aiden. It turned out that Carl had stealthily entered the fray and saved Aiden. You have won, Anya. This is the unanimous conclusion reached by our judging panel. Carl nodded in satisfaction, turning to Aiden, who knelt clutching his heart, and encouraged him. You performed admirably. Yet the berserker lineage is a double-edged sword. Failure to harm the enemy may lead to one's own detriment. Medical professor, take him to rest, he instructed. Observing the halted duel in the arena, where expressions from all sides were nothing short of riveting. Do not underestimate humanity. Even seemingly weak individuals in the process of growth can possess such talent. The centaur representative in the VIP section gazed intently at Anya, who hovered midair with her wings unfurled. Beside her, an elven woman fluttered her transparent wings, her expression one of lingering desire. Almost all those who had attempted to predict the champion were now perspiring, as the strength of this year's newcomers was astonishingly close and formidable. How could Anya, with such prowess, face an intermediate opponent in the next round? Some began to regret their earlier wagers. Yet Xia Xiaodian maintained a confident demeanor. If Anya possessed only these capabilities, she was not a significant threat. He feared she might have hidden reserves. However, having witnessed the battles between Elika and the Titan Cyclops, he found it difficult to be greatly shaken by this combat. As the next match between Chloe and Wyatt commenced with Carl's announcement, the two contenders entered the arena. As Carl departed, he waved his hand, effortlessly repairing the damaged parts of the arena, the green luminescence in his grasp a manifestation of one of the 4 advanced attributes, creation. Behold that power. The advanced attribute chosen by the director and I is indeed creation, Loretta remarked, having found Xia Xiaodian amidst the crowd. Professor, if a rune master of the prophecy attribute is referred to as a prophet, what then is the term for those of the creation attribute? Xia Xiaodian pondered. As he had not encountered interpretations of such concepts in the library's records, Loretta replied softly, we are called creators. Similarly, other rune masters are referred to as transcends and eclipses, corresponding to the attributes of time-space and decay. These titles distinguish the masters based on their primary advanced attributes. You will have ample opportunity to learn more when you reach higher ranks and prepare to advance to mastery. The selection of advanced attributes requires utmost caution. As they spoke, the match in the center commenced. Chloe remained as nonchalant as when Xia Xiaodian first encountered him, while Wyatt, a practitioner of the light element, appeared considerably more vigilant. Being the last of the Light Academy's representatives, what should I do? I want to see Anya's match soon, Chloe remarked impatiently. Wyatt's complexion paled slightly as he quickly comprehended that Chloe, a representative of the Earth Element Academy, held him in contempt. If you wish to see your match, you ought to lose quickly, Wyatt retorted, his expression darkening as a towering golden statue of light manifested behind him, a torrent of golden energy surging toward Chloe. I still believe defeating you will be swifter, Chloe chuckled lightly, as a ring of earthy light erupted around him. However, this time, the earthy light shimmered with an alarming whiteness, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space. With a resounding hum, chaos ensued in the arena. Meanwhile, Loretta stood beside Xia Xiaodian. Her expression one of astonished uncertainty. The power of time-space. Has he already attained the rank of Rune Master? The audience quietly observed the motionless Wyatt, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Chloe, unblemished and smiling, remained unscathed. Chapter 46. The Surge of Assault. Everyone, including the professors from the Radiant Institute and the Earth Element Institute, was utterly astonished that this contest concluded so swiftly. The battle of high-level Rune Masters, astonishingly, was decided in but a single exchange, which was nothing short of incredible. Professor, did he just utilize the power of time and space? Summer Xiaodian recalled his first encounter with such power during the Helder Illusion, where the Titan's singular eye employed temporal tactics. The ruinous path that Erica wielded was entirely negated by the time-space prism conjured by the Titan's eye. However, the style of the time-space power that Croa used moments ago was markedly different. Devoid of any gentleness, it exuded an aura of fury and overwhelming destruction. He had yet to ascend to the rank of master and become a transcender, but he was certainly on the brink, if I am not mistaken. Should he acquire the Starstone, it would not be long before he attains mastery. Loretta resumed her seat, her expression grave. Summer Xiaodian, even if you do not defeat him or Anya, do not lose heart. Your future is promising. Summer Xiaodian suddenly smiled. Professor, we have yet to compete. How can you be so certain of my defeat? As he spoke, he gently stroked his forehead, murmuring to himself. Time and space. The Titan's singular eye appears highly proficient in this advanced attribute. Will that singular eye prove pivotal in his confrontation with Croa? At this moment, Summer Xiaodian could not definitively ascertain the outcome. The next match will be between you and Anya. Carl will likely grant her some time to recuperate, so prepare well. Loretta encouraged, patting Summer Xiaodian's shoulder. Indeed, due to the rapid conclusion of Croa's contest, the judging team decided to take an hour-long intermission, affording Anya some recovery time. Meanwhile, Croa, seated at the sidelines, bore an expression of disappointment, as if lamenting, had I known it would end so soon, I would have prolonged the match. Anya of the Water Element Institute faced off against Summer Xiaodian of the Dark Institute. An hour later, the highly anticipated duel officially commenced. Allow me to witness the technique you used to vanquish Darren. He has yet to emerge from the shadow of that strike. Anya taunted Summer Xiaodian with a smile. Summer Xiaodian disregarded her provocation. The activation of the head hunt required specific circumstances, and he would not foolishly comply with her words. Suddenly, the previously jovial Anya unleashed a devastating explosive technique, this time executing the spell instantaneously. However, the ice shards exploded upon contact with Summer Xiaodian, dissipating entirely. At that moment, a raging black inferno erupted around Summer Xiaodian. Within the flames, grotesque, demonic shapes writhed, creating a terrifying spectacle. In a flash, Summer Xiaodian vanished from sight, his speed surpassing even that of the recently enraged Aiden. The surging waves of black fire swept across the sky, and before the audience could avert their gaze, the two had already engaged in aerial combat. Is that a flying rune artifact behind him? With 6 wings, the reports from Darren were indeed accurate. Summer Xiaodian possessed a 6-wing flying rune artifact. At this moment, the 6-winged Summer Xiaodian matched Anya's speed, who wielded the wind god's wings, both locked in a fierce confrontation. The dark flames melted through the sturdy ice armor, demonstrating an extraordinary restraint against the water element. Summer Xiaodian was no longer the same. Since absorbing the Titan's spinal marrow and the essence of the singular eye, his physical strength and speed had surged dramatically, his body exuding an uncontainable berserker prowess. The overwhelming black flames, brimming with an insatiable hunger, dismantled Anya's layered defenses. However, this brief interval was sufficient for Anya to summon the storm element. Judgment. The roaring storm element expelled a barrage of purple lightning orbs, vanishing from sight. The lightning orbs pierced through the black flames, hurtling towards Summer Xiaodian. In response, Summer Xiaodian invoked a spell, and a small black demon appeared before him, the ruminating demon. This time, however, the demon had sprouted limbs and had grown significantly larger. Transforming into a black blur, the demon devoured the lightning orbs in one fell swoop, its size swelling to several meters. The demon's surface bulged with numerous peaks, as if countless explosions had occurred within it. The demon's expression was peculiar, yet it ultimately did not burst. At that moment, its gaze fixed upon Anya. She felt a chill run down her spine, an unprecedented sense of danger creeping into her heart. Before Anya, a massive defensive gate suddenly rose, crafted entirely from flowing water elements, appearing both heavy and enigmatic. With a monstrous roar, the ruminating demon unleashed a colossal black beam of light toward Anya. The force of the beam propelled the demon backward. It seemed intent on expelling the dark elements it had assimilated. The massive black beam struck the flowing water gate, immediately creating a significant breach. Without hesitation, Anya leaped higher to evade the impending strike. Summer Shoutian urged the runes, promptly issuing new commands to the ruminating demon. The demon's expression shifted to one of ferocity as it elevated the beam's trajectory, striking Anya before she could ascend, without pausing his assault as the flowing water gate vanished. Summer Shoutian brandished the black flame's scythe, appearing before the fallen Anya. He understood that hesitation could lead to unforeseen consequences. "I am not so easily defeated." Anya's white robe was stained with blood as she raised her hand, summoning a massive lightning fist, a remnant of the storm element's power. Yet, Summer Shoutian, prepared for this moment, merely smiled. A similarly sized magical hand materialized, clashing directly with the storm element's fist. The two fists collided, and Anya, engaged in a desperate struggle, began to falter. Her expression was one of profound reluctance, as if she had other tactics left unutilized. "You have lost." The scythe was firmly positioned against Anya's neck, while the magical hand crushed the remnant arm of the storm element. She hadn't even had the chance to employ her ultimate technique. "Anya, you have truly lost decisively," Croa lamented, shaking her head in disappointment from the sidelines. As Karl announced the outcome of the battle, he promptly summoned the medical professor to assist Anya, who had sustained serious injuries from the demon's retaliatory beam. Although the duration of their battle was brief, it left the audience breathless and speechless. Too swift. Summer Shoutian was so decisive. His offensive never ceased for a moment. Anya likely had additional moves, yet was forced to utilize only a single defensive rune. The crowd, previously stunned by the two high-level confrontations, now appeared somewhat numb. As an expert in runic arts, the centaur representative shook his head, remarking that rune was likely meant for counterattack. As long as it could withstand the judgment's lightning, the counter would inevitably be fierce. He must be certain that the opponent's attack would not breach the ruminating demon's defenses. But he is merely a mid-tier rune master. How could he possess such confidence? That individual wielding the giant sword could hardly withstand a few strikes from the judgment. Wasn't he a rune warrior? How could he master advanced runes so proficiently? On the sidelines, Natasha, her face a mix of shock and admiration, chuckled helplessly. "My junior has surpassed me. It seems I, a descendant of the Lewis family, must strive harder." A group of outsiders began to engage in fervent discussions regarding who was stronger, Summer Shoutian or Croa, which quickly became the most popular topic of the moment. Chapter 47, The Blood Red Tyrant Boss. Mix me another drink. Tomorrow's match is bound to be spectacular. This time, Carthage will certainly open the eyes of those foreign tribes. In the tavern of Half Moon City, the capital, as the clock struck midnight, drunken patrons clinked their glasses while engaging in lively discussions. Many among them had placed bets in the underground casino, closely monitoring the developments leading up to the finals. At this moment, Xia Shoutian wrapped himself in a thick black robe, deliberately obscuring his face as he met with the contact. "So, have you found the information I requested?" He deliberately lowered his voice to a raspy tone. Opposite him sat a disheveled middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat, a thick cigar clamped between his teeth, his gaze appearing somewhat languid. "We only received a deposit. Although you were referred by the Lewis family, rules are rules." Without hesitation, Xia Shoutian tossed a cloth pouch to the man, the sound of gold coins clinking against the table resonating clearly. "Here, the details are inside." The middle-aged man extracted a letter from the pouch and handed it to Xia Shoutian. Xia Shoutian opened the envelope, glanced at its contents, and nodded in satisfaction. "The Short Dagger Society. Their efficiency is indeed commendable. Should I require further assistance, I will seek you out again." With that, he tucked the envelope away and departed, while the middle-aged man shook off the ash from his cigar and quickly left the tavern as well. Xia Shoutian had procured some intelligence regarding Cluo AI from an underground organization known as the Short Dagger Society. This was an organization Natasha had introduced to him. Renowned in the underworld of the capital, rumored to have heavyweight rune masters within its ranks, enabling it to engage in quite audacious dealings. Cluo AI, a member of the Violet family, possessed a rare bloodline of the time-space saint, which had long been concealed within the family, only to emerge this year. His background was indeed formidable. The value of the time-space saint bloodline was immeasurable, and merely being a member of the Violet family was enough to instill dread in others. The Violet family was related to the Prince of Carthage by blood, and although no one in the family had inherited the royal lineage of the fallen phoenix, Cluo AI's time-space saint bloodline must also be a force to reckon with. However, due to his continuous training within the family and lack of involvement in the academy, even the Short Dagger Society could not ascertain his unique abilities. Xia Shoutian felt no trepidation towards this individual. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, he was confident that transforming into a colossal form over 10 meters high would ensure his victory. Yet the bloodline of the vampires was precisely the adversarial race of humanity. Although the vampire clans had nearly vanished from the Rune continent, the fear and disdain for them still lingered among the populace. The Titan's single eye could indeed be of great use, Xia Shoutian mused, touching his concealed forehead, where the single eye lay hidden. Historical records of the Titan race were scarce, and few were aware of the existence of such a colossal beast. Employing the methods associated with the Titan's single, I should not render him a target of widespread scrutiny. Suddenly, Xia Xiaodian chuckled bitterly at the thought of why he was so fervently gathering intelligence and preparing for the finals. After all, Erica had fallen into a deep slumber, no longer able to restrain him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt compelled not to relinquish the uneven transaction between himself and Erica. Ever since he had pledged his knightly oath to Erica and temporarily utilized the light of calamity, something significant had shifted within him. It was not merely a thirst for power, but rather a deeply rooted desire to assist Erica in her quest for vengeance. Come on, Junior. You can do it. On the sidelines, hundreds from the Dark Academy had gathered at the arena, all eager to witness this rare occasion. The Dark Academy's first entry into the finals in decades, a true turning point for them, filling everyone with hope for Xia Xiaotian. Elu, Natasha, and Loretta watched anxiously from the sidelines, concern etched on their faces. Just yesterday, the odds for the showdown between Kluo AI and Xia Xiaotian had reached nearly 10-1. Despite Xia Xiaotian's previous displays of formidable strength, the knowledgeable rune masters recognized Kluo AI's capability to wield time-space powers. Kluo AI's near-master level in runes left most hesitant to place their bets on Xia Xiaotian. Before the finals commence, let us pay tribute to the king. The roar of the crowd echoed as the citizens of Carthage bowed toward the highest tier of the arena, many witnessing the king's true visage for the first time. Upon seeing the king clad in a flowing red gown, seated with an air of dignity, Xia Xiaotian's expression turned peculiar. He knew that this monarch was no delicate maiden, and her current serious demeanor was somewhat amusing. King Jessica's eyes zeroed in on Xia Xiaotian in the center of the arena, her gaze narrowing as if to convey, "If you do not win, I shall have you slain." The foreign dignitaries in the VIP section were taken aback upon seeing the true form of the Carthaginian monarch, their hair standing on end. "It's her, the blood-red tyrant." "No, it can't be." The Centaur representatives, though visibly unsettled, maintained their composure. One of them anxiously shifted his hooves and solemnly addressed his companions. "Friends, take a good look at who that is. She has perished. The most powerful woman in the world is dead. Though they bear a striking resemblance, she is not her." The foreign races exchanged fearful glances. Erica, the woman labeled the blood-red tyrant by the foreign tribes, had left an indelible mark of terror upon the rune continent. The expressions of the Numidia and Kievan Rus pair were the most exaggerated. They could hardly bear to gaze upon the lofty figure of Jessica. The resemblance was uncanny, evoking memories of how the blood-red tyrant had expelled them from Carthage. Conversely, the citizens of Carthage appeared relatively unfazed. For decades, the image of the Carthaginian monarch had been that of a red-haired maiden. Excellent. The church's brainwashing spells have proven remarkably effective. The fools have finally forgotten that woman. The cloaked heiress mused with a sinister satisfaction beside Jessica. Jessica replied nonchalantly, "I believe. One day they shall remember." Eris's expression darkened, prompting Jessica to feign distress, gently clutching her heart as she bore the consequences of her imprudent words. "Freedom is near. Soon, I shall reunite with my sister." Jessica stifled her tears, clenching her fists. The victor of this match would become a prince by marriage to the royal family. They were all exceptional youths, capable of producing commendable offspring. Jessica smiled faintly, yet inwardly mocked Eris, knowing that the man who had orchestrated everything could not have anticipated that the blood-red tyrant he had once conspired against was poised to return. "Let the finals begin." Carl's voice ignited a fierce clash of gazes between the two contenders. Chapter 48. Hall of Fame. Xia Xiaotian deliberately acquired a sleek black combat outfit and tied his black hair up, causing the brilliance of the runes on his body to shine forth. He had already positioned the black flame scythe on his shoulder, gazing at the distant Crowleye, poised for battle. "Xia Xiaotian, I did not eliminate you in Hyderm, yet here you stand before me," Crowleye remarked. Xia Xiaotian merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He had discerned that when confronting a slightly stronger opponent, Crowleye would inevitably resort to verbal attacks to disrupt the opponent's mental state. A terrifying genius, no matter how formidable, would resort to any means necessary for victory. "You are now in high spirits, brimming with energy, quite different from our last encounter. Defeating you this time. You must have resigned yourself to that possibility." The earth-toned aura surrounding Crowleye erupted, unleashing tumultuous waves of energy outward. The shockwave tore through the space around it, creating deep chasms in the massive arena, and Xia Xiaotian found himself directly in the path of the approaching aura. With 6 wings unfurled, he soared into the sky but was still struck by the explosion, coughing up blood. Not one to succumb to despair, Xia Xiaotian quickly countered the assault of the aura, unleashing several dark waves of flame from the black flame scythe towards Crowleye. The impact resonated with a deafening roar as the black flames surged skyward, yet Crowleye had vanished. Summoning the reiterating demon, Xia Xiaotian gripped the black flame scythe tightly, as if preparing for something. Suddenly, Crowleye reappeared beside him in the sky, wielding a transparent blade on his arm, launching a fierce attack on Xia Xiaotian, who was still engaged in his incantation. Xia Xiaotian, realizing he had miscalculated, halted his spell and transformed into a streak of black lightning, evading the strike. Crowleye pursued closely, and a chase ensued between the two, one black and one white. Leaving behind afterimages, Crowleye's hands materialized thick blades of time and space, relentlessly slashing at Xia Xiaoyan's position. In response, Xia Xiaoyan parried with the black flame scythe while twisting his body to avoid the lethal edges. Crowleye's combat style indeed obscured his opponent's perception. Previously, he had relied on long-range spells for attacks, yet now he engaged directly with the rune warrior Xia Xiaoyan, revealing this to be Crowleye's most adept method of assault. Caught off guard, Xia Xiaoyan suffered a wound on his side from a time-space blade, his black robe torn. Understanding he could not afford to prolong the fight, he immediately invoked the ripple technique, reigniting the black flames atop his scythe, unleashing a massive explosion of ethereal fire. Crowleye's expression darkened as he retreated, effortlessly dissipating the ethereal flames, yet Xia Xiaoyan had vanished from sight. I have no qualms about engaging in a game of cat and mouse, but the gap in our strengths cannot be bridged by mere tricks. Crowleye scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of Xia Xiaoyan. His expression shifted as he looked up, only to see Xia Xiaoyan had completed his incantation, dark ethereal flames gathering behind him like sentient beings, forming hall-level runes. There was no mistaking it. This aura undoubtedly surpassed that of advanced runes. Could he truly wield the power of hall-level techniques? Both the professor and the esteemed representatives from various factions, even the onlookers, were left in shock. The gathering of ethereal flames behind Xia Xiaoyan transformed into a formidable black surge, resembling a tidal wave, within which various dark figures wailed, galloped, and roared, reminiscent of a doomsday scene. All the phantoms within the towering wave reached towards the black flame scythe in Xia Xiaoyan's grasp, as if it signified the trumpet call of the apocalypse. In that moment, Xia Xiaoyan's aura surged to its zenith. Hall-level possessing techniques of such caliber indeed qualifies me to contend with him. Crowleye's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as a silver-white arrow, measuring over 10 meters in length, materialized before him, shimmering with radiant colors at its tip, the surrounding space seemingly frozen, even the dust suspended in midair. Xia Xiaoyan gazed solemnly at the arrow, recognizing that if Crowleye's earlier earth-toned aura was a sweeping destruction of space, then this arrow bore the unmistakable essence of time reversal. The roaring black wave surged across the sky towards Crowleye, the doomsday canvas slowly unfolding above, while the silver-white arrow sliced through space towards the oncoming tidal wave. The arrow cleaved a massive gash through the wave, causing the surging black flames to split apart as the tidal wave struck the ground. The immense impact and the sinister black flames instantly carved a deep pit into the earth, turning soil and flooring to ashes. The arrow, however, seemed to possess a will of its own, homing in on Xia Xiaoyan. Panic surged within him as he realized the impending danger. He transformed into a streak of black lightning in an attempt to evade the arrow, but it seemed to eternally lock onto him, refusing to be shaken off. As the arrow drew nearer, Xia Xiaoyan felt the space around him constricting, his avenues for escape dwindling. In a desperate bid, he summoned all his strength, allowing the arrow to graze his shoulder rather than pierce his heart, blood spraying across his black robe. Crowleye was not faring much better in the pit. He struggled to control a sphere of spatial energy to fend off the wave's assault, leaving behind a small island amidst the chaos. Yet, half of his body was being consumed by the black flames, the ethereal fire still clinging to his arm. As the two continued to confront each other, Carl intervened, stepping between them. "Are you certain you wish to continue this fight? You are both gravely injured." Carl expressed his concern, recalling the harrowing sight of the arrow piercing through Xia Xiaoyan's chest. "Director, I seek the championship," Xia Xiaoyan declared, staunchly staunching his bleeding wound, gradually descending to the ground. "No one else is worthy of the championship but me." For the first time, Crowleye felt a profound sense of threat, his competitive spirit ignited by Xia Xiaoyan's fervor. With a sigh, Carl shook his head and vanished from sight, while Crowleye summoned a wave of transparent spatial energy to strike at Xia Xiaoyan. Xia Xiaoyan remained unfazed. As a solitary, distant eye began to slowly open on his forehead. Chapter 49, the first talent with a resounding thud. Xia Xiaoyan was sent hurtling backward by Crowleye's spatial iron fist, leaving a deep trench in his wake. Yet, the single eye upon his forehead opened wide, drawing forth a vast reservoir of symbolic energy from within, allowing him to maintain this state of awareness. What is that? The third eye upon his brow. The thousands of spectators, along with rune masters and high-ranking rune artisans, gazed intently at the unfolding battle, both combatants still holding their trump cards close to their chests. Carl looked at Xia Xiaoyan's singular eye with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue, rummaging through his mind in search of the source of this strange familiarity. Only Carl and Talos had maintained control over Hyldam, thus in the arena, it was the most powerful. Perceptive earlies who might have seen through the origin of Xia Xiaoyan's unique eye, yet he remained notably unconcerned. Spatial detonation! Crowley exclaimed sharply, finally amassing enough spatial energy required for this potent technique. A thunderous explosion erupted from Crowley, far more terrifying than before, as the shockwave radiated outward. Earth and gravel disintegrated into dust upon contact with the blast, which spread with alarming speed, reaching Xia Xiaotian in an instant. The deafening roar of the explosion compelled the audience to cover their ears, the blinding light of the detonation nearly obscuring the earthy hues of the elements. This time, the spatial detonation was several times more powerful than the first. However, as the dust began to settle, the crowd was greeted by a burst of radiant, multicolored light. Could Xia Xiaotian also wield the power of time and space? Within the crater carved by the explosion, a silver cord of energy coalesced before Xia Xiaotian, forming a prism several meters in size, reflecting dazzling hues in the sunlight. Shielded behind this prism, Xia Xiaotian emerged unscathed, his garments untouched. The time-space prism, a defensive rune technique of the Titan's Eye, had been flawlessly replicated by him. Though inferior in both defensive capability and size compared to the prism that withstood the ruinous path, it was more than sufficient to counter the spatial detonation. The chaos of their clash left the arena in disarray, both adversaries panting heavily, straining to maintain their stances. Your spatial detonation technique indeed requires a period of preparation, Xia Xiaotian remarked with a smirk, the black flame scythe poised for action. Crowley's expression was one of disbelief, although the spatial detonation was not a pinnacle-level technique. His unique modifications infused with time-space power had transformed it into an assault beyond the capabilities of any rune master beneath the elite tier. The first time Xia Xiaotian had defended against it was due to Crowley underestimating his strength, and that last detonation had already been her limit. Once more, a silver spatial fist materialized beside Crowley as Xia Xiaotian, like a specter, materialized behind her, the scythe ignited with an eerie black flame. With a series of explosive collisions, the two engaged in close-quarters combat once more, Crowley summoning massive spatial iron fists from the air while conjuring spatial blades in her hands, clashing violently with Xia Xiaotian, who wielded the scythe. The two figures intertwined, soaring through the arena amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds, yet Xia Xiaotian had utterly seized the upper hand. He could see it clearly, every movement laid bare before him. Xia Xiaotian's heart surged with joy. The Titan's Eye's effects were unexpectedly profound, enabling him to discern Crowley's attack trajectories, even pinpointing where she prepared to weave the power of time and space. Still planning to use that move? Xia Xiaotian's voice pierced through the fray, awakening a realization of imminent danger within Crowley. He has seen through me. This was the final thought of Crowley, who was desperately preparing for her next spatial detonation. A sharp crack echoed as Crowley's spatial blade shattered, the tip of Xia Xiaotian's scythe resting lightly against her throat, allowing him a moment of relief as he closed his third eye. I lost, Crowley uttered, disbelief etched on her features. Oh, it's truly astonishing that a mid-tier rune master possesses such formidable strength. Undoubtedly, he is the finest talent of Carthage. Cheers and shouts of admiration for Xia Xiaotian reverberated throughout the arena, drowning out the sound of his sweat-soaked breaths. Stepping back, Xia Xiaotian finally exhaled deeply. This victory had nearly exhausted all his openly available strategies. The drawbacks of the ruminating phantom had also become glaringly apparent in such intense and fast-paced confrontations. Should an opponent engage in close combat or unleash an overwhelming assault that exceeded the defensive threshold of the ruminating phantom, the effectiveness of the technique would falter. Crowley gazed down at her hands, seemingly still reeling from her defeat. In a corner of the stands, several high-ranking members of the Violet family wore expressions of discontent. Buzz. The spatial blade reappeared in Crowley's grasp, and just as the crowd was left in suspense regarding her intentions, Xia Xiaotian keenly sensed her resolve. You need not. Xia Xiaotian's words trailed off, for Crowley had already acted. Without hesitation, she severed her left pinky. Thank you for allowing me to see my own weakness. You are the superior talent, yet I shall not concede. This small punishment will etch this defeat into my memory. I will challenge you once more, Crowley said with a soft laugh, her demeanor unwavering as she departed from the center of the arena. Even next time, or the time after that, I will not lose, Xia Xiaotian replied confidently, a smirk gracing his lips. As Crowley walked away, she merely shook her head. Who knows what the future holds? In the audience, countless young ladies were utterly captivated by the dashing and composed figures of the two combatants, their eyes wide with infatuation. Iloa frowned in displeasure, while Natasha could only shake her head and chuckle. As you can see, Xia Xiaotian is the champion of this year's Royal Rune Master Academy's year-end examination. He is the strongest talent of Carthage this year. Carl's voice ignited the crowd's fervor, those who had wagered on him as champion nearly rushing onto the field to embrace Xia Xiaotian. The clamor of cheers and shouts momentarily dazed Xia Xiaotian. Yet his goal had finally been attained. Soon, he would have the opportunity to meet the king. This is the reward you deserve. Take it, Carl said with a smile, offering Xia Xiaotian a stone that shimmered with blue starlight. Xia Xiaodian accepted the starry stone, preparing to bow before the king. The young prodigy of our Yalong clan wishes to challenge this talent as well. The representative of the Yalong clan, having appeared at the king's stand, stunned all present with his proclamation. Chapter 50. Victory again, final chapter of this volume. The guest from the Dragon clan noticed that the champion was already quite fatigued and suggested a rematch on another day. Jessica's expression darkened. Her disdain for this meddlesome Dragon clan member was palpable, yet she refrained from openly breaking relations. The representative from the Dragon clan spoke loud enough for the audience to hear, while those in the distance, unaware of the unfolding situation, closely watched the actions on the royal platform. It seems the champion has merely exhausted a significant amount of his rune energy. We do not wish to take advantage of his weakness. We only seek to demonstrate our prowess in close combat, the representative said. Though he dared not look directly at Jessica, internally, he felt an overwhelming arrogance. Such a talent must be suppressed, lest he become a threat to the Dragon clan in the near future. Close combat? Jessica furrowed her brow. Indeed, I perceive that the champion is a rune warrior. Surely, he would not shy away from a challenge? We will not employ a single ounce of rune energy. The representative's words carried a subtle provocation. Humph. Why did they not issue a challenge before our two geniuses engaged in battle? Many spectators began to express their dissatisfaction. This was supposed to be Carthage's grand event. Yet it had been disrupted by an outsider. What is happening? Noticing the conversation between the Dragon clan representative and Jessica's loathing expression, Xia Xiaodian seemed to sense impending trouble. Cal, go ask if Xia Xiaodian can accept the challenge, Jessica said through gritted teeth. Cal's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. He understood that the Dragon clan representative aimed to undermine Xia Xiaodian's spirit, yet they could not retaliate, as Carthage could not afford a conflict with the Dragon clan at this juncture. Xia Xiaodian, the Dragon clan representative has proposed that a junior duel with you in close combat, without any rune energy. Will you accept the challenge? Cal conveyed the representative's request, laden with an implicit warning. Xia Xiaodian discerned Cal's reluctance but shook his head resolutely. Let them come. Rest assured, Dean. Seeing Xia Xiaodian's unwavering confidence, Cal sighed and announced, the esteemed guest from the Dragon clan demand a close combat duel with our champion, without using rune energy. Isn't the Dragon clan renowned for their prowess in close combat? Despicable. Why did they not dare to issue a challenge earlier? The representative disregarded the audience's jeers and patted the young dragon beside him. Zachary, I have arranged the finest conditions for your duel. Make sure to humiliate him thoroughly. Zachary, with his rugged dragon-like visage, exhaled excitedly and leaped forward, crashing down before Xia Xiaodian like a rune bomb, creating a large crater upon impact, yet he emerged unscathed. Xia Xiaodian recognized that Zachary's hardened scales were his key to victory, yet he nonchalantly lifted his black flame scythe. I will not use rune energy to bully you. Do not disgrace yourself too much. Zachary laughed maniacally as his right arm morphed into a massive shield of scales, while a blood-red blade materialized in his left hand. The clash of metal rang through the arena as Xia Xiaodian's scythe struck the scale shield, leaving deep indentations. However, Zachary remained unfazed. He believed that his shield was impervious to Xia Xiaodian's attacks, and Dragon clan warriors had wielded sword and shield since birth. He was confident he would not be bested in melee combat by a human. As the battle progressed, Xia Xiaodian began to sense a certain essence within his attacks. Although Zachary's defense was nearly flawless, every defense has its vulnerabilities. The scythe sliced through the air before Zachary, creating subtle ripples akin to a surgical blade. Penetrating his proud defense, the blood-red blade slipped from Zachary's grasp, and he trembled in terror as the scythe's tip hovered perilously close to his eye, faintly ignited by black flames. I concede, Zachary declared, collapsing onto the ground, while Xia Xiaodian chuckled softly and sheathed his scythe. Oh, marvelous. He is extraordinary. The greatest genius of Carthage, without a doubt. A more fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. None could have anticipated that Xia Xiaodian would triumph over the Dragon clan. Known for their close combat skills, in mere seconds without using rune energy. It was that one move. That one move. How terrifying. In one corner of the audience, Darren watched Xia Xiaodian's technique with fear and nostalgia. Indeed, I observed that Zachary's defense appeared impenetrable, yet Xia Xiaodian's attack pierced right through. Even the Dragon clan could not withstand it. Thus, it is no surprise you managed to do so, Anya remarked, patting Darren's shoulder. Your Majesty. As the champion of this year's trials, I bow before you. Xia Xiaodian approached the royal platform, respectfully bowing to Jessica. And to Lord Eris, he added. Nodding to Eris beside Jessica, fully aware of his esteemed position second only to the king in Carthage. Jessica merely nodded in satisfaction, while Eris smiled and said, Well done. You have brought honor to Carthage and have earned the right to dine with the king. Prepare to follow the attendants to the palace. Xia Xiaodian acknowledged this, his gaze briefly meeting Jessica's. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that her face bore a hint of crimson, perhaps due to the bright sunlight. Zachary, what transpired? Returning to the VIP area, Zachary knelt before his elder, shame etched on his face, while other onlookers from different clans observed with interest. The Dragon Clan representative's eyes burned with fury. Father, his technique bore the shadow of a hall-level mastery. I exerted all my strength. Yet he penetrated my defenses in an instant. He could perceive my vulnerabilities. Zachary's eyes reflected disbelief. The shadow of hall-level mastery. I had not anticipated that human rune warriors had reached such heights. Even without activating the rune weapons engravings, merely utilizing technique could touch upon hall-level thresholds. A female member of the Serpent Clan spoke gravely. If Carthage becomes an enemy in the future, this champion will undoubtedly be at the forefront, a centaur stated, anxiously pawing the ground. Well done. Your growth is astonishing. Erica's voice of praise reached Xia Xiaoyan's ears, and at some point, the blood tyrant had finally awakened. Chapter 51. The heir apparent in merely half a day's time. The news of Xia Xiaotian triumphing in the year-end competition and defeating the challenger from the Yalong tribe spread throughout the imperial city. This black-haired youth, with an unassuming appearance and an average build, suddenly became the most dazzling star of the empire. Given the rapidity of such dissemination, it would not be long before the townsfolk of Legio Town comprehended the caliber of genius that had emerged from their midst. Indeed, it was in this manner that Mr. Xia appeared most admirable. Before the grand floor-length mirror, AI Lu meticulously arranged Xia Xiaoyan's attire, transforming him to resemble a person of noble descent. You previously donned only a nun's garb. How have you come to understand so much? Xia Xiaotian inquired, tilting his head. AI Lu pouted in displeasure, responding, Mr. Xia. People can change. Professor Ross has imparted a wealth of knowledge about imperial customs. Xia Xiaotian chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to comment further. Will Mr. Xia's appearance at the banquet enamor the king? AI Lu suddenly voiced her concerns. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Xiaotian erupted into a fit of coughing. Do not jest. That is the king we are speaking of, not an ordinary individual. But she is just a little girl. AI Lu protested, seemingly genuinely worried about the matter. I believe she is not even older than I am. As Xia Xiaotian arrived at the palace, the sky had darkened, yet the guards still welcomed him warmly. Your Highness, we have awaited you. Upon seeing Xia Xiaotian, a male guard instantly beamed with joy and escorted him into the palace. Your Highness? Xia Xiaotian was somewhat perplexed. He had heard that champions were often granted titles, but to be conferred as a prince was utterly inconceivable. There were scarcely more than 10 princes across the entire nation of Carthage. Nevertheless, the guard seemed unwavering in his recognition. So Xia Xiaotian resolved to inquire about the truth from Jessica. Navigating through numerous opulent corridors, the guard led him to the entrance of a colossal hall before departing. A maid clad in white emerged from within, respectfully bowing to him. Your Highness, Her Majesty has been waiting for quite some time. Xia Xiaotian forced a sheepish smile and asked, Could you enlighten me as to why I am referred to as the heir apparent? Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? The maid smiled and replied, My lord. I vividly recall your gallant display in defeating the foreign adversary earlier today. I could never mistake you. Should you harbor any doubts? Feel free to inquire directly with Her Majesty. Stealing himself, Xia Xiaotian entered the hall, where he found the lighting dim and Jessica seated at the central dining table adorned with several red candles, casting a mesmerizing ambience. It appeared that Jessica was the sole occupant of the grand hall. This is the royal banquet? Xia Xiaotian mused, finding the intimate setting starkly contrasting with his expectations of a grand gathering filled with dignitaries such as heiress and other high-ranking princes. Your Majesty, Xia Xiaotian approached Jessica, feeling somewhat at a loss. Please, take a seat, Jessica warmly invited him. The current Jessica bore little resemblance to the impression Xia Xiaotian had previously held. Instead, she appeared as a lovesick girl eagerly awaiting her partner's arrival, her cheeks flushed, perhaps illuminated by the candlelight. Your Majesty, I had not anticipated that the banquet would consist solely of the two of us. It seems rather inappropriate, Xia Xiaotian remarked. Jessica suddenly winked playfully at him, as if hinting at something. Witnessing your valorous defeat of the foreign foe earlier truly stirred my heart, she teased. Just as Xia Xiaotian was about to respond, he realized that Jessica was performing. Her wink had likely been a signal. Could it be that someone was eavesdropping on them? The king's praise fills me with honor, Xia Xiaotian replied, and Jessica gestured toward the array of delicacies on the table. Do sample the royal cuisine. With a nervous chuckle, Xia Xiaotian began to wrestle with a particularly tough steak using his knife and fork. Cheers. Jessica raised her wine glass, the crimson liquid mirroring the blush on her cheeks. Complemented by her captivating red hair and nearly flawless beauty, creating a distinctly seductive atmosphere. As Xia Xiaotian lifted his glass in a symbolic clink, Jessica unexpectedly leaned forward, pressing closer to him. Perhaps it is best not to look any further. Her Majesty seems to have genuinely developed feelings for the heir apparent, he mused inwardly, as hushed sounds rustled momentarily from the shadows before falling silent. From a different perspective, it would appear that Xia Xiaodian and Jessica were engaged in a passionate kiss, initiated by Jessica herself. Yet Xia Xiaodian knew that Jessica's lips had remained far from his. They had not truly kissed at all. Jessica's acting was nothing short of impeccable. With no one observing them, Jessica's demeanor suddenly grew cold. She distanced herself from Xia Xiaodian and returned to her original seat, draining her glass of wine. What is truly going on with the heir apparent? Has my sister arrived? They both spoke in unison, the scene laden with dramatic tension. Eris has resolved to have you join the royal family as my husband. Jessica rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xia Xiaodian gasped in shock. Although he had prepared himself for such an outcome, witnessing the king kiss a young man without intervention could only imply tacit approval of the situation. I cannot possibly become your husband, he protested. Shouldn't this matter be discussed with me first? Jessica offered a melancholic smile. In Carthage, Eris is the true sovereign. No one can defy his will. If you wish to survive here, you must regard his words as absolute truth, and I am merely his pawn. Merely hours ago, he instructed me to hasten our union and bear a new heir. There must be a solution to this, he began. But it is now your turn to answer my question. Has my sister arrived? Jessica composed herself and asked, have you seen her? Xia Xiaodian summoned his magical sight to scrutinize the hall, confirming that no prying eyes lingered. This place is secure. Even Eris cannot evade the scrutiny of my vision, he declared, retrieving the sword of calamity from his storage ring. The sword of glory. It has been ages since I beheld this blade. Hearing a completely different name from Jessica did not concern him, for a crimson figure gradually emerged from the sword's blade. Sister, why have you taken on this form? Jessica knelt, reaching out to touch Erica's hand. But the cold and ethereal sensation reminded her that this was not the warmth of the living. Looking upon Erica's frosty visage, 2 silent tears cascaded down Jessica's cheeks. Chapter 52, The Planned Sister. Jessica's tears failed to elicit any reaction from Erica. Jessica's tone was a blend of nostalgia and bitterness, as if her words had emerged from the depths of hell. Why are you like this? What has happened to you? Jessica questioned Xia Xiaodian in a state of distress. As you can see, Jessica, I am no longer a living being, but merely a vessel filled with the desire for vengeance. A vessel. Erica's gaze became distant as she lifted Jessica's chin, speaking softly. You know of my demise, do you not? Even in my final struggles, I could still see you. Did you truly expect me to return to Carthage unscathed? Jessica was momentarily stunned, her confusion palpable. Death is an irreversible process. Even if a soul lingers in some form, Erica was undeniably no longer alive. What was she truly hoping for? Did she expect her sister to triumph, as always, and then solemnly advise her to diligently study runes? Or was she hoping that Erica would return unblemished, thus alleviating her own guilt? Jessica lowered her head, tears cascading onto the floor. Jessica, do you remember your promise to Xia Xiaodian? Erica remarked coldly. Jessica nodded. Of course I remember. Even if you wish to drain my marrow and gouge out my eyes, I will accept it. I need your royal bloodline. Jessica. What for? Jessica appeared resigned to her fate, ready to die at Erica's command. Stop. I apologize for intruding upon your tender sisterly conversation, Xia Xiaodian interjected helplessly. This is the best opportunity. Erica's eyes grew increasingly fierce. No, you must be mistaken. You want me to extract the royal bloodline, not in hopes that I will one day vanquish the true god of Carthage? You are blinded by hatred. If I act now, Eris will surely sense it. I have no desire to be forced to leave Carthage before I am ready. I am not even a high-level rune master yet. Even if I acquire the royal bloodline, it would be of no use. Erica narrowed her eyes, as if beginning to be persuaded. You wish to defeat the true god. Jessica could hardly conceal her shock. Of course. Your sister intends to destroy Carthage. How could we overlook this true god? Xia Xiaodian replied with a wry smile. I only wish to know why you were deemed a traitor to the empire in the first place. You are the king, Xia Xiaodian said solemnly. Erica scoffed. Eris awakened the true god, and upon seeing me, the true god declared me a traitor, claiming I was the source of the empire's destruction. Now, his words are about to come to pass. Xia Xiaodian clicked his tongue, pondering the true god's misplaced confidence. Setting aside the fact that he did not truly erase Erica, he had inadvertently left Carthage with a root cause for its downfall. This whole affair was instigated by Eris, with the true god willingly acting as an accomplice. Was this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? What is your plan? Xia Xiaodian regarded the sisters intently, saying, Jessica, your majesty, I shall consider you to be on our side. I do indeed require your royal bloodline. But that does not mean it must come at the cost of your life. I am currently seeking a method to extract the bloodline without harming your soul, though it will require time to practice. Once successful, even if Eris or the true god notices the disappearance of your bloodline, it will be long after the fact. This is preferable to your immediate demise, which would shock the entire continent and allow me ample time for my growth. Erica, your target for vengeance is the true god, not Jessica standing before you. Even if you wish to leave no stone unturned in Carthage, there must be an order of precedence, mustn't there? The two women gazed at Xia Xiaodian with deep significance, while he, who had just engaged in lofty discourse, swallowed hard and chuckled awkwardly. You don't think I'm mediating, do you? Erica huffed coldly, her figure seemingly about to dissolve into the light of disaster, prompting Jessica to display an anxious expression. Sister, I truly wish to assist you. Since my ascension, Eris has tormented me daily. Perhaps once I bear the crown prince, he will have me killed. Rather than meet such a foolish end, I would gladly offer my life for you. I know you are the true ruler of Carthage, with the power to determine the fate of the empire. Erica's presence vanished completely, leaving Jessica kneeling on the floor, her face a mask of forlornness. Does it sound like I have saved a life? Jessica's voice was a mixture of laughter and tears. Xia Xiaodian instinctively reached to comfort her, only to remember that the girl before him was a queen, adorned with an invisible crown. He had no standing to offer solace. Jessica struggled to her feet, swaying as she returned to the dining table, forcefully shoving food into her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she chewed. The royal family will soon conduct a royal hunting event. You have also secured an invitation. Before that, focus on your so-called method of extracting the bloodline. If you are ready, during the hunting event, I will strive to secure another opportunity for us to be alone. Jessica sobbed as she forced herself to regain composure. What about the matter of the prince consort? Xia Xiaodian asked, somewhat melancholic. We can pretend to be lovers. You can rightfully assume the role of prince consort, but you must not touch me. If this costs you your romantic prospects, I can only apologize. Xia Xiaodian quaffed a glass of wine, seemingly resigned to this outcome. At present, he could not resist Eris's commands unless he prepared to leave Carthage or became sufficiently powerful. Fortunately, you won the championship. Otherwise, I would have had to engage with that scion of the Violet family, which is quite revolting. If only I were not born into the royal family of Carthage. Jessica's voice trailed off, and she made a concerted effort to wipe her face, erasing the traces of tears. I wish to add a condition. The half-moon city under the night sky appeared peaceful and serene, as if no blood or lies lingered beneath its surface. Add a condition? Erica's voice echoed in Xia Xiaodian's mind, tinged with curiosity. Yes, add a condition. What was our agreement? I assist you in destroying Carthage, and you help me find a powerful and easily attainable royal bloodline. This is far too imbalanced. I must confront the true God, while you merely need to appear and speak a few words. What condition do you wish to add? Erica's voice bore a rare hint of teasing. If one day I truly vanquish the true God of Carthage, you, and your true form, the light of disaster, must genuinely acknowledge me as your master and serve me. After a prolonged silence, Erica's voice resounded once more. Of course. I am a mere vessel now. I will eventually have to be used. Xia Xiaodian chuckled softly. In truth, this is a condition you intended to propose to me in the future, is it not? When I become truly powerful and free myself from your control, such a condition would be sufficient for our continued cooperation. Chapter 53, Hearthstone. The following day, Xia Xiaodian arrived alone at the Lewis Trading Company, where he met Regis. In the reception room, Regis graciously prepared desserts and tea, gazing at Xia Xiaodian as if he were a rare treasure. Master Regis, is there something on my face? Xia Xiaodian chuckled awkwardly as he lifted his teacup. Your presence graces this establishment, my soon-to-be prince, Regis remarked, causing Xia Xiaodian to inadvertently spray tea from his mouth. How did you know about this? Xia Xiaodian wiped his mouth, somewhat helplessly. Regis, with a playful expression, replied, last night, the entire high society of Half Moon City learned of your impending princely status. There are even rumors about you, and His Majesty, please refrain from spreading unfounded claims. Such matters should await official royal announcements. Xia Xiaodian downed his tea, contemplating how to face Elu after the news spread. Sigh, His Majesty rarely attends grand events. His presence at the year-end test was indeed intriguing. Who would have thought this year's test would effectively become a royal selection meeting? Had I known, I would have urged Natasha to act sooner. Master, what is the purpose of your summons today? Xia Xiaodian felt that if he did not exhibit some irritation, the venerable old fellow might utter even more astonishing words. Today, Regis was particularly exuberant. Regis regained his composure and stated earnestly, my prince, how has the power of your black flame scythe improved since we reforged it? Xia Xiaodian temporarily disregarded the title and replied, its power has indeed significantly increased, especially with the two martial techniques enhanced by runic inscriptions. If you witnessed the finals, you should have seen the strength of those techniques. Of course, even that young man from the Violet family was no match for you. The reason I called you here today is that we have nearly gathered the materials for the next reforging. And I have also deciphered a new runic inscription that will allow your scythe to wield an additional martial technique. Nearly gathered? It sounded promising. But Xia Xiaodian keenly sensed an underlying message in Regis's words. Yes, we are nearly finished, but we are still lacking one crucial material, Hearthstone. Regis's expression turned serious. Hearthstone? Is that material absolutely necessary? Xia Xiaodian believed that if the trading company could not procure it, he would find it even more challenging. It is indispensable. The next martial technique cannot be activated without it. Hearthstone possesses the unique property of reflecting the holder's innermost thoughts, thereby altering its form. This material is rare and invaluable, often required for forging divine artifacts. My calling you here is futile, although I have just won the year-end test. I am still merely a fledgling runesmith and cannot procure such materials, Xia Shaotian lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Until yesterday, our thoughts were likely aligned. But you must understand, the royal family possesses a significant stockpile of this material. Are you suggesting, now that you are on the brink of princely status, your ties to the royal family are growing stronger? It is feasible to obtain such materials from them. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Shaotian responded. If the royal family indeed has a large reserve of heartstone, I could attempt to procure some. However, this matter cannot be rushed. It requires time to settle. It would be wiser to request it once my position is more secure. By the way, Master, how much heartstone do we need for the reforging? The more, the better. Regis's response made Xia Shaotian frown. The more, the better? That sounds rather vague. My prince, I understand your concerns, but heartstone truly is better in greater quantities, as it determines the malleability of a rune artifact. If you can indeed acquire a mountain of heartstone, it would be no surprise if your scythe were to become a divine artifact. As for how to incorporate such an abundance of material into your scythe, that is the work of the forgers. With no further doubts remaining, Xia Shaotian asked before departing, Master, what is the current grade of my black flame scythe? At the pinnacle of the advanced level, it will soon reach the 2-star hall level, Regis replied confidently. Whether it is a rune artifact, rune technique, or martial skill, anything beyond the advanced level is deemed hall grade, which is categorized into 7 stars, with the 7th star being the strongest. In Half Moon City, only a few establishments can forge hall grade rune artifacts. I see, Xia Shaotian mused, realizing that, indeed, when he used the technique rolling waves, he had overheard the audience's murmurs of hall grade astonishment. He had not misheard. Rolling waves must have achieved hall grade status, yet the black flame scythe had not. This further underscored the scythe's remarkable nature. Even without hall grade strength, it still enabled its wielder to execute hall grade techniques, which was utterly astonishing. Regis seemed different today. Perhaps the splendid weather had influenced him. As he prepared to leave, Xia Shaotian remarked cryptically, until he exited the trading company. Xia Shaotian did not reveal the Stardust Stone he had kept hidden. He initially intended to sell it for more useful items. But since the Stardust Stone could assist advanced runesmiths in breaking through to the branches of Oracle and Transcender, he had yet to decide which of the 4 branches to pursue, so it was best to hold on to the stone for now. How is the clan leader? What is his character like? After bidding Xia Shaotian farewell, Regis returned to the reception room, transforming into a middle-aged man with a white beard. While the true Regis emerged from the shadows, the middle-aged man who had just taken on Regis's form nodded. Indeed, as you said, he is remarkably composed, yet not the type to hesitate or lack initiative. He possesses the vigor of youth and is a runic genius. It is only fitting that Her Majesty has chosen him as the cornerstone of her revenge. He had sensed something amiss with Regis. If he were to speak further, he might inadvertently reveal the truth. Has Her Majesty not communicated with us in recent days? No, she was previously in contact through the body of a blue-haired girl. But we have received no news lately. We must keep an eye on Xia Shaotian. He must not encounter any misfortunes. If his relationship with the Queen is exposed, we must act swiftly to remove him from Carthage before Eris does. Regis's spirit was invigorated. Yes. However, I fear that the Queen's communication with her old allies extends beyond us. I wonder if we old-timers will ever have the chance to collaborate again. The leader of the Lewis family gazed into the distance, lost in thought. If Carl has not betrayed the old faction, then Her Majesty should have made contact with him. I heard that there were issues during the Heldurm test, prompting Carl to rush back from the chaotic realm overnight. In the past, even if dozens or hundreds of students perished, it would not have stirred such urgency in Carl. Perhaps it is because Her Majesty is also in the illusion. However, he may not be aware of Xia Shaotian's connection to Her Majesty. Carl has always been the weakest link in our circle, prone to exposing secrets. The Queen likely only informed him of her association with a new student. Regis nodded in understanding. Eris, does he truly believe that he can erase the Queen's mark from the minds of the people with that clumsy ecclesiastical magic? One day, the truth will be revealed to all. The clan leader's gaze hardened as he looked out at the fluttering royal banner in the distance. Chapter 54. The Hunt Begins. The Royal Hunt is a time-honored tradition of the Empire. Each year in early spring, the upper echelons of the royal family lead a contingent of royal guards, alongside a multitude of rune masters serving the sacred church, to the Angus Prairie in the north for a grand hunt. The quarry consists of the beasts inhabiting the wilderness and grasslands, as well as a few magical creatures. In ancient times, humanity relied on the power of runes to hunt ferocious beasts and magical creatures for sustenance, acquiring copious amounts of meat and pelts for food and crafting magical artifacts. However, the Carthaginians have long since abandoned the savage ways of survival. The advent of agriculture has rendered them less reliant on the extermination of the continent's fauna. Yet, the act of hunting is imbued with the memories of humanity's battles, as it was through confronting these wild beasts that people gradually learned to wield runes to vanquish their foes. Thus, this activity has evolved into a cherished tradition of Carthage. Hurry! The Majesty is about to arrive. Do not dawdle. Remember your duties. Within the Imperial Griffin enclosure, hundreds of rune masters selected their own griffins, including many mid to high-level rune masters and several royal guards who had achieved the rank of rune master. Countless griffins emitted strange, screeching calls, and the commanders bustled about, while Xia Xiaodian, who silently observed from a corner, remained composed. Suddenly, an air of silence fell over the crowd as Jessica, draped in a white cloak, arrived at the scene, accompanied by the enigmatic heiress clad in black. Jessica's expression appeared weary, traces of tears evident on her beautiful visage, while Eris maintained his usual mysterious smile. "You need not kneel," Eris stated, gesturing to Xia Xiaodian, who was on one knee. Xia Xiaodian rose, brushed off the dust from his robes, and nodded in acknowledgement to Eris. To his surprise, Jessica took his hand and led him deeper into the griffin enclosure. The rumors hold truth. It seems this man truly shares a bond with Her Majesty. He is the greatest prodigy of the Empire. Xia Xiaotian caught fragments of hushed discussions among the crowd, but seeing Jessica's reluctant demeanor suggested that Eris had insisted she act in this manner. It was akin to announcing their relationship. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, two dark-feathered griffins lowered their heads in a respectful greeting. "Your Majesty, it is an honor to serve as your mount," the larger griffin spoke, startling Xia Xiaodian. However, recalling the cunning old griffin he had once pursued, it was not entirely surprising that they exhibited near-human intelligence. Xia Xiaodian mounted another griffin, gently stroking the feathers on its neck, which elicited a soothing coo, reminiscent of a dove. Griffins are truly marvelous beings, possessing the head and wings of an eagle yet embodying the robust body and claws of a lion. They epitomize the perfect fusion of speed and strength. Reflecting on this, Xia Xiaodian could not help but smile wryly. Was he not also a creature of such hybrid nature? "Let us depart," Jessica commanded, and the two black-feathered griffins trotted away from their nest. "Ah, the high-altitude breeze is quite refreshing." High above, a white-feathered griffin soared alongside them, piloted by Ellen, who had once crossed paths with Xia Xiaodian. Eris, however, chose not to partake in this hunt. "Such an inexperienced fellow. You are a rune master. Soaring to great heights with the wind god wings should feel the same," Jessica replied, her tone tinged with irritation, indicating her unresolved mood. Ellen, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "Your Majesty, I merely sought to lighten the atmosphere." "Enough. Silence." Jessica emphatically silenced Ellen, who, despite being a rune master, held a far lesser status than her. Throughout their journey, Jessica and Xia Xiaodian remained in quiet companionship, while Ellen served as their vigilant escort. The sight of hundreds of rune masters riding griffins across the sky was indeed a magnificent spectacle. Xia Xiaodian could faintly discern the crowd below, resembling ants, gathered in awe. Bored, he counted the buildings passing beneath them, rows of farms, and the imperial watchtowers. Meanwhile, Jessica continued to sigh, her mood evidently dampened. "Hunting. Why not utilize the teleportation array to reach the Angus Prairie? Must we ride griffins?" Jessica suddenly remarked. The large griffin beneath her stirred its head, seemingly expressing dissent but refraining from voicing it. "Your Majesty, I find the tradition of your nation rather delightful," interjected a nearby elven woman, flying silently alongside them. She was the elven representative from the esteemed guest seats during the year-end examinations. Due to their distant homeland, the elves maintained a lukewarm relationship with Carthage. Yet they were a race fond of forming friendships, often evoking no resentment. Xia Xiaodian remained unaware of her reasons for joining the hunt. Delightful? With the existence of teleportation arrays, why waste time? Jessica scoffed at the elven woman's words. Sensing Jessica's mild discontent, the elven woman adjusted her pointed ears and smiled. Regardless of the era, every race has emerged from nature. In the age when humanity's ancestors wielded only rudimentary rune arts, they rode griffins to carve out their territories. Now, Your Majesty returns to the ancient hunting grounds, answering the call of your ancestors. As an elf, I greatly admire humanity. Though the average human lifespan is merely a century, your four nations occupy the most expansive and fertile regions of the continent. Jessica, while acknowledging the elven woman's eloquence, refrained from further comment, though she ceased to lament the journey's length. "A storm. It is a storm. We must deter." A cacophony of voices broke through, prompting Xia Xiaodian to open the single eye on his forehead. In the distance, he spotted colossal whirlwinds connecting the ground to the clouds, moving steadily, with flashes of lightning illuminating the skies. It is a tornado, not an ordinary storm. This is a characteristic weather phenomenon of the northern prairies. A male commander projected his voice through rune magic to each griffin and rune master's ears. The formation immediately veered eastward, resembling a flock of migrating birds. What is happening? All obstacles along the route should have been cleared. Such weather should not have occurred without warning. Ellen furrowed his brow, voicing a valid concern. His words held weight. Given that the king would participate in this hunt, the entire path to Angus had been meticulously secured by the Empire, ensuring the king's safe arrival. If any enemy nation had infiltrated the north to set traps, the consequences could be dire. How could such thorough preparations fail to anticipate a catastrophic tornado? Perhaps it is a sudden shift in airflow causing this weather anomaly. Nature's forces are beyond the complete control and foresight of any being. The elven woman appeared remarkably composed. Yet, Xia Xiaodian felt an undercurrent of danger, sensing that this hunting expedition was likely to be far more intricate than it seemed. The unfolding narrative was poised to reach its next crescendo, with many mysteries from the first volume set to unravel. Please continue to support the tide of bloodlines. Chapter 55. Ambushed. As Xia Xiaodian rode his griffin eastward through the tornado, the creature suddenly trembled violently and emitted a strange cry. The griffin led by Jessica turned its head, almost as if it were inquiring about something from Xia Xiaodian's griffin. Moments later, Jessica's griffin spoke in human tongue. Bawata says it senses the scent of danger. Danger? Xia Xiaodian furrowed his brow, gently stroking the head of his griffin to soothe its unsettled emotions. Bawatu. Is that the name of the griffin he rides? Jessica pointed at Xia Xiaodian. Yes, Your Majesty, the griffin leader replied. Bawatu is a sensitive creature with exceptional instincts. If it senses danger, it is surely close at hand. Without hesitation, Jessica issued a halt to the troop. This is foolish. Why should we heed the warning of a beast? Some argued. No one is more attuned to danger than these creatures. It is arrogance to dismiss their instincts. I do not agree with turning back. Although the griffin leader speaks with reason, such a justification would not satisfy Lord Eris. Who would dare attack a contingent composed of hundreds of rune masters in the interior of Carthage? The rune masters within the troop engaged in a heated debate. While Jessica sat leisurely atop a large stone in the wilderness, idly toying with her hair as she gazed at the turbulent tornado in the distance. Once Xia Xiaodian noted that his griffin had calmed completely, he approached Jessica. Do you think we should continue forward? Jessica suddenly inquired. Xia Xiaodian pondered for a moment before responding. For safety's sake, I suggest we return immediately. The storm is exceedingly strange. Yet, it was evidently improbable to simply turn back. Indeed, Eris would not accept such a foolish rationale for retreat. He would surely think I oppose him and punish me. Then we shall rest for a moment before proceeding, Xia Xiaodian said with a hint of resignation. Although he sensed something was amiss, it seemed they had no choice but to take it one step at a time. Your Majesty, is there anyone living in the direction of the storm? Xia Xiaodian suddenly asked. Jessica shook her head. The vast wilderness leading to the Angus Prairie was said to be a pastoral region in ancient times. It has now become a desolate wasteland. The farms and watchtowers we just passed are the only structures built in the depths of this wilderness, and beyond that, there are no Carthaginians residing. Xia Xiaodian nodded, still contemplating something in his mind. The outcome of the debate was a revised route, and they pressed on. As the troops set out once more, the distant tornado seemed to grow more menacing, yet it remained a considerable distance away. If we proceed along this route, we will miss all ground supplies. Ellen was engaged in a discussion with the commanding officer. I just contacted the ground escort, but there has been no response. However, we are only a little over 100 kilometers from Angus. We can reach it without ground supplies. What? We've lost contact with the ground escort? I had not heard of this. Ellen's expression changed. Stay calm, Ellen. We have hundreds of trained individuals. We can tackle any issue that arises. The commanding officer appeared remarkably confident. I hope so. Ellen cast a wary glance at the commander, sensing something unusual. Lady of the Elves, may I know your name? Xia Xiaodian suddenly asked the elven woman. Your Highness, I am Ira, a high elf, she replied. Xia Xiaodian felt a flush at being addressed as Your Highness, while Jessica let out a scoff, further thickening the tension. High elf? I once saw a diminutive winged elf in the Academy's library. What kind of elves are they? Ira smiled. The prince must be referring to the moon elves. They are the most intelligent among my kin but are quite small in stature and have a short lifespan. Xia Xiaodian scratched his head, recalling his first visit to the library when he had entertained thoughts of consuming elven bloodlines. Speaking of elves with Ira now felt oddly discordant. As Xia Xiaodian pondered other matters, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. What is that? Someone in the troop suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. Everyone turned to look, and to their astonishment, a silver barrier was rising faintly between the ground and the horizon. Initially too faint to notice, it was now visible to the naked eye. Temporal power? Xia Xiaodian surmised the nature of the barrier, but given the distance, even at Titans I could not discern its essence. However, it was evident that it was a formidable barrier obstructing their advance. Oh no, it seems it's not just ahead. Ellen's expression darkened. Indeed, silver barriers appeared in all directions, their luminous hue intensifying. As the crowd regained their senses, they found themselves ensnared in a colossal temporal prison. This is a square temporal prison. Such a vast trap. Are they attempting to capture us all? Ira's face drained of color. The sheer scale of the temporal cage, spanning several miles, was unfathomable. It was clear that someone intended to act against them. At that moment, Xia Xiaotian's griffin, Bawatu, began to tremble in fear once more. And all rune masters prepared for battle. Though they had fallen into a trap, they still possessed the means to retaliate. As they approached the barrier, a dark spot emerged from the clouds at the edge of their vision. Ravenfolk. It's the Ravenfolk. As the dark mass neared the troop, people finally discerned their true form. They were hybrids of crows and humans, with ebony wings and heads resembling crows, yet possessing human limbs. Their bodies were cloaked in black feathers. Each Ravenfolk wielded black blades and rune shields, their expressions fierce. Though the number of Ravenfolk was fewer than the hunting party, they exuded an air of confidence, seemingly intent on annihilating the hunting team. Ravenfolk, how dare you ambush the royal party in Carthage? Soon, there will be no Ravenfolk left in the confusion domain. The commander of the hunting party urged his griffin to the forefront, threatening the Ravenfolk above. Cackling. A particularly large Ravenfolk, presumably their leader, responded with a wicked laugh. Allies, comrades, the king of Carthage is among them. The Ravenfolk leader wildly brandished his blade, his voice echoing throughout the temporal prison. The ground trembled violently as rising boulders and steep terrain dramatically ascended, revealing the silhouettes of dozens of giants. These giants stood over 50 meters tall, each brandishing massive weapons and charging toward the hunting party in the sky. Moreover, countless serpent folk lay in ambush on the ground, launching deadly fangs into the air, and numerous humans also joined the assault, casting various runes toward the sky. No. Counterattack, quickly counterattack. The entire hunting party was suddenly engulfed in a torrent of attacks. The griffins shrieked in agony, and several weaker rune masters were instantly overwhelmed by the wave of assaults. Giants, serpent folk, raven folk, and even ordinary humans, this was truly a predicament. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 56. Entering the eye of the storm quickly, they are well prepared. Xia Xiaotian's voice reached Jessica, Ellen, and Isla. The group unleashed their arcane abilities and soared towards the tempest atop their griffins. The red-haired girl, it must be her. Chase after them. The corvids, upon noticing the fleeing figures, immediately issued a pursuit command. Do you have a plan? Jessica, pale-faced, gasped as she glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the corvids. Xia Xiaotian pondered for a moment. If my suspicions are correct, this colossal cage has been constructed using the powers of time and space. Such a vast prison formation must harbor weaknesses. I happen to possess some insight into identifying these vulnerabilities. When the time comes, we shall strike together at the weakness and head towards the tornado, hoping to shake off our pursuers. Are you certain your abilities will be effective against high-level attributes? Ellen asked anxiously, observing the corvids, whose speeds were rapidly closing in. Trust me, Xia Xiaotian replied with remarkable composure, understanding that in moments of urgency, one must not falter. Riding the griffins is too slow. With a powerful sweep of his 6 wings, Xia Xiaotian scooped Jessica into his arms and transformed into a streak of black lightning. Jessica let out a startled cry as the scenery around her whirled by at an astonishing pace. The griffin, abandoned by its master, fled in panic in another direction. Ellen and Isla, unwilling to lag behind, utilized their own mastery of runes to propel themselves forward swiftly. As the pursuing corvids witnessed the sudden acceleration of their targets, they shouted in alarm, hastening their flight. Where did you acquire those 6-winged artifacts? How can you match the speed of a rune master? Ellen exclaimed, astonished at Xia Xiaotian, who held Jessica tightly. Isla, meanwhile, seemed to grasp some insight, her eyes flashing with understanding, yet she refrained from speaking further in this tense moment. Let us teach our pursuers a lesson. Xia Xiaotian suddenly halted, brandishing a scythe, and declared, Yoyan. He unleashed a barrage of black flame blades, then resumed his escape. Isla tossed a vibrant green orb behind them. It exploded mid-air, blossoming into a sentient flying plant that lashed out with numerous branches at the pursuing corvids. Ellen, not to be outdone, launched several spatial cannons backward. The air, compressed by the forces of time and space, erupted with a deafening crack, colliding with several unfortunate corvids. The attackers were evidently unprepared for this sudden counterattack. Nearly half of the high-level rune masters among them perished in the skies, some reduced to mere dust. However, the majority of rune master-level corvids remained relatively unharmed. My strength pales in comparison to yours and Isla's. I merely excel in speed. Xia Xiaotian turned to Ellen. Once I identify the cage's weakness, you must unleash your most potent attacks to break through quickly. Unbeknownst to him, he had assumed the role of the team's strategist. I've become a burden to you. Jessica, who had remained silent in Xia Xiaotian's embrace, suddenly spoke. Your Highness, do not jest. Our duty is to ensure your safety. Ellen replied with a wry smile. This joint assault from various tribes has likely been long in the making. Aimed squarely at you. Isla, an impartial observer, reasoned calmly. Jessica, feeling the rush of high-altitude winds, remained silent. Upon reaching the silver barrier, they beheld the tumultuous tornadoes ahead, a chaotic spectacle where the very ground was torn asunder. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder from the heavens, the tornadoes blotted out the sky, resembling a prelude to doomsday. Clang! Xia Xiaodian struck the silver barrier forcefully with his black flame scythe, only to be rebuffed several meters back. Without hesitation, he activated the Titan's eye upon his forehead, illuminating the intricate runic patterns upon the barrier. Weakness, weakness. He meticulously searched for the barrier's vulnerable points as the pursuing corvids drew ever closer. Have you found it? If not, we must. This is the spot. Xia Xiaodian exclaimed joyfully, marking a conspicuous black rune at a junction of the barrier's runic pathways. Upon confirming the weakness, Ellen unleashed his full aura as a rune master, summoning countless spatial blades behind him, all aimed at the marked location. Isla, brandishing a verdant stiletto imbued with complex and majestic life force, transformed into a green blur, plunging her blade into the weakness. The entire silver cage began to tremble. Visible green ripples emanating from her strike, producing significant results. Once Ellen's rune magic was primed, the silver blades behind him surged forth, crashing into the weakness. Isla swiftly withdrew her stiletto, making way as the torrent of spatial energy collided with the barrier. With a crack, the sounds of fractures grew increasingly dense. In the silver barrier before the quartet began to dissipate. The entire process transpired in mere seconds, leaving the pursuing corvids dumbstruck. No, it cannot be. Our meticulously prepared spatial prison has been shattered just like that? The lead corvid's eyes brimmed with madness. This operation had risked everything for their race. If their scheme were to be exposed, the Carthaginians would not spare them. After all, compared to humanity, the corvids were but a small tribe in the realm of chaos. Chase them. We must eliminate them. Without hesitation, he commanded the remaining corvids to pursue relentlessly. Xia Xiaodian and his companions, without a moment's pause, plunged into the eye of the storm. The thunderous roar of the winds filled their ears, and the surroundings morphed into a grayish-white void. They struggled to use their arcane powers to shield themselves from the tempest, pressing onward towards the other side of the storm. At that moment, none among them could utter a word, for speaking would invite a torrent of gravel into their mouths. Xia Xiaodian clung desperately to Jessica, his 6 wings flapping furiously as if engaged in a fierce battle with the tornado. Have they lost their minds? Even rune masters can perish if they lose their way in such a storm. The corvids, witnessing the quartet's reckless plunge into the tempest, felt their own faces pale. They were gambling everything. We have a dozen rune masters. They believe they have no chance of winning, thus resorting to this desperate act to shake us off. The corvid leader raised his long blade, fiercely declaring, "We too have no retreat. If we allow them to escape, our race will be utterly annihilated. We must kill them. Go forth and slay them." Inspired, the corvids surged into the storm with fervor. Chapter 57. The Otherworld. This is no ordinary tornado. Aaron's voice echoed intermittently from a short distance, infused with the power of runes. The surroundings were engulfed in a monochromatic haze, the tumultuous roar of the wind resonating in their ears, while fine grains of sand infiltrated Xiang Xiaoyan's ears and collar, rendering even the Titan's single eye unable to discern what lay ahead. This tornado astonishingly possessed the ability to obscure the power of runes to a certain extent. And even the Titan's eye could not penetrate it. This was no mere natural disaster. The cawing of the crows behind them was incessant. Yet within the eye of the storm, no one could see or sense one another, rendering Xiang Xiaodian and his companions temporarily safe. As they pressed on, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly surged forth. Xiang Xiaodian instinctively tightened his embrace around Jessica, who, in order to shield her eyes from the abrasive sand, had wisely closed them, allowing him to guide her. "My lord, how is it? Please, do not let him be harmed." Aaron's voice was tinged with urgency, albeit fragmented by the storm. In the heat of the moment, he had been unable to articulate much. But the thought of the fate of his lord resting in the hands of a man he had scarcely known filled him with unease. Even if that man was a prince. Moreover, Xiang Xiaodian was merely an intermediate rune master with strength comparable to that of a high-tier mage. Be careful. Xiang Xiaodian had no time to respond to Aaron, for he suddenly felt an immense force of attraction. This pull emanated from the very center of the storm, seemingly imbued with spatial power. Had it been merely the tug of a typical storm, he would have been confident in resisting it. However, this mysterious spatial gravity was effortlessly drawing him toward the storm's core. He flapped his wings with all his might, but to no avail against such formidable attraction. Aaron's voice gradually faded into the distance, and the elven Ira had vanished from their sight some time ago. As the spatial gravity intensified, the wind and sand left deeper lacerations upon their skin. "My lord, hold on to me," Jessica whispered, her voice barely audible over the tempest. As she tightened her grip around him, Xiang Xiaodian surrendered to the inevitable, folding his wings around them, enveloping both himself and Jessica in a protective cocoon against the external onslaught. In just a matter of seconds, they disappeared entirely from the storm's center. When the two tumbled out through a rift in space, Xiang Shaotian instinctively spread his wings, forcefully stabilizing their descent before gently landing. Jessica finally released her grip on his clothing, her expression one of sheer fright, her crimson locks now slightly disheveled. The sight before them left them both astounded. Mere moments ago they had been struggling within the violent storm, and now they found themselves in an expansive green wilderness, dotted with rolling hills in the distance. As Xiang Shaotian gazed ahead, he noticed, several hundred meters away, Ira engaged in combat with 3 rune masters of the crows. In Ira's grasp, a green thorn sword effortlessly deflected the black blades unleashed by the crows, the terrifying green luminescence signifying the power of creation. Upon attaining the rank of rune master, Ira had undoubtedly chosen the path of the creator. By the time Xiang Shaotian and Jessica reached Ira's side, the 3 crows were already on the brink of exhaustion. "Your Majesty, Prince," Ira exclaimed with surprise upon seeing them. "We were ensnared by a force of spatial power and brought here. What of you?" Xiang Shaotian inquired immediately. Ira chuckled wryly, brushing her pointed ear as she replied, "These 3 crows caught up to me, and in the ensuing struggle, we were unexpectedly swept into this spatial force. Under normal circumstances, I would not have been caught. Is this an alternate dimension? Or a mirage?" Jessica, who had been silent until now, seemed to regain her composure. Xiang Shaotian surveyed their surroundings. The wilderness was remarkably vast, and in the distance, a black tower stood out starkly against the horizon, its silhouette strikingly familiar. So familiar! A profound sense of recognition washed over him as he absorbed the aura of this space. Despite it being his first encounter with this realm, he could not shake the feeling that he had traversed a similar space before. However, apart from Helderm, he had not entered any other alternate dimensions. Even the Dwarven Inn Fortress existed as a tangible structure beneath the Rune continent, not an alternate realm. "Your Majesty, you may be correct. This is indeed no longer the Rune continent," Ira mused, furrowing her brow as she produced a pendant from her robe, a small hourglass filled with shimmering silver sand. Upon seeing the hourglass, her expression shifted dramatically, betraying her composure. "What is it?" Xiang Shaotian sensed her distress and pressed for an explanation. "Ira, what have you discovered? The flow of time here is exceedingly slow." "What?" Xiang Shaotian was taken aback. Ira could discern the difference in time flow merely by examining her hourglass? "Prince, there is no need for doubt. This hourglass is an essential item for every core member of the elven race. The flow of sand is calibrated to the reality of the outside world." Ira lifted the hourglass for them to inspect, revealing that the sands had scarcely shifted. "One of its functions is to measure the time discrepancy between this alternate space and the real world," she stated gravely. "I estimate that time here flows at about 1/100th the speed of the outside world. Are you saying that while 100 days pass here, only a single day elapses outside?" Jessica scratched her head, appearing troubled. "Indeed, this space is truly remarkable. I never anticipated such realms that alter the flow of time could exist within the human territories, beyond our elven domains," Ira marveled. Xiang Shaotian shrugged, exasperated. "Are there such alternate dimensions within your elven territory? Do you know how to escape from here?" Ira shook her head. "Prince, each alternate dimension forms for different reasons. Some are naturally occurring fragmented spaces, while others are artificially created by powerful artisans. There even exist spaces that allow entry, but no exit. I certainly do not wish to spend my lifetime here," Jessica said, her irritation evident as she wiped her face. Before Ira could utter another word, a colossal figure began to rise from the ground before them, followed by a second, a third, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a dozen gigantic forms. Xiang Shaotian inhaled sharply. He was all too familiar with these giants. Were they not the formidable end puppets from the End Fortress? The fact that these ironclad giants had manifested within this mysterious alternate space was unfathomable. Without hesitation, he hurled a piece of rune ash. But the end puppets exhibited no recognition of it, remaining unresponsive. It was evident that they had trespassed into a domain they should not have entered. These guardians were enraged. Chapter 58. Devouring again. Holding the Eiler unleashed a wave of green ripples from its tip. After gathering immense energy, she thrust the sword forward, sending a powerful azure gust that forced back several end-stage puppets. "Run!" Without hesitation, Eiler, Xiang Shaotian, and Jessica began their escape. The aura of these metallic puppets was formidable enough to contend with a rune master, rendering them nearly invincible. However, the next scene filled the trio with despair. The puppets instantaneously appeared beside them, swiftly capturing them in their grasp. At that moment, it felt as though all runic power had been rendered ineffective. Completely isolated by the puppet's unique material, Eiler, a rune master, appeared particularly frail and hopeless within the giant hands of the puppets. As the grip tightened, the 3 felt the terrifying force of the hold. "We're doomed." Jessica's voice was unnaturally calm, her expression almost bearing a hint of relief. In this dire moment, Xiang Shaotian could no longer conceal his feelings. He exerted himself, and his body began to transform. The puppet grasping him was abruptly shattered as Xiang Shaotian morphed into a grotesque and colossal blood clan creature, his 6 wings expanding to an unprecedented size, his towering form now rivaling that of the puppets. You. Jessica gazed at Xia Xiaotian, astonished by his transformation. Although the puppets possessed the ability to obstruct runic power, Xia Xiaotian's physical strength was evidently overwhelming. With a swift curve of his claw, he sent one puppet's head flying. Without pausing to ponder further, he swiftly located the puppet that had captured Jessica, tearing apart its metallic body, scattering a plethora of iron fragments, while Jessica landed unharmed. When Xia Xiaotian reached the puppet holding Eiler, her anguished scream weighed heavily on his heart. He pushed through the horde of puppets with determination, rescuing Eiler. After liberating the two, Xia Xiaotian fought the remaining puppets with the ferocity of a demon, his strength easily dismantling them into pieces. These puppets, though adept at countering runic power, were powerless against Xia Xiaotian's formidable physique. In mere minutes, the once menacing puppets were reduced to scrap metal. Turning back, Xia Xiaotian was shocked to see Eiler's chest pierced by a metallic puppet's finger, torrents of blood oozing from her wound, her gaze growing distant. I don't know what to do. Jessica knelt before Eiler, desperately attempting to staunch the bleeding with her hands and clothing, but to no avail. Watching Eiler's life force wane, Jessica felt a surge of panic, casting a pleading look at the blood-clad Xia Xiaotian, kneeling gently before Eiler. The ground trembled slightly under Xia Xiaotian's weight as he reverted to his human size, the characteristics of the blood clan fading away. These puppets were crafted by the dwarves. Eiler, despite her fading consciousness, sensed Xia Xiaotian's presence, gasping out blood with each breath. I understand. I'm sorry I didn't save you first. Xia Xiaotian's voice carried deep remorse. His initial instinct had been to rescue Jessica, and in that fleeting moment, Eiler had sustained a fatal wound, leaving him with no alternative. Your body carries the essence of a titan. Eiler's eyes widened, as if articulating something of utmost importance. Xia Xiaotian's heart raced. How could Eiler know of the Titan's existence? If you wish to uncover all there is to know about the Titans, go to Nivea. It is the sacred realm of the elves. Do you have unfinished business? No, nothing is more important than this, Your Highness. Go to Nivea. One day, you shall comprehend. Eiler's breath faded, and Xia Xiaotian's countenance darkened. As the most powerful among them, Eiler's unexpected demise was a devastating blow. Is she gone? Jessica lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Suddenly, Xia Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, a silver vortex materializing on his forehead. A silver, faceless head emerged, drawing closer to Eiler's lifeless form, inhaling deeply, extracting a blue soul from her body. What are you doing? Disturbing the dead invites divine retribution, Jessica exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing Eiler's soul being drawn toward the silver head. I only seek the bloodline, not the soul. Xia Xiaotian's voice sounded like a warning to the silver head. The silver head seemed to respond with a shudder, extracting a crimson essence from Eiler's soul, consuming it. This head indeed possessed a consciousness of its own. Xia Xiaotian felt a surge of trepidation, although he had always believed he could completely control the power of absorption. This was the first time he confirmed the head was an autonomous entity. Eiler's spirit did not return to her body. Instead, it transformed into a refreshing breeze, dissipating into the air, while the deceased Eiler wore a serene smile, as if fulfilled. Thus, the experiment of extracting bloodline without harming the soul was completed, albeit unexpectedly. I see now, you intend to extract my royal bloodline in the same manner? Jessica gazed at Xia Xiaotian, astonished by the vanishing silver vortex and the faceless head. Indeed, Xia Xiaotian did not deny it. As soon as he spoke, his body began to transform again, shifting into the towering 6-winged blood clan form. Yet this time his ears elongated, and an unusual warmth emanated from his wings. He shed the illusory runic artifact concealing his wings, revealing fleshly appendages. 3 pairs began to merge into one, their hues lightening until they became transparent. Not only that, his physique grew more elongated, the sinister traits of the blood clan seemingly neutralized. He snapped his fingers, conjuring a solid mass of azure runic energy in his hand, wind elements. After absorbing the high elf bloodline, he had transcended beyond merely possessing a dark affinity. He could now wield wind element runes. He no longer resembled an ordinary blood clan member, but rather a rare giant adorned with transparent wings, embodying a harmonious blend of power and nature's rhythm within his being. How astonishing. No wonder my sister believes you can vanquish true deities. You can seamlessly merge such disparate bloodline powers for your own use. What shall we call you now? Blood elf? Elven giant? Jessica gazed at Xia Xiaotian, as if discovering a new world. Once more, Xia Xiaotian knelt reverently before Eiler, declaring, My friend, one day I shall journey to the sacred realm of the elves in Nivea. Please forgive my act of plunder. I will convey your demise to your family. A gentle breeze suddenly stirred around them, caressing Xia Xiaotian's cheek. Chapter 59. The Black Tower and the puppets. Xia Xiaotian pondered upon the death of Ira, acknowledging his share of responsibility. Yet, regardless of how many times he could relive that moment, he would invariably prioritize saving Jessica. Fortunately, before her demise, Ira uncovered the greatest treasure of this world, the Titan essence that resided within Xia Xiaotian. It seemed that should he ever venture to Navia, her sacrifice would not be in vain. Ultimately, the root cause of their plight lay with the raven folk who ambushed them, alongside the dwarf puppets that could disregard the power of runes. Your Majesty, do you know why she participated in this hunt? Jessica shook her head and replied. The order for her to join the hunt did not come from me. I only know she must have joined after watching the end-of-year test battles. Xia Xiaotian reflected for a moment, recalling how he had employed the Titan's single eye during the championship duel. If Ira had been present, she likely would have sensed something amiss. Her involvement in the hunt was probably to establish contact with him, although Titans and elves appeared unrelated. Xia Xiaotian was determined to seek clues in Navia, even if it was merely to find fragments of other Titan bloodlines, transforming back into his human form. Xia Xiaotian gently buried Ira's body with rune power, marking her grave with the green thorn sword she carried. However, he chose to retain her hourglass. As she had mentioned, it was a tool used by the elves to perceive the flow of time. This would undoubtedly aid their escape from this foreign space. What do we do now? Jessica sat despondently on the grass, glancing at the makeshift grave marked by the green sword, as if speaking to herself. Let us rest for a moment and then search for any secrets within this space. If one of us were a rune master, perhaps we could trace the spatial energies to find an exit. For now, we can only rely on luck. Jessica sighed, exasperated. How dare the raven folk attack me? And they've brought so many other races to collaborate. We're trapped in this cursed place. Xia Xiaotian remained silent for a moment before responding. Things are not as dire as they seem. We have broken through the temporal cage. It is improbable that hundreds of rune masters have been completely annihilated. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive. Even if Eris comes personally, I would not be surprised. After all, you still carry royal blood. We need only focus on escaping this space. Where shall we search first? Jessica inquired, stuffing food into her mouth. Xia Xiaotian pointed towards a distant black tower, the most conspicuous structure in the entire space. It was clearly not a natural formation, but rather a construction of some race. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the dwarf puppets, Xia Xiaotian surmised that this space was likely deeply connected to the dwarves. That black tower must be the nexus of this strange realm. Can you still transform into a giant? Jessica blinked her large eyes, her tone somewhat mysterious. Of course. But your Majesty must keep it a secret. I do not wish for others to know just yet. No problem. You are the secret weapon of my sister. After their brief respite, Xia Xiaotian transformed into the form of a hybrid giant and set forth towards the tower, with Jessica seated upon his shoulder. With each step, the ground trembled under his weight. Those puppets can nullify rune power. If they appear again, I will have to engage them in close combat. You must hold on tightly, he cautioned. Jessica seemed oblivious to his warning, her hands wandering over Xia Xiaotian's massive form as if she were admiring a rare treasure. Xia Xiaotian proceeded with utmost caution. Yet the anticipated danger did not materialize. Occasionally, a few half-destroyed puppets attempted to rise from the ground to attack him. But many could not even stand before being crushed under his feet. These puppets were smaller than those within the inn fortress and lacked any semblance of intelligence, failing even to recognize runestone dust. Your Majesty, you should come down now. Xia Xiaotian reverted to his human form, gazing at the formidable figure before him. The silhouette before the tower was a colossal puppet, standing approximately 30 meters tall. Its appearance was vastly different from the inn puppets, resembling a true giant with dark skin. Albeit its head was still forged from golden iron. This puppet lay sprawled on the ground before the tower, cradling a massive black axe that spanned over 10 meters in length, seemingly in a deep slumber. Should we quietly circumvent it? Jessica trembled as she regarded the imposing black giant. Xia Xiaotian remained silent, sensing that the puppet had begun to awaken. The black puppet slowly opened its enormous eyes, akin to windows, and when it beheld Xia Xiaotian, an expression of human-like astonishment flickered across its features. The puppet's voice resonated, deep and thunderous, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Greetings, we are unintentional intruders in this realm. Might you inform us of the exit? The puppet, seemingly oblivious to Xia Xiaotian's inquiry, declared. Outsiders must perish. Sensing the intense malevolence emanating from the puppet, Xia Xiaotian's expression darkened as he swiftly transformed back into his giant form, summoning the black flame scythe. At that moment, the scythe appeared larger than usual, a result of recent enhancements that allowed it to adjust in size according to the wielder's needs. Upon witnessing Xia Xiaotian's transformed state, the puppet exaggeratedly widened its eyes, releasing 2 jets of steam as it spoke. By the gods, you are the deities of heaven. How quickly you have located your master's whereabouts. I am no deity. I merely wish to know how to escape this place, Xia Xiaotian insisted. The divine race has been rejected by my master. He now traverses the journey of death, and you should not disturb him. Confronted by the puppet's unreasonable fury, Xia Xiaotian brandished the black flame scythe, cautiously adopting a defensive stance, flames surging upon the weapon's blade. The puppet hefted its massive axe, swinging it fiercely towards Xia Xiaotian. unleashing an incredible force that sent him flying. His form carved a deep trench into the ground, and a noticeable dent appeared on the black flame scythe. Clearly, I am no match. Xia Xiaoyan's expression soured. The giant puppet seemed to possess strength surpassing that of an ordinary rune master, likely with additional capabilities. He sheathed the scythe and, like a nimble fish, evaded the second swing of the giant axe, swiftly seizing Jessica, and fled into the distance. Chapter 60. The true god of the dwarves. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xiaoyan unfurled his immense, translucent wings and fled into the distance. While the black puppet wielding a colossal axe did not pursue him, the danger was too great. That puppet's sheer strength was beyond my capabilities to contend with. A chill ran down Xia Xiaoyan's spine as he recalled how the puppet's recent strike had left a mark on the black flame scythe. Since acquiring the scythe, he had never witnessed an attack capable of leaving a trace on it. His hand, still gripping the scythe, trembled with residual shock, and he sensed a diminishing awareness in his fingers. However, the black puppet seemed disinclined to venture far from the vicinity of the black tower, alleviating his fears of being pursued. Upon returning to the ground, Xia Xiaoyan transformed back into human form and retrieved the light of calamity. Erica, can you help me remember why this space feels so familiar? He implored. Erica's figure gradually emerged from the light of calamity, while Jessica, standing nearby, cast furtive glances at her sister, hesitant to interject. Is the sin of this space not deeply imprinted in your mind? Erica remarked coolly after a brief moment of contemplation. What do you mean? Xia Xiaoyan asked, noticing the rare teasing tone in Erica's voice as he scoured his memories. Since entering this space, he had been tormented by this uncanny sense of familiarity, yet he had never encountered such an alternate realm before. Dwarven puppets, alternate space. A sense of familiarity. Xia Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting. Could it be that this place is akin to the blood-colored realm where I first encountered you? Erica's figure retreated slightly, forming a throne adorned with skulls in the air, upon which she gracefully seated herself. It is not merely similar. This space and the blood-colored realm you speak of share the same origin, having been created together. Erica replied with a cold smirk. But this place houses dwarven puppets, while the space you inhabit. Xia Xiaoyan's voice faltered as he suddenly recalled that the light of calamity, as Erica's vessel, was also crafted by the dwarven godsmiths. You are correct in your assumptions. Both spaces belong to the dwarves. To be precise, they are the personal realms of the true god of the dwarves, and I, at the outset, was merely an item stored within this space, Erica revealed astonishingly. Then why does your space reek of blood? In stark contrast to this one, the source of the blood-soaked atmosphere in that realm is the first remnant of a blood clan soul that you devoured, a prized possession of the dwarven true god. However, years ago, the connection between our realm and the true god inexplicably severed, granting us our freedom. While the foul blood consumed all the treasures within the space, yet it could not devour you, could it? Indeed. My essence is one of the true god's finest creations. How could it be easily tainted by foul blood? Thus, we formed a partnership until it was ultimately consumed by me. Xia Xiaoyan finally connected the dots, realizing that both realms were masterpieces of the dwarven true god. The puppet mentioned that its master was traversing the path of death, which likely indicates that the true god has perished, allowing you to escape. Otherwise, you would have remained a mere object in the true god's collection, Jessica remarked, her voice breaking the silence that had hung over them. Xia Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. No, that cannot be, Erica interjected, twirling her white hair nonchalantly. Why not? Xia Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. A true god, unless obliterated into dust, will persist through the agonizing process of death for tens of thousands of years. The demise of a god is a protracted affair. The puppet does not lie. The true god is currently dying. If the true god were still alive, would it not be exceedingly difficult for us to escape? Indeed, to find a way out. We must meet the true god in person and make our request, Erica said, her gaze distant and unfocused. That puppet does not seem like one with whom we can negotiate. To encounter the true god, we must first overcome it. Can you assist me in defeating it? With the power of a semi-artifact, we should be able to succeed, Xia Xiaoyan beseeched. Erica shook her head. In the Heldium, I expended the divine power that the dwarven true god had left within the light of calamity. Ultimately, I am merely the soul of an object and cannot conjure strength from thin air. You must devise your own strategy. Moreover, do you not have a means to grow stronger at your side? Erica shot a cold glance at Jessica before vanishing back into the light of calamity. Your sister's implication is that you should extract my royal blood and devour the fallen phoenix, isn't it? Jessica's expression remained largely unchanged, as if she had anticipated this all along. I conducted experiments on the soul of Ilya, and now I can indeed remove the bloodline without absorbing the soul. Then let us commence, Xia Xiaoyan asserted. It's not that simple. Even if I devour your bloodline now, it is unlikely I could swiftly defeat that puppet. I will require some time. Xia Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the grass, contemplating the impending plans as the sky darkened. This space indeed experienced the passage of day and night. He produced an hourglass and spoke slowly. We actually have ample time, do we not? If Ilya's words are true. The flow of time within this space differs from the outside by a factor of 100. Therefore, even if we prepare meticulously here to confront that puppet, only a few hours or days may pass in the real world. Are you suggesting we remain here for several years? Jessica said with a wry smile. Ultimately, it depends on when I can defeat that puppet and meet the true God. However, our haste to leave may not be beneficial. The Corvidi are waiting for us outside. If we could indeed delay until reinforcements arrive, that would also be advantageous, Jessica said. Collapsing onto the grass as if drained of all energy, murmuring, "It matters not. Returning to Carthage would also be a tormenting ordeal. Let everything rest upon your decisions. But is there food and water here? Without them, we wouldn't survive even a week." Xiao nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall seek out any sustenance this space may offer. Lord Eris, the council has received an urgent message. The hunting party has encountered attacks from the Corvidi and other enemy factions. The whereabouts of His Majesty the King remain unknown. A massive crack split the throne before Eris. I shall address this matter personally. Eris's voice seethed with untold fury, while the minister delivering the news trembled at the icy wrath contained within. Inform Karl that the Corvidi have no place in the domain he governs. Instruct him to prepare an expeditionary force at once, Eris commanded. As the minister departed, Eris's expression darkened further, his eyes reflecting a growing remorse and wrath. Eris, should Jessica perish without bearing offspring, you shall accompany her to the depths of the abyss. The words of the Carthaginian true god echoed hauntingly in his ears. Chapter 61. The calm before the storm leader, after the temporal prison shattered. More than half of the Carthaginian hunting party's rune masters have escaped. The atmosphere among the Ravenfolk grew tense as they gazed at the intensifying storm circle, their eyes burning with crimson fury. What of our allies? The leader's voice had grown significantly hoarse. Most have already departed. Leader, our mission has failed. The Ravenfolk chieftain let out a piercing cry, speaking gravely. Even in failure, the last royal blood of Carthage must be severed. She is within the storm. It is only a matter of time before she emerges. In half a day, the Carthaginian reinforcements will undoubtedly arrive. By then, our century-long accumulation will have been wagered away in this gamble. We cannot abandon our final harvest. Lebanon, return to the Chaos Realm and bring the younglings away. Carthage will soon dispatch its extermination forces. The young Ravenfolk reporting the battle situation had not anticipated such orders from the chieftain. The remaining warriors shall use our breath-holding technique to conceal ourselves nearby. Even if Carthaginian reinforcements or even Eris herself arrive, we must remain silent. Should their king appear, we will strike her down together. The warriors of the Ravenfolk donned expressions of solemnity. Everyone understood that even the most miraculous breath-holding technique would ultimately be exposed in a carpet search. They were bound to perish. Warriors, their king is within the storm. We still have a chance. In another dimension, Xiao and Jessica were oblivious to the desperate plans of the Ravenfolk seeking to ambush them, unaware that they remained perilously at risk even with the impending reinforcements. For today, that was all. The two sat by the campfire, with Xiao offering roasted hare meat to Jessica. They had arrived at the mountainside near the Black Tower at dusk, discovering an abundance of animals and edible plants in the jungle, along with a gently flowing stream. This undoubtedly alleviated their immediate needs. Jessica bit into the hare meat, her expression turning sour. The meat seemed unpalatable. I didn't bring any seasoning. I will search for some wild herbs and sugarcane during the day to prepare something. Then you won't have to endure this tasteless meat any longer. Your Majesty. Xiao suddenly realized he hadn't addressed Jessica with her title for quite some time and felt it inappropriate. Jessica, intrigued, replied, "You can make seasonings? Did you often cook before?" "No, I just enjoyed crafting things. I used to run a grocery store in Distillery Town, Your Majesty." Jessica waved her hand dismissively. "Please, don't call me Your Majesty. It's just the two of us here. You actually own a grocery store? I must see what you sell someday." After saying this, Jessica's expression turned sorrowful, and she fell silent, likely reminded of her near imprisonment by Eris, making a visit to a border town nearly impossible. "When do you intend to take my royal blood?" Jessica suddenly broke the silence with her question. Xiao paused before responding. "I will attempt to negotiate with that giant puppet or ascertain its strength, if necessary. You do not wish to have this bloodline? I certainly desire it, but it poses great risks for you. If you are mentally prepared, once I ascertain the puppet's strength, I shall take your fallen phoenix bloodline." A clear metallic sound resonated as Xiao barely managed to remain standing, his black flame scythe grinding against the axe blade of the black giant puppet with a violent clash. "I have said before, I am no deity from paradise. I merely wish to meet your master, or you could tell me how to leave this place as well." The black giant puppet, seemingly unresponsive, raised its axe and slammed it into the ground, creating a thunderous sound as a wave of dark energy surged towards Xiao at incredible speed. Towering over 10 meters high, evasion seemed nearly impossible. The black fire ignited on Xia Xiaotian's scythe, and the explosive wave of the scythe collided violently with the dark wave, producing a deafening sound that could shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. Xia Xiaotian was sent flying, his right arm bending at an unnatural angle. In the midst of being thrown, he struggled to flap his translucent wings, forcibly regaining his balance and landing safely. The black giant puppet did not pursue him. Once Xia Xiaotian exited the tower's vicinity, the puppet would continue its slumber as if he were invisible. The price of losing an arm. Xia Xiaotian's expression darkened. He returned to his human form, but his right arm was indeed fractured. Even in his transformed state, the pain remained. If the talismans and runes were to transcend to the pinnacle level, there would be a distinction of 7 stars from weak to strong, and as a rune master, there were also clear divisions of strength. The Ravenfolk leader pursuing them was evidently at the entry level, far from the new recruits in the hunting party. The black giant puppet also possessed entry-level rune master capabilities, but it seemed disinclined to engage using advanced attributes, instead relying on its nearly invincible physical strength to dominate the battlefield. Was it truly necessary to destroy this puppet to meet the true god? Xia Xiaotian felt a twinge of frustration. He was merely capable of contending with advanced rune masters. Facing the elite among them alone seemed an impossible dream. Did the black giant puppet possess any weaknesses? Just as the rune Greystone did against the end puppet. What did you discover? Upon seeing Xia Xiaotian return to the remnants of the campfire with a dejected expression, Jessica had already guessed the outcome. This puppet has completely disregarded my words. It seems defeating it is the most reliable course. You are injured? Your arm. Jessica gasped in shock at the sight of Xia Xiaotian's limp right arm. Xia Xiaotian shook his head. Though it hurts tremendously, it does not hinder my movements. I will be fine soon. My royal blood will assist you. Jessica's expression was resolute. Ultimately, having made their decision, the two rested for an entire day before commencing the ritual of bloodline absorption. Jessica lay fearlessly atop a mound of grass, gently closing her eyes and relaxing her nerves. Abandon all resistance. Do not harbor any feelings of rejection. Xia Xiaotian's focus intensified like never before, the silver vortex on his forehead and the faceless head within the vortex resurfacing, sensing an unusual sensation. Jessica furrowed her brow but refrained from making any unnecessary movements. The faceless head gently inhaled, and Jessica, feeling no resistance, experienced a wave of euphoric comfort, her soul almost transcending her physical form. Locate the bloodline's essence. Xia Xiaotian spoke, whether to himself or directing the faceless head. Chapter 62, The Immortal Body. The opportunity, the faceless head gently drew forth a fiery red fragment of soul for a brief moment. This was a portion of the bloodline. Xia Xiaotian mumbled. Having never fully comprehended the true strength of this lineage, yet it was undeniably one of the most potent bloodlines of Carthage, otherwise, it would not be royal blood. The phoenix, a creature of legend, is known for its immortality, capable of rebirth even from ashes. Simultaneously, it serves as a symbol of flames. Xia Xiaotian speculated that after consuming the fallen phoenix, he might acquire a fiery affinity, enabling him to wield the element of fire. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The faceless head broke free from Xia Xiaotian's control, voraciously drawing in the remaining soul. Stop! Xia Xiaotian, noticing the pained expression on Jessica's face, felt a surge of urgency. Upon hearing his command, the faceless head ceased its frantic actions, reluctantly retreating back into the silver vortex. Xia Xiaotian let out a sigh of relief, and Jessica soon regained consciousness. With a slight headache, Jessica rubbed her eyes and cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Xia Xiaotian. I'm not very skilled. It's fortunate I didn't hurt you. He recalled the image of the faceless head actively consuming souls, his heart trembling with trepidation, uncertain of when the monster within would fully escape his grasp. Casting aside such thoughts, he transformed, growing into a giant adorned with transparent wings. No noticeable change, Jessica remarked, observing Xia Xiaotian, unable to detect any difference from before. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly turned an invisible switch within himself. Gradually, a faint red flame ignited from his skin, pores, and between his fingers, as if blood had evaporated and ignited. This flame did not emit heat nor enhance his strength in any perceivable manner. Xia Xiaotian noticed that the fracture in his right arm had miraculously healed. Just moments ago, he had felt pain. Now, it was entirely absent. This self-healing was a new ability granted by the fallen phoenix. Though its strength remained to be further assessed, the capacity to heal wounds promised an unimaginable enhancement to his power. Yet it was not over. With a snap of his fingers, a delicate flame appeared in his hand. This flame, unlike the healing fire that burned on him, was undeniably a common flame of considerable heat. Before Xia Xiaotian could fully relish his excitement, a soft green ripple danced alongside the flame. This ripple subtly distorted the air, causing the nearby flame to blaze even brighter. Not only fire, but also creation, the fallen phoenix's bloodline had directly bestowed upon him the ability to wield advanced attributes. Zaya Xiaodian was left speechless, having unexpectedly gained a means to communicate with high-level properties without truly becoming an advanced runesmith. While the attribute of creation was not the path he wished to pursue, he had no reason not to rejoice in this unexpected gift. Returning to his human form, he nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Though my appearance remains unchanged, I have acquired several formidable abilities. It is no wonder the fallen phoenix is considered royal blood." Jessica, appearing somewhat fatigued, nodded in agreement. "If it can aid you and your sister, then that is sufficient for me. I'm tired and need to rest." During the process of consumption, Jessica had exhausted a significant amount of mental energy, and fatigue began to overwhelm her. In the days that followed, Zaya Xiaodian constructed a small wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain for himself and Jessica, scavenging for materials in the jungle and preparing delectable meals for her. Jessica quickly regained her vigor. Furthermore, shortly after consuming the fallen phoenix's bloodline, Zaya Xiaodian advanced to the rank of advanced runesmith, greatly enhancing his strength and bolstering his confidence in confronting the black giant puppet. Though the black giant puppet possessed formidable power, reaching the level of an entry-level runesmith, it was, after all, an entity devoid of intelligence. Its every attack and defense adhered to specific patterns. Gradually mastering these patterns, Zaya Xiaodian found himself able to endure longer in combat against the black giant puppet. This cyclical life persisted for nearly a year in the blink of an eye. The sound of heavy strikes resonated across the wilderness as Zaya Xiaodian once again faced off against the black giant puppet. However, this time, it was no longer a one-sided assault. Like a fish weaving through the blades of the giant puppet, he deftly maneuvered, leaving faintly scorched marks with the black flame scythe, which, while still not inflicting significant pain, certainly posed considerable annoyance to the puppet. With a frustrated roar, the giant puppet thrust its massive axe into the ground and unleashed powerful waves of black energy. Zaya Xiaodian, having prepared for this, saw his figure rise high into the air, flames intertwining behind him to form a colossal wave, with ghostly apparitions wailing amidst the flames. Extending his hand, the black flame scythe acted as the gateway to this torrent. The black giant flame wave consumed the air and elements in its path, swiftly enveloping the oncoming black energy waves. The very space appeared to warp under the scorching waves, as the black flames and ghostly flames were of the same origin. This fire did not rely on temperature for victory, but was akin to a plague, contaminating all it touched, making it seem impossible to rid oneself of its grasp. The fiery tide effortlessly engulfed the black energy waves released by the puppet, maintaining its momentum and instantly enveloping the giant puppet within its embrace. Yet, witnessing this success, Zaya Xiaodian did not display any joy. This was not his first time using the flame wave against the giant puppet, but he had never compelled it to employ different strategies. An entry-level runesmith puppet could not possibly possess such simplistic tactics for combat. The black giant puppet, encased in flames, emitted a painful howl, a sinister aura radiating from the heart of the flames. Zaya Xiaodian's expression darkened. This aura was undoubtedly a unique signature of the advanced attribute known as withering, confirming that the giant puppet indeed possessed the ability to wield high-level attributes. With a thunderous explosion, the fiery wave burst apart, unleashing a force imbued with decay and the scent of death from the black giant puppet. The puppet suddenly mimicked the motion of drawing a bow and releasing an arrow. Zaya Xiaodian instantly sensed a grave danger. He could barely manage to dodge, only to see a pitch-black arrow turn his left leg to dust. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for Zaya Xiaodian to even comprehend the giant puppet's action of firing the withering arrow. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he distanced himself from the puppet, a green halo materializing in his hand. The nascent force of creation gently neutralized the residual withering energy at his wound, igniting the fallen phoenix's fire. To his astonishment, a brand new leg began to grow at a visible pace. In mere seconds, such a grievous injury healed, showcasing Zaya Xiaodian's self-regenerative abilities, akin to an immortal being. Though the consumption of rune energy was immense, it was nonetheless astonishing. Feeling somewhat weakened, Zaya Xiaodian could only retreat, but before departing, he was delighted to discover that the black giant puppet, usually so effortless in its movements, exhibited signs of fatigue. Its aura slightly diminished. It seemed the puppet was unable to effectively restore its strength. Previously, Zaya Xiaodian's attacks had never truly harmed the puppet. Hence he had never detected any signs of weakness. Perhaps, as long as he continued to deplete the puppet's fundamental energy, it would ultimately succumb to defeat. Chapter 63. The Frank King. At the entrance of the small cabin nestled at the foot of the hill, Jessica languidly reclined in a rocking chair. A thin layer of animal fur draped over her. A year and 3 months had passed since she last trimmed her hair, and now the fiery red strands cascaded down to her waist, intertwining with the sunlight to transform her, who bore no regal demeanor, into an almost unassailable goddess. Although life in this alternate realm was far more monotonous than within the palace, Jessica found herself relishing this existence, despite its stark contrast to royal comforts. During these days, Jessica came to fully comprehend the essence of being multifaceted. Almost every item in their humble abode was crafted by Xia Xiaotian's own hands. And he was also responsible for their daily meals, leaving Jessica with little opportunity to intervene. She had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, often daydreaming that perhaps a life of such indulgence was not entirely disagreeable. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she struggled to rise from the rocking chair. Turning to enter the cabin, Xia Xiaotian, weary, had just distanced himself from the ominous black puppet. His ghastly wounds were beginning to mend. And the puppet itself was not faring much better, with a noticeable crack appearing on its left arm. The crack pulsated with a conspicuous magical glow, and its agility had diminished significantly. Finally having inflicted damage upon it, Xia Xiaotian exhaled in relief. It had been 3 long months since he first noticed the puppet's waning strength, and now he had discovered a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. With a smile, he unfurled his wings, preparing to return. As he traversed the thicket towards the cabin, a sudden, acrid scent of smoke assaulted his senses. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly glanced at the cabin, relieved to find no signs of a fire. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" he called out, reverting to his human form in search of Jessica. Emerging from behind the door, Jessica wore a troubled expression, her fingers toying with the ends of her hair. "Your Majesty, what is that smell?" Xia Xiaotian inquired, just as he attempted to step inside, only to be halted by Jessica. "Your Majesty?" Xia Xiaotian's mind began to form speculations. "Please don't be upset. I accidentally burned the vegetables you gathered yesterday," Jessica admitted, a hint of shame in her voice. Xia Xiaotian chuckled knowingly and entered the cabin, where he discovered a charred mass solidified in the cooking pot, with jars of spices strewn about. "Would you like to learn to cook, Your Majesty?" Xia Xiaotian asked, showing no signs of anger. "Prince, I didn't intend to cook for you," Jessica began, but paused, lowering her gaze to speak honestly. "Actually, I often watched you cook, thinking it looked simple. I merely wished to treat you." Xia Xiaotian scratched his head, taken aback by Jessica's candidness. After a moment of silence, he replied, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you. I need a few more days to recuperate before I can challenge that puppet again." Jessica nodded, her eyes suddenly alight with curiosity. Life in this alternate realm began to shift ever so slightly. Though the changes were minuscule, they gradually transformed Jessica's experience into something unforgettable. Following Xia Xiaotian's lead, she learned the art of cooking and household chores, even mastering the crafting of small handmade items and sewing, domains previously alien to her. As she became Xia Xiaotian's apprentice, their understanding of one another deepened. "Why do you have such a peculiar name? It hardly resembles that of a Carthaginian," Jessica inquired while sewing a bare fur mattress. "You are correct, Your Majesty. I too believe I am not truly of Carthaginian descent. When my father found me, he might have seen some insignia on me, prompting him to give me this name," Xia Xiaotian replied. "Father? Your adoptive father? Is he kind to you?" Jessica asked. Curiosity piqued. Xia Xiaotian's expression turned nostalgic. "Truth be told, I have never been away from him for this long. He is an exemplary mayor, a quintessential good man. He has adopted many orphans. It is said that over 20 years ago, during the War of Wei, he ventured to frontline villages in search of abandoned children. His kindness knows no bounds. He must have treated you very well. What about his biological children?" Jessica probed. "To my recollection, he has never married," Xia Xiaotian replied. "Is your companion, Elu, also one of his adopted children?" Jessica suddenly recalled. "No, Elu was taken in by the town priest to become a nun. But the priest passed away long ago, leaving Elu without a purpose for her devotion," Xia Xiaotian explained. "Do you like her?" Jessica finally broached the question that had been on her mind. "Of course I do. When I was mischievous as a child, she was the only one who could recite prayers quietly and encourage me to be a good boy," Xia Xiaotian chuckled, continuing. "However, unlike her, I always yearned to become a rune master and traverse the continent, aspiring to be someone of great renown." "No, I meant, do you wish to marry her in the future?" Jessica's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her own inquiry. Xia Xiaotian glanced at her and said, "I see her more as a sister." Jessica perked up, setting aside her work with a hint of mystery. "I once heard the head maid in the palace say that if a man cannot bear the thought of a woman he knows being taken away, then he must be in love with her. What about you? Can you imagine?" "I cannot envision that, Your Majesty. She struggles to speak a complete sentence to any man other than me," Xia Xiaotian replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "By the way, why are you so concerned about me and Elu today?" he added, a touch of gloom creeping into his heart. Jessica remained silent for a moment before replying, "Oh, it's nothing, just a fleeting whim." As she spoke, Jessica's expression shifted to one of regret, and she confessed, "You are the prince chosen by Eris. I never wanted anyone to touch me, but now I find you quite agreeable. If you truly became the prince by marriage." Xia Xiaotian was taken aback, as was Jessica. "Your Majesty, I made a mistake. Please don't say I am dreaming or anything," Jessica said, suddenly neurotic, clutching her head, her remorse deepening. "I wouldn't utter such words," Xia Xiaotian sighed helplessly. "I cannot help it either. When my mother ascended to the throne during my childhood, She told me that I could never choose my own partner. If my prince were you, I wouldn't he feel disgusted or anything. Jessica's face flushed as she rambled, her embarrassment evident. Your Majesty, I am pleased to hear your inner thoughts, but the future is unpredictable. At least I believe that my alliance with your sister is of utmost importance at present, Xia Xiaodian said cautiously. You are right. You and my sister are allies. If you succeed, then Carthage will surely cease to exist. Jessica's expression was complex, and Xia Xiaodian was certain he had never witnessed anyone exhibit such intricate emotions. Chapter 64. True God, Light of Glory, Your Highness, when shall we meet again? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. I have already dismantled the black giant puppet's arms and half of its head. Once I regain my strength, I shall bring an end to it. It has been exactly 2 years since we arrived in this alternate space. Xia Xiaodian has come to thoroughly understand just how formidable an entry-level rune master, who is merely a step away from being newly advanced, truly is. As a high-level rune master himself, he has dedicated 2 full years to defeating the black giant puppet. And that is under the condition that this puppet cannot restore its primordial power. Xia Xiaodian mused that with his current strength, upon transformation, he could rival even a newly advanced rune master, for he now nearly qualifies as a half-rune master himself. The creative power derived from his phoenix bloodline, albeit limited, is sufficient to significantly enhance the potency of his martial skills. Martial techniques, infused with different rune energies, manifest in vastly different forms, a stark contrast to rune arts. The spectral flame and the rolling wave, infused with a touch of creative energy, performed admirably, though Xia Xiaodian sensed that decay was what he truly required. However, he presently only had the creative energy and the time-space abilities bestowed by the Titan's single eye, thus he had to make do. I shall accompany you, Jessica suggested, observing Xia Xiaodian as he prepared to depart. Having made up his mind that this would indeed be the final confrontation, he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. As they approached the distance to the tower, Xia Xiaodian set Jessica down and was about to head towards the puppet when a thought struck him. Your Majesty, you have yet to inquire about my ability to devour bloodlines. Upon our return, do not mention this to anyone. This is a secret between you and my sister. Xia Xiaodian nodded in satisfaction and transformed into his giant form, wielding the black flame scythe as he advanced towards the puppet. The giant puppet, upon sensing Xia Xiaodian, let out a furious roar, yet its momentum had significantly waned. Now, it was bereft of arms, its half-metal head reduced, and its body riddled with countless wounds, all remnants of Xia Xiaodian's onslaught. Each devastating strike had been the result of a mutually destructive attack, but Xia Xiaodian possessed an immortal body, while the puppet's primordial power was nearly depleted. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xiaodian swung his scythe, transforming into a streak of black light as he charged toward the puppet. The puppet's eyes revealed a flicker of human-like ferocity. Unable to wield its axe with both hands, it clamped the axe handle with its remaining teeth. Battling Xia Xiaodian like a colossal ape, the booming sounds of their colossal weapons resonated, shaking the dark tower behind the puppet. Xia Xiaodian and the black puppet, both titanic figures akin to mountains, nimbly weaved through the air, their scythe and giant axe becoming mere afterimages. Xia Xiaodian ceased to conceal his prowess and fused threads of creative energy into the spectral flame. The black flames surged fiercely from the scythe, and shortly after, they exploded in intensity, transforming into a gray hue. In that moment, the spectral flame seemed to possess sentience, as countless tiny ghostly claws emerged from its depths, reminiscent of the rolling wave's essence. With a fierce swing of his scythe, Xia Xiaodian unleashed several waves of gray flame that tore through the air, striking the unprepared puppet with tremendous force. In an instant, the puppet was nearly disassembled, and the giant axe it had clutched was sent flying. Master, protect. Master, the puppet's already damaged mouth muttered indistinctly, before a dark light suddenly ignited from its abdomen, as if it had expended all its primordial energy. Its metallic eyes opened like doors, and 2 streams of indistinct black light shot through the air towards Xia Xiaodian, halting all actions of the puppet in that instant. Prepared, Xia Xiaodian's forehead unveiled the Titan's single eye, creating a prism of 7 colors to shield him. The black light, upon striking the prism, seemed to sink into a quagmire, dissolving on its mirrored surface. Relieved, Xia Xiaodian exhaled. The puppet had previously employed this tactic, transforming decay energy into arrows to strike unexpectedly. The defensive prism crafted by the Titan's single eye was a crystallization of time-space energy, perfectly capable of countering decay. It dawned on him that he was gradually mastering the advanced attributes of both time-space and creation, yet what he truly desired was decay, for it aligned more harmoniously with his martial skills and the black flame scythe. To acquire the power of decay and ascend to the ranks of the darkest rune masters, he would likely need to comprehend this force independently. Having concluded, Jessica approached from a distance, observing the scattered remnants and the chaotic battlefield with a sense of melancholy. The two exchanged few words, eagerly entering the dark tower. The interior of the dark tower was unremarkable, though its architecture slightly differed from that of Carthage. There were no extraordinary designs to marvel at. The ceiling is rather low, Jessica remarked with a hint of exasperation as they ascended the tower. It must be a necessary design for the dwarves. They are quite short, and a higher ceiling would waste space, Xiao speculated. In merely half an hour, they reached nearly the topmost floor, encountering no one along the way. Upon ascending to the highest level, they still found no trace of the true god and resolved to proceed to the rooftop. I never saw a rooftop from the skies. It seems the true god must have cast some illusion, Xiao said, pulling Jessica up with him. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an elderly dwarf seated cross-legged in the center of the rooftop, seemingly in slumber. This dwarf appeared unremarkable, dressed like an ordinary commoner, lacking any distinctive adornments or features. Strangely, even as they stood before him, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Is he truly dead? Jessica voiced the question lingering in Xiaoyan's mind. It was said that Erica had once informed them that a god's death is a prolonged process. Could it be that the god had indeed traversed this phase and truly perished? Ah, familiar, such a familiar scent. You bear the essence of the old man. My creation, the old man's sudden speech caused both to recoil a step back. You are the true god of the dwarves, are you not? We apologize for disturbing your rest. We wish to discuss a matter with you. Discuss? Why did you damage my little black? The old man awakened completely, gesturing, causing a mass of black debris to soar in from outside the tower. After pondering over the debris for several seconds, the old man's hands transformed into an indistinct blur. In mere moments, the remnants reassembled into the form of the black giant puppet, albeit a minuscule version. Having completed the puppet's reconstruction, the old man flung it out of the tower. Observing the old man's swift restoration of the puppet, Xiao marveled internally. Truly, the dwarf god was deserving of his title, a master craftsman. Great true god, your little black is unwilling to compromise. We have no choice but to resort to force. I hope you do not take offense. The dwarf god shook his head and replied, Erica, light of glory, before your creator, why do you not reveal your true form? Chapter 65, The Ancestor Prophet. What is the true god saying? I find myself somewhat perplexed as Xiao squints his eyes. Heh. Will you also lie in the presence of the divine? The true god of the dwarves chuckled softly, gesturing with his hand as the light of calamity, previously concealed within his storage ring, leaped forth on its own. Before long, the stunning yet cold-faced Erica appeared, her expression towards the true god a mix of complexity. As a true god, you have been injured to this extent? Erica's lips curled into a wicked smile, seemingly mocking the true god's strength. Although the true god appeared unscathed on the surface, Erica seemed to grasp immediately that he had been gravely wounded. In the face of Erica's taunts, the true god of the dwarves showed no sign of anger. He had long been aware of her temperament. Erica, you, who once served as my vessel, do you not comprehend that in this world, no one can threaten me any longer? Your implication is that the one who harmed you hails from the void? The void. Xiao twitched his ears. He had heard this term more than once. From what he understood, the void is an ocean that carries worlds, many of which are akin to the rune continent. The true god of the dwarves fell silent, seemingly reluctant to answer this question. Noticing his unwillingness to divulge more, Erica ceased her inquiries. Release us. Our entry into this space was an accident. Of course, I am already doomed and no longer require the divine artifact. The true god of the dwarves expressed with a look of relief. As long as you understand, there is no need to speak of this further. Why do you appear in this young man's spatial realm? Do you wish to experience an unexperienced romance? Erica seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke, but within mere seconds, her expression hardened once more into an icy glare. The figure behind me is the harbinger of oblivion. One day, the true god of Carthage will also be slain by him. Sensing the coldness and murderous intent in Erica's words, the true god of the dwarves forced a bitter smile and said, Is this your choice? To slay your ancestor? He is no longer my ancestor. The moment he placed me upon the cross, he ceased to be. Thanks to you, my soul was preserved. And thus I had the opportunity to utterly overturn the dynasty he cherished most. The prophecy, the ancient prophecy, has indeed come to fruition. The true god of the dwarves revealed with a hint of fear in his eyes. Ancient prophecy. Upon hearing this, a chill surged through Erica. Although she no longer possessed a corporeal form, it felt as if an icy stone had been dropped into her stomach. A foreboding sensation began to arise. That human girl. If I am not mistaken, you are the current queen of Carthage. Did the true god of Carthage not disclose the prophecy to you? Jessica suddenly felt the gazes of several individuals upon her and quickly shook her head, stating, Since the day my sister was slain, I have not seen the ancestor nor heard of any prophecy. The true god of the dwarves nodded in understanding and, picking up the light of calamity from the ground, spoke with a reminiscent expression. Thousands of years ago, a mysterious ancestor prophet once told the true god of Carthage, the sword of glory reflects black blood. A sign of a fallen nation illuminates the land. If one day, the king possessing the sword of glory transforms it into a red-black ominous hue, then this king will certainly be the catalyst for Carthage's demise. Erica's pupils rapidly constricted, and Xia Xiaodian and Jessica gasped in shock. The ancestor of Carthage believed Erica, holding the sword of glory, had turned it into the light of calamity, thus deeming her a traitorous monarch? Xia Xiaodian questioned incredulously, refusing to believe that a founder of a kingdom could act upon unfounded prophecies and slaughter their descendants. Indeed, that prophet was one who knew all. You need not doubt. His prophecies surpass all the rules of this world, and even becoming a god cannot break the shackles of prophecy. How foolish! How foolish! That my throne, my life, all that I protect, has been destroyed by a fool's prophecy? Erica became uncharacteristically agitated. Erica, if you assist this young man in destroying Carthage, would that not perfectly fulfill the prophecy? The king who transforms the sword of glory into the sword of calamity becomes the catalyst for the kingdom's downfall, Xia Xiaodian countered. True God. If Carthage falls as a result, it can only be blamed on the true god of Carthage's excessive obsession with prophecy. The catalyst for the nation's demise is not Erica, but himself. Indeed, young man, you speak the truth, yet the words of that ancestor prophet remain accurate. He continued, addressing Erica, I am already treading the path of death, even if I tell you, it matters not. The reason I held onto your soul as it was about to return to its origin was due to that prophet's counsel. He informed me that the divine artifact I yearn for can only be forged from the corrupted light of glory. Thus, when you die, I understood that the new light of glory, if possessing the soul of one who once held it, could indeed step into the realm of divine artifacts. This is why I sought to save your soul. Why are you telling me all this? Erica's expression turned icy, her emotions plummeting to a frostbitten state. As a god, in the face of death, one always reflects upon their life. My life has been one dictated by prophecy. That mysterious prophet seemed to foresee everything. The tone of the true God was laced with a complex mix of resentment and reverence towards that enigmatic prophet. So, your death was also foretold by him? Erica said coldly. Ha. In truth, perhaps I should have informed you of this before my demise. The ones who wounded me were the gods of heaven, the minions of Odin. They sought my cooperation to establish a lower paradise in the rune world. A lower paradise? Jessica involuntarily spoke out. For both heaven and the gods are entities that flicker like ancient legends, their existence shrouded in controversy. To hear news of them from the true God today was unexpected. So you refused, leading to a conflict with them? Erica furrowed her brows, for in her mind, no matter the circumstances, a deity of a minor world should not provoke such forces as heaven. Had it not been for the existence of the ancient prophecy, I would have gladly accepted their request for cooperation. Another prophecy? Indeed, another prophecy. I was informed by the prophet that the souls of myself and my kin would be purified by the lower paradise. And I shall never allow such a thing to occur. Xia Xiaodian suddenly felt a strange sensation. The mysterious prophet spoken of by the true God did not seem to be a genuine prophet, but rather a participant in history. Perhaps he was manipulating the course of history, rather than merely making predictions. Thank you to the reader Kwaifagu for your support with the recommendation votes. It has been several days now, with 4 votes each time. Truly astonishing for me in the hyperspace. The recent plot has been challenging to write due to its complexity. If any readers find certain content difficult to understand, please let me know, and I will strive to write with greater clarity. Chapter 66. Before departure the oracle, the ancestral seer. Who is he, and why do you, a true deity, place unwavering faith in his words? Erica's fury erupted. Yet, the dwarven god remained silent, seemingly reluctant to unveil the identity of this ancestral oracle. Suddenly, the divine being, Xia Xiaodian, spoke up. Oh, young human, do you have something to say? Divine Lord, your extensive discourse leads me to believe you harbor deep-seated doubts about this matter. If you truly believed in the prophecies, you would not resist the collaboration request of the celestial gods, nor would you bring up the oracle in our discussions. The dwarven god chuckled softly. Responding calmly to Xia Xiaodian's pointed inquiry, you are quite astute. Indeed, I harbor doubts about all of this. Erica's unwavering trust in you, believing you would vanquish the Carthaginian deity, suggests that when your power grows, you will inevitably encounter that ancestral oracle. I have lost hope for my survival, my strength dwindling. Yet, my path to death is still long. Should you uncover the true purpose behind the oracle's prophecy, return to this realm and claim your reward. As the foremost divine craftsman of the continent, my collection is beyond the imagination of other gods. Xia Xiaodian's eyes narrowed. He finally grasped the reason behind the deity's revelations. This was a transaction. The god could not uncover the true intentions of the ancestral oracle and could only place his hopes in him and Erica. However, Erica interjected, causing the others to pause. To unravel the riddle that even the continent's highest deity cannot solve, this transaction requires additional stakes. Her tone was reminiscent of a seasoned merchant negotiating for greater benefits for Xia Xiaodian. The dwarven god smiled slightly, producing a silver key and tossing it to Xia Xiaodian. This is my token of space. Humph. While Erica might find a way to escape from that realm where I lost contact, the control over that space cannot be seized. It now belongs to you. With this token, you may freely command that personal space. Xia Xiaotian examined the silver key gravely. The control over the Crimson Realm was indeed tantalizing. Divine Lord, is there something amiss? The dwarven god frowned, believing that for a high-ranking rune master, such a vast personal space was already an extravagant reward. You mentioned the transformation of the light of glory into the light of calamity. May I inquire if the alteration in form is due to your addition of Heartfall Stone during its crafting? Indeed, Heartfall Stone reflects the inner self of its bearer, adapting accordingly. It is a material imbued with spirit. What? Do you desire this material? Yes, Divine Lord. If you possess any Heartfall Stone, I would be grateful if you could bestow it upon me. I can forego this token of space. Xia Xiaotian spoke cautiously. Ah. You wish to continue forging your Reaper's Scythe, do you? The dwarven god seemed to see through Xia Xiaotian's intentions. Reaper's Scythe? A realization struck Xia Xiaotian. His black flame scythe was indeed crafted from dwarven schematics, suggesting that the Reaper's Scythe referred to as none other than his own. There is no need for pretense. I have sensed the aura of ghost flame from your storage ring. It is undoubtedly the Reaper's Scythe. I shall not inquire about the source of your schematics. After all, I have little interest in most matters of this world. Xia Xiaotian nodded, filled with anticipation as he gazed at the deity. Heartfall Stone is not particularly precious to me. Giving it to you costs me nothing. The dwarven god casually tossed a brand new storage ring to Xia Xiaotian. Upon lightly touching the ring with his runic energy, Xia Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a naive youth, it's merely a small amount of Heartfall Stone. The dwarven god scoffed at Xia Xiaotian's astonished expression. Seeing Xia Xiaotian, usually so composed, appear utterly flabbergasted, Erica felt a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, he had gained significantly. At that moment, Xia Xiaotian was overwhelmed by waves of shock, realizing that the ring indeed contained a veritable mountain of Heartfall Stone. He recalled Regis mentioning that the more Heartfall Stone, the better, ideally a small mountain's worth. Little did he know that the true oracle was Regis himself. You may keep the token. I have no further need for that space. The dwarven god raised his hand, channeling his runic energy, causing the entire realm to tremble. Before Xia Xiaotian, Jessica, and Erica, a transparent portal materialized, the sound of a tempest echoing from beyond. Evidently, the storm outside had yet to dissipate. As Erica prepared to return to the light of calamity, the deity whispered something, casting a divine light into the calamity, imparting a message to Erica. A rare expression of gratitude flickered across her face, although fleeting. Xia Xiaotian keenly perceived that the deity had undoubtedly granted Erica some unimaginable boon. Remember my words, young human. Even in this realm, where time flows slowly, I shall live to see the day you come to claim your reward. You must strive to uncover the true identity and purpose of the ancestral oracle. Moreover, it seems a few little ones are lying in wait for you outside. Do not perish so swiftly. Xia Xiaotian felt a jolt at the deity's whispered warning. Having lived in this alternate space for 2 years, at least a week must have passed in the outside world. Had the Carthaginian reinforcements still not arrived? Forewarned, Xia Xiaotian gathered his runic energy and readied the black flame scythe. Let us go, he said to Jessica as Erica returned to the light of calamity. Before stepping through the portal, Xia Xiaotian nodded slightly to the divine being and departed. He possessed even the schematics for the Reaper's Scythe. Could it be that he had already discovered the Titan's true will beneath the abyss? Watching the two depart, the dwarven god let out a bitter smile, muttering to himself, I can feel it. I sense their presence. They are emerging from the storm. They cannot fathom that our raven warriors have yet to be cleared by their reinforcements. Warriors, prepare your mightiest onslaught. We must eliminate the Carthaginian king before Eris becomes aware. In the shadows beyond the storm circle, stealthy figures lay in wait, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Among them, the most formidable was merely a runemaster. While the young human clinging to the king was merely an intermediate runemaster, our means can swiftly annihilate them. Chapter 67. The blazing blood god and the prince of tides. The tempest roared around them, and Jessica glanced back at the portal, still sensing the lingering essence of that otherworldly realm. I shall never forget the time spent here. Behind her, ethereal wings of wind emerged, almost translucent, as she struggled to maintain her balance by grasping Xia Xiaotian's hand. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she spoke, yet there was no hint of fear. Your Majesty. Xia Xiaotian suddenly felt an unprecedented warmth radiating from Jessica's hand. Her face, now more mature with the passage of time, exposed skin that was strikingly alluring. Ahem. Your Majesty, let us first address the immediate peril, he urged, regaining his composure. Jessica nodded, cautiously fluttering her wings. As the king of Carthage, she had regrettably only attained the status of a novice runemaster, a result of her prolonged training in the other realm. Xia Xiaotian observed his own massive, translucent wings, pondering that even without the aid of the shadow feather, he would not be suspected of having ties to the bloodkin. Together, they ventured through the storm towards safety. My lord, it has been 8 days without news of her majesty. Several kilometers away from the storm's eye, the Carthaginian reinforcements had established camp, tirelessly searching for Jessica, yet yielding no results. They had scoured every inch of air within the tempest's grasp. Ellis, upon hearing his subordinate's report, wore a grim expression but managed to retain his composure. Have we received any word from the Holy See? The seers have found no signs of the king's demise. Even the Pope has personally conducted exhaustive divinations. Her Majesty should be safe, Ellis replied, his countenance softening slightly, though optimism eluded him. My lord, there is activity near the storm. Ellis, alerted by distant cries, transformed into a streak of darkness, racing towards the tempest. Xia Xiaotian and Jessica emerged from the ferocious winds, finding solid ground outside the storm's perimeter. They gasped for breath, the air around them still familiar. Xia Xiaotian did not feel a sense of relief. The warning from the deity echoed in his mind, and he sensed that the pursuing corvids might still be lying in wait. Finally out, the corvid leader murmured, closing his eyes as he communicated softly with his warriors. Brave souls, for the sake of absolute certainty, we must employ thunderous methods to annihilate them instantly. We need to invoke that technique. We shall require your sacrifices. The corvid warriors, concealed in the earth, revealed themselves, kneeling in reverence. O blazing blood god! The leader raised his long blade, and those fortunate enough to survive were instantly engulfed in a deluge of bloodlight, dozens of crimson streams coalescing above his weapon. This agonizing sacrifice seemed to draw upon the flesh and suffering of the warriors, their skin, feathers, and entrails transformed into a sinister sanguine force. Yet not one of these warriors chose to flee. As a minor race on the Rune continent, they understood that to achieve their aims, they must be more resolute and ruthless than others, a creed they adhered to. The bloodlight above the leader surged with an inky, withering power, an ancient and profound force spreading forth. From the moment of sacrifice to their emergence, the corvid's presence lasted mere seconds, and the bloodlight above the leader solidified, locking onto Xia Xiaotian and Jessica. What is that? Xia Xiaotian raised his scythe, though confusion flickered within him. His movements remained resolute as black flames erupted from the black flame scythe. Your Majesty, stay behind me, he cautioned, his expression grave. He sensed that the bloodlight had fixated on Jessica, and they had entered the enemy's attack range, making escape exceedingly difficult. The bloodlight above the corvid leader melded with a dark aura, transforming into a hooded figure adorned in raven feathers, towering to several meters in height. This was the blazing blood god. The towering specter, its features indistinct, emanated an aura of coldness and antiquity that blanketed several kilometers. Beneath the hood, two blood-red eyes bored into Xia Xiaotian and Jessica. Suddenly, the specter raised a hand, revealing a long-handled weapon so dark it defied definition. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Shall we withstand this blow? Xia Xiaotian's expression darkened. He realized that this monstrous apparition, reminiscent of a demon, had effectively sealed the air around him, with eerie humming sounds flooding his ears, obscuring his vision in darkness. He glanced back at Jessica. Their 2 years of companionship had forged a deep bond. In that moment, her expression was devoid of fear, as if she had never doubted Xia Xiaotian's strength. You can withstand this, echoed the voice of Erica in his mind. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaotian unleashed a torrent of flames from the black flame scythe, transforming the surrounding space into an immense sea of black fire. The vast storm behind him evaporated under the intensity of the flames, which swelled larger and more potent than any he had conjured before, yet still seemed inadequate compared to the blazing blood god. The Hall of 4 Stars. No. Ellis, witnessing the towering blazing blood god take form above the corvid leader, understood that it was too late. Even as Carthage's most formidable force, second only to the true gods, he could not disrupt the distant rune spell. In an instant, he recognized that the blazing blood god was a Hall of 4 Stars spell, while Xia Xiaotian's swirling tide was merely the pinnacle of a hall of 1 star. The disparity between each hall was an insurmountable chasm. The guards and subordinates accompanying Ellis displayed expressions of despair as they beheld the unfolding scene and the king cowering behind Xia Xiaotian. It was too late. This singular thought echoed in every heart. Humph! Xia Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, channeling every ounce of creative power remaining within him into the tide behind him. The tide underwent a metamorphosis. The spectral apparitions that once writhed in the black flames began to change color, sprouting gray wings. Their faces no longer malevolent, but imbued with an inexplicable sanctity, the flames shifting from pitch black to deep gray, the aura of the technique surging dramatically. If the previous tide resembled a doomsday tableau, a chaotic inferno of demons, the current tide resembled a host of fallen angels, lamenting the collapse of the old paradise. The blazing blood god seemed to sense the threat, immediately swinging the dark, long-handled weapon, allowing onlookers to finally discern its true form, a scythe, imbued with overwhelming withering power. Chapter 68. Tremor. The towering waves of gray flames advanced with an unstoppable momentum, evaporating the air and space in their path under the command of the Black Scythe. The Black Scythe, measuring several meters in length, wielded by the Bloodburn Reaper, traced an elegant yet sinister arc across the sky, slicing through everything in its wake. Seemingly even the gray inferno before it could not escape its grasp. At the moment of collision between the scythe and the sea of flames, every onlooker, including Xia Xiaodian himself, covered their ears, while the distant Carthaginian reinforcements widened their eyes in disbelief. The Bloodburn Reaper emitted a shrill cry reminiscent of the Harpy kin, and the gray flame waves ignited everything they touched, erecting a towering wall of fire that reached for the heavens. Countless fallen angels within the fiery sea melted away beneath the Black Scythe's path. The Bloodburn Reaper's power had reached its zenith as it clashed with the surging waves. Two exceedingly pure and opposing forces ignited like heavenly thunder and earthly fire, distorting and tearing the very fabric of space. The life-imbued gray flames entwined and battled against the sinister, decaying forces, resulting in a cacophony of relentless explosions. Impossible. Impossible. This cannot be. The leader of the Harpy kin stared in disbelief at the thwarted assault. The 4-star hall-level talisman technique was one of their greatest trump cards, and to him, a young runemaster like Xia Xiaodian, who had never even touched the threshold of the runic arts, should have been reduced to mere blood mist in an instant. The crimson light in the Bloodburn Reaper's eyes flared intensely, seemingly enraged by the overwhelming life force. With a piercing scream, its body began to swell, quickly transforming into a rotund figure as the black feathers covering its skin cracked and split. In an instant, all remaining decaying power detonated, and the Bloodburn Reaper's silhouette vanished in the explosion, but the dark shockwave surged forth, overwhelming the gray fire sea. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended from the ground, and the leader of the Harpy kin also disappeared within the blast. The black shockwave obliterated everything, while Xia Xiaodian sighed, preparing to harness the unique temporal prism of the Titan's single eye, attempting to meet the coming wave of decaying power. Throughout this life and death moment, Jessica remained unperturbed, her forehead resting against Xia Xiaodian's back, feeling the warmth of this man with whom she had shared inexplicable companionship for 2 years. It seems my time to shine has come. Xia Xiaodian heard Erica's voice grow considerably graver. Suddenly, the entire explosion froze as if captured in a still frame. The surroundings solidified. You did well. The figure of Eris appeared before them, with the distant shockwave ensnared by a dense web of silver lines. Lord Eris. Xia Xiaodian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was Eris who had averted the crisis, or else Erica, and the light of calamity, would have been exposed. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief, yet her gaze remained averted from Eris, still hiding behind Xia Xiaodian. The distant explosion and the strands of space transformed into swirling, vibrant black clouds, as the overwhelming decaying power was entirely dissipated by Eris's temporal force. You have bought me ample time. A high-level runemaster able to wield such an abundance of life force, you certainly surpassed that lad from the Violet family, Xia Xiaodian chuckled weakly, as fatigue began to consume him, and the scene before him started to warp. Upon your return to the imperial capital, the royal family will hold a formal coronation ceremony for you, and your wedding with the king will be placed on the agenda. Seeing Eris unilaterally announce everything, Xia Xiaodian felt a sense of helplessness, but soon, overwhelming exhaustion engulfed him. Before he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Jessica's anxious expression. He had unwittingly become a consort prince. Rumor had it that he had attained power rivaling that of a runemaster. Xia Xiaodian's name resonated once more throughout Carthage, his reputation now extending into the border regions, and his engagement with the king had become the focal point of the empire's discourse. Within the hall of the Lewis family, Natasha was taken aback upon hearing that the king and Xia Xiaodian's wedding had been scheduled. Her eyes were filled with profound shock and complexity. The patriarch of the Lewis family and Regis wore expressions of disbelief. According to their information, the queen appeared to have gone unnoticed, while Xia Xiaodian seemed to have withstood the runemaster's attack single-handedly. Indeed, he is the one chosen by Her Majesty. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding their shared thoughts. Loretta lay languidly before the fireplace, her demeanor exuding a sense of lethargy. During the spring break, she spent her days in such a manner, unaware of the imperial cover-up regarding the king's disappearance and the ambush on the hunting party. Time slipped away as she idly passed the hours at home. Just as her eyelids grew heavy and drowsiness began to envelop her, a scroll beside her suddenly unfurled on its own. Spring break. This is spring break. Please do not disturb me during my holiday, Loretta grumbled irritably, prepared to turn over and sleep. Yet, mere moments later, she obediently sat up, gazing at the scroll. At first, she managed to maintain her composure, but as the contents of the scroll progressed, her lethargic eyes widened in astonishment. Confronting a runemaster head-on? The king has been missing for a week? He is engaged to the king? Loretta scratched her already disheveled hair, attempting to awaken herself from this bewildering dream. Have I unwittingly taught a most formidable student? Are you awake? Xia Xiaodian slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a moving carriage, his head resting on Jessica's lap. Your Majesty? Fear not. No one would dare to pry. The issue seemed not to be this, as Xia Xiaotian struggled to sit up, only for Jessica to firmly push him back down. The king has given this to you. Would you dare to refuse? Jessica's tone was unusually assertive. Did Eris not discover the absence of your lineage? Xia Xiaotian's voice was barely a whisper, yet Jessica caught his words. No. Although our appearances and clothing have changed over the past 2 years, I fabricated a reason to cover it up. He does not seem to suspect anything amiss. It's not entirely fabricated. I merely omitted the parts of our experiences that he should not know. Even if he seeks that alternate space, the true God would not easily reveal it to him. Jessica's reasoning was sound, and Xia Xiaotian found temporary solace. Today's content proved challenging to articulate. Hence the delay until this late hour. I apologize. Chapter 69. The Heart of the King at Noon, within the Royal Rune Master Academy's library. A captivating beauty engrossed in her studies caught the attention of many. She was a member of the Wind Element Academy, diligently working despite the spring break. And it was rumored that this year's end-of-year test results for her academy were the poorest in recent years. In a corner, a girl with flowing aquamarine hair was deeply immersed in a sea of scrolls, her body marked with numerous bruises and freshly healed scars, indicative of her frequent engagement in bounty tasks. Her presence stirred a subtle excitement in the library, as the rarity of such diligent beauties made her an exceptional sight. Just then, a strikingly handsome boy with dark hair ascended the stairs, scanning the room before making his way directly to the blue-haired girl. Hey. You don't understand the atmosphere at all. The boy approached, but onlookers presumed the blue-haired girl would ignore him, especially since others had already attempted to engage her and faced dismissal. Ailusha Xiaotian sat opposite the blue-haired girl, noting how much Ailu had changed since their last encounter. She had perhaps transformed more than he had during his 2 years in another realm. Mr. Xia. Ailu looked up, astonished by the person before her. Mr. Xia, weren't you supposed to be on a hunting trip? Why have you returned so soon? With an expression of complete naivety, Ailu seemed entirely oblivious to the rumors surrounding him. Just as Xiaotian was about to respond, Ailu's gaze shifted, and she leaned forward, gently touching his face. This intimate gesture left the male spectators in the vicinity slack-jawed. Mr. Xia, is that really you? Ailu questioned, her fingers grazing his face, feeling the roughness that hinted at recent changes in him. Ailu, I've encountered some significant changes. I may appear older than I did a week ago, but I remain the same. Xiaotian responded with a wry smile, aware that Ailu, having been his closest companion, could sense the subtle shifts within him. Though Ailu's concern and bewilderment lingered, she managed to regain her composure. Let us find a quieter place, Xiaotian suggested. And all eyes followed the pair as they exited the library. Could that boy be the genius from the Dark Academy? Murmured a bystander. If my memory serves me right, he was the champion of this year's end-of-year tests. Others began to recall his face, sharing knowing smiles. Once in Xiaotian's room, he even employed his Titan's eye to check for any surveillance. Ailu, I need to discuss several impending matters with you, he spoke in a calm tone, recounting the events that transpired during his hunting expedition, including some non-secretive details, and finally addressing his betrothal to the king. You are to marry into the royal family? Ailu's eyes reflected no anger or confusion, only deep concern. Our marriage is merely a facade. After all, I cannot defy the orders of Eris, Xiaotian reassured her. But Ailu shook her head, her worry deepening. What? Xiaotian frowned. Ailu slowly articulated. Mr. Xia, I may be a foolish girl and perhaps lack understanding, but I can somewhat grasp the feelings of another girl. From what you just told me, one thing stands out. You may be entering a sham marriage, but the sovereign truly harbors feelings for you. Ailu's lips quirked in a complex expression, lost in thought. Then what of that? You imply that your intent is to destroy this empire alongside Her Majesty, indifferent to the means? Ailu, normally so perceptive, now displayed an unusual sharpness. And when the kingdom falls, what becomes of Her Majesty? She is your nominal spouse. Huh. How can you be so certain that the current king won't side with us? Unbeknownst to them, the figure of Erica had quietly appeared, her words dripping with sarcasm. The king might well ally with us, but I doubt she genuinely desires to see this nation perish, Xiaotian replied, pondering Ailu's implications. Mr. Xia, do you harbor disdain for Liquor Town? He hesitated, recalling his childhood there, a nightmare filled with discrimination and conflict. I know you despise Liquor Town. I understand that all too well, but do you wish to see it destroyed? Ailu's expression turned solemn as she grasped his growing realization. You wouldn't wish for Liquor Town's demise because your father resides there, would you? For him, it is a place he has protected all his life as the town's mayor. Surely, there are no such figures in Carthage? Her mind wandered to her mother, her royal companions, and even the friends she had met clandestinely outside the palace. Any of them could sway her resolve. Isn't humanity a wretched race? Unless betrayed at the last moment, who truly wishes to obliterate everything? Ailu lowered her head, seemingly exhausted. The teachings of the Holy Church have imparted these truths to me. Mr. Xia, you must be cautious of this moment. Even Erica's demeanor shifted, as Ailu's statements left no room for rebuttal. even the one known as the Blood Tyrant. Ruthless and decisive, only realized her betrayal by the world when she bled upon the cross. Your Majesty, you have changed so much before a grand mirror. Jessica released her hair from its restraints, allowing her beautiful red locks to cascade freely. Her unembellished visage remained pure and lovely, now imbued with a serene beauty. A gentle-looking head maid, appearing to be in her 30s, lovingly trimmed Jessica's excessively long hair, her expression motherly. After all, an engagement is on the horizon. Jessica's tone was flat, yet hinted at something unusual. Your Majesty, if you feel wronged, let your tears flow. I shall tell no one. The head maid embraced Jessica softly, who unconsciously shed tears, her expression not one of sorrow. Amanda, I am fortunate. My engagement may not be so terrible. The head maid finally discerned the expression reflected in the mirror, which was not a mix of sadness and grievance but rather one of relief and joy. If this is a dream, let it linger a while longer until my sister and he bring this place to ruin. Jessica gently placed her hand over her heart. Recalling the prince and the 2 years spent in that alternate realm, her heartbeat quickening. She had never envisioned possessing such fervent emotions before encountering him. Everyone besides Amanda had appeared utterly detestable. Your Majesty, I wish you happiness. Though Carthage is not an idyllic realm, if I can witness your joy in my lifetime, this nation shall still harbor warmth. The head maid smiled encouragingly. Envision a more protracted reverie, an elongated dreamscape where my sister reigns as sovereign, and I, merely a princess. Bask in the blissful narrative of a fairy tale. Jessica gazed at her reflection, silently articulating, it is only natural that a maiden should become enamored with a youth. No one should cast aspersions upon me for this sentiment. Chapter 70, Methods for Cultivating Advanced Attributes. Prince Xia Xiaotian once again entered the reception room of the Lewis Trading Company, where Regis proactively served him refreshments. Master. There's no need for formality, I have come for serious matters today. Regis furrowed his brow, and Xia Xiaotian's solemn tone made him feel a surge of trepidation. Master. Please take a look at these heartfall stones. Xia Xiaotian handed a storage ring to Regis. Initially, upon hearing the name of the heartfall stones, Regis was merely taken aback. You acquired heartfall stones so quickly? Truly impressive for a prince. Regis felt a rush of excitement. After all, as a master blacksmith, possessing such precious materials for forging was indeed a blessing. However, when he touched the ring with his magical force, his mouth fell agape, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Master, you needn't ask where I acquired these. I only wish to know how long it will take to forge these materials into the Black Flame scythe. Is there really a mountain's worth? Regis stammered. You haven't emptied the royal treasury, have you? No, the royal family couldn't possibly possess this many heartfall stones. As one of the foremost blacksmiths in Carthage and a core member of the Lewis Trading Company, Regis was accustomed to handling rare artifacts and materials. Yet, upon realizing the sheer volume of heartfall stones contained within the storage ring, he couldn't help but question if he was dreaming. Master, I ask you again, how long will it take to forge these materials into the Black Flame scythe? Although Xia Xiaotian understood Regis's astonishment, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to wait for Regis to regain his composure. Forging the materials alone will take at least 3 days. Adding the engraved runes will require a month. Does it truly take that long to engrave the runes? Xia Xiaotian frowned. Actually, the rune engraving does not necessitate your scythe. I can perform it myself. But you didn't anticipate my swift acquisition of the heartfall stones, did you? Xia Xiaotian chuckled helplessly. Prince, incorporating these heartfall stones will greatly enhance the potential of your scythe, possibly elevating it to the status of an artifact. Xia Xiaotian shook his head. He was not so optimistic. Even the dwarven deities could not forge artifacts without adhering to certain prophecies. The evolution of his own Black Flame scythe would have to unfold according to fate. However, should the true deities ever take it upon themselves to modify and embellish it, there might be a sliver of hope. If he could unravel the prophecies of his ancestors, perhaps the deities would acquiesce to such a request. I see you wish to expedite your strength, Prince. I can initially forge these heartfall stones for you, and after a month, you may return to the company for the rune engraving. Will simply forging the materials provide any enhancement? Xia Xiaotian inquired skeptically. If it were any other materials, without the corresponding runes, the enhancement would merely be an increase in the weapon's durability or its capacity to bear magical force. However, heartfall stones are different. Weapons infused with them gain sentience. The longer they resonate with their master, the greater the benefits. Even a day's earlier bonding with the master will enhance their power. Regis stated earnestly. Xia Xiaotian nodded and left the Black Flame side with Regis. His urgency to strengthen himself stemmed from Ellis's orders to Karl to assemble a team of rune masters, aiming to utterly annihilate the crowmen and simultaneously intimidate those who supported them. Karl had posted this task on the bounty board, categorizing it as a rare high-level mission, recommending the participation of rune masters of advanced rank or higher. However, he was not volunteering for the task. He was one of the members specifically chosen by Ellis. From his own conjecture, it seemed Ellis intended to cultivate him, treating him as a trusted confidant for training. Moreover, that very evening, he was to attend a deployment banquet. Certain that Ellis would be in attendance, this would be his first prolonged interaction with Ellis, and he worried about inadvertently revealing too much to the old fox. Nevertheless, he understood that to gradually grow to a level capable of threatening Ellis or even the true deities, he must confront such challenges without fear. Following the triumphant return of the expedition team, the king's engagement ceremony would be officially held. Please, have a seat. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Xia Xiaodian arrived at Loretta's residence, where the butler ushered him into the main hall. There, he was met with the sight of Loretta, her attire disheveled, exposing her bare thighs as she read, her eyes heavy with sleepiness and languor, as if she were on the verge of drifting off. Upon noticing Xia Xiaoyan's entrance, she made no move to change her attire but simply gestured to a nearby chair. Professor, are you sure you do not wish to change your clothes? I have come sincerely seeking your guidance. Loretta waved her hand dismissively, her ample bosom undulating slightly. It is spring break. Do you expect me to be in professor's robes? Just say what you need to say. If you cannot bear to look, then simply don't. Just as Xia Xiaotian was about to speak, Loretta suddenly seemed to awaken, exclaiming, Wait, you are Xia Xiaotian? Have you not yet recognized who I am? Xia Xiaotian nearly stumbled into the fireplace. You. It seems you are engaged to His Majesty. My apologies, Your Highness. I shall go change my clothes. Loretta's comical change of expression left Xia Xiaotian somewhat breathless. Professor, I beg you, do not call me Your Highness. Also, this is a New Year gift I made for you. Please wear it. Xia Xiaotian tossed a fur coat into Loretta's direction. You possess such skills with the fur of a howler bear? Loretta felt the exquisite softness and delicate craftsmanship of the coat, displaying a look of surprise. Of course, I used to run a general store. Thank you. I consider myself a good student. Loretta refrained from questioning how a general store owner could craft clothing, her face beaming with delight as she dashed into the changing room. Before long, the two were seated properly by the fireplace, and at that moment, Loretta finally resembled a professor. Professor, I have come to inquire about the art of runes and the mastery of runes. Indeed, it is about time you asked me these questions. I hear you have already become a high-level rune master. I cannot fathom how you have cultivated your skills. I have heard you can withstand 4-star palace-level rune arts head-on. Those details are not important. What I wish to know is, if I desire to cultivate the withering attribute and become a master of the shadow branch, what must I do? Xia Xiaodian struck at the heart of the matter. Loretta pondered for a moment before slowly responding, regardless of the advanced attribute. There are only 3 methods to acquire and cultivate them. The first is to observe the wonders of the world, falling stars, collapsing space-time, the rise and fall of things, as well as historical records and trajectories, all of which can be linked to advanced attributes. This is the most traditional method of cultivation. Then, if I wish to become a seer, must I also study historical records and the history of the continent? Xia Xiaodian frowned. Of course. The power of prophecy is inherently a means of deducing the past and future from numerous trajectories and currents. From the formless to the tangible, one must accumulate sufficient knowledge. And what are the other 2 methods? Loretta cleared her throat and continued. The second method is quite simple, relying on external materials that inherently possess advanced attributes to forcibly grant oneself a portion of that power, thus achieving successful cultivation. For instance, runeash stones and starlit stones are typical external aids for cultivation. However, this method necessitates considerable financial resources, and typically, only those rune masters with lower talent would opt for such a path. Of course, there are exceptions. Some gifted high-level rune masters are only a step away from advancement, and in such cases, these external aids can be quite beneficial. The third method is self-comprehension. Indeed, the profundity of personal insight is remarkable. It is said that the former monarch, having grasped the essence of decay, did so without ever witnessing any wonders. She absorbed the power of decay solely through her own experiences. Furthermore, she possessed something even more formidable than decay itself. Xia Xiaodian narrowed his eyes, realizing that the king Loretta spoke of must be Erica, and that which surpassed decay in power was undoubtedly the path of ruin. However, that monarch has become a taboo within the empire, long forgotten by the common folk under the church's dominion. I should not have shared this with you. Please, do not speak of it. Chapter 71. The banquet. Xia Xiaodian nodded. Naturally, he would not discuss Erica with anyone. So, is my most expedient and risk-free course of action to observe the wonders? Indeed, students aspiring to ascend to master status often seek to enter the higher-dom illusion, a realm replete with diverse marvels, some of which are unimaginable in the rune continent. Xia Xiaoyan's gaze flickered, if he recalled correctly. The higher-dom illusion was a manifestation of visions once seen by the Titan's single eye, most of which were not from the rune world, with some images even derived from the so-called Titan space. When will the higher-dom next open? Loretta, upon hearing Xia Xiaoyan's inquiry, replied solemnly, not until after the spring break. The scenes within Hiredom undergo dramatic changes at intervals, and this transformation requires a period of sedimentation. However, as the champion of the year-end test, your entry will be quite simple. Xia Xiaodian nodded in understanding. The flickering firelight of the hearth illuminated their faces as night deepened. I shall instruct the butler to arrange dinner, Loretta said suddenly. No need, Professor. I must attend the Royal Expedition banquet this evening, Xia Xiaodian replied somewhat helplessly. Loretta looked astonished. What? You have just escaped danger. Why the haste to join the expedition? No, Professor, I have been personally appointed by Lord Eris. Even if I wish to decline, I cannot disobey his command. Loretta gazed deeply at Xia Xiaodian and slowly remarked, So? It seems Lord Eris intends to groom you as his right-hand man. Unexpectedly, merely from a hunting expedition, you have become an esteemed prince. Their conversation continued into the evening. Before departing, Xia Xiaodian hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, Professor, when you first learned of my bloodline, did someone communicate with you to assure me of my harmlessness? Loretta crossed her arms and replied slowly. The one who reached out to me was the head of the Lewis family. He is my mentor and one of my former professors. Hence I have known Natasha for quite some time. Natasha's interest in dark elements also stems from me. Xia Xiaodian was taken aback by Loretta's candidness but nodded and left. Your Highness, this way, Xia Xiaodian followed the maid's guidance into the grand banquet hall of the palace, where 2 to 3 dozen ministers and key figures were already seated at the long table, with Jessica at the far end. A position beside Jessica was intentionally left vacant, and Xia Xiaodian was naturally arranged there. Several ministers and expedition participants exchanged peculiar glances. Clearly some were not well informed. Scanning the long table, Xia Xiaodian soon spotted Dean Carl and Croy in the distance. To his surprise, Croy was also attending the expedition and had been invited to the banquet. Xia Xiaodian observed Croy intently. His left pinky was maimed, a reminder from the lesson he had learned after losing to Xia Xiaodian. The banquet had yet to formally commence, and Eris had not yet arrived. Everyone was quietly conversing with familiar acquaintances. Your Majesty looks exquisite today. Xia Xiaodian's gaze landed on Jessica, and his words were not mere flattery. Jessica appeared to have undergone meticulous preparation. Her red hair was no longer casually draped but intricately braided, and her face adorned with royal makeup. She wore a pristine white cloak and a sensual black gown, rendering Xia Xiaodian momentarily unrecognizable despite their 2-year acquaintance. Thank you. Jessica responded simply, yet a wave of inexplicable blush crept across her face, revealing her inner turmoil. She said, I look beautiful. Amanda. Jessica's heart surged. Indeed. The maid's skills were remarkable. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. Eris, clad in black, hurried into the hall, scanning the long table to confirm attendance. He took a seat directly opposite Xia Xiaodian, which surprised him. Upon noticing Eris seated, Jessica softly said, Let us begin. No sooner had she spoken than 2 rows of maids entered with various dishes, followed by dozens of musicians carrying heavy instruments. Soon, melodious music filled the banquet hall, and exquisite dishes that stimulated appetites were laid before everyone. However, no one reached for their knives and forks. Instead, all eyes turned towards Jessica. The Harpy tribe scorns the authority of Carthage. I trust that all present will make them regret facing Carthage. I shall await your triumphant return. Jessica's cool yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. After her words, she raised her wine glass, and everyone followed suit in a toast. The atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat somber, yet before Jessica and Eris, no one dared to act overly lively. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to share a few messages. Eris suddenly announced, casting a glance at Xia Xiaodian. All action ceased as the attendees anticipated the news that would be the focus of the evening. I believe many of you have already heard the news. His Majesty greatly admires this young man, who has expressed his affections towards Her Majesty. Once the war concludes, their wedding will be on the agenda. The moment Eris's words fell, a wave of discussion erupted. Many seemed taken aback, particularly Croy, who had been in seclusion and thus missed the gossip. What was even harder for him to believe was that had he not lost to Xia Xiaodian, he would have been the one to unite with Her Majesty. Xia Xiaodian choked on Eris's proclamation, hastily downing a full glass of wine. Naturally, he could not be the one to express such affections, yet this portrayal positioned the king in a more dignified light. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Xia Xiaodian, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jessica's expression became even more unnatural. Upon hearing words like affection and wedding, her face flushed excessively as she continued to gulp down her drink, seemingly attempting to mask her blush as one of intoxication. Additionally, this young man, favored by His Majesty, will be bestowed the title of Prince of Blazing Blood. No one dared to voice dissent. It was only fitting for the king's consort to hold a princely title. As the banquet progressed, the lighting dimmed further, and the maids lit the grand chandeliers, allowing the attendees to relax more than at the beginning. Prince, may I inquire about your mentor? Eris's question made Xia Xiaoyan's heart race with unease. Chapter 72. Targeting the Ravenfolk Lord Eris. My mentor is Professor Loretta. Xia Xiaodian stated candidly. That madwoman. No wonder you mastered the art of creation before attaining the rank of master, Eris remarked. His brow furrowing at the mention of Loretta, indicating he possessed some knowledge about her. Xia Xiaodian took the opportunity to scrutinize Eris closely for the first time. He had previously glimpsed Eris through Erica's memories, where he appeared as a vibrant youth in his 20s, even romantically linked to the eldest of the royal sisters. However, the present Eris resembled a disheveled, middle-aged man, reeking of stale alcohol and cigars. His complexion had taken on a sallow hue, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. As if he had not enjoyed a restful night in ages. A somber aura enveloped him. Curiosity piqued within Xia Xiaodian. What events had transpired to place him in opposition to Erica, even going so far as to awaken the true deity of Carthage to bring about her demise? Whatever the reason, it must be closely tied to the death of the sister's elder sibling. Speaking of which, he had yet to inquire with Erica and Jessica about their sister, remaining unaware of the former crown prince's name. I have investigated your background, from any perspective. You are merely a young man hailing from an ordinary mayor's family. I grant you permission to return to your hometown as a prince after your triumphant return, Eris stated. Xia Xiaodian's face lit up at the prospect. It had been ages since he last saw his father. Spring break had been consumed with responsibilities. And on the way back to the town, he could also retrieve that blood-red space. What would his father think upon seeing him return with princely status? Now, tell me, how did General Monsky meet his end? Eris's voice dipped into a somber tone. The banquet around them was loud, and his words did not catch the attention of many. But Jessica, positioned nearby, heard everything. Xia Xiaodian sensed the atmosphere around Eris grow frostier. This was a test. The very theme of the banquet revolving around this potentially lethal question. General Monsky and I became separated in the great fog conjured by the rune masters. At that time, I was not yet a rune master myself, which is why I survived. Eris narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low tone. Who in Carthage would dare to strike against a renowned rune master? Eris's words seemed to carry deeper implications, and Xia Xiaodian felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him, as if the very air around him had solidified. This pressure surpassed any he had encountered before, even more formidable than that of the Titan's soul. If the ranks of rune masters were categorized into novice, entry-level, advanced, and peak stages, Xia Xiaodian would dare assert that Eris possessed a level of oppressive power that rivaled even the peak rune masters. I do not know. But His Majesty once told me the assailants could be the rebel forces from the northwest, Eris said, a smirk forming as he glanced at Jessica. Indeed. It is a possibility. Jessica shivered as Eris's gaze swept over her. At that moment, Xia Xiaodian noticed the oppressive atmosphere dissipate. This likely indicated that Eris had temporarily set aside his suspicions. Yet, he couldn't be sure if Eris had completely relinquished his doubts, for Eris governed Carthage. And his intellectual and strategic prowess was beyond Xia Xiaodian's comprehension. The existence of the Northwest rebels under such formidable authority surely had its reasons. It was best for him to remain inconspicuous in the days to come, as the true instigator of this matter, Erica, resided within the light of calamity. Days later, a contingent of several hundred assembled on the outskirts of Half Moon City. Given that the Ravenfolk were a minor tribe, the expeditionary force was only slightly larger than a hunting party. However, the core strength comprised advanced rune masters and rune masters, their numbers far exceeding the last occasion. Some rune masters, lacking proficiency in flight rune arts, retrieved their griffins from the Imperial Griffin enclosure. Xia Xiaodian, however, had no intention of riding a griffin, as it proved inconvenient, especially with his own wings, which rendered him unconcerned about flight speed. Let us depart, everyone, Carl, the leader, commanded, clad in a solemn white robe. His gaze surprisingly sharp. Various means of flight immediately unfolded around them, with most rune masters opting to fly via wind wings and wind spirit wings. Earth element users like Crow-Eye advanced upon surging waves of rock, while some uniquely skilled rune masters summoned elemental beasts to replace griffins, maintaining impressive speeds. Watching the display of talents, Xia Xiaodian smiled as massive flesh wings, spanning over 10 meters, emerged from his back. These wings were larger and more powerful than his previous 6. Their hue now a translucent shade reminiscent of elven wings, yet distinctly different. Elven wings were not flesh, but feathered. Isn't he equipped with a 6-winged artifact? Are these wings also an artifact? Rune masters familiar with Xia Xiaodian's abilities gazed in astonishment at his transparent wings. With his wings unfurled, Xia Xiaodian shot through the sky like a bolt of lightning, catching up to the first echelon within mere seconds. This astonishing speed redefined others' perceptions of him, and Xia Xiaodian felt a sense of exhilaration. Previously, he had concealed his wings, heavily marked by his vampiric lineage, a taboo in Carthage, under a cloak made of shadow feathers. But now, unfettered, he reveled in an unprecedented sense of freedom. This mode of flight was entirely different from relying on rune arts. To Xia Xiaodian, These wings felt as natural as his hands and feet, while the wind spirit wings resembled mere tools. Dean Carl, he heard someone call. Turning to see Xia Xiaotian matching his speed, revealing a look of disbelief. You've changed your flying artifact? Carl inquired, frowning. Xia Xiaotian could not provide a definitive answer to that question. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Dean, how far is the Ravenfolk from Half Moon City? Carl tossed a scroll to Xia Xiaotian, who unfurled it to find a topographic map of Carthage and its neighboring nations. The chaotic realm lies southeast, where the Ravenfolk reside. Approximately 500 kilometers away, Xia Xiaotian observed, noting the vast area marked as the chaotic realm. Within the chaotic realm, countless foreign tribes resided, some, upon gaining strength, established nations, with the Ravenfolk having only been formed for about a century, merely a minor tribe. My ongoing mission has always been to disseminate the renown of Carthage within the chaotic realm, subjugating vassal states, collecting tributes, and safeguarding them. I possess the utmost familiarity with the chaotic realm, which is why I lead this expedition, Carl explained. Why don't we utilize the teleportation array? Xia Xiaotian inquired. Curiosity piqued. There is no teleportation array established in the direction of the chaotic realm. Our connection to it has gradually developed over the past century, Carl responded, accelerating his speed once more. Chapter 73. The uncontrolled surge. The expeditionary force was divided into 3 tiers, with the foremost being the swiftest. While the rear was occupied by the Griffin Brigade, the Corvidi were reckless, daring to assault His Majesty. There was no need for a large-scale military mobilization against them. Xia Xiaotian had heard such sentiments echoed throughout the journey. The standing of the Corvidi in the hearts of the Carthaginians was evident. And their attack on Jessica must have been a desperate gamble, wagering the entire resources of their clan. Yet what perplexed Xia Xiaotian was the rationale behind targeting Jessica and severing the bloodline of the Carthaginian king. The Corvidi, after all, were no match for Carthage. Once the news leaked, even if Jessica were to perish, the Corvidi would inevitably face extinction. The risk was grossly disproportionate to any potential gain, leading to only one conclusion. The Corvidi must have been incited by another party to dare strike against His Majesty, who, one wonders, has promised them boundless rewards. Carl's voice was tinged with somberness, and Xia Xiaotian was lost in similar thoughts. Arrived. Xia Xiaotian heard exclamations from the ranks and looked down to see a massive stone wall at the horizon's end, beyond which loomed eerie black spires resembling sinister nests. Undoubtedly, it was the architecture of the Corvidi. As the procession advanced within a few kilometers of the stone fortress, towering spatial barriers rose abruptly around it, mirroring the walls erected by the Corvidi to ensnare the hunting party on that fateful day. Carl approached the spatial barrier, his gaze fixated on an aged corvid atop the fortress. This corvid, adorned with a black crown and massive wings emanating a distorted, dark light, locked eyes with Carl, wielding a blood-red blade that spanned several meters. Corvidi, having anticipated our arrival, you must understand that you lack the authority to resist. Carl's voice was chillingly indifferent, a stark contrast to the peaceful demeanor he once possessed. Countless Corvidi ascended the stone walls, brandishing claws at the Carthaginian expedition, their ferocity unyielding. Warriors, offer your blood. The crowned elder Corvid's eyes shone with madness. Immediately, many Corvidi on the stone wall formed small groups, and amidst a gruesome display of blood, they began to dissolve their flesh to empower the ritual at the center of their gathering. This was their hall-level spellcraft. They would summon a dark phantasm to attack. Although less potent than what Xia Xiaotian had encountered previously, the sheer numbers were overwhelming. Xia Xiaotian warned Carl in a low voice. I heard from Ellen that you possess the capability to identify the flaw in the Corvidi spatial barrier. Without responding, Xia Xiaotian opened the single eye on his forehead, channeling immense arcane energy into it. The ancient and profound eye surveyed the battlefield, and the crowned corvid regarded the most formidable member of the Carthaginian force with uncertainty. I found it. Xia Xiaotian quickly detected the convergence of temporal energies and marked it with a sphere of black flame. Attack the marked location. Carl's voice resonated through the ranks. Boom. The cacophony drowned out the mournful cries of the Corvidi as a torrent of vibrant arcane energy surged toward the spatial barrier. The procession was not without its share of rune masters, and various high-level attributes spread like wildfire across the barrier. The spatial barrier began to tremble violently, clearly faltering. Yet, the crowned corvid leader displayed no sign of surprise, as if he had foreseen it all. He knows I would find the weakness. Xia Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Although the corvid leader seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xia Xiaotian's opened eye, he appeared to have anticipated the ensuing events. Surely, some Corvidi had reported Xia Xiaotian's abilities to him. The spatial barrier thinned under the onslaught of arcane force, but the sacrificial rites atop the stone wall seemed poised to conclude even sooner. Too slow. Xia Xiaotian produced the black flame scythe. Despite the enhancements from the heartbreak stone and other rare materials, its appearance remained largely unchanged. He raised the scythe high, as black flames coiled like ethereal serpents above him. Within mere seconds, the wave of black fire coalesced, filled with countless faceless wraiths writhing and roaring, their presence formidable. With gritted teeth, Xia Xiaodian infused every ounce of his creative energy into the surging flames, transforming their hue from black to gray. Many black wraiths sprouted gray-white wings, their malevolent essence completely cloaked by a sacred aura. Not enough. Let me assist you. Carl suddenly appeared at Xia Xiaodian's side, instantly recognizing that Xia Xiaodian was channeling high-level attributes into the hall-level martial technique. He waved his hand, and a torrent of gentle yet overwhelming creative energy enveloped the black flame scythe, ascending the flames. Xia Xiaodian released his restraint, and this unimaginable surge of creative arcane energy merged seamlessly with the wave. Odin, the Great Orderer, the voice of the colossal angel echoed, transforming the winged wraiths into countless radiant angels who sang the hymns of paradise, their white wings shimmering like sunlight. Carl's expression turned intrigued as he poured more creative energy into the center of the wave, summoning a gigantic angel, its eyes veiled by white ribbons. At that moment, the fire wave had completely transformed into a blinding white, swirling around the immense angel like a serpent. Emer, you have shattered innumerable deities. Yet we are the gods beneath the eternal heavens. Children, if the new paradise falls. The angel's voice resonated, leaving the thousands present in awe as they gazed upward, overwhelmed by the angel's formidable presence. Not good. The Corvid leader immediately sensed that the spell Xia Xiaodian unleashed was beyond the capacity of the spatial barrier to withstand. Director, stop. Xia Xiaodian's expression darkened. The wave was draining him rapidly. Carl, seemingly oblivious to Xia Xiaodian's plea, felt his own creative energy being actively siphoned away. Even he, with his immense power, had lost control of the situation. A colossal tome, several meters tall, appeared above the angel's head, resonating with a celestial chant, as if countless souls were praying to it. Go forth, my children. As the angel's words faded, countless angels surged forth in a blinding wave toward the barrier. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The tome unfurled, and countless golden threads spread across the sky. What spell is this? Hall level 5 stars? 6 stars? Could it be divine magic? Impossible. Both the Corvidi and the humans stood frozen in shock amidst the onslaught of the angels. Boom. The sound reverberated as the unmarked wave of angels shattered the spatial barrier, reducing the newly formed dozens of bloodthirsty wraiths to mere dust. The stone wall, the ground, the Corvidi, all began to vanish in the tide. Chapter 74. Interrogation. The fortress of the Crow clan lay in ruins, decimated as if a tempest had swept through, with countless casualties crying out in agony amidst the lingering flickers of white flames. At this moment, the aged Crow, crowned and battered, struggled to rise from the debris of the stone walls, disbelief etched in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaodian and Carl mirrored his incredulity, their gazes fixated on Xia. It was Xia who had discerned the vulnerabilities of the temporal barrier, yet his own assault had led to the obliteration of a significant number of crows. Could he truly be a high-tier ringmaster? This question echoed in the minds of all present. Carl, the esteemed director, acknowledged Xia's prowess with admiration, recognizing that his martial technique, limited to the might of a mere 2-star hall, had been elevated to such heights by Xia. Xia's voice carried an undertone of exhaustion. Carl's eyes flickered, revealing that although he appeared unscathed, the life force within him had been entirely depleted. As a senior runemaster, he was near the pinnacle of his craft, yet the very essence of his runic power had been drained, with the latter portion consumed uncontrollably by the very runes he wielded. Carl understood that Xia was attempting to deflect credit onto himself to avoid attracting undue attention. I am the Empire's most formidable creator, he declared, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly upon him, feeling a sense of unworthiness for the attention. Yet, Xia was a rare talent of the Academy, deserving of protection. To draw too much focus upon himself could invite relentless jealousy and hostility. As the astonished expressions of the crowd began to wane, Xia found a moment of solace, glancing at the scythe in his hand, confirming that its design was not of the Dwarven clan. No wonder the black giant puppet named Little Black in the divine realm of the Dwarven god had instantly recognized him as one of the celestial deities. The craftsmanship of this scythe likely hailed from the heavens. Was the magnificent angel that had appeared earlier truly the legendary specter of Odin? Xia dispelled his fanciful thoughts as Carl approached the aged crow. Kill me, kill me. Complete your mission. I am the king of the Crow clan. The old crow's frenzied words made him appear as a drunken madman, his crown now cracked. Your life holds no significance to Carthage. Tell me, who instructed you to attack the king? Carl's voice was sharp and grave. Kill me, kill me, kill me. The king of the Crow clan continued his mad refrain, seemingly incapable of revealing anything. Your nation was well prepared, Xia suddenly interjected, addressing the Crow king. Carl, recognizing Xia's confidence, refrained from interrupting. A fleeting look of panic crossed the king's face, but Xia caught it. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the crows remaining were predominantly the elderly, infirm, or feeble, incapable of summoning even a competent reaper. You received word and preemptively relocated the young of your clan, did you not? Carl nodded appreciatively at Xia's keen observation, while he could have deduced this himself. Xia's swiftness was commendable. Do you know who I am, your majesty? Xia's tone softened, reminiscent of a gentle executioner. The Crow King remained silent. I am the prince by marriage of Carthage. I understand a fundamental truth. Every living young crow is a spark of vengeance that, when kindled with the right fuel, could ignite a conflagration capable of consuming Carthage. As a prince, I could not allow such an event to transpire. The king of Carthage shall, at my counsel, seek out the living crows day by day, year by year, and eliminate them one by one. Xiao's tone was chilling, devoid of humanity, sending a shiver down the spines of his comrades. To demonstrate sincerity, shall we not consider the women and children hidden beneath the fortress as an appetizer? Xia's words shattered the will of the Crow King, who collapsed in despair, exclaiming, "It was you Carthaginians who instigated us." This revelation sparked an uproar, and Carl's gaze hardened. You are ill-suited to be the king of the crows. Every one of your kin possesses greater resilience. Xia returned to his normal demeanor, his smile more relaxed, as if he had transformed into a different person. The earlier intensity had merely been an act. It was inconceivable that he held such reverence for Carthage. This was merely a rudimentary interrogation technique gleaned from ancient texts. He never anticipated that this Crow King would prove so spineless. Clarify, Carl demanded sternly. He claimed to be a prophet, clad in your human hood, stating that if we killed your king, he would bestow upon us countless runic gray stones. The Crow King revealed all. How can you ascertain that he is one of us from Carthage? He proclaimed himself a direct descendant of the former king, intent on overthrowing your reign. The mention of the former king's lineage caused the faces of some seasoned elders to pale, while Xia's heart stirred. Could it be the remnants of Erika's faction? Countless runic gray stones could compel you to undertake such a gamble? Xia queried, incredulous. No, not just a few, but innumerable. He has already provided us with several tons as a deposit, and he claimed that one of the king's guards possesses many more, which could serve as another deposit of several tons. Those versed in the value of runic gray stones were astonished. Typically, even a mere few dozen pounds could command exorbitant prices, let alone several tons, and this was merely a deposit? Such a vast quantity of gray stones could immensely bolster the strength of the Crow clan. At that moment, a flicker of unease surged within Xia. Could the king's guard be referring to himself? Only a handful were privy to the knowledge of the gray stones in his possession, and he could not fathom who might have divulged this information. Did he reveal his identity or title? The Crow King hesitated before responding. He said he was an ordinary prophet, drifting on the fringes of history, lacking any name. Is that all you know? That is all. Spare my kin. We will not execute them immediately, but they shall be taken back to Carthage, including those crows hidden underground. The Crow King seemed to expend his final reserves of strength. Collapsing to the ground, a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. He understood that they faced a future of enslavement, yet this was preferable to outright death. In Xia's mind, the image of this prophet, wandering on the edges of history, began to merge with that of the ancestral prophet, though their similarities were scarce. The knowing visage was strikingly familiar. Chapter 75, The Mutation. How did you ascertain that the unescaped members of the Crow people, the women and children, were concealed underground? A multitude of Crow people were bound by the threads of enchanted artifacts, forming a long procession leading to Carthage. This humiliation would linger with them until death. Director, I was merely jesting, Xia Xiaodian chuckled lightly. However, Carl held a different perspective. He cast a penetrating glance at Xia Xiaodian and continued orchestrating the logistics for transporting the Crow people back to Carthage. Although these individuals were predominantly frail, elderly, or ill, the price that must be paid was non-negotiable. Carthage could not easily forgive the assault from such a diminutive foreign race. As Xia Xiaodian surveyed the surrounding ruins and the remnants of flames, he fell into a contemplative state. His realization that there were indeed individuals hidden underground was not merely conjecture. Upon opening his Titaness single eye, he effortlessly detected the concealed Crow people below. Despite the protective layer of temporal force that obscured the ground, it appeared utterly ineffective against the Titaness eye. We shall split into teams, Carl instructed, gathering all the rune masters, including Xia Xiaodian, close to him for assignments. General Leo, you three will lead a contingent to escort this batch of Crow people back to the imperial capital. Exercise caution, although they are under binding enchantments. Some among them are rune masters and must be treated with care. The middle-aged man named Leo nodded, his demeanor somewhat relaxed, indicating that this task did not seem overly daunting. General Luna, you and your team will approach the serpent people. Refrain from displaying overt hostility, yet do not allow them to underestimate Carthage. We are merely inquiring about their assistance to the Crow people, after all. The serpent people have only reconciled with us a few years ago. And the prince will accompany General Luna, Xia Xiaotian interjected, casting a scrutinizing glance at General Luna. She was clad entirely in silver armor, her face obscured by a steel mask, rendering her features indistinguishable. However, her radiant golden hair, exposed at the back, was strikingly captivating. Upon receiving her orders, General Luna merely murmured, understood, and fell silent. Her voice, muffled by the mask, was difficult to discern. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was a rune warrior, as she bore a striking silver greatsword on her back, towering above her. The serpent people, Xia Xiaotian mused, recalling a moment from the latter half of the year-end examination when it seemed a representative of the serpent people had occupied a seat of honor. Yet, Xia Xiaotian had not attended that section and thus could not be certain if the serpent people had resolved to assist the crow people in their assault on Jessica at that time. Then the representative in the honor seats would indeed be a vanguard. His Highness the Prince is also an exceptional warrior. General Luna suddenly praised Xia Xiaotian as they journeyed toward the territory of the serpent people, drawing the attention of the accompanying rune masters. All credit goes to Director Carl. I merely made an introduction. Compared to General Luna, I am still considerably lacking. Xia Xiaotian glanced at the fully armored Luna and then at the azure eyes concealed beneath her mask, feeling a burgeoning interest in her. He could sense that General Luna possessed at least the strength of an entry-level rune master, far exceeding that of an ordinary novice. Coupled with her status as a rune warrior, she was likely one of the strongest individuals in this expedition, second only to Carl. What further astonished Xia Xiaotian was the sight of her wings, infused with the dual rhythms of light and flame. Complementing her golden hair and creating a breathtaking yet powerful spectacle, her speed surpassing that of his transparent wings. Regrettably, I am not a creator and cannot assist you in unleashing that martial technique, Xia Xiaotian mused, recognizing that General Luna's straightforward and earnest nature was well suited to military life. A pity that her true voice remained inaudible. We are nearing our destination. Luna's voice heightened everyone's alertness as a castle, suspended above the mire, emerged on the distant horizon. The burrows of the serpent people nearly enveloped the entire swamp region. Do not display overt hostility. We are not here to initiate conflict. Luna's voice steadied the hearts of all within the team. However, as they approached the floating fortress, they discovered an absence of stationed serpent people. In fact, there was nothing at all. Even the fleas that had once thrived in the mire were nowhere to be seen, leaving the floating fortress exposed like an empty shell. What is happening? Xia Xiaotian could not help but voice his thoughts, yet neither Luna nor the others offered any response. Have the serpent people perished? Not even a sentry remains? A deep sense of confusion enveloped him, especially as none of those around him seemed to share his concerns. General Luna? The figure ahead appeared oblivious to Xia Xiaotian's inquiries, making her way directly through the gate of the floating fortress. Wait, sensing something amiss, Xia Xiaotian hastened to follow, realizing that everyone accompanying him seemed entranced, rendered mute by some unseen influence. As he dashed toward Luna, a peculiar scent invaded his senses, and the surroundings began to blur. This is bad. Xia Xiaotian immediately recognized he might be affected as well, but before he could react, the environment underwent a dramatic transformation. The swamp and serpent people's floating fortress vanished, and he found himself atop a hill. Taking a few steps forward, he was struck by the realization that he was utterly unarmed, his stature diminished, and the black robe he had worn replaced by a coarse garment. His storage ring, Titan SI, and even his bloodline power had all vanished without a trace. Maintaining composure, he proceeded a few hundred meters further. At last, distant structures came into view. A church, its rooftop cross ravaged by the elements. Xia Xiaotian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as an unshakable premonition gripped him. Upon reaching the church's edge, he began to hear voices from within. "O holy master, please do not strike again." Bang, bang. "Oh, little nun, please. Forget her, the priest is dead. There is no one left to hold mass here. Let this be our secret base from now on. I refuse. People have died here. It's cursed. Let us demolish it all." The wailing cries stirred something deep within Xia Xiaotian's heart, as the voice was all too familiar. With all his strength, he pushed the dilapidated church door ajar, finally catching sight of the small figure weeping beneath the holy statue. Chapter 76. Illusion, you cowardly bullies who dare only to torment Iru. Xia Xiaotian had initially intended to call out to the sobbing Iru beneath the sacred statue, but these words escaped his lips unexpectedly. "What? You, an outsider orphan, wish to stand up for her? Ah, be careful. He is the mayor's adopted son. What if he informs the mayor and gets us dealt with? You think too much. The mayor has taken in many children. How could he possibly care about the words of 3 arrogant youths?" Their taunts ignited a surge of fury in Xia Xiaotian, and Iru's cries only fanned the flames of his anger. "I won't trouble my father to deal with you. I can handle it with my own fists." Thus, without hesitation, Xia Xiaotian engaged in a scuffle with the boys like a child throwing a tantrum. At that moment, Xia Xiaotian was utterly powerless. Yet he fought with all his might, while Iru, in sheer terror, cried even louder. Damn outsider, everyone in town is watching you, waiting to see when you will cause great trouble. The mayor is truly foolish. The boys, seemingly having exhausted their enthusiasm, eventually lost interest and left. Xia Xiaodian, who had been on the receiving end of the beating, lay on the ground of the church, feeling the swelling throughout his body. Once only Xia Xiaodian and Iru remained in the church, Iru finally ceased her weeping. How are you? Ira wiped her tears and approached the fallen Xia Xiaodian, gazing at his numerous wounds with concern. I'm fine. They cannot defeat me, Xia Xiaodian replied defiantly. Still lying on his back. I will inform the mayor about their vandalism of the church. They will surely be punished, Iris said, her voice trembling with emotion. Of course. You can, but please don't mention my fight with them. Why? I don't want to worry my father. He is already so tired. Even if he were to teach them a lesson, there would be a next time, and the time after that. Xia Xiaodian struggled to rise from the ground and gently asked, Shall we pray today? Iru lowered her head and replied slowly, I do not wish to pray anymore. You are the only one who comes every time. The faith of the small town has already been lost. The priest told me before he died, Iru, that if you do not wish to, you should never pray again. Xia Xiaodian tenderly stroked Iru's head. Thank you for helping me. What should I call you from now on? Iru suddenly inquired. What should you call me? Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? The priest told me that if I completely trust someone, I should address them with a more intimate title. Can I trust you? Of course, but I don't have any nicknames or titles. I've heard that among nobles, they refer to each other as Sir. How about you call me Sir Xia? Sir Xia, why do you want to adopt the nobility's manner of address? Xia Xiaodian blushed for a moment and replied slowly. I wish to become a noble who travels the world, witnessing the most fascinating sights, savoring the finest meals, and becoming a renowned figure across the continent. Let the titles be a rehearsal for now. With a reminiscent expression, Xia Xiaodian reflected on the past. This was undoubtedly a replay of bygone memories. And he realized he was ensnared in an illusion. Sir Xia, Ira's gaze became dreamy as she unhesitatingly pressed her lips against his. Suddenly, a warm and sweet sensation flooded Xia Xiaodian's mouth, so palpably real. Then, a sharp dagger pierced his heart, revealing Iru's expression of triumph. I am not so easily deceived by such tricks. How could Ira resort to such means to harm me? Xia Xiaodian forcefully pushed Iru away, the separation of their lips leaving him with an inexplicable sense of loss. The scene before him melted away, replaced by an overwhelming stench of blood. In the distance, a throne made of bones appeared, upon which a cold, beautiful white-haired empress seemed to be in slumber, the light of disaster looming nearby. You have finally arrived. The slumbering Erica suddenly opened her eyes, a suffocating pressure compelling Xia Xiaodian to kneel. Your Majesty, please forgive this old minister. Xia Xiaodian felt his voice age suddenly, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Sir Xia, the king does not seem to be this woman. I have seen the portrait. Iru's voice echoed from behind. The girl over there speaks true. Monsique, I am no longer the king of Carthage, the cold woman stated flatly. I am Monsique. Have I been mistaken for Monsique? Xia Xiaodian struggled to resist the allure of the illusion, yet everything felt so vividly real, as if yesterday had returned. Monsique. Do you remember what I said before I bled my last drop of blood on the cross? Yes, I remember. Xia Xiaodian trembled increasingly. It has been too long. I have somewhat forgotten. Help me remember. Erica suddenly appeared before Xia Xiaodian, casually toying with the light of disaster in her hands. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was merely bewitched by Eris. My heart never believed you to be a traitor to the Empire. You are the very essence of the Empire. Answer my question. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The pain that pierced his spine instantly numbed Xia Xiaodian's nerves, and he realized with terror that his consciousness was gradually fading. That is not me. Erica's icy voice suddenly resonated in the depths of his mind. Xia Xiaodian immediately confirmed that this was the true Erica. As if awakened, Xia Xiaodian opened his eyes to find himself standing in a desolate wilderness, with unknown creatures floating in the sky, blocking out the sun. Even now, Xia Xiaodian felt utterly powerless, devoid of any belongings. Although Erica had just awakened him, the light of disaster remained elusive. Roar! The colossal beast in the sky let out a deafening howl as it dove toward the ground. The sky beast of Haldem. Xia Xiaodian shivered. He was at the very center of the beast's impact, utterly incapable of escaping given his current feeble state. Though he understood that all of this was an illusion, the pain felt so genuine. What terror would it be to be crushed into a pulp by that beast? Suddenly, a figure clad in silver armor appeared before him, wielding a colossal sword, and behind the visor were azure eyes. General Luna? The dream must awaken, Your Highness. General Luna, sword in hand, transformed into a golden and red streak of light, charging directly towards the beast in the sky. The Weaver of Fire. The giant sword in Luna's hand ignited with flames and light, extending nearly 100 meters, as a vast aura of magical energy unfurled a colorful veil across the sky. The enormous beast, kilometers long, was effortlessly torn asunder beneath this sword. Chapter 77. Breaking the illusion. The colossal sword wielded by the Weaver of Flames, Luna, left a magnificent tapestry of fire and light in the sky. Unperturbed by the gargantuan creature before her, her speed of flight remained undiminished. As the brilliance of her blade clashed fiercely against the beast, the sound of flesh tearing echoed through the heavens, with blood cascading like rain. Meanwhile, trapped in an illusion, Xia Xiaodian adjusted his breathing, striving to awaken. How long will it take before I can wake up? Before he realized it, Luna appeared before him. Her azure eyes filled with concern beneath her mask. Awake? Have I fallen victim to an illusion? Indeed, it is the ruse of the serpent folk. Almost everyone but me has succumbed, Xia Xiaodian remarked, raising his hand to observe the warm droplets of blood falling into his palm, feeling their authenticity. How can I awaken? To self-harm within the hallucination seemed the most convenient escape. Like a dream, one merely needed to provide oneself with a jolt of intense stimulation to break free from it. As Xia Xiaodian contemplated this, Luna presented him with a silver dagger. General, how did you enter my dream? This is a unique secret technique of our family, allowing us to delve into the minds of those ensnared by illusion, Luna replied, her tone laced with arrogance, exuding confidence in her method. Xia Xiaodian grasped the dagger and pressed it against his throat, closing his eyes. Yes, just like that. Soon, you shall awaken, Luna coaxed, urging him to act swiftly. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Xia Xiaodian hurled the dagger towards Luna. She evaded just in time, but the dagger tore her mask asunder. Do you wish to kill me? Luna turned, revealing her true face to Xia Xiaodian. This visage bore a striking resemblance to that of Erica and Jessica, and in an instant, Xia Xiaodian recognized her as the elder sister of the Carthaginian royal family, the former crown prince who perished beneath the walls of Carthage. Oh, just as I suspected. You are indeed the serpent folk who ensnared me, Xia Xiaodian chuckled bitterly. Luna's expression darkened. Has my identity been revealed? You can only manifest the memories I possess, cannot you? Xia Xiaodian smiled, continuing, I have never seen the face beneath General Luna's mask. Yet this countenance is one I have often recalled these past days. I never imagined it would be so casually pieced together. If I were to end my life now, would I truly perish? His words rendered Luna's face ashen. In a moment, her form shifted to resemble Erica. Before Xia Xiaodian could react, she leapt into his embrace, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Can we stay like this? I have been so lonely for too long. The surrounding scene morphed yet again. Unbeknownst to him, the Erica in his arms was suddenly affixed to a cross, the stars illuminating the night sky, while distant jeers and cries echoed. Help me. Erica's gaze exuded helplessness as crimson blood flowed from the rivets piercing her body, clad only in tattered rags. Remnants of the Empress's last dignity. Xia Xiaodian approached the cross, observing Erica's sorrowful and despondent expression. Do you wish for me to rescue you? Erica nodded, her voice pained. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please, grant me release. The true voice of the real Erica resonated in his mind. With a swift motion, Xia Xiaodian plunged his hand into the heart of the Erica on the cross. She coughed up torrents of blood, disbelief etched upon her face. Why do you betray me as well? Tears streamed down Erica's cheeks, as if she still held faith in Xia Xiaodian until her final moment. Though your memories harbor many girls, did you not already submit upon seeing me upon the skeletal throne? Your heart has developed the possessiveness toward me, has it not? You truly favor the girl I have become. The former king of Carthage, Xia Xiaodian, spoke solemnly to the dying Erica. The Erica I know would not weep over my betrayal. I am not so significant. You may die. Erica's breath grew shallower, yet her words became increasingly venomous. What does it feel like to fall for someone who is deceased? Mortal, enlighten me. To delve into my heart requires a price. Carry this question with you to the depths of hell. Xia Xiaodian grasped Erica's throat, squeezing tightly. The sound of her trachea fracturing echoed like a switch, dissolving the surrounding scene. She is merely rambling. I harbor no intentions of crossing boundaries. This statement seemed more amusing than a declaration, tinged with awkwardness. This is the sacrificial illusion of the serpent folk. Breaking it demands a life as payment. Disturbing your mind before death is her final gambit. Erica's cold voice whispered in his ear as reality gradually reemerged. Sacrificial illusion, a life as payment. Xia Xiaodian chuckled bitterly, acknowledging the formidable nature of such illusions that could penetrate the depths of another's psyche, with the cost being exorbitantly high. These tribes of chaotic realms had researched numerous extreme sigils for survival. By the way, you are significant to me now, though I shall not weep over your treachery. Do not belittle your worth. My desire for vengeance is almost entirely entrusted to you. Erica's tone had surprisingly softened compared to before. As reality finally returned, he found himself standing in a grand hall, with General Luna by his side. From her gaze, he could discern a sense of relief. Humph, Xia Xiaodian looked up, discovering a verdant throne before him, upon which sat a sullen serpent folk, flanked by dozens of others, all fixated on him. On the ground before him lay a slender serpent folk, eyes wide with terror, lifeless. Our prince has triumphed, Now you may reveal your motives for aiding the crows." Luna declared, arms crossed, her voice resonant. In an instant, fragmented memories surged into Xia Xiaodian's mind. He seemed to recall arriving at the fortress of the serpent folk with Luna, where their leader had issued a challenge, compelling one of their kin to employ the sacrificial illusion against him. Initially uncertain, Xia Xiaodian suddenly heard Erica's voice. "Just accept. I shall awaken you." He had not anticipated that their illusion could render him oblivious to the challenge, explaining their unwavering confidence. Regaining his composure, Xia Xiaodian spoke, a lingering dread evident in his tone. His memories intertwined seamlessly with the illusion, a testament to its potency. Though the caster's life could not be guaranteed, the price of life as a sacrifice was indeed warranted. Were it not for Erica, Xia Xiaodian felt certain he would have fallen victim. Chapter 78, News Indeed. His Highness is the foremost genius of Carthage. It is no wonder that he accepted the challenge with such confidence. The entourage behind Xia Xiaodian gazed at him with admiration. The illusion magic of the serpent people is unparalleled in the chaotic realm. However, Xia Xiaodian disregarded Luna's counsel and accepted the challenge. The serpent leader, coiling his serpentine body, spoke in a grave tone. "The crow people promised us some rune ash stones as compensation, which is why we agreed to assist them in attacking your king. Yet, this is not the decisive reason. A divine-level seer has informed us that a figure threatening the future of the serpent people would perish in this ambush. Thus, has this figure, who poses a threat to the serpent people's future, indeed met their demise?" Luna's voice held a hint of amusement. "I do not know. The serpent people cannot be compared to your kind. We lack the protection of a true god. Even in enmity, we must ally with other races. A true god, capable of annihilating our entire clan, has no need to deceive us. We can only choose to believe in him." "Why do you think he is a true god?" Xia Xiaodian pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps he is merely bluffing." "Impossible. I have encountered other true gods. I would never mistake the aura of a deity." Xia Xiaodian ruffled his hair. Since departing from the dwarven god's alternate space, this mysterious seer seemed to have fixated on him, able to find traces of his presence wherever he went. This seer, hidden within the torrents of history, has begun to stir the winds once more. Xia Xiaodian could hardly fathom what this true god wished to accomplish. What could possibly require the meticulous planning of a deity? Nevertheless, this ancestral seer had revealed a slip, suggesting that Xia Xiaodian might uncover his true intentions. Within the abandoned church of Liquor Town, a middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in a white checked shirt, completed his prayers before the holy image and sighed deeply. "My lord, someone from the imperial capital has arrived." A middle-aged woman in a maid's outfit struggled to push open the church door, calling out to the man. The man displayed a look of astonishment and hurriedly exited the church, following the maid toward the town center. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. I am the mayor of Liquor Town." The man entered the mayor's hall and respectfully greeted two unfamiliar men in white robes. Outside the mayor's hall, many townsfolk gathered, eavesdropping with keen interest. The imperial capital had long forgotten this sparsely populated border town, so why had they suddenly sent envoys? "Your Excellency, there is no need for formalities," said the foremost white-robed man, whose handsome features and extraordinary demeanor clearly marked him as a significant figure from the imperial capital. "Baron?" The mayor was somewhat bewildered, unsure if the man was addressing him. He was merely a humble mayor of a tiny town. When had he become a baron? "I am Aaron, a member of the King's Guard, sent by His Majesty to Liquor Town. May I inquire if there are any commands from His Majesty?" Aaron smiled gently and continued. "Your family member, Xia Xiaodian, has been granted the title of prince. We have come to convey the news of his elevation and to confirm your status as a baron." "What?" Aaron's words struck like thunderclaps. The mayor struggled to comprehend what Aaron had said. Xia Xiaodian had left the town for half a year without a single letter. How had he suddenly become a prince? Xia Xiaodian? That outsider? Silence. "Do you wish to invite calamity?" "Impossible. Did he not go to study runes?" The expressions of the eavesdropping townsfolk were a mixture of shock and disbelief. "You heard correctly. The Prince of Blood has secured first place in the Rune Masters tournament at the year's end, defeating the challenging foreign adversaries. His Majesty has taken a liking to him, and it is likely that a marriage between them will soon be arranged." As Aaron spoke, he recalled encountering Xia Xiaodian when he was merely an intermediate rune master, so vastly different from himself. Yet recently, Xia Xiaodian had reached a level comparable to rune masters like him, and he was so young, truly the ideal candidate for a consort prince. Wait a moment. Does this mean the king's engagement to the prince is a title bestowed upon him by His Majesty? The mayor felt a wave of dizziness, his legs trembling slightly. "My lord." The maid quickly supported the mayor, her eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. "Your Excellency, your son is now the foremost genius in the rune master realm of Carthage." These weighty words fell heavily upon everyone's hearts. Countless memories flashed through the mayor's mind as he murmured, "I always knew he was an extraordinary child." The townsfolk who had once looked down upon Xia Xiaodian because of his background shook their heads in lamentation. Reflecting on the child they had once ostracized, the child who only knew how to hide in his humble shop dreaming of world travels, now the foremost genius. Even to be wed to the king. Such a notion was simply unfathomable. You too shall be conferred the title of Baron. And the prince will return to visit the town in due time. The mayor's expression brightened, and it seemed that a few strands of his graying hair had turned dark again. Thank you for the news brought by the envoy from the imperial capital. Please allow me to extend my hospitality. The mayor regained his composure and spoke sincerely. No need for that. I must return swiftly to report. The prince has yet to return to the kingdom, and the engagement ceremony is still being prepared. There is much to be done. Not returned? Can the envoy tell me where he has gone? Aaron sighed and replied, I cannot divulge too much, but given the prince's current abilities, he should not encounter any troubles. The mayor's heart tightened once more. Why does the general always wear a mask? On the return journey, Xia Xiaodian could no longer contain his curiosity and finally addressed Luna. Your Highness must have held this question for quite some time. My face was disfigured in childhood. Without the mask, I might frighten you. However, on the battlefield, one's appearance is of little importance. Luna spoke of her past so casually, as if discussing a mere fact. Have you never attempted to restore it using the power of runes? Xia Xiaodian regretted the question as soon as it left his lips. If it were truly possible, she would have tried long ago. My face was ruined by rune energy. It is unlikely to change until I am laid to rest. Luna's gaze remained calm. General, did you participate in the last National Defense War? Xia Xiaodian asked, almost on a whim. Luna turned her head, regarding Xia Xiaodian with a deep gaze before responding slowly. I did. At that time, I was merely a sergeant. That war was a true conflict, while our recent attack on the Crow people is little more than a picnic. Although there are tales of guaranteed success upon completion, I personally lean towards the belief that only those with substance will be discovered. If, upon completion, this book remains devoid of popularity, it would only prove that I am lacking in content and utter defeat. That is all. By the way, I kindly request recommendations. Thank you all, and have a pleasant weekend. Chapter 79, A Kiss. The outing was indeed. Xia Xiaodian chuckled wryly. Although this journey did not encounter any formidable threats, he found himself in precarious situations. While Xia Xiaodian could not discern Luna's expression beneath her mask, he was certain she was smiling. In times of genuine warfare, whether one is a formidable runemaster or a demigod, or a commoner of lowly status, all must tread upon the battlefield, seeking their prey amidst the haze of blood and the tumult of combat. The distinction between man and rune beast became blurred, their remaining rationality squandered in the chaos. Xia Xiaodian nodded, hastening his pace. He felt averse to meeting Luna's gaze, as the illusion had exploited his delusions, placing a visage strikingly similar to Jessica and Erica beneath Luna's mask. This made it difficult for him to look directly at her. War will never cease. Luna's voice suddenly took on a somber tone, though her words remained somewhat unclear to him. Xia Xiaodian's heart stirred, uncertain of the meaning behind Luna's sudden statement. Carthage would inevitably face war again, yet those capable of ending such strife are no longer present. Who could the general be referring to? He longed to fight again under her command. Luna paid no heed to Xia Xiaodian's inquiry. A splendid victory. Let those foreign entities never dare to provoke us again. Upon the grand avenue leading to the palace, the expeditionary force adorned with flowers and ribbons gifted by the people strode forth, Carl leading the way with confidence, basking in the reverent gazes of the onlookers. The resounding chimes of victory rang from the tower at the heart of the imperial capital, temporarily drowning out the clamor of the crowd and the sounds of the marching procession, rendering Xia Xiaodian less conspicuous amidst the throng. Flowers, applause, laughter. The people cared only for victory, indifferent to whether it was Carl or another at the forefront. As he surveyed the jubilant crowd, each face radiant with joy, he was suddenly struck by the thought that he would ultimately bring ruin to all of this. Yet, Xia Xiaodian was neither a sentimental poet nor a priest within the confines of a church. He did not traffic in benevolence. If the day came when he must confront all, then so be it. His sole concern lay in whether he could emerge as the victor. It was said that ordinary people were under the church's control of runic magic, forgetting you. Perhaps you might consider sparing them all from annihilation? Moreover, according to the Raven King's words, you have loyalists still within the Empire's framework, and those individuals have not betrayed you. To whom exactly was Xia Xiaodian addressing this statement? It was glaringly evident. Of course, he was unaware that Erica had long since contacted the loyalists. You shall decide. Erica's tone at this moment was something Xia Xiaodian could never forget. It was a complex sound, mingled with resentment and humiliation, alongside hatred and a sense of relief. I shall decide. I am but a bystander, as you once said. Before consuming the cursed blood, I lacked even the world's mark. I am neither a true Carthaginian nor an indigenous runemaster. What authority do I possess to determine power? You will wield power. Power is authority. When you grow strong enough that none can sanction you, only then can you sanction others. At that moment, none would dare question your identity. And I, at best, am merely a vengeful SP Chapter 80, the reclamation of space. I must be seeing things. The minds of all present were thrown into chaos. Unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, the sacred and untouchable king, usually elusive, was kissing the prince by marriage under the gaze of all. Xia Xiaodian struggled to anchor his thoughts back to reality. Yet the lingering warmth in his body and the sweet taste on his lips incessantly reminded him that this was no wicked delusion, it had truly occurred. He recalled Lu's words. Even amidst this invisible battle, he had never taken their engagement to heart, but the king had genuinely been moved. No matter how much Xia Xiaodian denied his own allure, he had indeed shared secret moments with Jessica for 2 years. The love between young hearts is remarkably simple. In the mundane flow of life, the first person to appear naturally becomes deserving of love. Jessica's emotions had been stifled in sorrow and regret. When Xia Xiaodian became the catalyst, her pent-up feelings surged forth through this outlet. Come on, Jessica, she still bore a trace of crimson on her cheeks, yet. Much like her fiery hair, none of the royal sisters were truly timid. Their fervor could ignite those around them. Even in shyness, she hesitated not at all. Xia Xiaodian rose, and Jessica herself pinned the badge of the Blood Prince onto his chest. He had once again become the focal point of the empire, having acquired a woman that no other man could attain. Above the cerulean sky, 2 figures streaked through, parting the clouds. Mr. Xia, you truly kissed His Majesty. Lu's powerful wind-like wings fluttered even faster. Noticing Xia Xiaodian's reluctance to discuss the matter, she playfully suggested, why don't you try kissing me too? Are you out of your mind? Is that something one should experiment with? Xia Xiaodian retorted. Lu, somewhat defiant, replied, if you can kiss her in a fake marriage. Why can't I? I've seen you naked when we were children, so what's the big deal about a kiss? Wait. What did you do when we were kids? Nothing, Mr. Xia. I didn't say anything. We're almost at the blood space. Gazing at Lu's suddenly serious expression, Xia Xiaodian felt a chill. The seemingly silly girl had hidden such a secret for years. He had read that girls mature faster than boys, and what seemed normal to him might hold special significance for her. It appeared he needed to be more cautious in the future. While he was not a hermit shunning women, he also was not a novice. Such matters should come naturally in his view. The two were now en route to Liquor Town. Before departure, the royal family had assigned them guards, which Xia Xiaodian declined. Though returning with guards might have seemed more imposing, it would complicate their covert mission to retrieve the blood space. Upon confirming their location, they descended slowly into the thicket. Fresh tracks on the nearby road indicated that nothing unusual had occurred here since their departure. Xia Xiaodian produced a delicate silver key and began to infuse it with energy. The key emitted a dazzling silver glow, mirroring a similar radiance emanating from deep within the forest, as if the two were in communion. Silently, Xia Xiaodian darted through the jungle like a flash of lightning, ultimately locating the entrance to the space before a grand tree. It was a portal shrouded in white mist, newly formed, with surrounding flora being drawn into it. Only with the token can it manifest, Ella remarked, realization dawning upon her. They exchanged glances and stepped into the portal together. The sight that greeted them was as it had been before, a sky drenched in blood. With crimson pools surrounding their standing area, an overwhelming stench of blood invading their senses. Elu shivered and moved closer to Xia Xiaodian. There are no dangers here. There is nothing to fear, he reassured her with a smile. The silver key in his hand glowed brightly, and at once, the blood and foul odors began to dissipate. The crimson moon in the sky gradually fading. However, a heavy white mist replaced the blood haze, obscuring their surroundings. Xia Xiaodian infused more energy into the key, but the environment remained unchanged. This space has limitations on power levels, he mused, scratching his head, acknowledging the obvious. The Dwarven Divine Realm should be comparable in rarity to the blood space, likely possessing similar dimensions in the ability to slow the passage of time. Yet, for now, he could only utilize its storage capabilities. Everything else remained concealed within the thick white fog. He believed that as his strength increased and his energy grew, this space would ultimately be entirely at his command. The duo found little of interest within the space and exited through the portal. The silver key flickered momentarily before absorbing the silver portal before them. Now, it truly resembled a personal space. While this space held many functions, it had been largely depleted of treasures, ruined by the ominous blood. Erica's voice echoed in his mind. Let us go. Having completed their task, they resumed their journey toward Liquor Town, and this space had now wholly become Xia Xiaodian's private domain. His Majesty is indeed bold, Amanda. The headmaid served their meal, while Jessica loosened her hair, letting it cascade freely, her gaze somewhat dazed. This is for Eris to see. This way, he may understand that I have willingly become the Empire's vessel for procreation. Jessica lifted her goblet, her tone somber. Your Majesty. Amanda snatched the goblet from Jessica's grasp, somewhat helplessly saying, why say such things about yourself? Don't you have feelings for him? Jessica, feeling disheartened, clung to Amanda, resting her head against her stomach, murmuring, but what if he doesn't like me? The Majesty is the lifeblood of the kingdom. How could he dare not like you? Amanda's voice was resolute. Jessica remained silent, unwilling to lay bare her heart, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. It seems His Majesty is finally experiencing the troubles of youth. I am quite pleased. Amanda suddenly smiled. Jessica lifted her head, her face flushed as she replied, "Oh, I am much happier than before. If only I could continue worrying about such trivial matters. If only I could remain as I am." Unaware of the underlying tension, Amanda comfortingly patted Jessica's head. Continuing like this wouldn't be so bad. Jessica ultimately reclaimed her glass of red wine and downed it in one go. Chapter 81. Disappearance. Mr. Xia, look. Alu pointed at the imperial flag fluttering atop the watchtower of Liquor Town, as well as the scattered buildings nestled at the foot of the mountains. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed Liquor Town. It's been a long while since I've returned, Xia Xiaodian sighed. Although, in a literal sense, he had only been away for half a year. It had been over 2 years since he last saw his father. Geographically, Liquor Town bordered the Numidian Empire and was a remote outpost, yet due to its desolate southern location, it seldom witnessed conflict. Perhaps this was why his father chose to settle here. As Xia Xiaodian and Ailu gently descended, they arrived at the entrance of the town. The rich aroma of alcohol wafted toward them, and upon confronting the familiar scent, Xia Xiaodian felt an uncommon exhilaration. He was finally going to see his father and was eager to showcase his growth. How juvenile, Alika remarked with a teasing tone, inciting a flicker of annoyance in Xia Xiaodian. Haven't you ever wished to show your elder how much you've matured? Xia Xiaodian retorted with a pout. Alika fell silent for a moment before murmuring, Indeed, I have. She then lapsed into silence once more. Xia Xiaodian patted his head. Alika must have been reminded of her sister. Whenever that remarkable princess returned from her campaigns, Alika would undoubtedly abandon all to boast about the sorcery she had just mastered. Though this image was a mere figment of his imagination, it likely wasn't far from the truth. Look, he has returned. Don't point and gawk. He is now a prince. As they traversed the streets of Liquor Town, passers-by gazed at them in astonishment. The townsfolk bore complex emotions. The once reclusive outsider had transformed into a favored figure of the empire, a notion most found difficult to accept. In the depths of the town, a middle-aged woman clad in a maid's uniform caught sight of the two figures from afar, her expression one of surprise. To avoid drawing too much attention, Xia Xiaodian and Ailu had donned academic robes, and thanks to their experiences in the imperial capital, they had shed their former rustic appearances. Leah, we have returned, Xia Xiaodian said, standing before the residents, a wave of emotions washing over him. The middle-aged maid bowed deeply, saying, Your Highness, Ailu, you are still so courteous. I have yet to meet another maid as dedicated as you. But why did the maid's countenance seem somewhat pallid? Xia Xiaodian chuckled ruefully. Leah was someone who had always been trusted by his father due to her impeccable reliability and meticulousness, embodying the quintessential maid of a bygone era. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Leah appeared somewhat worn and unwell. Ailu merely nodded politely to Leah before following Xia Xiaodian into the mansion. Where is my father? Xia Xiaodian inquired, perplexed, as he settled into a rocking chair by the fireplace. The house was devoid of any other presence besides Leah. With her head bowed, Leah stammered. Your Highness, what has happened? A sudden chill enveloped Xia Xiaodian, an ominous premonition rising in his chest. 3 days ago. He went up the mountain and has yet to return. What? Xia Xiaodian sprang to his feet and continued. Why didn't you go find him? Leah, visibly distressed, replied. I have already hired young men from the town to search for him, and I have personally looked as well, but to no avail. Leah, you cannot be telling me that my father is missing? A wave of icy dread washed over Xia Xiaodian. Leah slowly knelt, collapsing to the ground in tears. Your Highness. It is my fault. I failed to protect him. He is missing. How could he vanish just as I was about to return? Xia Xiaodian's eyes brimmed with disbelief, his heart racing as if it might burst. Mr. Xia. A timely softness appeared in his grasp as Ailu took his hand, bringing him back to reality. Let us not panic. We shall search for the town mayor ourselves, Ailu said, exhibiting a calmness that Xia Xiaodian lacked. In the depths of the dense forest, the two figures weaved through the trees, ascending ever higher. This jungle no longer belonged to the Half-Moon Forest, but rather lay within the Numidian territory of the Aber Mountains, with Liquor Town nestled beneath its slopes. According to Leah, his father would periodically venture into the mountains, whether for hunting or gathering herbs, a common practice among the townsfolk who considered the mountains a second home. For his father, hunting was a delightful pastime. However, disappearing within the Aber Mountains was a terrifying prospect, as few survived such an ordeal. It was said that deep within the mountains lurked monstrous beasts that preyed upon souls, though in the eyes of rune masters, these beasts likely referred to rune beasts. It was here that Xia Xiaodian spotted a modest wooden cabin in a clearing near the mountainside. This was his father's temporary abode. If nightfall approached too quickly, he would occasionally rest here. The cabin was not exclusive to his father. The townsfolk also utilized it. Leah mentioned they had searched all nearby areas, and Ailu's tone turned somber. She did not wish to see Xia Xiaotian so despondent. Could father have encountered a rune beast? Xia Xiaotian's expression darkened. That is unlikely. Mr. Xia, the rune beasts of the Aber Mountains typically dwell in the depths, and they possess intelligence, avoiding conflict with humans, Ailu replied. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Xiaotian activated the Titan's single eye on his forehead, seeking traces of rune energy. Mr. Xia? Ailu inquired, confused by his actions. I can discern any unusual fluctuations in the surrounding rune energy. Follow me, he instructed as they soared over the mountainside, tirelessly searching for signs of disturbance. This search persisted until dusk. Suddenly, Xia Xiaotian noticed a significant disturbance in the depths of the mountains, where a complex network of rune energy pulsed. Undetectable to the ordinary eye, such intense fluctuations had not been observed throughout the afternoon. That lies deep within. We may encounter a rune beast, Ailu cautioned. Though she showed no signs of retreat, the two were confident they could evade any danger they might face. With tremendous speed, they traversed the forest, the trees growing increasingly ancient and towering. They were now in a region seldom trodden by humans. What is that? In the dim light of dusk, a ghostly blue glow flickered in the distance, emanating from the tangled web of rune energy. Chapter 82. The enigmatic grass. The two individuals followed the ethereal blue light to a cave, its entrance concealed within dense underbrush. Had it not been for the Titan's single eye, Xia Xiaotian would have overlooked this hidden location. Ailu grasped a handful of the azure-hued herb, somewhat dazed, and inquired. Are you familiar with this grass? Xia Xiaotian quickly responded, Mr. Xia. Although this appears to be mere grass, it is, in fact, a unique type of sigil beast that can disturb the minds of ordinary individuals. Possessing a fatal allure for them, however, it is ineffective against rune masters. Xia Xiaotian examined the enigmatic grass in Ailu's hand, struggling to comprehend how it could belong to the category of sigil beasts. Professor Ross once introduced me to this entity. She previously served in the Holy Church, which had amassed a considerable collection of the enigmatic grass for the casting of certain specialized sigils. She referred to it as one of the church's sins. Moreover, there are some blue mushrooms, Ailu suddenly expressed with an odd look. Is that so? Xia Xiaotian replied somewhat coolly. Ailu discreetly collected all the nearby blue mushrooms into her storage ring, knowing that these were among Xia Xiaotian's favorite foods. She quickly identified their presence. However, these mushrooms bore signs of having been harvested, though many remained. Let us venture inside, Xia Xiaotian declared, stepping into the cave. With Ailu closely following, the cave seemed to lead directly to the heart of the mountain. Along the way, the damp walls were adorned with numerous enigmatic grasses, exuding a faint aura of dark attribute sigil energy, casting the interior into a dim light. A soft explosion of air echoed between Xia Xiaotian's fingers as a brilliant flame ignited in his palm. Mr. Xia, you can also wield fire attribute sigils now? Ailu exclaimed in surprise. Xia Xiaotian remained silent, acutely aware that these enigmatic grasses reacted like living beings, curling up rapidly upon sensing the warmth, as if attempting to shield themselves from the fire. As they delved deeper, the surrounding darkness enveloped them entirely. Suddenly, a point of azure light appeared in the distance, far more radiant than the glow of all the preceding enigmatic grasses. Upon approaching, they discovered a simple opening leading to a vast stone chamber, seemingly man-made, with a colossal dome that appeared ready to pierce the mountaintop. Within the chamber, a towering enigmatic grass, several dozen meters in height, thrived, while the ground was strewn with countless skeletons from various races. So many dead. Ailu's complexion shifted. It was evident that countless ordinary individuals had perished within this hall. Their remains either reduced to skeletons or slightly decayed, each appearing to be an average person, some armed with ordinary swords and bows, their iron weapons long corroded by time. You mentioned that this grass has a fatal allure for ordinary individuals? Xia Xiaotian's voice turned somber. He was reluctant to search for his father amid such a graveyard. It appeared that these ordinary folks had been lured in by the enigmatic grass, meeting their demise within the stone chamber. Mr. Xia, look over there. Ailu pointed towards the center of the chamber, where a diminutive figure was slowly crawling towards the heart of the enigmatic grass, moving with such slight motions that one would hardly notice the presence of a living soul. Father, Xia Xiaotian exclaimed as he recognized that familiar silhouette inching towards the center of the enigmatic grass, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he rushed forward. Ailu also unfurled her wind god wings, gliding through the air of the hall. Father, Father, Xia Xiaotian's voice reverberated throughout the stone chamber. Yet his father continued to crawl towards the center of the colossal grass, oblivious. Mr. Xia, the mayor is under the control of that giant grass. Ailu cried out anxiously. Well, a rare guest. Suddenly the once motionless colossal enigmatic grass stirred, actively enveloping Xia Xiaotian's father, as a grotesque face emerged from the center of the plant. Master level. Xia Xiaotian halted nearby, his expression darkening. This sigil beast had acquired the ability to articulate human speech and possessed the strength of a rune master, despite its appearance suggesting it was new to such power. Return the individual you just consumed to me, and I shall offer you compensation. Xia Xiaoyan's heart raced with urgency. Utterly bewildered by the intentions of this rune master-level enigmatic grass that had devoured a human, yet gazing at the multitude of corpses on the chamber floor, he feared the outcome would be grim. Compensation? Ha ha ha. I demand your soul as recompense. The grotesque face transformed into that of an elderly woman, her voice laden with age. Humph. Xia Xiaoyan instantly morphed into the form of a striking giant, his hair igniting into eternal phoenix flames, while a massive black scythe materialized in his hand. The one who came here moments ago is the one you wish to rescue, is it not? Hee. Today's dessert shall be resentment, solitude, or joy. The grotesque face morphed again, adopting the guise of a delicate young boy, an exceedingly eerie transformation. With urgency, Xia Xiaoyan swung the massive scythe, unleashing waves of shadowy flames interwoven with the essence of creation, which surged forth as phantoms, his own form trailing closely behind. The blade waves, imbued with the power of creation, extended a multitude of faceless beings' hands, resembling gray phantoms entwined in boundless ghostly energy. The enigmatic grass immediately extended its numerous azure tendrils, akin to an octopus, to repel the attack. Boom. The waves of gray flames collided with the massive tendrils, producing a cacophonous roar, while the black scythe ruthlessly swept through the tendrils before him. At that moment, the visage of the enigmatic grass morphed into that of a robust middle-aged man, his piercing scream echoing harshly throughout the chamber. Yet, within moments, the tendrils began to regenerate, and a heavy aura of decay enveloped the hall. The power of decay. Xia Xiaoyan's expression grew grave as the Titan's single eye on his forehead reopened, a colossal temporal prism gradually taking form. Stay behind me. Xia Xiaoyan felt Ailu had positioned herself at his back and quickly issued a warning. Ailu observed the gathering power of decay above the enigmatic grass, remaining composed as she prepared her incantation behind the prism. Do not use the wave of rebirth. Xia Xiaoyan's immediate thought was that even if he employed his strongest technique to vanquish the enigmatic grass, his father ensnared within it would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. But aside from the wave of rebirth, what other abilities could he wield to contend with a rune master? The enigmatic grass chuckled darkly for a moment, and streaks of black flames, resembling shooting stars, traversed the air, slowly advancing towards the prism. Although these flames of decay traveled at a sluggish pace, the suffocating aura of destruction and demise they carried was palpable. Chapter 83. The resistance of the undying body. Mr. Xia, plant-type rune beasts generally possess regenerative abilities. Xia Xiaoyan nodded in agreement while maintaining the temporal prism. Ailu glanced at the grotesque face rising from the center of the massive, dark grass and uncertainly remarked, "Perhaps that face is its vital point, its heart. It is quite challenging for me to break through to its side." Xia Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. Above, streams of decaying power coalesced into purgatorial meteors, slowly descending onto the surrounding ground. The temporal prism rippled with layers of waves but showed no signs of being shattered. "We have two people," Ailu suddenly stated. "I can help you withstand its tentacle attacks and decaying power." Xia Xiaoyan turned his head to look at Ailu, who wore a serious expression. Just as he was about to speak, Ailu interjected, "Mr. Xia, I know it is a rune master-level beast, but my hard training during this period has not been in vain. At the very least, I can help you fend off some of its assaults." Xia Xiaoyan nodded. Flames of ash and white ignited upon the black flame scythe. To enhance the power of the ghostly flame, infusing it with creation power had become indispensable. As the last stream of decaying meteors struck the temporal prism, transforming into ripples, Xia Xiaoyan instantly morphed into an afterimage, dashing toward the dark grass. "Ah! The souls of humans are the most delectable of foods." The grotesque face shrieked, and dozens of azure tentacles filled the hall once more. Faced with the onslaught of the azure ocean, Xia Xiaoyan did not retreat but instead accelerated his pace. The ghostly flames surged violently into the sky. Just as he was about to confront the dark grass's offensive head-on, the Wind King's performance began. Ailu's forehead rune glimmered throughout the hall, and countless azure blades of air began to slice endlessly at the dark grass, mercilessly shredding its roots. Even more terrifying was that these endless air blade storms subtly formed the shape of a giant, their cutting force and rhythm akin to a purgatory of wind. The grotesque face seemed to sense immense pain, its expression shifting to one of fury. With a cold snarl, shadows emerged from the dark light that illuminated the ground, and the sight of those figures was indistinct, lacking discernible features or limbs, yet they surged towards the two like living entities. "Almost there. Hold on." Xia Xiaoyan silently urged himself, ignoring the dozens of shadowy figures as he wielded the black flame scythe, transforming it into a vortex of blades that forcibly carved a large opening through the azure tentacle barrier. Ailu remained composed, and a colossal divine shadow rose from behind her. Its blinding radiance forced the eerie shadows to retreat a few steps. The immense light shadow unleashed streams of golden light, instantly piercing through the surrounding shadows, merging with the remnants of the Wind King's performance to create a dazzling giant of wind. Boom, boom. Boom. The dark grass attempted to unleash another wave of decaying power. But the colorful giant crushed these nascent flames of decay with sheer force. What attribute is this? It can actually contend with decaying power? Xia Xiaoyan's gaze turned grave. The attribute of the colorful giant summoned by Ailu was unfamiliar to him, but its ability to resist decaying power astonished him. This is Ailu's trump card. Die. Xia Xiaoyan sliced through the dense blockade, viciously severing the grotesque face. Indeed, such is the thought of humanity. You believe that as long as something is alive, it must possess a vital point? In an instant, another grotesque face appeared at the other end, its voice transforming into that of a girl, sending chills down one's spine. With a snort, Xia Xiaoyan fully unleashed his bloodline power, beginning to frantically wield the giant scythe at the center of the dark grass, causing countless roots to fall like snowflakes throughout the hall. Let us see who can survive longer, the grotesque face shrieked. And it withdrew more tentacles and roots from the ground to engage in a frenzied battle with Xia Xiaoyan. With a sudden thrust, a root severed Xia Xiaoyan's unguarded left arm, blood splattered everywhere. Ailu, unable to bear the sight of Xia Xiaoyan's plight, cried out in anguish. But she was nearly depleted of rune energy, unable to maintain even the wind god wings. Xia Xiaoyan grinned. Flames of White Chapter 84. The ancient teleportation array father remains unchanged, appearing far older than his 50-some years. With hair as gray as an elder's and stubble adorning his face, accompanied by an increase of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. At the call of Xia Xiaoyan, he gradually opens his eyes, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. Boy, how did you return so swiftly? Where is this place? He initially grins, but soon realizes that the surroundings seem rather amiss. Father, do you recall the events prior to your fainting? Xia Xiaoyan sighs and inquires. Fainting? You just again, young man. Father retorts, but then suddenly falls silent. I believe I came up the mountain to gather. Did I fall asleep? Observing father's bewildered expression, Ailu finally allows herself a smile of relief. You have returned as well, father says, propping himself up and affectionately patting the heads of the two. His gaze shifts to the surrounding chaos, and his expression grows solemn. Mayor, you were controlled by the creature beneath your feet. It was Mr. Xia who saved you. Xia Xiaoyan then recounts the details of the incident to father. Father surveys the scattered remnants of the monstrous vegetation and the grotesque faces littered about, gradually regaining his composure. He looks around the hall, reminiscent of a graveyard, feeling a pang of sadness. So, the legendary man-eating mountains have undergone a transformation here. If only a runesmith had come sooner to eradicate the monsters, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. Xia Xiaoyan shakes his head. This entity likely did not form spontaneously. It is probably born from the souls and resentment of the deceased. It is likely that a substantial number of deaths preceded the emergence of this giant grass. By the way, father, what were you searching for on the mountain? What compelled you to venture so deep? Xia Xiaoyan questions, puzzled. Father, coming back to his senses, feels his body and laments, alas. Everything is gone. Mayor, you must have been searching for these. Ailu suddenly reveals a gray cloth bag filled with blue mushrooms. Father, these are indeed them. Boy, you adore these. A few days ago, a messenger from the imperial capital informed me of your return, so I intended to prepare some for you. However, the young hunters in town claim these have become extinct. So you came to seek them yourself? Xia Xiaoyan, who has faced countless crises and disasters without faltering, feels his eyes inexplicably moisten at this moment. Ailu's eyes grow red as well. She realizes that father must have been mesmerized by the ethereal grass while foraging for mushrooms outside the cave, which explains the signs of harvesting evident in the area. This kind of mushroom is abundant. You must not venture up the mountain recklessly in the future. Xia Xiaoyan turns his back, concealing his expression from father. Boy, you need not worry about me. Although I am not a runesmith, I understand fate. If I am not meant to perish, you will find a way to save me. If my time truly has come, I might as well die in front of the fireplace, crushed by a stone. Xia Xiaoyan turns around and silently embraces father, his body trembling involuntarily. Isn't destiny meant to be defied? Afterward, Xia Xiaoyan meticulously examines the rocky hall and finally uncovers a clue. This is it. Ailu points to a gray orb at the base of the colossal ethereal grass remains, resembling a memory crystal ball, its surface flickering with various images. The aura of decay. This must be the source of the ethereal grass's mutation, Xia Xiaoyan concludes, fully convinced that the deceased giant grass mutated due to some circumstance. Its dominance has rendered the hall devoid of other ethereal grasses. Could this object assist in the study of runes, much like the starry stone? Xia Xiaoyan ponders quietly. Mr. Xia, we are still unaware of its purpose. It would be prudent to refrain from baseless conjecture and consult the professor and the dean upon our return. Ailu advises cautiously. Xia Xiaoyan nods and extracts the orb. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently. Xia Xiaoyan quickly leads father to safety, while Ailu maintains her distance from the epicenter. A pit. Xia Xiaoyan squints as he approaches the sunken ground, discovering a several-meter-deep crater. He and AI Lu cautiously descend into the pit. Be careful, Father warns from the side. Upon landing, Xia Xiaotian observes several mummified corpses kneeling in reverent postures. Facing the center of the pit, where a radiant light of runic energy pulsates. This light is intricate and complex, shimmering with the profound brilliance of time and space. The ancient teleportation array, a voice of astonishment echoes in Xia Xiaotian's mind. What is the ancient teleportation array? In ancient legends, it is said that our human race was once limited to the nations of Dacia and Carthage. Yet their territories were 2 to 3 times larger than the combined land of the current 4 nations. The northern domain of Carthage even extended to the northern tributaries of the Marico River, nearing the edge of the world. To solidify their dominion, ancient runsmiths constructed these ancient teleportation arrays throughout human territories, enabling people to traverse extreme distances across the continent. Are you suggesting that this ancient teleportation array may connect to the far northern lands, perhaps even the world's end? Xia Xiaotian feels a surge of excitement. Witnessing such ancient relics is a rare fortune indeed. Mr. Xiao? AI Lu calls out, noticing his momentary distraction. What is it? Xia Xiaotian replies, returning to the present. Mr. Xia, these corpses do not appear to have been dead for long. It should be less than a decade, AI Lu states with certainty. She adds, they bear ribbon-like adornments. A recent trend in the imperial capital over the past decade. What? Xia Xiaotian furrows his brow, noticing the presence of several severely corroded wooden ribbons attached to the female corpse. If these individuals died less than 10 years ago, they must belong to the same era. It is unexpected that someone discovered this place ahead of them. How did they perish here? Xia Xiaotian begins to investigate the causes of death, only to find no external injuries on the bodies. Both male and female corpses lie before him, their garments eroded beyond recognition. I believe they may have starved or died of thirst, AI Lu observes with a hint of revulsion. Someone must have imprisoned them here. Just then, she suddenly points in the direction the corpses face. There lies a petite figure, its hands devoutly clutching something. Xia Xiaotian approaches and pries open the mummified hands, revealing a pristine white finger that falls to the ground. Both Xia Xiaotian and AI Lu express their astonishment, for the finger shows no signs of decay, as if freshly severed from someone's hand, perfectly flawless in its appearance. Are they kneeling before this finger? Xia Xiaotian muses, glancing at the surrounding mummified figures in supplication. A bitter smile forming on his lips. He picks up the finger, while AI Lu stands at a distance, her discomfort with corpses as a young girl quite understandable. This is my finger. The voice of Erica plunges Xia Xiaotian into profound contemplation. Chapter 85, The Secrets of the Church. What did you say? Xia Xiaotian found it difficult to comprehend Erica's words. This is my finger, my flesh. I understand. What do you understand? Look at this teleportation array. And the faithful who willingly perish here. They are all my loyal followers. Xia Xiaotian paused for a moment and said, Can you discern your body parts? What? Beside them, Elu noticed Xia Xiaotian's muttering growing louder and could no longer restrain herself from asking, What is it? Nothing, Elu. Let's continue searching for clues, Xia Xiaotian replied, resuming his examination around the corpses. After a long silence, Erica finally spoke. I am of demigod flesh. My body shall never decay. The connection between my soul and body has reached its zenith, and thus, I can recognize it. This finger was severed when the true God captured me. After my demise, these subjects removed something from the teleportation array. This finger can elucidate their stance. They collected my remains amidst the chaos. Xia Xiaotian grimaced, struggling to bear Erica's indifferent and casual tone. It felt as though she were discussing the weather rather than her own body parts. Mr. Xia, Elu called, holding a golden plaque. Dolan Lewis. Is this from the corpse? Xia Xiaotian took the plaque, astonished. Yes, it should be his identification token. Xia Xiaotian nodded, saying, Lewis? I can ask Senior Natasha to investigate the missing persons from the Lewis family when we return. After another prolonged search, the two concluded that no further traces remained. By the way, what are the conditions for activating this teleportation array? An abundance of runic gray stones. The more people and items transported, the greater the quantity of gray stones required. Erica's words left Xia Xiaotian deep in thought. Master, the maid Lia saw the mayor being supported by Xia Xiaotian and Elu outside the mansion, tears streaming down her face. The three of them carried the mayor into the bedroom. The weary mayor soon fell into a deep slumber, while Lia hurried off to summon the town's doctor. Father has no external injuries and appears unaffected by the shadowy grass, Xia Xiaotian said, closing the bedroom door and finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Shall we return to the grocery store? Elu suddenly inquired. Xia Xiaotian nodded, leaving the mayor's residence with Elu. His grocery store, located in a small alley at the southwest corner of the town, had been neglected for 6 months, now covered in cobwebs and dust. The creaking door emitted a particularly loud sound as he opened it. Inside the store were numerous peculiar items Xia Xiaotian had acquired from neighboring towns, and the shelves were filled with books about adventures, rune masters, and mythical legends. The dimly lit interior prompted Xia Xiaotian to struggle to open the large window. The wind from the street blew dust inside, causing Xia Xiaotian to cough violently. Mr. Xia, look at this. Elu smiled slightly, her fingers dancing with blue and green runic energy. Water and gentle breezes combined, swiftly filling the shop and delicately whisking away the dust and dirt. In the world of rune masters, as Xia Xiaotian was momentarily choked by the wind, he felt as if he had returned to his frail youth. A time when he possessed no skills beyond dreaming of becoming a rune master. Yet, upon truly becoming one, he realized that this profession was not as wondrous and legendary as depicted in adventure tales. Even among rune masters, some languished their entire lives stuck at the novice level, while others met their demise in perilous encounters. Although he understood this rationally, the gap between theory and experience was vast. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. For without runic power and lineage, he would be nothing. Natasha, Jessica, Erica, and even Chloe and Aliris, none would have any connection with him. Xia Xiaotian affectionately patted Elu's head and took his usual seat, while Elu gazed wistfully at the sparse flow of people outside. Elu, I have a premonition that once we leave this time, it will be a very long while before we return. Elu nodded in agreement, aware of what Mr. Xia and Queen Erica were scheming and the magnitude of the risks involved. I cannot let my father come to harm. I've heard that the Lewis family has businesses elsewhere on the continent. I will ask Senior Natasha to find a new residence for my father. If anything happens to me, Mr. Xia, I will not leave with my father. Elu turned, immediately grasping why Xia Xiaotian chose to share this with her. That day will come soon. When it does, we will have no other choice. And you? What will you do if the true god and Aliris target you? Even fleeing to Numidia or Chiv and Russ will be in vain. Elu's tone turned somber. There will always be a way. Clang, clang, clang. Mr. Xia, stop ringing the bell. What if the townsfolk truly come to the church to pray? Elu laughed, pressing down on Xia Xiaotian's mischievous hand that was playfully ringing the church bell. After leaving the store, they arrived at the abandoned church. The holy church had long lost its grip on the town. This little settlement seemed to be a forsaken place. The sacred statues in the deepest part of the church had already rusted. As Xia Xiaotian examined the holy statue, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The Titan's single eye on his forehead slowly opened, sweeping away the surrounding scenery and all fluctuations of runic energy. Mr. Xia? Elu, noticing Xia Xiaotian's strange expression, was taken aback. Furrowing his brow, Xia Xiaotian approached the statue and gently directed runic energy at a brick foundational to the statue. With a soft sound, a hidden compartment automatically extended, revealing a thick scroll inside. Without the Titan's eye, I would never have discovered this hidden compartment. As Xia Xiaotian slowly unfurled the scroll, the densely packed text sent tingles down his spine. The priest's handwriting, Elu declared confidently. This was written by the priest. The priest who had adopted Elu had passed away during her childhood, yet Elu remembered every detail vividly. What was even more surprising was that the priest was also a concealed rune master capable of using runic energy to hide items. Xia Xiaotian carefully read the scroll, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lower Paradise, Carthaginian True God, the Abode of Souls. These keywords gradually connected the entire matter in Xia Xiaotian's mind. The first time he heard about the concept of Lower Paradise was from the Dwarven True God, who had rejected a proposal for collaboration from the gods in heaven to jointly establish a lower paradise in the realm of rune masters. Having received a warning from ancestral prophets that the souls of the dwarves would be purified by the lower paradise. According to the content of the priest scroll, the gods who had defeated the Dwarven True God were now seeking collaboration with the Carthaginian True God, who had already agreed to the partnership. The Holy Church's use of shadowy grass to control ordinary people was merely the first step. The true lower paradise is the legendary Eden, a world devoid of any beings with autonomous consciousness, where the lives of those dwelling in lower paradise ultimately culminate in mere acts of reproduction. Lower paradise is responsible for collecting the souls of beings that live like cattle and transporting them back to the main heaven. Their souls will be reclaimed by heaven, not returned to the world's essence. The abode of souls will be stripped away. The priest used terms like soul hunting grounds and breeding grounds. Although no one knew the true significance of heaven's collection of numerous souls, it was undeniable that no living being in any world wished for their future to resemble that of livestock. Xia Xiaotian closed his eyes, deep in contemplation, and finally conceived an idea. Erica, I have made progress in locating the ancestral prophet sought by the true god of the dwarves. What have you deduced? Erica's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. The true god of the dwarves had declined to collaborate with the deities due to the warnings of the ancestral prophet, while the true god of Carthage, after forging a pact with the gods, has added 2 more adversaries to our ranks. This ancestral prophet stands entirely in opposition to the deities. He is obstructing the establishment of the lower heavens. It is possible that he may merely be a pawn in the ceaseless struggle against the deities of heaven. The priest who adopted Era must have held a significant position within the upper echelons of the Carthaginian church to possess such clandestine information and preserve it. Moreover, his demise surely bears the marks of foul play. Chapter 86. The curtain rises the chess pieces. Erica merely whispered a phrase, falling silent thereafter. It is now certain that this ancestral oracle may well stand in opposition to the divine. However, with my current strength, I am not yet capable of intervening in their conflict. Xia Shaodian closed the scroll and glanced at the somewhat despondent Elu beside him. What troubles you? Elu looked at the dark compartment and softly replied, the priest did not inform me about the dark compartment. Xia Shaodian gently tapped Elu on the head, exclaiming in exasperation. What are you thinking? How old were you then? If I were the priest, I would not leave you such messages. It would be akin to harming you. Elu pouted defiantly. It's getting late. I wonder if father is awake. Let us return and check, Xia Shaodian suggested, gazing out the window as night fell. Lord Eris, the soldier has been brought back. Let him in. As usual, Jessica sat on the throne in a daze, while Eris's expression bore an unsettling calm. What soldier? Jessica furrowed her brow, uncertain of Eris's intentions. Just watch, Your Majesty. Soon after, a seemingly deranged, one-eyed soldier limped into the grand hall, his eyes filled with timid humility, as if he had endured unimaginable torment. What is your name? Eris stroked his fingers, not directing his gaze towards the disabled soldier. I am Lacey. My lord. Please save me. I suffer in nightmares every day. Let us set that aside for now. What was your previous position? General Monsk's guard. A flicker of shock crossed Jessica's face, her fingers twitching as if electrified. And where is General Monsk now? Eris's tone shifted to one of menace. Dead. They all perished. It was the former king's doing, the tyrant king. Jessica stood abruptly, but under Eris's scrutinizing gaze, she slowly sank back onto the throne. Former king? I do not recall having a living former king. Whom do you refer to? Eris feigned ignorance. I do not know. I swear I do not know. I did not recognize that woman, yet upon seeing her, I believed it to be her. It must be her. The soldier, now bordering on hysteria, clearly found the memories burdensome, as he too was an ordinary man who had undergone the sanctifying trials of the faith. And Erica's presence should not have lingered in his recollections. She is dead, you lie? Jessica's voice was chillingly cold, nearly akin to Erica's. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I truly do not lie. Eris abruptly interjected. The information I received indicated you were likely attacked by rebels from the northwest. It appears that is not the case. The soldier remained silent, kneeling and muttering something fervently, showing signs of distress. Eris turned to Jessica, his gaze icy. Let me think. Who informed me that Monsk fell to the rebels? It seems it was you, Your Majesty. Jessica swallowed hard, lowering her head. That woman was personally slain by the ancestral lord. If you doubt her demise, you might as well inquire with the ancestral lord directly. This soldier appears deranged. He must have been terrified in battle and is merely speaking nonsense. Indeed, Eris frowned, recognizing the merit in Jessica's argument. Erica had met her end upon the cross, witnessed by many. Thus, the soldier's claims could very well be the ravings of a madman. Her body was stolen by her confidants. Could it be? Eris pondered, recalling the chaos that ensued when a group of Erica's loyalists absconded with her body. Did she possess some means of resurrection? Yet even the divine could confirm Erica's death. Despite her semi-divine status, she could not defy the world's rules. Now, he felt a profound regret for not preserving Erica's body, amidst the uproar that gripped the empire. He had been preoccupied with battling dissenters and failed to prevent the theft of Erica's nearly immortal form. This matter weighed heavily upon his heart. For while death is an unassailable decree, he harbored an incessant belief that one day, Erica would return, an unsettling notion that had haunted him for years. Where did you find him? Is he truly Monsk's guard? As Jessica observed Eris's hesitation, she summoned the courage to question the soldier's identity. Meanwhile, another guard interjected, Your Majesty. He was discovered in a tavern in the imperial capital, inebriated and still clad in the guard's uniform. The patrol apprehended him and investigated his identification number, which was confirmed to belong to the now-cancelled Monsk guard. We even located his family to verify his identity. Jessica found herself at a loss for words. With such concrete evidence, she could not contest the soldier's identity and could only label him as mad. Could my sister make such an oversight? To leave behind a loose end? Jessica's expression darkened, but thus far, nothing had been fully revealed. Well, it seems we shall have to thoroughly interrogate our prince. Eris remarked ominously. He did nothing wrong. Do not harm him, Jessica said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Eris's gaze sparkled with a peculiar light as he regarded Jessica, his expression turning inscrutable. Your Majesty, why do you worry for him so? Jessica's hands trembled slightly. But she steadied herself to respond. He is your designated prince. It would be wise not to employ your interrogation methods on him. I do not wish to wake up next to a cripple. Eris chuckled softly, whispering in a tone only Jessica could hear. Look at you. Cast aside that cheap pride. You are quite endearing. I promise, I will not employ any special methods during his interrogation. Hee hee, I wish you a joyous wedding in advance. Jessica lowered her head, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. It was fortunate she had not been suspected. As everything concluded and Erica and Eris departed the grand hall, a figure donned in a white mask appeared at the center of the hall, cradling his chin in hand. Dressed in the garb of a Carthaginian guard, evidently one of Jessica's loyalists. I did not expect my king to resolve things so effortlessly. It seems Eris himself is overly suspicious. If he interrogates Xia Xiaodian, there will likely be no fruitful outcome. Alas, I do not wish to make an early appearance. I need to add some intrigue to drive Xia Xiaodian away from Carthage. Only by facilitating his departure can he truly become a formidable force. Odin, if you send more of those worthless pawns next time, my newly trained piece will surely awaken you. Hee. The figure mused briefly before vanishing from the grand hall. Should Xia Xiaodian have heard his words, he would instantly recognize his identity. He was the ancestral oracle, traversing the annals of history, eternally ageless.